the second set of witnesses, but then it actually turned out that the second set of witnesses are either related or possible. What's halacha? So again, he responded in that case, what he's supposed to do, again, so in that case, what he's supposed to do, the first set of witnesses already testified, and Shimon, along with another, already disqualified that first set. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, just to understand and appreciate what it is that is unfolding over here is very simple. The Mishnah highlighted an interesting machlokes. The Mishnah said, Reuven and Shimon come to a din Torah. The Mishnah said that Reuven brings witnesses, Shimon could disqualify the witnesses. Shimon brings witnesses, Reuven could disqualify the witnesses. The Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim saying, no, you can't. No, you can't. The only way to disqualify witnesses is how? Is if it turns out that literally they have an inherent personalistic disqualification, a gambler, a thief, something like that, or they're related. So we're trying to figure out what is that? Right? What is that? What is that machlokes? What is that machlokes? We're suggesting the machlokes is where, let's say, for example, Reuven is claiming I have two sets of witnesses. So in that case, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, because he said there are two sets, he has an obligation to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set. He's not conflicted because there's still the second set. And the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even when Reuven claims that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets. Rather, again, he's only obligated to furnish one set. Now, the Gemara says, "Name of the Flukta, the Rebbe, Rabbi Shimon, and the Lotan." Say the machlokes between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim in the Mishnah is the same machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi. What happened? The Sanya, Habal Lidon, Ishtar Bechazaka. It's an interesting case. So as I say now, let's say, right, Reuven comes along and Reuven finds Shimon living on property that everyone agrees Reuven once owns. Right? So Reuven claims, squatter, get out. Shimon claims that, well, what does Shimon say? Shimon say, I can produce Ishtar and I also have Chazaka. I've been living here 3 years uncontested. So Shimon has a dual claim of Shtar and Chazaka. So as I say, Rebbe says, all he needs to do is furnish the Shtar. We don't care about the Chazaka. Bring the Shtar, we're good to go. Shimon says, Nidon de Chazaka. Shimon says, no, we look at Chazaka. The Chazaka below the Shtar. So we ask, that means just the Chazaka, not the Shtar. Elaima af the Chazaka. Rather say even Chazaka. In other words, we're both saying. So what's happening over here is as follows. Rebbe says, all we look at is Shtar. Shimon says, we look at both things. In other words, essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both Chazaka and Shtar to support your residency claim, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support your stay. Kamalan, and we said, and we'll say, what are they arguing about? So we'll say, it's actually a very interesting thing. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you make a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you needed to say, are you obligated to support that entire claim? Or do we need to just support the bare minimum threshold to meet your legal obligations? For example, right? So again, Reuven comes along and says, Shimon, living in my house. Shimon says, now, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either a shtar or chazaka. You don't need both. But Shimon says, I have a shtar and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? Does Shimon have to furnish both of those things in order to support this claim? Well, no, only one of them is enough. So that's the fundamental machlokes over here. We'll say tremendous Moshe Haskell in general, which is sometimes in life, the less you say, the better, right? But what's so in other words, the less you say, the better, which is pretty self-explanatory lesson, right, that we've all learned. But let's say also sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise and over deliver. Right? The problem in life is many of us over promise and under deliver. Right? So again, here you have Shimon's coming and saying, all right, calm down. Under promise, in other words, all you need to do is say you have one of them or bring one of them and you can over deliver. Incredible. So the Gemara says, fine. Lo, I'll give you a shul, cool down a little clicky, which is the Gemara says, everyone agrees. Keep the where's the machlokes? I'll leave it to Rebbe. Rabbi Meir, machlokes went to Rebbe. Rabbi Meir suffered. Rabbi Meir holds like Rebbe. Rabbi Meir holds like Rebbe. Rabbanon Amilocha, and Rabbanon will say as follows: Ad kamo kamo Rebbe Hasan Elabek Hazaka. Right, Rebbe's only saying this particular position by Hazaka. Why? So the Gemara says, "The Mikoach Shtar Kas Because chazak itself also is derivative of the koach of shtar. Haval hacha dahani edim rabbi koach edim achrini kasu. But in our case in Mishnah, where the second set of witnesses have nothing to do with the first set. Afilu Rebbe Moga Deinzar Ladara. Even Rebbe would agree that halacha l'maisa you don't have to bring forth both sets. Reisha, top of Chaftal. So again, we're just continuing on this mission, trying to explain the first case in the Mishnah where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and the Rabbanan say no. One way to disqualify witnesses is halacha l'maisa through some type of true inherent psul. Top of Chaftal. So there's a Reisha ve'edim psulim the dayanim ksherim. This is interesting. The Reisha, first case in the Mishnah, is talking about witnesses who are unfit, right? And dayanim ksherim. So the Gemara says, "Miko the pasti idim pasti nami dayanim." So since the idim are invalidated, therefore by definition, the witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Sorry, just the opposite. Since we invalidated the witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. Seifa, but dayanim psulim ve'edim ksherim. The Seifa is talking about a case where the dayanim have not been invalidated, but the idim, right? The dayanim have been invalidated, but the idim are ksherim. Timigo the pasti dayanim pasti nami idim. So Maskifla Ravas Rava raises the kasha. We'll say Chaftal of 24a, 4 lines down. Maskifla Ravas Rava raises the kasha. Bishlam amigo the pasti idim pasti nami dayanim. So I understand that in the case where the witnesses have been invalidated, so by extension the judges have been invalidated because the Lamaisa is no longer a case. So the Gemara says, but Ika Beitina Achrina. So remember again, there's always another basement they can go to. Elamigo the pasti dayani pasti nami idim. But in the case where ultimately again the witnesses have been invalidated, what does it mean that the judges have also been de facto invalidated? So the Gemara says, Hasnami idim baha id. Sorry, keep on reading. So the Gemara says, Ella. Ella, Miko the Pasti Dayani, Pasti Nami Eidim. But in the case where ultimately, again, the judges have been invalidated, why would you say that Miko, that the witnesses are invalidated as well? So the Gemara says, Bahaitim Sulaka. Once you don't have witnesses, you don't have a case. Once going to revert back to what we said, where Ruvain is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So if there's not a second set of witnesses, then what would you say? So the says, right? One litigant would not be able to invalidate the litigant's set of witnesses because again, then he'd be conflicted. Hainu Dravdimi, but that's the same thing we just said before in the name of Ravdimi. Ikebenayu, Nigo, the Mar Sabra, Amina Nigo, Umi Sarah Lo Amina Nigo. Okay, so the fundamental machlokes ultimately again would be whether or not we employ the concept of Nigo. So we'll say, so bottom line is we have multiple versions as to how to understand the first machlokes in the Mishnah. But one thing is clear, which is it's not a simple case to understand. So remember again, what we have over here is Rabbi Meir saying one litigant could disqualify the witnesses and the judges of the other litigant, and the Chachamim saying, no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? It appears that the way the Gemara is settling over here is that the parameters of this case is where Reuven is claiming that he has two sets of witnesses. So now Rabbi Meir says Shimon has the ability to come along and discredit the first set because he's not conflicted because there's still a second set. Whereas the Chachamim say no. In general, the only way to disqualify witnesses is to go ahead and halacha l'maisa find something inherently disqualified about them. They're a relative, they're a thief, so on and so forth. Gufa. So let's go ahead. The next one to the for Rish Lakish. Pek Kadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So it says, remember again, Rish Lakish had an interesting interpretation. Rish Lakish said that when Rabbi Meir in the Mishnah says that one litigant could go ahead and disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, what was that talking about? An Eid Echad. When the Gemara said Eid Echad, right? Don't read it as a dove, rather read it as a dove. This was the end of Chaf Gimel Amud Aleph. Now, duty again, if all Reuven is furnishing is one witness, so Shimon has the ability to go ahead and disqualify that one witness. So Rish Lakish was surprised. Rish Lakish says, could it be that someone as great as Rabbi Meir would say such a thing like this? So Gemara says, Rish Lakish, Hakadosh Yomar Davar Zeh. So Gemara says, Tanya Eito. Rather read it ultimately again as singular witness. Seini. So now the Gemara says something very interesting. Bahamar Ula Haroas Rish Lakish the base measure. What's interesting over here is as follows. According to this Gemara, leaving aside even the content, what you see from here is style. Rish Lakish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a pek kadosh, a holy mouth. Would a holy mouth say something like this, that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other litigant, and therefore Rish Lakish says Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point we're seizing on over here is Rabbi Meir is Rish Lakish is incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. One second, one second. That makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was greater than Rish Lakish. Yet the Gemara says, 1 second. If you were to walk into the base medrash, what would you see? Everyone says beautiful. If you would see Rish Lakish in the base medrash, what would you see? Kilo oker harim itofnan zebazeh. You would see someone that was literally uprooting mountains, and grinding them one together. So we'll say, so this is a metaphor for acute intellectual or analytical prowess. So remember again, the idea, if you remember again, when it comes to describing Talmidei Chachamim, there are two different types of Torah scholars. There's what's called the Sinai. A Sinai is someone who possesses a voluminous amount of knowledge, like a Har Sinai. And then there's an Oker Harim. Oker Harim is someone who possesses acute intellectual or analytical acumen. Someone's able to uproot mountains. Again, it might not be the same repository of knowledge. Remember, again, also we saw this Gemara. The Gemara says, who's greater, a Sinai or an Oker Harim? Now, what does the Gemara answer? Both. In other words, you need both. It's very nice to be able to engage in analytical, what's the right word? Analytical debate, analytical process, right? Or insightful analytical processes. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You need a Sinai and you need an Oker Harim. So the Gemara says over here, if you walk into the base medrash, you saw Rish Lakish, what would you see? You'd see someone uprooting mountains and what? And grinding them against the other. So we'll say, it's fascinating to understand, what does this mean? What kind of scholar was Rish Lakish? So Rish Lakish was the kind of person who was able to go ahead and challenge contemporary held beliefs. In other words, the idea, the ability to uproot mountains means the ability to analyze something, and to grind them against the other indicates the ability to think in new ways. Sometimes we become just so caught and so trapped in ways that we have done things that we lose the ability to look at things through a different kind of lens. So someone who could uproot mountains is the ability to analyze, grind them against each other, is the ability to think about things in a different way. So profound. So the Gemara says, and yet, Hamravina, Balo Kolaroa, Kilo Oker Harim, Toplan Zebozeh. So yet, Ravina said, Rabbi Meir was also someone who, if you walk into the base medrash, what would you see him doing? Uprooting mountains and grinding them one against the other. So I'll say, so it sounds like Rish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir, and yet Rish Lakish was so deferential. First why line, Hachikamar, both is so beautiful, Hachikamar, Bo'urei, Kama Mechavin Zazeh. See how much Rabbi Meir and Rish Lakish loved each other. So the Gemara says, is this idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another. Rebbe came along. Different story. Rebbe came along, and Rebbe said, you are not permitted to insulate something called, it wasn't like you had this called Shabbos Chabura a couple of weeks back. The halacha is, there's an Isra on Shabbos called Hatmana. You're not allowed to insulate something. Now Rebbe came along and said, not only can you not insulate something to preserve warmth on Shabbos, you also can't insulate something to preserve cold on Shabbos. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that if we let you go ahead and insulate something cold, you come to insulate something hot as well. So the Gemara says, Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Yossi Abba. So Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel, Amar lefan of Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yossi. So Rabbi Shmuel Yossi came and he said, following before Rabbi, he said, Abba, so he says, Abba, my father Rabbi Yossi permitted one to insulate something cold. Amarlei, so Rabbi said, Kavar Hora Zakin. Oh, Rabbi Yossi paskin that way. The elder has paskined, nothing more to talk about. We're allowed to do it. So what do you see? Here? See how much the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loved each other. Either Rabbi Yossi Kayim, Hayakafov, Yosef Rabbi. So what do you see from here? If if Rabbi Yossi was alive, Rabbi Yossi himself would have been deferential in front of Rabbi. Tahar Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Yossi memali makom avosef haya hava via kafaf the Yoshev with Rabbi the Ka'amar kvar horazaki. So I say, even though Rabbi Yossi was deferential to Rabbi, yet when Rabbi heard the ruling of Rabbi Yossi, he deferred to Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara is painting a beautiful picture over here of Rabbanim who are deferential one to the other. So you see over here first, again, we started with our Gemara beforehand, that you see Reish Lakish being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir, called him a Pat Kadosh, a holy mouth, even though, again, Reish Lakish was just as great as Rabbi Meir. And I see over here Rabbi being deferential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi would have been deferential to Rabbi. Incredible. Amar Boshia, my Sid. So I say, where do we see this? So the Gemara is painting this beautiful picture of the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, Dafka of Eretz Yisrael, being incredibly deferential and respectful to one another. So the Gemara says, my Sid, what's the pasuk? What's the pasuk? Sid. V'ekach li shnei maklos. So it's actually very beautiful. This is a Pasuk in Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. This is a prophetic nation of Zechariah. I took from me two staffs. Le'echad karasi Noam. One of the staffs I called Noam. Le'echad karasi Chovlu. And the other I called Chovlu. Chovlu literally means damagers, right? Damagers. So when it says Noam, who's Noam? Ilu Tamidicham Sheretz Yisrael. This refers, or actually Chovlu is like a Mechabel. He's a terrorist. The Noam, who is the pleasant one? Elu Tamidi Chacham Sheba Eretz Yisrael. This refers to the Torah scholars in Eretz Yisrael. Sheman imin zeh lo zeh b'halacha. They're pleasant to each other in halacha. They're pleasant to each other. Chovlim, who are the terrorists? Elu Tamidi Chacham Sheba Bavel. This refers to the Torah scholars in Bavel. Shemachablim zeh lo zeh b'halacha. That are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halacha. So such a fascinating distinction here between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Bavel. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loving, deferential to each other. The Rabbanim of Bavel, literally again beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. The Yomer Elai, so this is Yomer Elai. Eila shnei b'nei hayitzar ha'omdim. Ushnayim is Allah Yitzhar. So we'll say, what is this prophetic mission? So again, this is also Zechariah. Amr Yitzchak. So again, it says these are the sons of the olive oil, of the olive. It's referring to olive oil. First, to Eila Tamid Chacham Sheretz Shinoch and Zela Zebad Hashem and Zayis. Right, olive oil is a reference ultimately to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. Olive oil is smooth. It could be sweet. These refer to one of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again who are kind to one another in halacha. Verses two olive trees. The olive tree, the olive leaves, on the other hand, is bitter. So that refers ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Bavel who are bitter to one another. The Essa Inai, so we'll say it's this distinction between the Rabbanim and the Rabbanim of Bavel. So we do not have time for it today. Shmuel, the second child of Rabban. And the second child of Rabban is the Rabban of Bavel. The second child of says is very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Yisrael. That they're about being the land that has a greater intensity and a greater connection to the Ribono Shel Olam that fundamentally changes who and what Rabbi is saying. Any person who has ever been Zoka to step foot on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael knows this. The moment, right, you're on the flight and you see the coastline of Tel Aviv as you come in, there's something that changes inside of you. There's something that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come into the airport and you see that, like Mashiach was over there, right? And you see that, and there's fundamentally changing in you. Yotzos, Ruach Bekanfeim. So these were really like malachim, but they looked like women. Like the wind was under their wings. Ulahina Kafayim Kekanfe HaChasida. They had wings like the Chasida bird. Batisana HaEfa, Ben HaShamayim U'Bein HaAretz. When they lifted the Efa, so again Rashi points out the Efa is the Yitzhahara between the heaven and earth. Va'omer ala malach hatov Rabbi Anahema Olichos HaSa'ifan. He said to the malach, where are they taking the Efa? Vayomer Elai Livnos La Bayis Be'eretz Shinar. We're going to build the home in Eretz Shinar. So we'll say, so it's just to understand the vision. So you see two angels, they look like women, they have wings like the Chasida bird, they're lifting up, they're taking the Ephah. Rashi says Ephah is the Yitzhahara. And where are they putting the Ephah? In Eretz Shinar. What is he talking about? I'm going to go Zu Chanufa. These two angels refer to Chanufa. So we'll say Chanufa is like false flattery. Chanufa is rough. Arrogance. Sheyardu Labalo. Both of these traits came down to Babel. So the Gemara says, "Gasas Rach Babel." Is that true that arrogance came to Babel? Amar Asara Kabin Gasos Yardu Laolam. 10 kabin of arrogance came down to the world. Tisha Elam. 9 of them came down to Persia. 9 of them came down to Persia. The Achas Kala Olam Kulo. And one was dispersed amongst the rest of the world. So what's it say? See if arrogance came to Persia, not the Babel. The Babel Nachas Vishtaruli Vishtaruli came down to Babel. From Babel spread out to the neighboring areas. Like an Ami Siv, Nosla Bayis Baris, Shinani. Okay, so the verse from vision. There's this vision of two malachim, or these two angelic is representing flattery. They have wings, right? They have wings. Because flattery, right? There you go. You're transporting the Sahara to, again, in this case it was Persia or Babel. That's where arrogance is flattery from. Ramanah, similar to Ruach, Anius the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, Anius the Babel Nafis. The Gemara says, 1 second, he's singing, it's fascinating. He's singing a sign for arrogance is poverty. It's poverty. They're going to say, what's the sign for arrogance is poverty? So it's simple level that sometimes the person who is so arrogant thinks that work is doing for you. So there's something interesting happens if you think work is doing for you, which is you don't make money. So sometimes you might say, for 1 second, but I knew it's the bottle of this, but if poverty comes to bottle, where's mine? What does that mean? I'm this cola. The first step, not necessarily material poverty, but rather against spiritual poverty. They said, a whole son of Kana, which are dying in law. I'm going to be open on Elaine, which is Persia. Shazaksa Limo, or Zaksa Limamit. Even if Persia was the first, there was much Torah that was learned there, but ultimately, again, they did not have the ability to convey Torah at all. My Babel, what's Babel? I'm going to be open on Belula B'Mikra, Belula Mishnah, Belula B'Talmud. Ultimately, again, it's mixed in. There's Torah there, there's Mishnah there, and there's Talmud there. The Machshakim Moshivani Kinese Olam. So literally again the Apostle over here quotes the idea from Echa. So in the darkness I have been led, like the dead of the world. This refers ultimately again to the meaning of the dynamic that's unfolding over here. So on one hand, what you might think of is a tremendous picture, this dichotomy between the Torah of Eretz Yisrael and the Torah of Babel. Right? That Talmudim from the Babel are abusive, are abrasive, is arrogant.
What up, big dog? How are you?
Yet there's serenity, there's kindness, and there's serenity, kindness, and spiritual relation.
I'm
then it's
just like
fascinating to see that how Talmud Bavli becomes the more authoritative source of Talmud, more than Talmud itself. That's fascinating. So let's say what you see from here is that sometimes in order to be able to arrive at emes, to be able to arrive at truth, so sometimes the media that you need is not kindness.
Let's do, Chi Boy.
To arrive at truth, the media that you need is a strictly offensiveness. So that's what you see this by the way, right? So when there's kindness, when everything is just about
GM, what's new, big dog?
So you can't find kindness because everything is endless. And nothing is endless. And that's something to be able to find what truth is, to be able to know what it is. And the ability to say, no, you're wrong, and you're right, and I'm right, and you're wrong, or I'm wrong, and you're right. And it can't be that it's so many beautiful show, yet again, not that humanity that allows us to arrive at the truest for us. Because what total us and kind of sometimes requires a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of abrasiveness to be able to kind of stop the not honest, to be able to get the true honest. All right, so much more to say on this. Mishnah. On the low. We actually go to this on the dollar. On the low. Neman alai abba. Let's see, we're going to show you the right? And then it says, you know what? I am willing to accept my father or your father as a judge. Both things agree with this. Or Neman alai shoshalai bakar. Or I'm willing to accept the basis of these shepherds. So that the shepherds would not be part of that. But Mayor only Yochalatz about, and Mayor says that even after he makes this decision, they can retract. They can retract. They'll come and say, no, any
What'd you say?
Once you finish the process, that's it, you remain committed. So again, let's say again,
Yeah, I'm busy right now, big dog. I'm right now, big man.
Holding up for safety. Let's say yes, you know what? Come over to my house.
Okay, come back a little later.
Which is much less severe. So again, Rabbi Meir only Yochalatz about, right? Rabbi Meir said that she could retract. She would say no, you can watch this for a days. Come say no. Once you get to a process, you know Yochalatz about. You cannot go ahead and you cannot retract, and you cannot retract once you finish. Okay, so I'm not doing very good now. So probably I'll read the touch. So what's the case? What's the case? So going back to the first thing, and Reuben says, you know, I'm willing to accept your father or my father as a judge. And if both parties agree to that, that's not obviously what would be possible. Rabbi says, not when is this? When they're accepting your father as one of the tribunal of three. They're accepting him as part of the basin. And the Shlomo Moses, the Machaloch. Again, where's the Machaloch? So the Machaloch ultimately again is a piece of what we call Machaloch. What's Machaloch? This is actually says Reuben is coming to Shimon, and Reuben says to Shimon, you know, if I go ahead and I use the base, I'm hereby most of the property that is in your possession. So since Shimon already earned, so therefore again, it's almost as if they're both very good. Rashi, Machaloch, he told Bea, I'm the mitzvah, so if the bird, the same for the claimant. If I win with him, ultimately again, I'm mochel back into possession. Awesome coming out of Laxer. In that case, that the litigants cannot retract everything. Zofa said the Mashgiach, so to speak, has already partially acquired the item that's in his hand. About the essence of the but if again the claim is that if I lose the case, I will give it how called Yochel Laxer. Everyone agrees that halacha myself. There is the ability to go ahead and you tell them. Yochanan says, no, I'm going to bet on my focus. Even if he says, okay, that's also my focus. It's also my focus. They buy the book, and Yochanan about, so then that's not going to defend the but in the case of Machalocha, everyone agrees that neither party could rely upon the structure. Things change my focus. And either way, there's my focus. The Rabbi said, Machlokes is when the case is where I will give you. How about the Machalocha, where there is Mechila, in other words, where the party, let's say again, it says to Shimon, if I lose, you can keep the item that is already in your possession. Divrei HaKol, in your Halaksar both. So, if you say the following, the focus is only in the case moving About the Machalacha, but again, essentially, is allowed onto the item, give the accuracy, the framework. So Rav Damakatalan makes sense. Bein Vizu Machlokas, Machlokas, whether it's Eking or Machalacha, Rav Damakanan, who is Rav holding like, who is Rav Hamid in Nafshi Kama, Rav would be espoused in his own position now, allowing himself in any of the affirmations. Say Sirach about Dafna Rava, Hayachai, Vachanero Shua, Va'amrlo, Jazi, Vachai, Rashecha. Listen, now let's see back to the mission. So again, remember, just to appreciate what it is that's unfolding over here. The mission is introducing us to a legal concept. Legal concept is, and actually, if both parties agree, compromise the legal framework for the resolution of their issue, they could do that. For example, Reuben and Shimon come face it. Reuben says to Shimon, you know what, I like your father. He's like a smart guy. I agree to submit to a tribunal, to a Bezdin, even though your father sits on that Bezdin. And normally, if Shimon's Bezdin, Shimon's father's on the Bezdin, what's the halacha? It doesn't work. He's a Torah. But the Mission introduces us the idea that if they both agree to the process, then halacha it works. Then the shaila becomes, can either party subsequently renege on that? That's the focus. Can either party subsequently renege? That's the shaila. That's the shaila. So it says that's not focus. Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Meir says that he can't renege. The Chum say he can't renege. And then the shaila becomes, under what circumstances can the renegation? I don't know if that's weird, but can the renegation occur? Okay, so that's what we're doing over here. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, so then Oshmin Ashua and engagement. And he says, you know, just come over to my house. You can swear to me in my house. So then what's that? And then Rameir says, Rameir says that Shimon can say, you know what, I changed my mind. Come to Bezdin and do the shua. Come say, in your Halatzah. Come say, no, he can't mind on the base. I'm not talking about a case where, again, the shua would essentially exempt Shimon from payment. And therefore, the Holy Kamapala. This is a case of forgiveness. And therefore, again, that's why it's in the track. Whereas laws, I think but also I know some like this. And also, this can also be a case of where, again, the financial issue was taking the law and then taking property that is a case of taking the law. I have a similar ratio. I told her the dash activity. What about the case? Talking about two different cases. One is the case ultimately, again, a total disaster. That would be the case of Abba and that would be false. And ultimately, again, what is talking about total disaster? That's the halacha of the life. Again, that's the halacha of the life. Again, that's the case where it depends on the relationship. So, three parts. What was this of the case of Abba and Abba, where it's taught from the American must be 100 days. The American should be tracked. She's alone. God is not. And to the beautiful of the involved. The other name I got to Holodas Hatzmo, and the case of Holodas Hatzmo, Uma Modi Rat, and ultimately made right where we do it. The actual boss was the other case, I apologize. I know again, so I apologize. But again, Allah for the myself, which cases do we allow retraction cases or we don't retract? So essentially, we'll have to stop over. I'm going to record the rest of this gap in the section of the first Shabbos, there's a fighting chance. So I think that's what we're so let's just understand what we're walking. What we're walking is establish a reality. The reality is that I for myself, two parties to fighting what we call the customary legal process, which allows them to use legal mechanisms which would normally be invalid for use. Right? Like using a relative as a diamond, or like the shua outside the face. Those things can be done. It can be done. However, what's the shaila? The shaila is, can either party subsequently retract or not? That's the message. So the mayor says yes, right, or we can't do better. The mayor says yes, but come and say no. Then the focus becomes what? Under what circumstances can, according to the mayor, who says you can retract, you're right, you can retract your allegiance to a compromise. Under what circumstances can you retract? And you're touched on for the rest of the 20 Sorry, you're not. What's that? Good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning should be thanked. Our annual commentary sponsor for Caption Page and Year 5785 of Folks Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. Again, to look over the Shiurim and Drashos for this year, as is a chus for the Son of Stolons for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves Havarim, we're told with the Kelman family, the memory of Amit Ben David Levy, Zichron Yisrael, the brother of Itai Levy, a great and holy soul who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our weekend learning sponsors, Giuseppe and Church Daniel Yudi Mishmas, and Zabit Chach Yisrael, and the fall of Noah, Yosef, Zichron Yisrael, Warfare in America. All our time Torah, all the Shamas who have an all the families in the Kama, all those who need their food, traveling, and calling for the Yisrael, the virtual Shemia for Shemia home.
Yo, what up, Aztec?
The college will allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the whole Maaseh Day.
Just streaming, dog. How about you?
All
right, well, welcome. Are you in the Big Steppers community? Are you in the Big Steppers community?
Which is the third one. Actually, we just started about it.
All right, well, join it. It's discord.gg/big steps. BIGSTEPPAS.
And the higher the position you occupy, the more intense your grooming habits have to be in order to present well. Or to present both the general habits. So it's like, just thinking about this yesterday, that this is also in line with the theme that we discussed last ago, that in general, people form their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. That's we like to say that we're not judgmental. We're artificially judgmental.
Pardon me, big dog?
Our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, Kadosh Baruch Hu understands this. What Halacha says is that the greater the position that you occupy, the more you must be able to command the leadership of people. So the kid has to be groomed, the coin has to be groomed, the head yard has to be groomed. Now, obviously, your station will depend on what those the last thing you left off with was that a regular coin. And that's why, by the way, you begin to see this. As the Gemara says, there any Talmid Chacham who walks around with a stain on his clothing,
okay, I was doing something.
What's the logic? Because when a person sees a Talmid Chacham is the ambassador.
Yep.
So if you represent God, you better dress the part. So therefore, the Kohen,
you got it, big dog.
The Kohen has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days.
How's your day going?
So the Lord is talking about the 69 man and Stam is either
excellent. Hey, get in the shield space. We're doing a shield space. Shift is hosting it. Search Shill and Chill in Twitter Spaces. Yeah, Twitter space. Come to the Twitter space. It's in the search Shill in Twitter Spaces, and you'll see it. Shill and Chill. It's got 700 people in it.
But now that it says para, we would say like this: there should be a growth. Should be a growth. The Kohen is supposed to have hair, but the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it in a wild or uncontrollable way. So let's think, and then again, you go in there, not throw in there. You add in there the zero shava of para to nazir. Teaches us that just like stam naziris is 30 days, so the Kohen cannot allow his growth is his hair to grow for longer than 30 days. So I said, now listen to this. You must be healthy. If this is the case, so now what we've established is that a regular Kohen is obligated to get a haircut once every 30 days. If that's the case, the Gemara says something very interesting. Why did you say that even now? Even now, in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, a Kohen should be obligated to cut his hair once every 30 days. Now listen to this. Dunya diyayin. It should be the same thing as wine, because after all, I said this is actually fascinating. The Gemara says, "My yayin is diya." Sorry, dunya diyayin. So let's say. Now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, of shtuya yayin, right? You cannot do the avod under the influence. That's halacha. Now, remember, what's the definition of under the influence for avod for temple service purposes? Orvius. Not even drunkenness. A Kohen can drink a orvius of wine while doing the avod. If he drinks a orvius, which is not a lot of wine, 3.5 ounces. 3.5 ounces. He can't do the avod. So
yeah, big dog.
My yayin is my beer.
Doug, do you know what the word chill? I mean, not being a smarty pants. I'm just saying, like, chill. And you should see it.
So remember, when is there a prohibition to drink wine? When is there
like 300 people in it? It's called and chill. Followers Web3 marketing request.
Groups are split up into moros, right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. So halacha l'maisa again. Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So the Gemara says the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine is mandio. So
yo, Aztec, do you have a link tree? Do you see it? It's the one with shield or shift.
Is not on call, but it's not his shift. He's allowed to drink wine. Once again, we've actually seen this Gemara again, but it's so direct.
Do you have a link tree?
Rebbe Omer Ani. This Rebbe says,
yeah, link tree. Okay, why not?
They should be forever prohibited to drink wine. Now, what's here?
Okay. You need to make a link tree. And do with marketing yourself. It puts all your media on one site.
So listen to this. So let me translate it for the context. So the beginning of the verse is like this: a Kohen who knows which Kohen it's from, and who knew when his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, he also to drink wine during what would have been his death. He says, "Calls Afmakir Mishmartov the Inomakir also also Shas Inomakir Lo Mishmartov Lo Mishmar Beisav Sham also Mishmar Sham."
Okay, excellent. Get a link tree, big dog, and I can help you. It's free.
And the Kohen would to know his exact Kohanic family, to know when his Kohanic family, what shift, which week his family would serve in the Beis Hamikdash, and out of that week, which day. That Kohen is ushered to drink wine on that day. If he doesn't know which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do we think? So the Rebbe saying is that Kohen cannot drink wine at all. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about, again, in Eretz Hashem, Mashiach is going to come. the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that coin is going to be activated for instantaneous service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avodah. So essentially what Rebbe is saying is, if you do, now again, so just understand, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishmar you're a part of, which shift you're a part of, and what day of the week your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is going to be problematic for you. But if you don't know your family and you don't know your shift, then you don't know when you'll be activated. Mashiach could come at any time. The Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt at any time, and a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rebbe says, Kohanim can't drink wine. It's wild. It's wild. But watch this. Abama asked him, he says, what can I do? Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine presently. Look at that. Look at that. This actually says, ready over honey.
Okay, we'll join it.
Okay, so even if a coin does know, even if a coin does know his family and his shift.
Okay, join the shift, join the space. When this space is over, come back here and I'll help you. Okay, good. You need a link tree. Do you have a link tree?
Maybe we'll activate a brand new service in here. Okay.
Create that and come back, and then I'll help you more, okay? Excellent. I love your name, Big Dog. Aztec is cool. You're welcome, Big Dog. So create your link tree. Create your link tree. When you're done, come back here. Okay, excellent.
So עכשיו משתמש יין עולם, ולא חייש שמה יבנה פתאום. She says, Rebbe says, we're not coaching, but the basic. And if there's just no suddenly, understand what's happening over here. Rebbe says, really in a vacuum, Kohanim should not be able to drink wine. It's not as a chosen wine. That's what the possibility. And it's really relatively, and the order of Kohanim services is going to be regulation, which is that I would imagine most Kohanim, all Kohanim, are going to be today. They're going to be telling us as a result of generations that are part of. So therefore, what do we need? So really, Rebbe says, in reality, Kohanim should be able to drink wine. So what should we do? He says, what should we do? He says, that the very takana for this is the disrepair. In other words, what Rebbe says is, we're not concerned, but the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So once this is just understand, I just want to point out what's unfolding here. What's unfolding is some activities dramatically, or two schools of thought. There's one side that says, the rebuilt is everything. And then for Kohanim, have to be on guard, you have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim should drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility is one school of thought, which is that we're not coaching for instantaneous rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand that there's two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. So as a youth who live in a constant state of like immediate preparation of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like this just happened. I get the Lashon over here is the Lashon of the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yifana Pitoh. Pitoh is what? Pitoh is what? Suddenly, immediately, suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula, it's not something that I do wrong. I don't believe in what we call Geula Pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So again, even if the Mashiach comes today, like a Hakilo, that's called Daka Shiyavo, and I will go to Mashiach every moment will come. A Hakilo, they call Yom Shiyavo. It's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Gula is only instantaneous or immediate Gula. Sudden Gula, it's a process. So just understand, this is here, this machlokes is playing out from a halakhic perspective. Right? The Kohen drink wine, not wine, but just from a hashkafic perspective, how incredibly profound this is. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara in the 12, so that now, no one says, therefore, I believe Kohen can go out and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Chayish Shema Yibana get home. Rebbe says, I'm not concerned that the base Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So because of that, Kohen can drink wine. Apparently, the Rabbanan disagree, and the Rabbanan said, no, the base Mikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and therefore Kohen can drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam, so now remember, Hassam, I need time in the Yibana Mikdash. If I hear Kohen already, so therefore, the Rabbanan hold, L'chiyah Yibana HaMikdash. What does the Yibana HaMikdash mean? That the base Mikdash could be rebuilt quickly and suddenly, and therefore, Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore, a Kohen can't drink wine. So listen, just to understand how profound this ideological machlokes is, Rebbe, Yeshema Yibana Pithom Lo Chashinon, we're not concerned with this when we go suddenly. The Rabbanan, we are concerned with this when we go suddenly. The Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, just the opposite. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can I use what you call Rabbanan? But if that's the case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every 30 days as well. Just to be ready, out for personal grooming. Halka after the separate aisle. So again, haircutting is not a big deal because even if the base Mikdash is suddenly rebuilt, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hassam not the upper that I important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal either. Why? Because what happens if the Kohen drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what do you need to do? Just take a nap.
Appreciate your voice and understanding. Telling the truth is actually the best thing you can really do out there. I think that it really does show a big impact, especially I think I kind of picked up on a lot of things, especially in this race. It's just like I kind of just got into it, talking with you everything. And I'm here, I ended up here with over 28,000. I'm about to hit like over $30,000 coming a little bit here soon, this couple of weeks. And I'm super bullish. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have all these people around me with connections and showing how to grow. I mean, when I started off this app, I didn't have no connections, nothing, and I just had to learn from basically surfing the dirt. And I had to work my way up just to build a big empire where I'm at right now. It kind of just takes a lot of skill and risk and performance to show how much time and effort and put myself out there. That's the reason why I'm here in the first place. Is all because I just kept my focus to my dreams. That's why. Yeah, here again, that's it. That actually, I see Rabbi. I see the first that
Thank you for the opportunity, Shift. If you haven't done so already, please join the Big Steppers Discord. It's the best Discord in Web3. I live in there. It's a wonderful team. That's where all our leadership stays. That's where you make the best connections. That's where you can positions. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic more than 4 years. We've seen the birth of AI, the coronation of, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother, a real Truman Show. This is a time capsule or a timeline in development. This is the biggest event in global history with you eventually. You all should that data has over petroleum as of 2018, according to the Economist magazine, as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived online than any person ever, which is going to make me an extremely influential individual. And when I go viral, I'm going to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to know, in addition to streaming my life for world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I dare you to search my name in any social media. I dare you to search hashtag Bible Rabbi anywhere on the internet, and you'll see more content than you've ever seen. I dare you to look at my YouTube streams. The links are in my profile. Please look at my link tree. I have the largest link tree of any person you're ever going to find. I have more social media than any person, and I'm using it for good. Big Steppas and Rabbi Rothschild are going to the top, and you guys are on the ground floor of something great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let's go.
Yes, bro, yes. And I do want to get onto the topic of like how space wants to learn how to connect guys. You know, you can find out no, I think that connecting isn't just
Yo, Aztec, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. I was on this page, man.
Did you hear me, Shill?
Yeah, I heard you, sure. Yeah, I heard you, sure.
Excellent. Okay.
It's all about COVID and job. Yeah, streaming for the past 4 years. I heard everything.
You're the man. Excellent, big dog. Okay. I'm gonna join this Discord. I want you to send me a message, and I'm gonna send you an example of what I want your link tree to look like. And then from there, we'll teach you how to use AI to make videos. It's really easy, and they're really good. And then we're gonna go through all your stuff. So I'm gonna help you to become successful. All right, I'm joining this Discord. Do you see this account that just joined? It's called Captain. I'm waving right in front of it. It's called Captain. I'm waving in front of it. Do you see it? Do you see this account I'm waving in front of it?
I'm trying to. Is there a speaker what?
Is there what?
You are directing me to do something.
Yes. I want you to send this account a message. It's waving at you.
Your account a message. Send you a message.
Excellent. Good job.
Where do I message? Message.
Wait, I don't see it now.
Trying to message.
I thought you said you sent me a message.
I'm trying to find.
Okay. So click on the red square with my face on it. The one that just joined, called Captain. I have 3 accounts in here. One of them does not have the camera on. Do you see that one?
I see.
Excellent.
I see it.
Excellent. Hold it down and send it a message. What up, dude?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
You said I should hold it down and send.
Or just click it and press send message.
Wow. Okay.
Please let me know when you send. Hello, Zoo. Just one moment, Zoo. Please let me know.
I'm fine. Okay. I'm thinking it's not working. Okay, I've seen it. Let me listen to it now. Okay. I just sent you a message.
Excellent. Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sending you what I want your link tree to look like.
I should send you my link tree.
It's not done. Tree is not done yet. Look at the link that I just sent you.
Okay.
But go look at it.
Okay. Let me copy this. G is a lot.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. That's a lot.
Yeah,
Website, Gmail,
that's
Telegram, YouTube.
That's what you want yours to look like. That's what you want. That's what you want yours to look like. Because then, when you go into someone's space, you're no longer going to be, hey everybody, I'm Aztec GM. I want to let you know that I'm a reply guy. I'm a Web3 curator. I'm a community leader. None of that does anything for you. That's just wasting people's time. Everybody does that. What you can come in and say is, Hey everyone, I'm Aztec. I want you to know that I'm the best marketer, not just on Twitter, but on all of social media. If you partner with me, I'm going to post your stuff not just on Twitter. I'm going to post it on YouTube and Linktree and LinkedIn and Reddit and Imager. I'm going to post it everywhere. You get 20 times the engagement that you normally would get from another person. I'm the best social media person that you're going to get, and it's all free. So what you do is you reach out to me, you tell me what you want me to do, and I'll post it on all my social media. I have a proven track record of success. Every project with which I've done business has come back to me. Their friends have come to me, and I want to help you too. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. I want to be able to say. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like this, Aztec, and I know you get it. But it's like right now, you have to dig a hole. That's your goal. And right now, you're using Twitter to dig the hole. That's one shovel. That's it. With all the social media, it's 20 shovels. And it also gives people 20 different opportunities to be able to contact you to ask you to represent them and do business with them.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Aztec. Aztec, I love you. Yes, it does. So I'm here to help you. Here's the plan. I don't want any money from you now or in the future. I don't want money. I just want to help you. So here's what we're gonna do. And don't ever spend any money. If don't spend any on any premium anything right now. I don't want you to ever have to do that. You do everything for free. Everything I do is for free. So what you're gonna do is
Wow, thank you.
absolutely. But what I mean is, I don't want you to go to Linktree and you're like, oh, it's $9.99 a month. Sure, they have premium tiers and stuff, but don't do that. Just do the free one. And what you're going to do is put all your links in there. Once all your links are in there, I'm going to get you a business logo. You're going to put that business logo on all of your social media. It's going to be unique to you. It's going to be really nice. Then from there, I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You may say, well, I already know how to make memes. It's cool, but I've never seen one of your memes. And a way that you can use memes, and then when you're done with them, in the corner you put your link tree so that people know who made it, and then they can come to you for business. Then I'm going to show you how to use Sora for free to make videos for projects. And what you do is you get you see somebody's having a launch, and you say, let's say the launch is called ABC Coin. You say, hey, ABC Coin, I don't know if you had the opportunity to see, but I made you a video. I put it in your purple pill. Please take a look at it. And then it's going to have your name in the corner. And so everybody knows where to go to for that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get your shield down. You notice when I did mine, you heard it's called an elevator pitch or a pitch. It's like, it's really tight and it's exciting. And I know what I'm doing. I want you to be able to do the same. Every single person in who I've heard so many people from certain areas of the world, and they all have the same way of promoting themselves, and it's boring, and it's not any different than anybody. GM, everybody, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. My name is XYZ. I want you to know that I'm a reply guy. I have a lot of reach. I have the ability to be a community manager, and I'm a graphic designer, and I'm someone who is a Web3 guru. Please reach out to me in your DMs. Everybody says that. Everybody. You've heard it. You've heard people say that before, right? You've said it yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're gonna make you exciting. Notice when they called on me, I didn't waste anybody's fucking time. I just got right to the point. And that's what you want to do too. Because when you get right to the point, they'll see your name and they'll say, oh, Aztec is here. He's really exciting and he doesn't fuck around. He comes in, tells me what he wants, and then he leaves. That's what we want. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. And by the end of the week, you may have people, you're going to have applied to some jobs, and you may have people reaching out to you to have you work on their projects because you're going to be a better marketer than they are. You're going to say, of course I can be a reply guy. That's very easy. Of course I can like your post. That's very easy. Of course I have a team that can help and get your project out there. But what makes me different is everybody else on here is just doing it on Twitter. I'm going to do it on every social media platform. You've never heard a reply guy say, I'm going to post your project to YouTube, the second biggest website in the world, but I'm going to do that. Google is the biggest website in the world. YouTube is the second biggest platform in the world. And frankly, Web3 isn't really using it. And I understand it. I get it. I get it. And Aztec, you're not doing this. You're open to it and you see the light. I get some people who come in here and they're like, but you have to understand that I don't see anybody doing this. I don't see anybody marketing like this. And it's like, yeah, are you employed right now? And they're like, no. And I'm like, have you done other projects before? And they're like, yeah. And I say to them, did those people come back and rehire you? And they're like, no. And I'm like, there's a reason. Because all you did was repost their shit and like it and maybe have a couple friends do the same. What we want you to do is be all over the internet. When I don't know what you charge. Let's say you charge $10 a post, okay, or whatever, or $100 a day, whatever your rate is. You're going to say to people, I'm going to get you 20 times the interaction that you normally would get, and it's going to be across many different platforms, and those platforms are just as strong, and some of them are stronger than Twitter is. Nobody else is going to do that for you. I'm going to post your project to Reddit. Nobody else is going to do that to you. You have to understand, Reddit is a high net worth. Some subreddits are very high net worth. And I'm going to post your project there. Now, we'll work through that Aztec so you know how to do it and they look really good. But I'll teach you how to do it with ChatGPT. And then you're going to have the ability to change people's lives and you're going to be able to change your own life. And all these other people who you're going to hear in these spaces say, Jim, I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador and all the other bullshit that they say, you're just going to laugh at them because you're going to say, you know what, I used to be that guy. I used to be that guy who just thought all I had to do was hit the reply button and the repost button and the quote button and press the like button on a few tweets. And then I go back to them and I say, where's my money? I used to be like that and it didn't work very well. What works really well is I go in with confidence into a Twitter space. And like I was in front of hundreds of people when I did my show. And you're going to be able to do it the same with that much confidence. And people are going to be in your DMs for projects. That's what you want, right, Aztec?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for exactly.
Absolutely.
Currently now, no job at the moment, and I figured I was doing something wrong. Maybe this is probably it. I think I was doing a lot of things wrong because I was only building on my ex and maybe on TikTok a little bit, but I've not explored other places at the moment.
Exactly. And that's totally fine. You're not alone. A lot of people feel like, well, everybody who does anything on Web3 is just on Twitter. But they don't think that, you know what? Those people are on Instagram. Those people are on Snapchat. They're on Reddit. They're on Imager. They're on Flickr. They're on many different platforms, and I can help these people. In addition to just having good posts and quality posts and things, Aztec, you're going to help these projects rank up higher on Google, and that's what they want. When somebody types in ABC project, they want it to show up number one. The way that it shows up number one is to have strong social media for them. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. So you're going to be able to say, look, I am an SEO, that's search engine optimization expert. With my strategy, we're going to make your brand number one in Google. And it's going to get more engagement than you've ever seen. Of course, you're going to get a lot of engagement in Twitter. I want you to look at the impressions you've got right now. you're going to get more. But then you're going to get it on another 19 different platforms you didn't even know you could get. That's because what I do is I'm an outside the box thinker and I'm here to help you. I'm the best marketer in the world. I'm the best marketer for your project. You're going to get so many people who are like, we love your energy. I love this Aztec guy. This Aztec guy is different. That's what you're going to hear, and that's what you're going to like. And that's what you want. Right now, you're just a Web3 reply guy. We're going to turn you into a full stack social media manager. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, excellent. So Aztec, what you're going to do right now is you're going to create your link tree and make it look just like that. Now, I understand if you don't have a website, I get that. But you can put a Gmail in there and you can put, and if I were you, this is what I would do. You may already have an Instagram account. You may already have a Facebook account. That's all cool. Make a new Instagram account. Make a new Facebook account just for your business. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, makes sense. Makes sense.
Exactly, because you want to keep those separate. You'll use your current Twitter because it's a strong account, and you'll make a new YouTube account, make everything new, and make everything match. So you don't want to be like, oh, I'm Aztec123 on YouTube, and I'm Aztec541 on Reddit, and I'm Aztec789 on Imager. You just want it to be standardized the whole way. So if you have to be Aztec Web 3 or something like that, that's totally fine. Because at the end of your shill, you want to say you can find me on all social media platforms. I'm Aztec Web 3. I'm everywhere, and I'm here to help you. You can look at my link tree to get all my social media, and you can see the proven track record of success that I've had for other projects, and I'd like to do that for yours.
Wow. Let me get some. 5-year-old, she goes, can she watch your pee? Because she needs to see what a penis looks like before it's took the what? Yeah. What? She doesn't want the first penis that she sees to be the one going into her mouth. Yeah. Dude, why would she choose yours? Yeah. But that's what she said. She was like, why does it come out of that thing? And I was like, hold on, wait, she would watch your pee? I know. You gotta start with the story. Where have you been with it? Did you let her shake it off? No, but then she went to touch it. I was like, don't cross your line. What? How old is she? Hold on. Dude, I'm leaving because I don't think you need some children up here. You walked into someone's house. They said, needs to see you pee. Yeah. You said, cool. I said, yeah, okay. You said, oh, okay. The kid's 5. Something like that. Okay, and then you walked in the bathroom with a 5-year-old alone. You pulled your dick out, the 5-year-old child said, you're like, oh, watch this. What does this say? You're not going to believe what's about to happen? How can you do it like that? Something along those lines. And then she said, I can't get over the guy at the beginning saying, like, because it's not the first thing you put in my mouth. Like, so fucking add that to all the terrible things that people take out of comedians doing, like, okay. Who's watching this? Yeah, it's Ben Avery. The guy in the back, this is all things comedy. I can tell it's the ATC there. And the guy in the back, he's still the guy that does the producing. This is like from 30 years ago. Like, not that guy, the other guy that was on the Aaron or something. I remember him. He's not on screen right now. But yeah, I know. Nothing ever changes. It's always like this. Let's see. This is so puny with her actual words. And I was like, wow, I mean, that would. You're like, bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. How? Bend over, bitch, I'll show you puny. These guys are drunk or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm making excuses for them. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't like this. 5-year-old kid. Yeah. I can hear this story again. Oh, man. I don't know if she doesn't have puny ever. She knows what the word puny means. And she goes, what's all that stuff? She's trying to touch it. I was like, no. Wait, this isn't real. Those are barnacles. Did you slap her hand? It's hilarious. Did you slap her hand away? Or did you just... I just kind of casually bash it away. I was like, no. Wait, stiff under ice and stuff? And then you were like, not for 3 more years? Who can piss on him and grab at it? Were you just making eye contact with it all the time? Yeah, we guys look at each other. Look at what's going on, young lady. What was how did you end it? You guys hung or? I tapped it off. Was there pillow talk? Was there a more you know? I was gonna beat off this story. This is the credit, like when women say mention at podcasts, it's like all podcasts are like, this is what they're talking about. Is she like this? Wait 3 years until she's 8. Yeah, it cheapens us for even saying anything. I don't like it. Let's see here. 300 pages. Most of this one is called Chin Drunkenly Pointing Guns at His Food. See, this is awesome content. Yeah, we want more of this, dude. Clock 17. I like how his feet are in the picture still. What is he trying to say here? I don't know. There is some deeper meaning here. It's kind of like when Tony and the guy where he's smoking a cigar. How many podcasts does Boba have? 17, maybe. Oh, I need to file. You're trying to make me move to Austin? Oh, we're moving to Austin. He just has a gun in his hand. Oh, yeah, we're moving to Austin. He's threatening Shaw. He's smoking a cigar. You just don't see it. Yes, it's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I have. At least, like, the illusion of an adult, right? I like that. But they're like, nah, dude, gun, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking, I'm 45, I had 12 beers last night. My friends eat. They're like, I fucking show my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, where the fuck? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's see here. That's a promotion. Let's see. This is posted by psychic scientist Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the firearm industry maker. Tim Kennedy probably could have picked any other so it's just a bunch of negative comments. There are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been an ambassador
thought you were staccato. What staccato? I don't know. Damn, alright, well, he's getting gadooshted. That's funny. That's like his toes. It's a sandals company. Flops. I'll tell you that for Vegas. Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this, right? I don't think so. Let's see what this is. I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing to me of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year for Not Like Us. The entire crowd filled with pedos start lyricking, mimicking his lyrics. Lyricking. I mean, all of that was pretty redacted. I know. My buddy Kakuni here, filled with Graves' disease. He sounded like Vince McMahon. You're fired. Really? Yeah, the train wreck. Minor, they're all like minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor. It's interesting. It's so weird. So weird. It's read the room, y'all. Yeah, read the room. Oh, really, dude?
Allegations that the 40-year-old comic and actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Netflix series You actor once asked her for nude pictures, knowing she was underage.
Take that, fucking idiot. You dummy. Read the room, y'all. What? Let's see, this is posted by 12 Washing Beard, an all-time classic that still holds up today. I think we can go by That's facts. One of the years talking at the water cooler because it's in the other day. And also, shout out to whoever posted this because, like, dude, I mean, you just nailed it. Sick poster. Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out, like the Mexican flag, dude. The fucking cool tattoos. Yeah, it's a great fucking thing. Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been. Most by accomplished capper. 4690. Let's see what part that's on. Okay, why is it not opening? I would never say, oh, I don't think it's funny. It's so neat. Okay, let me phrase it like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny? Yes. He's very funny. Yes. Is your co-host funny? I think my even I'm funny. You didn't say that. Theo Vaughn Fighter Kid. You know, Fighter Kid's very funny. No, he's not. Oh, come on. Come on. That's great. Great moment. Never seen it. Let's see this one. In any facet, posted by Khabib Time. I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but continues to defend Bryce. Nuts. Let's see, this is Horror Nothing 9789. Miss Schwab riding in an electric car is a problem. Yeah, dude, I saw this one already. How are Ubers consistently awful at driving this topic? Go ahead, heavy on the brake. It's taking everything in me to not puke all over his lovely Tesla. Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars. That's why you want to do. Yeah, you're being on those things, you're fucking driving. Yeah, this is some pussy driving girls in a van. I think, yeah, he's got the mask on. He's probably been vaccinated 1,000 times. Probably voted for Kamala 1,000 times. Even his ears, like, oh. He's not a fucking, he would last a day in Austin. Probably chance me. Nuts. Have you ever been to this? No, dude. I have. Really? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, dude, it's nuts though. I was in the first time. Not too recent. Oh, yeah. But I did when my.
Yo, how are you, big dog?
I was getting, like, when she was having me, like, the day I was.
You're one thing in my basketball game. Shit.
I think it's amazing.
I'm suing the Boston Celtics.
That's great.
Just like this. The trick bed. My dad was
How's
like,
the ice going on tonight?
yeah, you were delivering.
Yes, sir.
Always been a Porsche family post by Ford. I rolled down the thing they what's the thing they plop out? I don't know things before you bring them up. The tailgate. I rolled down the tailgate. Yeah. Horror Nothing 9789 posted this one. Always been a Porsche family. Exploits the streets of Texas. basically looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do. Yeah. I speak for all of California when I say good riddance. The graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for frozen by 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Shit. The tariffs. Yeah, gonna be bad news for Brennan. Yeah. Various Concept 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Dairy fight bandit. Damn, that's today, dude. Dicey. People are asking if we're gonna do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake. Nah, fam. Damn, but I'm excited for that. Yeah. It's one of the four of them. That's some other guys. That's Joey Diaz. He lost weight. That's nice. I forget his name. Bryson. It's Bryson. Matt, something. Sarah. Yes. Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Bowl. Oh, let's hear it. Okay, let's call the Super Bowl. Oh, he's saying ball. Hey, you're like some kind of European. It's a Super Bowl over the He's like a terrible Uber driver. What is under the Super Bowl? I went to Starbucks to get this new thing called a cortado. Hey, hold on. Yes, John, 13. He just found out what a cortado is. Just like you just found out what a face is. Just found out what a cortado is. It's the movie with it's the Dracula. Oh, is it that take place in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dracula. It's the Super Bowl. Hello, my name is Dracula. And I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. That's how you say it. It's like the black Dracula. Suck your blood out your neck, bitch. Shit. You ever see me in the mirror? No. Exactly. I love whores, deuces. I love whores. What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Brad, we gotta be honest with you. Like, a lot of the content making fun of you is doing pretty good. They show charts. They're like, all right, so this episode, me and Eric or Montez are gonna talk about how you say words wrong, and like we've researched and these are the bits that we're gonna try out. And Brandon looks at me and goes, "Genius, that's awesome. Let's do it." And Brandon's like, "What are you talking about? What?" And then they're like, "We're starting with Super Bowl." He's like, "No, come on." Eric was like, he said, "Terrible Uber driver. Why is Uber driver gotta be terrible? Just because I don't work wrong." Yeah. Eric is a little bit blockbuster. I'm on Eric's side, dude. You know, your Uber drivers have to work in. So where are we? America, dude. Speak English. All right, fair enough. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, Chipotle. Jeez, and you gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up with a wheat that's toast. Get a chicken ball or a burrito ball, chicken ball. Oh, same thing. Next story of Chipotle group senior. This is 2 months. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. How much worse in there, dude? They were charging, he's part of the show. They changed the locks though. Let's see, this next one is Chin's Insta story question mark. Joe Rain posted this. Just not real. Very funny. On scale, the Diet Coke though. Crazy. That is very funny. It is cool if he's doing that. Behind the scenes. Yeah, that's clear. That's all. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose. It's not real because there's no gun. Oh, legal age of go. Alright, clowns to leave for being a PDF file posted by Mike on the show itself. 7. Let's see. 10 to Estonia, guess 15, 12, 14, 44, you know. We're crystally location. Oh my god. Here, back in Estonia, my man's a gentleman. Not for me. Yeah. this Tony out here has a big gun or something. I took an edible and it didn't work. But then 30 minutes later, I was like, whoa, Jazz. Tony Hinchcliffe, fuck me. He does Brian Callen with the Stony accent. Oh, fuck. I told you this a long time ago. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, but I guess that's original in a way. Fusion dishes. This guy's face from Papa feels like he drops knowledge posted by a hot pot cinema. Yeah. And this could be like the thing that pops up. You got like the paperclip on the whole word. Like it could be like the paperclip. With this face. Yeah. Got a question? Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey Brendan, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. He's like, Donnie. Give it back. Dang, goodbye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, Salad Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interested 3 deals in 1 hour. So this is on Drive Fast Podcast. What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if we did a real estate bet. Yeah, that would be fun. I'm trying to work on my truck. My house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's at like real estate money, making it happen, and I don't know why I'm doing that voice for shop though. Yeah. I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million. Hey, I had to guys, can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast Podcast, you should have called it West Coast Choppers. Why? I don't know, just because it's, I don't know, I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast Podcast. Well, Rogan's Luke doesn't rate the Rogan hack pack. Wow. Let's see here. Attachment to Moggerby is a downfall, no. His show has turned into Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always been shit comedians. Skins and bits. That's hilarious. Hell yeah. Teach his own, I think, is probably the best comedians out there. Luke is a good guy. It depends on how numbers you count it or whatever. Only 250. Make me sick only writing peanuts posted by previous content 26 minutes. Wow, that's the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, call him out for his idiocy. Very stupid. Read the room, y'all. What room are you reading that, Brendan? That one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why he stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my god. Everybody here's a pedophile. I'll never do this in Showtime. I better bet on myself. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Postman. Upstairs, patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were out. We're talking about this. You don't look good. No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. The camera angles did not help. All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from. That's what he's trying to like. Not like. Is there a way to like not let anyone know that I caught my dick in something? And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please. He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, alright, fine. It's just stuck for you. I was like, look at the dick. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist. I might as well not have a dick. This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible and you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're really dead. Oh my god, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see. I present to you the 250 fucking suck me. Confidence Search 8648 posted this one. I'm glad somebody said that.
A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson.
I was around the fires. I was there. I blame the gays. That's who I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I see like all the houses on fire and shit. And you know what's crazy? You know what's still standing? Out of all the ash and the rubble and all the fire, what was still standing was brick chimneys. Why not make the house out of that next time? That ain't the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, let's keep going with Airplanes 200. Airplanes 200. And what is the deal with the black box? Tell me.
It's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box?
No happy Asian niggas. They all Asian as shit. Bad comedy funnier than good comedy strikes again. It's better to be not good. So take that if you're a comedian, thinking about being a comedian, start writing jokes about Asians. You know, their wife takes some Adderall. Hit up way too many women on Instagram. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's really fun. I was like, I told Cam said that like they should build the house up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand what he plays on because that I don't get it. Maybe that's just I don't know. That was like a whole one section I explained, and then he went into the break. I don't know why he blamed it on the case. I want to say I blame it on the Goonies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on I think he probably just did it because that like kills the host. It's just like that's really all you need to say. And the Goonies. And then like everybody there's like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. I'm going to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I know what a baby yesterday. Turns out he was yeah, maybe a rich. Austin just passed out for a second there when I said that. Posted by Danny Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a social media kid. Bryce is like some evil kid, and you know, I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War I, World War II, and Hitler in Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled. That's right, or he dropped out of school early. Point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just gotta be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said, but he knows that he said that knowing. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did isn't excusable. The beginning, I don't think what Schaub is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably not self-sufficient. So that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media. Because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse me. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe in Nazi crap. I read that. You know, what else? It's right. I think those are like a big moron to. So that's what's lacking from this one team. So I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He's a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media and. So this was like 3 hours before I came into the end. When I was so I used to be an NFT generation, you know, on the trade said did loads of rooms. I got loads of rooms. To be honest, I think when I did it again, I might have got 1 or 2 rooms to take this. I don't know how time passes, maybe over but I think it's one thing, it's a substance. But and I created a sort of worry in my voice. And then he said, "We're gonna end space. We're gonna go sort this out. I'm happy to call for me." I did it. So when they were talking to me, we made sure it was working properly. And at one time it didn't work, and again, and it did start working again. So it was nothing different. I did. It just, I don't know, it was just an element of being able to sit there and but whatever was happening at the time, was on my computer, music, or whatever. And then it started working. Well, when it starts working, it takes like half an hour to actually go and like the other ones. John Kanye. What Bryce is, he's in this bump. He's seen this brain. Kanye's like, how much we pay this brain, man? And he's the perfect storm of grown up, super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when he's seen online, it's really not super, it's not good. So he sees online, like the transgender stuff and pushing this, and, there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or
Yo, what up, Prince?
When he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the
I sent you a link on Twitter. I sent you the Restream link on Twitter.
Okay. Hey, dude, this is good. Okay, but you got to do more though. Where's Snapchat? Where's Kick? Where's Rumble?
Okay.
You need everything that I have on that template, okay? And you've got personal website on here twice. But it's a good start. But you need to get all of them on there, okay? All right, so go do that, and then we'll get to the next step, okay?
But it just adds to the market, it's just more that people do eventually just use us as liquidity. So to eliminate that, Corey went with Ethereum, and it has given obviously just a lot of different projects. I mean, Corey's fucking bullish as fuck. So it's a whole completely different ecosystem. It's gonna be great, guys. No PvP around here. I think it's gonna be absolutely awesome. But Dave, that monkey is fucking iron, dude. Yeah, just saying,
turned to shit. So he's just this byproduct of that. Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 acres on a UFC card and you are so pissed about it. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that. But the fucking just the idea of black acres, he can't handle it. Because they're black. There's no compassion. We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it. That's where you should have that attitude. You got to say that crazy shit. Most of them are running off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit and just be like, the kid is a product of the current climate we're living in. That's the face of it. Where do you get a head like that? I don't know. It's a Oracle store. I wonder if somebody was with him when he bought that head. They're like, is it? There's a gift. He's like, sir. Somebody trolling him. A homeless cat sent him out 10 right now. Wear this on the show, please. Damn, I'm really upset that no Antonio Brown moves. You think there would be maybe a good show? Maybe. Probably not the position. Post my confidence in case 48 weeks playing Bloomingdale, Minnesota. 10:30. Yeah. I felt so bad. I do. Let me tell you, Minnesota. That's,
You know what I was saying to me, Dale? I'm like, isn't that like a store? Maybe the city was named for when you said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play a money there. It's like, no, it's like, he has a shit that living dance. He's away from his shirt. He's folding pants. 122.
yeah, alright, kids, that's it. I'm tuning into the fight campaign myself. It's Joseph Roger with the so I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Okay, so this is B talks about kids. Posted by Waterstone, 1984.
Do you have any kids? God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode. I was waiting for this episode to think about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because I'm watching the 5-year-old man. Let's see. He was never saying anything bad about LA posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2-minute 38-second.
They were trying to bid some shit because he was going to do new material because Daddy has a little reservations back in Austin, and let's get real.
He said Daddy. Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
Because you can't have enough.
He was like, are you daddy or am I daddy? Who's daddy?
There's always a little bit scary. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't miss that way. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years. Don't get it twisted. You and I think I can speak for you. Like, we're not those guys that leave LA for trash LA. I like those.
Wow, this is going to this later, right now. It's not going to be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking beginning of every clip right there. Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude?
Yeah, I love it. There's a lot of great things. There's so many good things. I have to say, I just have an excited for all right now. There's so much changing. And then also the thing today, we'll do this podcast early, is that slam back comfy I've been working on since September. We gotta finish it tonight because I gotta drive 3 hours to the Johnson Valley, King Hammers. I'm gonna finish it tonight. I hit the guy up last night. He's like, we'll be run down.
He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, you know my brother Dave? And he never knew him. He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. Yeah, and so it's annoying. And that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. You know, we got that HVAC clamp. We gotta drive that up. It's finally done. Johnson Valley's gonna be a weather night tonight. Like, you know, right? What do you say? He goes, you're gonna hammers. What are you talking about? We're taking the shock valve. Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. And then you should be
Your wife, kids, you might be able to Also, I heard you said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one.
That's going to be the worst thing.
The boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will. Yeah. If I hate whenever I miss anything, I fucking hate it. Yeah.
And you want your trying to get it done.
We'll get it done with the squad. We'll get it done. She said it's all that. So it's just, I gotta drive it home. It well. I'm not over there.
Go ahead and just sign up to the selection. Yeah, just sign it. It's raining.
windshield wipers on. That's not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do it yourself. If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. I'm thinking. Not at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You don't have the mechanism then.
So we can do that now. Look, dude, some people that's what they're going to use.
Dude, that's fire. Dude, I actually have seen that one get pulled.
For that one, I sort of got inspiration from watching penguins, and I made sort of a little one that looked like the river, like it's like short costume, but I didn't like parrots, so I was like, nah, get it. So just narrowed it down to 5. How many more ones are left? There's still 3 left. 3 left. There's one in particular, like there's the best one, definitely. Nice.
Man, you're gonna make me worry about some more.
And it's hard to know because, like, when I look at genuine to giving yourself, like, the orders are different sometimes. There was one time when I originally did, and I swore, like, 4 different 4 ones again, like, the first, like, 4 words. So it was really random. But, yeah, I have to say, it was like, this election, like, last minute, because
That's really dope, man. That really is, man. I remember when we did the streams in 1980, I didn't bother to go and check where all the good streams were being considered. I thought it was pretty fair and like good that. So I just uploaded it, and I also uploaded it, shuffled it, and boom, I just started rinsing it like that. I had no clue what I did was.
I wish I forgot the first time I pressed the shuffle button and stuff. And I really wanted to plug it like it. I was so annoyed with this. So I love that. So bad. So bad. I don't really feel anything, to be honest. I feel like I'm only still hard to find because there's so many tricks, so many different names. That's why
What I guess the good thing is you know that update is taking.
yes.
So if you really wanted to, you could just go in and just update it for people even.
Yeah, someone shared their bugs and they had a program and glasses and the password was everything was fast and that's so it seemed to be just like getting shared to me it annoys me that I got to do it better, you know. So like I know there was like Sarah, I can take that hat off or change the glasses or change that for
Yo, what up,
Yeah, dude.
Joey Crypto?
Okay, just because we've been talking a lot, I want to say something that we're going to bring to the Solana Strays. We are going to bring an animated version to your Solana Stray that you guys will have to upgrade manually. We're still not sure, obviously, what type of fee we want to charge. I really don't expect more than 10% of the collection to be upgraded. But I think it would be cool. So if you guys seen the boosters has an animated NFT. When you go to their collection, they're moving, and I'm actually not sure if they're moving too. But man, can you imagine opening these little strays page and you see a few strays that are animated, and in order to get that, that's a upgrade. I think it'd be pretty cool because one, we're not promoting the collection. We're not flooding the market for our ecosystem. We still want to keep it fun and just really limited at the same time. So it's not really like a fundraiser for us, you know. We're not going to be making too much money off of the scene. We honestly just want to do something fun for you guys. But we're just really just paying for the labor because I'm going to have to do animations for each one of your guys' strays. I'm going to do really nice guys for sure. It's going to come out really good. We're still talking about it. But I think we are going to do it. I think we are. And it'll be something cool and just fun to bring to you guys. Something really different. Yeah, that's something I just wanted to tell you guys. It's an animated version of your guys' strays. You guys might just have fun. It'll make you want to do another one. It'll make you want to pick up a fresh one that you want to animate. If someone floors an animated one, you'll know how fast that gets done, man. But yeah, I think it'll be something really cool. And yeah, I just want to bring it up. Nothing too crazy. But let me see. We do have two new speakers here that I do want to go to. Deb, how are you, Deb? How you doing, brother? He's probably again on the slide. No worries. Actually, let's see who's behind the mic today. How are you? Appreciate you all. I'm not trying to be honest. Like, actually, I just woke up, and so I took a nap today and off, and I just jumped in, and I was like, okay, well, let me check to see let's see what's on Magic Eden. And so I was like, on Magic Eden, right now. That's why I got a message, but trying to see what everything's going for, what's going on, I'm looking at where the floor's at. Okay, well, haven't been here. How are you? We're doing pretty good, man. It's Wednesday, and Monkey Business was minting today, so we all got down on that. Have you seen them before? No, not yet. Not until later. Actually, yeah, dude. So, I mean, Boz is the one that's behind the project. He's a great guy. He's been supporting the streets for a little bit. He's been helping out the Soul Gods as well. We've seen those around. And, dude, you can, I say pick one up, dude. Great collection.
What up, big dog?
I think you can put it up top, but I picked up two myself, dude.
They might be pretty good. Hey, my friend, I'm in the middle of a call right now, so I can't talk about them. We might be able to talk about them later, though, okay?
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You didn't know. Just when you see me with my phone like this, I'm about to talk to these people, so I have to focus. But I want the Celtics to do well, and I think no problem at all. My apology to you.
And it's awesome, especially if you show up every day, and if you have like your name too, it's very unique. And if you keep that PFP, I'm sure you'll get picked a lot for giveaways and stuff like that. Dude,
Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Sure, brother, we gotta chill and chill today, so why not take it over?
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to 2001 to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube channels. You don't know anybody who's live on more than one YouTube channel ever. I'm live on 24 hours a day for the good of world peace. If you didn't know it, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. Look at my posted, pinned tweet. It's got a new video I'd like everybody to see. Additionally, you should be aware that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that's going to make me a very influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that your family and friends and you have generational wealth, and I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human development. This is a timeline of human history. And in addition to pushing for peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for them, and most importantly, desalination technology. Please, if you have the opportunity, join my Discord. I'm live 24/7. More than making you rich and peace and ending world hunger and all the other good stuff, you should just know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do to support anybody in here, or you just need someone with whom to speak, I'm always here for you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wow, that was amazing. That was a lot of information really quick. Well, first off, we are going on the big project ourselves, so I'm all for that. We're great people, dude. So, great introduction, great presentation. It's all there. You guys' video, it's all there. If you guys want to check them out, do you guys' research. But yeah, dude, that was really cool. It's actually cool to see people just come in here ready, you know. But yeah, that's awesome. Let's get Judd up here. I like that PFP. I don't lie. Let's get Judd up, bro.
Yo, what's going on? Chess, how you living?
Hello, hi.
What's good, son?
How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just that I'm glad you have been live on Sports.
100.
So I decided to join you live on Discord.
Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like to hear, my man. Chess, do you have a link?
LinkedIn?
Do you have a link tree?
LinkedIn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a LinkedIn. Maybe I can provide mine.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I edit on my profile.
It's in your profile?
Okay, let me see if I add it on my profile.
What's your username?
Chess 0476. But chess game. I comment over there. Can I?
Chess game 04.
Six.
What is your Twitter username?
Okay, let me check.
Just say it to me.
CH
CH E
SS
double S
0476.
0476. CHESS 0476.
Yes, CHESS Chess game, but in small letters. Chess the game.
Okay, chess game. You didn't say game. Okay, so chess game 0476.
Yes, not the word game, but chess definition of the word game.
Oh, so it's just chess 0476 on Twitter?
On Twitter, it's at Grand Chess. You have checked the Twitter. I'm in your inbox.
Did you send me a message on Twitter?
Yeah, sure, I did. Then you give me the link to your Discord.
Are you done?
Let me know, like, check here. Twitter.
Okay, what is your username on Twitter?
On Twitter, my username is at Grand Chess.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, I see you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, big dog.
Just because when I was in the press, I had to say that we run over 11 YouTube channels across different countries, different channels also across different media pages. But we have a YouTube channel for the Kenyan audience. That's it.
My whole life is for the Kenyan audience, my man. I have Kenyan people. My whole life is for the Kenyan audience. I have people from Kenya and other areas of Africa every day. All right, big man. Go to your inbox and look. I just sent you a link tree. I want you to make your link tree look like this link tree.
Okay, let me see.
Your time.
Okay, when I'm done, I'll get back to you.
Okay, a second.
But the link from my end from Safari seems to be broken.
It's not broken. I see it pulls up. Are you looking at it in Twitter?
Okay, let me try. I've tried another browser.
Okay, you don't even need to try browser. Just go to your Twitter and click.
I've seen it. It looks great.
It looks great, exactly. Do you see they have a Reddit and an Imager and an Instagram and a Facebook? They've got everything, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
That's what you want to do for yourself. I can tell you're a mature person. You make money. What you do is you go into spaces and you say, hey, everybody, I'm Chess, GM. I want you to know that I'm a Web3 guru and I'm a brand ambassador and I'm a community manager. And all of that is really great. But at the end of the day, you're just using Twitter to be able to market yourself. And what you want to do is be able to go into Twitter spaces and say, I'm Chess and I'm the best marketer on Twitter. You want to hire me because not only am I going to reply to your posts and comment on your post and mark your post and quote reply your post and all the other things with my team on Twitter, but on these other 20 media platforms as well. For the same price, you're going to get 20 engagement. I'm the best marketer on Twitter. I get repeat customers. I have a proven track record of success. My customers have their friends, and you want to use me as well. Send me a DM. Look at my link tree. You can see all of my successful projects. I look forward to doing business with you. That's what you want to be able to say, right?
Yeah, sure.
Exactly. So make your link tree look like that, and then send it to me. We'll review it. We'll make sure it looks good. And then from there, I'll free videos, really easy AI. 10 seconds to make them. They're really good though. And then I'll show you really good memes where you can put your link tree in the corner, and then we'll get your sales pitch really good, and then you'll be getting jobs by the end of the week. Sound
Yeah, sounds good.
absolutely. Shout out to Kenya.
Yeah, it has been dedicated being on this step,
Absolutely.
being live with you, learning a lot. In Kenya, early in the morning, I don't know where I can you are.
I'm in the United States.
Wow. I think right now it's at short, even kind of even short night.
Yeah, it's evening.
Yeah.
And I understand it's late there. And if you're like, Rabbi, I don't have time to make all these different accounts right now, I totally get that. But do it when you have time, and then come back to me with your link tree, and we'll view it. Now, here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to come back and you only have 3 made. I'm going to say to you, do you see there are like 20 on that page? You want to have all 20. And here's the big reason why. A lot of people are like, yeah, but like nobody's use Flickr or Tumblr or something like that. And that's fine, but you don't want someone stealing your name and impersonating you. Right? You don't want somebody to take your username. You want to have it on all the platforms. It just makes sense, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And it's going to be easy for you. All you're going to do is take whatever somebody posts on Twitter and then just put it on all these other social medias. You literally just have to copy and paste it, and copy and paste the caption, and then hit send. And then you're going to have boosted them 20 times what they'll normally get.
Okay, right. I have a question.
Wait.
On the link, is it free or is it on premium?
Oh, Chess, my friend. Everything I do is free. You're never to pay for anything with me, and I'm never going to charge you for anything. I'm here to be your friend. I should have said that though. Everything's free. I know you don't have any money. I don't want you to ever have to pay for anything. So yeah, everything's free.
Wow, awesome. Nice connection. A good friend to me. We talk of any later.
Absolutely. I live in here. So if you ever need to connect, I'm here. Now, sometimes I'm in Twitter Spaces, so you might have to wait 5 minutes or so. But I will, if I have the time, I'll always give you my ear, and we can brainstorm and make you a really good marketer. My goal is to make you rich independently from my data. I'm going to show you something right now. Look, I want you to see something. I want you to go to the link that I just sent in Twitter. It's a YouTube link. Look how many live streams are there. Count them. Shalom, shalom. How are you?
I found a penny on the floor today. I'm very happy.
Excellent.
Wish you would order.
Chess, did you?
Almost 70, I'm not sure.
Oh, you're very smart. You're very smart. Yeah, you're exactly right. No one streams as much as I do.
But I also have I do have connections to communities with 8,000 people. Telegram account that channel that is host that channel with over 80k users. Maybe I can pitch them the idea, so get to go live, so that we can try and push each other to have to get a goal. We can get a deal. Not sure.
That sounds great. If anything, have them join the Discord, and I'll do the same thing for them that I'm doing for you. I want you to know something, Chesto. I've been live 24/7, 365, like that on many streams, basically for 4 years. You know how much data that is?
4 years, that is number of days. We can say it's approximately 1,000 days.
Yeah, it's more than that. Yeah, but you're 100% right. It's closer to 1,500 days. It's like 36,000 hours just on one stream, and I've got like a dozen streams going. It's the biggest event in global history. People are going to study this in the future.
Wow, yeah, that will be definitely on a Guinness World Book of Records.
100%. All right, Chess, you got the link. You got the
record.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. You've got the LinkedIn. The link tree, and you know what to do, right? You're just going to populate it and then come back here, and we will brainstorm. Okay?
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you a message on X. Are your DMs open here on?
Yeah, they are. If you need to contact me, I have a lot of accounts, so I'll show you which one to send me a message. You can send one right now. Just one moment, and I'll show you. Okay, I'm joining the board with an account. Do you see the account that's maroon? It's maroon.
Let me see.
No camera is on. It's called Captain of the.
On which channel, to be precise? Channel.
So it's in this Discord. Here, I'll just show you. Okay, do you see the one that's right by my face and I'm waving? Do you see which camera's waving?
I'm not seeing any camera waving.
Okay, maybe you can't see the cameras. Okay. Do you see any of my cameras on? Hold on. Camera off on the I want you to use. Do you see its name is Captain of the Ship? Yeah, you do. Okay, do you see the names of the people who are in this call? Do you see the one that says Captain?
Well, the names that I see that A.
There's Brandon A.
I can say Rabbi.
Yeah,
Rabbi
but
something.
yep.
Then Rabbi Rothschild, the one that you're live in.
Right.
Yeah.
Then Brandon A. Then you. And then below there's one that says Captain of the Ship.
Yeah, how to do this? Maybe I can send you this. on X, then request it and then send your friend request. That will be easier.
Yeah. Okay. I'm at my maximum friend request though. Okay. I need you to read who's in this call right now. Do it one at a time, like you were doing. We got B. Alexander, and then Brandon A., then Rabbi Rothschild, then Rabbi Rothschild, then Brandon A., then Chess. Below your name is my other account. It says Captain of the MILF Ship. Do you see that? Yes, that one. Send that a message. Okay. Let me know when it's sent. I just got it. All right. Now you're in my DMs. If you ever need to send me a message, send it there, okay? Can you repeat that? You were covered phone.
Okay, sorry, I was saying I'll be sharing notes ideas, I'll be asking for advice.
Absolutely. I'm here. Look, my friend, I want to. Absolutely. Absolutely. Most people you meet on Twitter, Chess, they'll be your friend for like a week. I want to be your friend for the rest of your life. Absolutely. All right. Go make that link tree. Go get some sleep. And then come back to me in the morning, okay? Absolutely. Now, if I'm asleep, then just wait till I wake up. But I'll be in here, so you'll be able to watch me sleep, okay?
Okay, cool.
Excellent. Take care, Chess. Pleasure to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Stick it in, you'll be fine. You're good to go. So what's the Amr of Aqad? But figure I say, yeah, walking and apparently a little bit of a nap. Take away the effects of alcohol. We said about this. When you stroke that, take away the effects of alcohol, and you only drink a little bit. You also make this post clean the gas production in the show. And if you drink more than a reviews, actually sleep to amplify the effects of wine. The Rav actually says, here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, and doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That in the Rabbanon said even today Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be groomed, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what is that true? The Rosh one is that these things are high Misa. He says that the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence. Is high Misa. So this one is shaper outaged. Science when it comes to wine, the Pasuk says don't drink wine when doing the avoda, you won't die. But how do I know that a Kohen who does the avoda without being properly groomed is high? So it's because there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. Siv, the Rasham lo yidare, Opera lo yisharech, Siv, the Ryan to the Yain lo yishtu, so we're juxtaposing. Match to Yain lo Misa, Akhrayot for Misa. So just like again, if a Kohen does the avoda while under the influence, he's high Misa. So if he does it without personal grooming, like without cuts, he's also high Misa. And we are, and it's much to the monthly avoda. Just like if he goes ahead and she does the avoda while under the influence, it undermines the avoda. I don't know, invalidates the avoda approach the monthly avoda. So to again, if he does the avoda without his haircut, it also invalidates the avoda. Which the says kasha. You're right, that's a kasha. Because it sounds like over here that hair cutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. So by the way, up until what's interesting about this is this whole hair cutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So it's America, according to that same logic. Had the Amran Rabchista, David and the Torah Moshe Rabbeinu lo lamanu, Ad Sheba Yecheskel v'limdunu. Kol ben Necha Aralei v'Arav Basar Yavam Mishim Shasei. So everything is not about the Yecheskel. Yecheskel says any coin that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the. So Yecheskel says that Adlo by Yecheskel my Amra. Before Yecheskel came along, knew how to be known. He was Hamad Gemara B'Yiniva. What's Yecheskel Machmir Chakra? What was Halacha Moshe Sinai? And again, Halacha Moshe said that Yecheskel was the one who codified it in a pasuk. Al-Kanani, Gemara B'Yiniva, V'asi Yecheskel V'Asmir Chakra. So too again, when it comes to the hair cutting, it says Halacha Moshe Sinai, but a coin has to have a haircut once every, regular coin has to have a haircut once every 30 days. So Halacha Moshe Sinai. And Yecheskel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, when he saw, not fully have all the world in the time. My Yikasmi, Efra Shem, what does it mean when it says, I said again, you still have the haircut again. If the coin is supposed to cut this way, what does that mean? Tana, coming to sporish and reliness. It means that the coin, now what kind of hair are we talking about? The coin is supposed to get like a reliness haircut. What's a Lulainus haircut? Not disposed Lulainus. I'm not sure. Disposed Yichidah. It's a very unique type of haircut that the coin is supposed to get. Maybe tell me what does it look like. On the right, Rosho Shalzeh, it's Adi Kano Shalzeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That's literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalosh Rebbe, Ezu to start the coin level. So they asked Rebbe, what is the unique haircut of the coin level? Amalahan, Su'u Ru'uni Tisporet Shal Ben Elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rebbe's son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He had the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rebbe. Tanya Rebbe. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy, you know. This was like this was like salon quality, right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. Now that was he spent his money on that. Rebbe said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is like this. So based on Yecheskel, essentially again a Kohen can't go ahead and do the avoda after this of one. He also can't do the avoda if he doesn't have the proper haircuts. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week, and for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting, the Gemara doesn't seem to be proud is, we understand that the Kohen does the avoda while under the influence of alcohol, after having the avoda is invalid. The Shaila is, if he does the avoda without proper haircut, if he has the proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avoda or not? So for that, we see that conflicting prices. So also just one last thing before we move on to the next part about this Machlokes Rebbe and the Rabbanon, right? So remember, according to the Rabbanon, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yibana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to the Rabbanon, the Beis Hamikdash can be rebuilt suddenly, and you need Kohanim to be ready for service. If a Kohen is drinking, so the next again he's not ready for it. Rebbe says, again, Rebbe is Chayish Shema Yibana Piton. Rebbe is not concerned, is not thinking about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be built suddenly. So the Rabbanon, Koshish says it's going to be suddenly, Rebbe, not Koshish is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Also, such a mind-blowing machlokes. So let's say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Kohanim drink wine. So clearly, we are Rebbe, right? That cleaning up Yeshema Yibana Piton Lo Chayshima. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of the so let's say it sounds like a little bit of a downer. The Koshish that can be rebuilt. So let's say so there's a beautiful place that we have to let go on after this. So let's say, but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'amra, he says Hashata Hafa L'shana haba, L'shana haba ba'arad Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. In the halach ma'aliyah. Beautiful idea. Shabbat is something so beautiful. The Ram says, why don't we say like Hashat ha'afan? Now we're here. L'machar ba'arad Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Or Hashat ha'avdi. This year we're slaves. L'shana haba b'nei kol. Next year we'll be free. What do you mean? Tomorrow we'll be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? And the Ram says something so beautiful. The Ram explains that a youth believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change can be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'll be able to start? Absolutely. I can believe that today I'm here and today I'm to start. I can believe all that. It's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual the be. So again, at the half from now I'm in Golis. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year I'm a slave to something. Next year, again, could change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just gradual exposure. I won't say it's true as a people. So that's why halacha and hashkafa l'maisa is at this position. I believe that when we build the base of meat, that it's going to be continuous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. It's good time. You need to take steps. So you can enjoy Borachai because the chances are that this maybe is not this moment. It can, anything can happen, but the more gradual it's going to happen. And I won't say this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we pass on myself like Rebbe. Shema Yibana Om Yokashima. That again, the greater the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely. It's possible. It's just not probable. So halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual as well as a people. Incredible. Incredible. Hadronallah, Koingo, the one said Shkraf, Mikara, Giving moments to Shosha. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous. I'm going to look through the Gemara. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like, so let's say Reuven and Shimon have a legal dispute. Right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuven chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. It sounds like again, and then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. I'm saying so ultimately, again, there are two judges. And those two judges. Again, we see definitely know what's happening. So again, both Reuven and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse, to possible to refuse the judge of the one party could go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side is mentioned so again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuven picks a judge, so Reuven can invalidate Shimon's judge. Shimon can invalidate Reuven's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa again there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody is a relative. Somebody has a conflict of interest. But if halacha l'maisa again, you're otherwise valued, right, or otherwise experts, you can't just invalidate someone for no reason. Zep also says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. Rachel comes saying, no, say, when is that? Is man maybe so again, Moses is ongoing. The only thing could invalidate someone else's witness when there's grounds for invalidation. They are related parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they are kosher, ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Like that lies the first part of the Mishnah. So what is the meaning? What is the case in the first part of where we say right? Again, what does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zebar lo akam Zeb b'shlas asagi. So again, if we go with the Having of the Mishnah, the Having of the Mishnah is Reuben chooses a Beis Din, and Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Now, those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din. Whereas I was there, one Beis Din. All you need is two people. Why were the people involved in this? Talk was needs to say. כשזה בא לו באחד, וזה בא לו באחד, שניהם באים להן עוד אחד. So it's like a dispute about whatever the matter is, but what? But they also have a dispute about which Beis Din to go to. So Reuben's his Beis Din, and together, those two Beis Din could choose a third Beis Din, okay? Da'afidu lots and akim, so it's actually what it's now. What it sounds like is Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuben mentioned $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even the borrower has a right? So the what's involved no shimmer ela malva. Avalo bekofeno salam bi'ilo. So saying there is right to object only a letter. But the borrower in general, let's say this has an idea that actually points out that Evan Nova Isha, the borrower is able to be at the whim of lender. So the halacha only chooses a vision. That's when the borrower's got to go. He must be our Yokoram, our culture, the Suya Shana. No, what are you talking about over here? Courts of Suya. So the Rashi points out over here about our culture, the Suya, should be key to the Torah. The courts were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria to say or to request a change of venue. I don't want to adjudicate like he's so this is not the place for adjudication. The borrower could object. So we say, well, it sounds right, but to a court of experts, he'd be permitted to object, to be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was because again, the book always says, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. It's a different city, but a different basin. It's not difficult for you to come to a different basin. It's not the Chum come say, so remember, the Chum say you have to same two judges, choose a third. These are like the Beis Din, Beis Din, Basra, the parsley, all who borrow you who Beis Din. So the problem is, let's play this out. So right, so we're going to choose Beis Din. Shimon chooses a Beis Din. I don't want your Beis Din. Reuben says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. And now, so the two invalidated buckets didn't go in trends. No. Nice borrow the echad, zep borrow the echad. Ella, Hamka was what it used to say. Here we go. Zep borrow the dain echad. Zep borrow the dain echad. Shnehen borrow the old echad. Okay, they're both messages. No. But then with the process is, in general, if we're going to be in a Beis Din, that is what if they can't have Beis Din. So most of what happens in those circumstances, they will choose a Din. You get to choose a judge. Shimon. Then those two judges choose a third. Right? Those two judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble everything to adjudicate this case. So Mashna Ba'adaki, Almarav Talk Shazet Barlo Dinak, Zet Barlo Dinak, Boru Lahan, Olbak, Yatsahadin La'amito. Because it was like, this is a way to ensure that the matter judicated is properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice. Right, because Reuben got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. Some has a voice in this process, and therefore I look for them again, and those two judges choose a third. Everyone confident in this type of proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. I will say, just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we adjudicate. Right? The ideal way is we go to parties agree on a basin. The situation where parties don't agree on them. And so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. I come and say, "Let me make name up." What is it? Ain't even close on a star. Ella, can you give me close witnesses any sign of that? If they know the other witness will only sign, he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir played Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to a position, and therefore Rabbi Meir is like each party can evaluate the other parties' witnesses, because this entity was also signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana is a good Amarav. But that Rabbana holds it in the no, the Kuli Alma isn't that you got Amarav. No, but one of these that we got Amarav. No, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, but that's how they, I'm sorry, Kuli Alma isn't that you got. Amarav, the Das Hadayanim, no pulse, no plea, and also ultimately again, you require the Das Hadayanim when signing. Keep plea. So where is the Nachlokas? Where is the focus? Das Baligini. Do you require the Das of the litigants when signing? So take a look. Fine. So much of the Saba, Das Baligini, and anybody in the Mir holds that you also require the Das of the litigants. Sabi Das Hadayonet Batman, Das Baligina Lobaina. Rabana, which means Das of the judges, which don't say Das of the litigants themselves. So let's analyze. I'm going to use the Marabina, Kosmin, Alashtar, Anian Yahi, Tap, Kierash, also was in the book. So this is interesting of the Russian of Yikir Hadas. So Yikir those of pure intent. So those of pure intent, so they would never sign a document unless a question who else was signing a document with them. They would not be part of the base team unless a person knew who else was part of the base team with them. Nothing to see. They're not participating in a meal unless a person who else was participating. That's quite beautiful over here. So what made the Yikir Hadas understood that who company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, working backwards. They're not going to sit at a suida unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who breaking bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit with you, right? Unless of course they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless of course they knew who else. Because who you keep company with, key level, has a fundamental impact on incredible. So you must say, Zep also Diana shows that. So much remember again. So my whole decision. So like the narrative said, each party can validate the judge of the other side. And if it comes to the only time you can validate a judge when is consular judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So much as culturally the hustle dying. So could I be maybe be saying this each side have the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? Because I'm not open back coach should the Surya Shanu about moving law. So again, so now interesting real thing is what we're talking about. This is apparently again unfortunately the Syrian courts have a very bad reputation. Apparently they were necessarily well first. So in a Syrian court you can invalidate the judges. But if it was a group of experts, again you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. About moving 127 come say I want to say mention maybe Lila should probably up soon. To come say when can you validate judges only if you bring a proof that halach and Maisa their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other psul. אבל how you share them but if they were known to be experts, you can't invalidate them. You see from them as well. They're multi-color. Sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you can even invalidate judges who are experts. Just because says no. How do you come out? How you share nasu kimum from the few days? Maybe if the judges were shared, so also share means what? They're not related, and there's no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts and therefore cannot be invalidated. That's small. Low correlation should also banish and invalidate. So again, Rex says there that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, low correlation should also banish him who not knowledge. So we'll say this is fascinating. What is using that as follows? What does it mean to be an expert? Expert is someone who is accepted by the general populace. So let's say, understand, it is accepted the idea that sometimes Bate Din are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those Dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize that that's the greatest time you come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. However, they have the status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. I recognize that support this. The only post of a homic, actually, Kabbalah love, Bezdin, Shemun Divrei Rabin. You can invalidate judges, but one of the judges have been accepted by the general populace that they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals. They have the status of experts and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. Or a second witness is also considered to be like mumkin, bamra in there. In general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other's witnesses. Could it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? Tanu, a dough. What should we validate? You can validate a single witness. A goal of mine, what good is a single witness for? Even if you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by human numbers. Even Shavuot, and it's for an oath, Hemenu Mehemen. And 8 echad is to generate an oath obligation. This is the moment. So not for monetary purposes. What good is an 8 echad do for monetary purposes? Second class wife, second class H. The comment I'll make a big trade. And they both agree to accept the testimony of the Echad and vest him with the same credibility as just two witnesses have. So the Gemara says, my ones, what are being taught over here? The Matzi had debate that after the testimony they could choose to beg and not trust him like two witnesses. The Gemara says, but we learned something. Although never, listen to this. Never allowed Abba, never allowed never allowed Gimuroi Boka. So let's say you live in another court case, and let's say again, Ruvain's father, one of Ruvain's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree, the judge, obviously, he's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint two shepherds, and the shepherds weren't generally known to be away from the covenant, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreement. The mayor says, the mayor says, but however, again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Reuben's father is really not a good guy, or the 2 shepherds really are just and don't know what they're talking about, so they can change their mind. You'll come to commit to a process. You have to commit to a process. You're not reading it. What's on the base? What's the case? The case open is halacha l'maaseh again. Look at Rashi. Rashi says about Hadikani Neman Alai Abba Kabli Alei Bechad Chain. Each time changes. It's the case over here that the father was accepted as a single witness, and was and that she would accept an aid invested with two witness power. So what you're saying is, in any meetings, parties to accept something binding, even though what? Normally, it would not be really binding. Like, to accept a relative as a judge was only disqualified as a judge. So too, you can accept the testimony as vested his credibility. Rabbi Meir says if you subsequently, so I didn't think she said Allah twice. Speak up for the day. So the case of the father was a judge. That's the case with the Rabbanan say you can't be that. Why? You should because when you think sitting, let's say, except for the reason why the Rabbanan say they can't do it, because even his father is for a judge. He could be a guy. That's generally not in this case why. Not in this case why. Because he's related to us. But in the general thing would be beliefs about Chaz, they trade the La'amah Kazi in the testimony of one witness. So again, generally will say one witness is never credible. Like one witness is never believed. And therefore, maybe halacha l'maaseh, he should not be invested with credit for it at all. And therefore, maybe that was very near, but you can read that. Before just in the second case, this case right there says his position like about how he the other case is that can't read it. Therefore, they're both leaders. Therefore, both say, the bottom of the here just follows. What seems used to us is the following law. So that halacha l'maaseh, and this would be fascinating, that in the abstract, certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has certain ways. A testimonial unit has to be comprised of 2 witnesses. If the parties agree to accept the standard of a judiciary, right? So if the parties agree as one of our it works. He agrees to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Ruben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of witness. So that's the Machlokes Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. The Meir says yes, because since you agree to a compromised judicial process, therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. To come say no, once you can't get out of it. It's such a fundamental life in terms of like, how do you view life commitments? Do you view commitments as non-negotiable, or are they negotiable, right? So it says, even in the process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can get off. You can get into the process through to fundamental life machlokes. So let's go back there. How many determination finish up? How many determination? How many determination? So what's this? Here's what's interesting. So as you know, it's probably a case of a judge, and the safest talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are called. However, those are the Echel Post one. What are we talking about? One and another individual comes to the balcony. She's like, how can you be believed? No, yeah, they do something. One of the witnesses ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses. I would say again, that should be a conflict of interest. In other words, if Ruben is one of the witnesses again, and Shimon's been witnesses. Now, Ruben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. How would that work? How did Ruben to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses is considered to have a conflict of interest because the litigants to the case? So the key where the witness in question, or that there was some cloud of, there was some objection raised to his fitness as a witness. The either denied what kind of, what kind of show we have over here. Even if because when we saw, if it was that the witness that Shimon brought was accused of they called the woman that they do something. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue where he knew Pagan Mishpach, there was some issue in his lineage. So the Mayor said, "Honey, I'm Mishpacha Kamasi, leave the Mayor Kapasa." So again, the Mayor holds, and therefore, even when the litigant comes along and testifies about Shimon's genealogical issue, he's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate genealogical issue, and therefore, I think even one of the litigants or one of the parties to the case, he should be believed. Rabbanan Savi, so no different. So Rabbanan, on the other hand, say, while it's true that neither one of the litigants is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has, but technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless, the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case to which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Magir. Okay, so much as Kios Rabbi, or Machot is B'shtei Kibelu. The Machot is ultimately, again, when you have two sets of witnesses. Rabbi says, sorry, Rabbi says also, it's a particular Rashi, but my hope is should be eating. So like this. So it's like, just before we go on, just to understand how we're going quickly, but just to understand what's happening over here. So first of all, we've clarified the first case of the Mishnah. I can clarify. The word is when it says, what is that talking about? Reuben and Shimon are dispute. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a basis. So what's the process? Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. And again, we like that. Everyone feels heard. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team, and that's a good way to make sure that the judgment, proper judgment comes out. So that's the first halacha. Now what we're mired in is the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that this fundamental and layer about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we've clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you can prove that either he's really puzzled, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real validation, or he's related, or he's one of the parties. Right? That's good. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Talmid Chacham, that endowed to with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. So trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the pieces of the other side. So I'm trying to figure out over here. So how could we invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how could Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to Stam Kvav. Guess what? Machot is the Sheikh the agents. The Machot is when you have two sets of witnesses. What's Machot? Take me to Rashi. Machot is the Sheikh the agent. Next is Sheikh the agent. I will say this is fascinating. This is really fascinating. The case here is where, watch this. When you come along, and Reuben says, let's at least begin this today. I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Not one, two sets of witnesses. And we need to make it I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi, right? The government says, say, so, show about the defending, the actually shaking the evening, but the was that, Heidi can't be sure. ועמד הרבה, ועמד ועמד בסוגרי, דהן שלב כנוגע באידסי, שהראה בשאיפה כאן אחרת. הזיקו שלא מצא יחסית. Now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set. He says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So listen, so now what ends up happening? Is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Yiddish. Let's begin this. Actually, want to say, you know what? Stop there. We'll pick up. We rushed enough. We'll pick up with this case right now. Sorry about this. Don't say, but again, so just so we're picking up with trying to figure out under what circumstances could one party give the witnesses of the other party? Because after all, that kind of validation always seems to be that he's validating the liberty that he's validating. Going to be your dead ages. There's conflict of interest. Reuben is going to try to invalidate, which is why he doesn't want Shimon to have witnesses. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? So trying to figure out a case, so one litigant can invalidate the other litigant without being a conflict of interest, and that's what we can see tomorrow.
Because illegal in Texas too.
guest list is going to be something happens. So hopefully me and my friends get in, but we'll see. If you're there, I'll see you. We hire off to the cops.
All right, so it's like good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors for Kafshin Pei, the year 5785, the Tzos Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, dedicating all of the shurim and drushos for this year, as is chus for and our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Havavim, the Tova, the Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben Levi Zichron Livracha, the brother Itai Levi, a good holy soldier who was killed in Gaza on Hanukkah. We learning sponsors, Zevi Jewish Daniel Eli Nishmas, Zevi's father Yitzchak Israel, and the father Noah Yosef Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit. Our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Avin Aliyah, all the families in Chama, all of those who need a forge to have together with Kol Choli's. We don't show Hashem bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Shalom, should allow our holy soldiers to be successful before the day. Was with that, let's begin. Today's daf is Chof Emotion. We have some unfinished business. So we are up to days and group 22b, and we left off. Homer was the master, which is the third. Why I can still start from the second one that it's now. Because let's remember again, the idea of what is the Mishnah was speak about the haircut schedule of great and important people, and the need. The higher the position you occupy, the more intense your personal grooming has to be in order to present well. And to present what's the general purpose. So it's like, I was just thinking about this yesterday, that this is also in line with the thing that we discussed last time. That people from their initial opinions about other people just based on external appearances. That's even though we like to say we're on this world, we like to say that we're not judgmental, we are incredibly judgmental. And we are actually superficially judgmental. Maybe from our initial appreciation or impressions about someone is how they dress, how they look, how they're groomed. And again, when Baruch understands this, Allah understands this. What the halacha says is that the greater the position of colors that you occupy, the more room you must be, that you will be able to command respect of people. King has to be groomed. The Kohen Gadol has to be groomed. A Kohen Hedjel has to be groomed. Obviously, in line with your station will depend on what those grooming habits need to be. So we left off, the last thing we left off with was that a regular Kohen, I will say, that's why finally you begin to see the verse says, any comes up who walks around with the stain on his clothing is chayiv misa. Very strong statement. First, walks around with the stain on his clothing is liable to death. What's the logic? So the person sees Chacham supposed to be the ambassador of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if you represent that, you better dress the part. Therefore, the Kohen, has to get a haircut at least once every 30 days. In order that these well-groomed, Lord talking about this, so just remember again, Lord talking about the idea that in comparison with Hera, so Hera from the zeros, just like the zeros, from the zeros is 30 days, so to again the Kohen cannot, regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow very long with it. The Hassan, the Navan, Amar Nasta, the Amar Kodesh, so maybe that will come by a coach and can't allow his hair to grow at all. Or maybe you should have to cut it all the time on the way. Say, lo yishavira, get the comment. So if it would have just said, it's literally again, there should be no growth of the locks of his hair. But at the same time, you're like, the hair is not supposed to grow. We'll call it the Hera to us. Teaches us that during the zeros is 30 days. coin cannot allow its growth and development. Basically, parent to grow longer than 30 days. So let's just listen to this. You must see how this is. So now we established this that a regular coin is obligated to get a haircut for 1 second. If that is, we must know very even the man. Why do we say that even now? Even now, or now means now. In the absence of the base of the gush, a coin should be obligated to cut once every 30 days. Dunya, diyayin, which is the same thing as coin, sorry, diyayin. Let's say, so now, here's what's interesting. Technically speaking, the prohibition of united, like that a coin cannot do the avoda while under the influence. That's the halacha. Now, remember, for avoda, for temple service purposes, or bias. Or bias. That even goes to the coin cannot drink or wine while doing the avoda. So the bias, 3.5 ounces, cannot do the avoda. My yain does not be a Buddha, Shlov is not be a Shari. After Ruerosh is not be a Asr, Shlov is not be a Shari. Because once the yain is wine, remember, when is it turning up to drink wine? He's not allowed to drink wine when he's on call. This is not beer, it's not beer. That, look at Rashi says, yain, Kish Ruerosh, Kish Ruerosh. Remember again, when is there appropriate wine? When is there wine? It's in service. Remember, I will say, you mentioned this in your stuff also. The coin, remember that the Kohanic group are split up into mishmaros. Right? Each mishmar, 24 mishmaros. Each mishmar serves one day. One day. So, how about the nice again? Kohanim can only not drink wine when they are on call. So they must drink the same way that a Kohen can't drink wine which is not young. So again, the issues of haircut, the obligation of haircut once every 30 days also only applies is not bia. This is the Gemara says. Furthermore, Shalom is not bia shari. The yain Gemara says fine. The yain Shalom is not bia shari. Now listen to this. I'm telling you now that when a Kohen is not on call, when it's not shift, he's allowed to drink wine. But if you speak the answer, you actually see this Gemara again. There's something like that. How you know? Rabbi Omer Ali, Rabbi says, Kohanim really should never be able to drink. They should be forever prohibited to drink. Now, what's the issue with this? Look at Rashi as well. Look at Rashi. Rabbi Omer, only Koya also says, Risha did right. Koya Maki Nishmako, Nishmeres is Adshero. Is not hazak. Listen to this. Let me translate it and put it in the context. The devices are like this. A Kohen, which Kohanic does, and when his family would serve three things in Russia. With the turkey wine, would have been designated shift. You guys, cause after this night, I'm not going to find out that ain't no matter this. Also calls the Shabbos. Ain't no matter, no mishmar, no mishmar, oh, also the Shkos Yain Olam. Shema Akshav Zmanahu, Shmakush Shema Yudanis. Listen to this. Essentially, what Rebbe says is as follows. You have to have a coin, and the coin would to know his exact Quranic family, to know when it's Quranic, what shift, which week his family is serving based on the Kush, and out of that week, which day his family would have served. That coin is also to drink wine on that day. If he knows which day, he can't drink wine that week. If he doesn't know which family, he can't drink wine at all. Now, what do you think? First, so the Rebbe is saying is that coin cannot drink wine at all. What about it? We're concerned about the again, there's no Mashiach in the part. The base of interest is going to be rebuilt. And maybe that coin is going to be activated for his doing his service. So the issue just is, if he's under the influence, he won't be able to do his avodah. So essentially, what he's saying is, if you, again, so instead, if you know exactly what family you're from, which mishpah you're a part of, which ship you're a part of, what day your family would have served, so then only that week and that day is very problematic. But if you don't know your family, and you don't know your shit, then you don't know when you'll be activated. Shiach come at any time. It is something to be rebuilt at any time. And a Kohen needs to be ready for service. Therefore, Rebbe says, Kohanim can't drink wine. Wild. Watch this. About my ass, I said, what can I do? Shetakanosa Tokolosa. Which literally means that ultimately, again, the state of disrepair is the very reason why Kohanim can drink wine. You could actually just moment. Rashi says, "Ready Omer Ani." In Banu Lochos Shemad Yibana Asabi Ayim Oman Va'akilu Umakir She'ino Achshav Zman Mishpar. Those Shemad Yibana V'Kol HaKodesh Nishtachech Ayil Va'adim. So Rabbi said the truth is, even if a Kohen does know his family and his shit, still, he shouldn't be able to drink wine because first of all, who's to say when he's suspicious to go? They follow the same order of service of what was. Maybe you will activate a venue service. Okay. About my assets, Rashi, Korban Habayis should kalkalan. The Gure Sida Nishmar Nishmo Shet Haya, also Nishmar, and my Jewish love on which is not actually special. Essentially, now what are you going to do? So the next day, saying she can destroy. No one knows what the order is going to be. No one knows how the term is going to be active. That last one of Rashi. Therefore, he says, Akshav, so, the low Hainish Shema Yifane. Rashi says, we're not kosher that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So most of just understand what's happening. Rebbe says, really in a vacuum, we should not be able to drink water. His man is there, present. Why? Because there's the possibility that base Mikdash is going to be, and it's going to be rebuilt quickly, and who knows what the order of trying to service is going to be. There's another issue. Imagine most Kohanim, if not all Kohanim, are going to be tomato, right? Your tongue. This is the result of Rajuma. So therefore, who knows who's going to be what they're going to be, what they're going to be. So really, Rebbe says in reality, no Kohanim should be to drink wine. But what can you do? He says, but what should we do? He said, Shetakanaso, Kilkalaso. That very takana for this is the very state of this. In other words, what Rebbe says is not concerned that the base of Mikdash is going to be rebuilt immediately. So just understand. I just want to point out what's there's two schools of thought, two schools of redemptive thought. There's one thought that says the base of Mikdash can be rebuilt to be on guard. You have to be ready. And therefore, really, Kohanim shouldn't drink wine. That's possibility one. Possibility of another school of thought, which is that we're not kosher for instantaneous rebuilding of the base of Mikdash. Things are going to take time, and therefore, Kohanim could drink wine. And when the base of Mikdash is rebuilt, we'll figure it out later on. So just understand these two different mindsets and two different models of Geula. Does a Yid live in a constant state of like immediate separation, of getting ready for the Mikdash, and like it could just happen? Again, the Lashon over here is Lashon of the end of Rashi is the Lo Chayish Shema Yifana Pitom. Pitom means what? Pitom means what? Like suddenly, immediately, like suddenly. It's not that I don't believe in Geula. Of course, I believe in Geula. I believe in what called Geula Pitomit, right? Immediate or sudden Geula. Geula is a process. Geula is a process. So not called Daka Shiyavo. That was when Mashiach come. Hakilo called Yom Shiyavo. Today, it's a long day. It's a long day. I don't believe in Geula Pitomit, instantaneous or immediate Geula, sudden Geula. Geula is a process. So I'll say just again. Here, this macro is playing out from a Hasidic perspective, right? Can a Kohen drink wine, not drink wine, but just from a Hashkafic perspective, how incredible this becomes. We'll come back to this in just a moment. So the Gemara says, now, Rebbe's learner says, therefore, I believe Kohanim can go ahead and drink wine because the Shema Yibana, the Chayish Shema Yibana Pitbol. Rebbe says, I'm not concerned for this making sudden. So because of that, Kohen drink wine. Apparently the Rabbanon disagree. And the Rabbanon says, basically the should be about 7, and therefore Kohen can drink wine. So the Gemara says, Hassam. So now remember, Hassam, I'm tired of so if I don't hold, what does it mean? Rich can rebuild quickly and suddenly, and therefore Kohanim have to be on alert, and therefore a Kohen can't. So just to understand how profound this ideological machlokes is. We are concerned with this rebuild suddenly. Kohanim can drink wine. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Sorry, it's the opposite. Rebbe, Kohanim can drink wine. Rabbanan, Kohanim can't drink wine. So how can that be? But you know, point out right now. But in that case, at least according to the Rabbanan, Kohanim should have to get a haircut every days as well. She has to be ready. Out there first. Grooming. Halcha after the Musafir Ba'ayim is not a big deal. Because even if suddenly rebuild, what happens? You run to the barber, get a haircut, and that's it. Shalom Yisrael. Hasam nothing after the night important. So wine shouldn't be a big deal. Why? Because what happens if I drank a little bit too much? And yeah, what does he need to do? Take a nap, you'll be fine, you'll be good to go. So what's let's see, walking, and apparently a little bit of a take away the effects of alcohol. What we said about this. When does a short nap take away the effect of alcohol? We only drank a little bit. But if you drink more than a revius, actually sleep to amplify the effects of wine. Rashi says here's the difference. So drinking wine, right, or doing avoda under the influence, which undermines the effectiveness of the avoda. That's when the Rabbanan said even the Kohanim can't drink wine. So apparently, as much as the Kohen is supposed to be doing, if he hasn't had a haircut in the last 30 days, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the avoda. Basically, what is that true? He says if the Kohen does the avoda without properly cut hair or under the influence, so after when it comes to wine, the pasuk says don't drink wine when doing the avodah in order that you won't die. How do I know that a Kohen does the avodah without being properly doing there's a comparison between wine consumption and hair cutting. There are some body guys that care about each other. The lion, the yayin, the police. Master saw Rosh Badan. So just like the Dan Coin does the avodah while under the influence is tight. So something does it without personal grooming, like without having his hair. It's also tight. We know we go from this. The yayin can mock the avodah. Just like if you go ahead and he does the avodah while under the influence, it undermines the avodah. It invalidates the avodah. Ashkei Rosh, the mock the avodah. So again, if he does the avodah without his haircut, it also invalidates the avodah. Where's this kasha? You're right, that's a kasha, because it sounds like over here that whether that haircutting and drinking wine is the same thing, namely the failure to go ahead and adhere to either of these strictures undermines the effectiveness of the avodah. Hi, Adlo Asi Chesko Malach. So by the way, up until something that's interesting about this is this whole haircutting thing. It's coming from Yechezkel. So obviously Yechezkel didn't invent new halachas. So this must have been a halacha before Yechezkel said it. Where did we know this halacha from? So according to that same logic, Davers and it's Moshe Rabbeinu lo lamanu. Ad sheba Yechezkel v'reninu. Kol ben nechar oralei v'oral basol yavam mikushi l'shar. So again, it's not a pasuk from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says any kohen that doesn't have a bris can't come and go ahead and do the avodah. So Yechezkel says it. Adlo by Yechezkel man Amra. Before Yechezkel came along, how do we know it? We know the Gemara Gemara. What's the Basma Chakra? Halacha Moshe Sinai. And again, Halacha Moshe Sinai, which then Yechezkel was one who codifies in a pasuk. Achnami, Gemara Gemurila, Va'asi Chesed Va'asi Parkra. So too again, when it comes to the haircutting, this was a halosh misi, right? When the Kohen had to have a haircut once, and Kohen regular Kohen has to have a haircut once every 30 days. Which halacha halosh misi. And Yecheskel was the one who put it into a pasuk. So the Gemara says, if he comes to halacha nisa, lachuli avod lozu. My kisus, my kisum yikasu, esra shivim. What does it mean when it says, essentially again, he's talking about the hair cutting again. If the Kohen is supposed to cut his hair, what does that mean? Tanar, come in tisporis lulinus. It means, what kind of haircut are we talking about? The Kohen is supposed to get like a lulinus haircut. What's a lulinus haircut? My tisporis lulinus, I'm not reading on a shmuel, tisporis yichida. A very unique type of haircut that the Kohen is supposed to get. Hey, tell me, what does it look like? Rashi, lo shel shozeh, b'tzad tano shozeh. It literally means the hairs line up exactly. That literally, again, the tip of one hair reaches the base of the other hair. That's how the haircut looks. So the Gemara says, Shalu is ready. Ezu tispar shakoin gadol. So they ask me, what is the unique haircut of the kohen gadol? On the hand, su uru'u mitispores shal ben elasha. Go and look at my son-in-law's haircut. Rabbi son-in-law was this man, Ben Elasha. Go look at my son-in-law's haircut. He has the right kind of haircut. Tanya Rebbe Omer. So apparently Ben Elasha spent a lot of money on his haircuts. Like he wasn't like a super cuts guy. This was this was like salon quality. Right? Why did Ben Elasha spend so much money on his haircut? So apparently he did it to show what the haircut of the Kohen Gadol was. That was he spent his money on that. And therefore Rebbe said, go look at that haircut. So let's say, so bottom line what comes out of here is like this. So based on the Keskel, essentially again a Kohen, but also from the Torah. Kohen can't go ahead and do the avodah after he's consumed a revius of wine. He also can't do the avodah if he doesn't have the proper haircut. For a Kohen Gadol, that's once every week, and for a regular Kohen, that is once every 30 days. Now, what's interesting in the Gemara doesn't seem to be clarity on that is we understand that the Kohen does the avodah while under the influence of alcohol after having consumed the revius, the avodah is invalid. Shaila is because the avodah without proper haircut, adhering to proper haircut guidelines, does that undermine the avodah or not? So for that we seem to have conflicting prices. So we'll say just one last word before we move on to the next parak about this machlokes Rebbe and Rabbana. Right? So remember, according to Rabbana, a Kohen even today can't drink a revius of wine. Why? Right? Because as the Gemara said, Mehera Yifana Beis Hamikdash. Because according to Rabbanon, the Beis Hamikdash could be rebuilt suddenly, and we need Kohanim to be ready for service. Kohen is drinking, so the nice again is not ready for service. Rebbe says, again, Lashon of Rashi about Rebbe is Lo chayish shema yibane pitol. Rebbe is not concerned. He's not thinking about the possibility that the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt suddenly. So that Rabbanon, Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. Rebbe, not Choshesh is going to be rebuilt suddenly. It was such a mind-blowing machlokes. So we'll say, so who's right? So clearly, Kohanim drink wine today. Clearly, not siding with Rebbe. Right? That's interesting enough. The Shema Banet Pitom Lo Chayshim. We are not concerned about the sudden rebuilding of the basic. So let's say it sounds like a little bit. That's like I always thought that we are Choshesh. That's a beautiful thing. And really, yes, we have to let it go on. Let's say, but there's an incredible insight. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau. Rabbi Yisrael Meir Lau goes ahead and says in Halach Ma'ayno, he says, Hashata Haba, Hashana Haba, Hashana Haba Ba'arat Yisrael. This year we are here. Next year we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. Beautiful idea. So the Ram says, it's so beautiful. The Ram says, why don't we say like Hashata Haba? Now we're here. L'machar Ba'arat Yisrael. Tomorrow we'll be in Eretz Yisrael. For Hashata Abdi, this year we're slaves. Hashana Haba, next year we'll be free. Sorry, tomorrow will be free. What do you mean next year? Why next year? Why not tomorrow? And the Ram says something so beautiful. And how it explains that A Yid believes that dramatic and overwhelming instantaneous change could be just that instantaneous. But more often than not, great things in life are gradual processes. So do I believe that today I'm here and tomorrow I'm in Eretz Yisrael? Absolutely, I believe that. I believe that today I'm here and today I'm in Eretz Yisrael. I can believe all of that. But it's just not usually the way that it works. The greater the change, usually the more gradual it has to be. So again, I shut the hawk and now I'm in Gullus. I believe that by next year I'll be in Eretz Yisrael. This year maybe I'm mistaken for something. Next year I'm going to be again. So the change be instantaneous? Absolutely, it can. So, but it's just not probable. The probability is the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. And I always say, it's true as it is. That's why halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we accept Rebbe's position. I believe in the rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash, but I don't necessarily believe that, or we don't necessarily take the approach that it's going to be heat or meat, that it's going to be instantaneous. Rather, it's going to be gradual. Going to take Gula takes time. Gula takes time. So you can enjoy Gula time because chances are the big picture is not going to be rebuilt in this moment. It can, anything can happen. But generally, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to have to be. I always say, this is so true in our personal lives as well. All of us have things about ourselves or about our lives that we want to change. And sometimes we want that change to be instantaneous. But it's important to understand that we pass through halacha l'maisa like Rebbe. The Shema yibaneh p'tom lo kashina. But again, the greater the change, the more gradual it's going to be, and the more time it's going to take. Can you affect instantaneous change? Absolutely possible. It's just not probable. So both halacha l'maisa and hashkafa l'maisa, we believe that the greater the change, the more runway you have to be able to give yourself as an individual and as well as a people. Incredible, incredible. Hadron Kohen Gadol, incredible. Give me moments to shlosha. So I love this monetary law. Back to Sanhedrin. Back to Sanhedrin. Monetary law is adjudicated by a basin of three. Zeb bar lo achad, Zeb bar lo achad. So we'll say the Mishnah's wording is very ambiguous, and they work for it in July. So literally, Rashi says it sounds like. So let's say Reuben and Shimon have a legal dispute, right? So what's going to happen? So now it sounds like Reuben chooses a basin for himself, and Shimon chooses a basin for himself. Ushnein borin lahen od achad Reb Meir. Sounds like again. And then they choose a third basin. Those two choose a third. That's how Rashi's understanding it initially. These words are in there. So ultimately, again, there are two judges. There are two judges, and those two judges pick a third. Again, we'll see exactly what's happening. Zep also Dino Shazat. Zep also Dino Shazat. So again, both Reuben and Shimon have the ability to invalidate or to refuse. Really possible to refuse the judge of the other, the Rebbe Meir. Chum say no. In Masay, when is that true? That one party could go ahead and refuse the judge of the other side. Is mentioned maybe Alei and Raya, Shin Krovin Opsula. So again, so let's say Shimon picks a judge, like Reuben picks a judge. So Reuben can invalidate Shimon's judge, and Shimon can invalidate Reuben's judge. That's what Meir says. Come say no. The only time you can invalidate someone else's judge is when halacha l'maisa, again, there's grounds for invalidation. Somebody's a relative, somebody has a conflict of interest. About sharing a mumkin, he based in any on the post line. But if halacha l'maisa, again, they were otherwise bound or otherwise experts who can invalidate someone for these. Zep also does that. Zep also the Red Meir. Meir says again, either side can invalidate the other side's witnesses. So Chum becomes saying, no. It must say, when is that? It's mentioned maybe Alei and Raya, Shin Krovin Opsula. So again, Moshe is ongoing machlokes. So Chum saying no. The only thing you can invalidate someone else's witnesses is when there's grounds for invalidation. They're related to one of the parties or they have a conflict of interest. But if they're a kosher, Yachol post line. Ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and invalidate them. Incredible. All right, so now let's analyze the first part of the Mishnah. My Zeb Borlo. So what is the meaning? What is the truth? In the first part of the Mishnah, right, where we say, we speak about this idea that in general monetary law is free, and then again, it says Zeb Barlo Echad. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Zeb Barlo Echad, it's lots of psychic. So again, if we go with the Hanani revolution is Reuven chooses a Beis Din, and Shimon chooses a Beis Din. And somehow those two buckets didn't choose a third Beis Din. All you need is one Beis Din. All you need is three people. Why are we getting a whole million of people involved in this? Okay, that's what we used to say. Zeb Barlo Beis Din Echad, Zeb Barlo Beis Din. So it sounds like this. So let's say, so not only do Reuven and Shimon have a dispute about whatever the monetary matter is, but what? They also have a dispute about which Beis Din. So Reuven could choose his Beis Din, and Shimon could choose his Beis Din. Together, those two Beis Din could choose the third Beis Din. Okay. So that what it sounds like is either party has a right to refuse the Beis Din of the other side. So let's say Reuven and Shimon $10,000. Now there's a loan dispute. Is it true then that even Shimon the borrower has a right to object to the Beis Din of the lender? So the verse Vav Rav Elazar, Lo Shmur Ela Malva, Abalo Bekofeno Sabadan Beiro. So say no, who has the right to object? Only a lender. But a borrower in general, both say this has to do with the idea that actually points out that Eved Lovel Ishmael, the borrower is always considered to be at the whim of the lender. So the halacha is that the lender chooses to think, and that's where the borrower's got to go. Now, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the courts of Surya. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Surya. So apparently, the courts of Surya in Babel were notorious, unfortunately, for not really being so erudite. They weren't such experts. So therefore, again, if you were called to a court in Syria, you had the right to object to say, or to request a change of venue. I don't really want to adjudicate this over here. This is not the best adjudication. In that kind of case, even the borrower could object. Ava mumchin lo. So we'll say what it sounds like. What it sounds like is that if the borrower is summoned to a court of experts, he would not be permitted to object to, or he would not be permitted to request a change of venue. Now, Papa says, no. Even if the borrower was called to a basin of Mumchin, he's still going to object. He goes, because again, the borrower can always say, what's the big deal? I just want to change the venue. That's what people say. But I just want a different basin. It's not a deal for you to come to a different basin. It's not. The Chum say, so remember, the Chum say you have two. Same first case in Mishnah. Two judges choose a third. These are that Beis Din. These are that Beis Din. Bas the pasli Oslu Baru who Beis Din. So here's the problem. The problem laid this out. So right. So Reuven chooses a Beis Din. Shimon chooses a Beis Din. Shimon says, Reuven says, Shimon, I don't want your Beis Din. Two invalidated but the only two. It doesn't make any sense. Vote, my Zeb Barlo Echad, Zeb Barlo Echad. Ella, what it means to say, here we go. Kish Zeb Barlo Dain Echad, Zeb Barlo Dain Echad, Shnehen Barlo Hen Od Echad. Oh, okay, no. No, do what the process is. In general, if Reuven and Shimon could agree on a Beis Din, that is the best. What if they can't agree on a Beis Din? What happens under those circumstances? Reuven will choose a dayan, right? He gets to choose a judge. Shimon chooses a judge, and then those two judges choose the third. So those two chosen judges choose a third. That is a process through which you could assemble a Beis Din to adjudicate this case. So Mashna the Abdi Hachi, Arma Rabbi Shnegabi Serim B'Tov Shezeb Barlo Dayan Echad, Shezeb Barlo Dayan Echad, Ushneim Borin Lahen Od Echad, Yotzahad Din Lahan. Because you want to say this is a good way to ensure that the matter is adjudicated properly, right? Everybody feels they have a voice, right? Because Reuven got to choose one judge, Shimon got to choose one judge. So everyone has a voice in this process, and therefore, when I say again, and those two judges choose a third, Yatzad and Mamito, everyone is confident in this type of judicial proceeding. Okay, well, we're going to speak more about this idea. But just to be clear, this is not generally like the ideal way that we do this, right? The ideal way is we go to, right, parties agree on a based in, but you could have a situation where parties don't agree on a based in, and so everybody gets to choose one judge. Each party gets to choose one judge, and those two choose a third. Fine. Racham the Chum says, name up the Hudam Rav. What is it? Hudam Rav. Ena is in Chosmer Alashtar, Ella Ikin Yodin, Michosin in mind. So you say name of Rav. Witnesses only sign on a document if they know the other, in other words, one witness will only sign if he knows who else is signing on this document. Rabbi Meir, less late Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to Rabbi Yehuda's position. And therefore, Rabbi Meir says that halacha l'maisa, each party can invalidate the other party's witnesses because he can say, I didn't know who else was signing. So the Gemara says, on the other hand, Amarav Rabbana isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, but is that to say that Rabbana holds the name of Rav? Well, the Kulei Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav. No, but in general, everyone agrees Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, witnesses never sign unless they know who else is signing on the document, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so Amarav, V'das Hadayon, I'm sorry, Kulei Alma isn't Rabbi Yehuda. Amarav, V'das Hadayonin lo Pigi Debayon. And also, ultimately, again, you require the das dayanim to keep the heat. So where is the machlokas? Where das baligin? Do you require the das of the litigants when signing? Take a look. Fine. So much of the Mirsavar, das baligin and I holds that you also require the das of the litigants. Rabbanan Sabi, das hadayonet vagina, das baligin lo vagina. Rabbanan then holds that you need das of the judges, which don't say need the das of the litigants themselves. So let's analyze. Amrav Yudamarav, Ena Edim, Osmin Alashtar, Tanyan Yahi, Kaf Hayun Kiera Shan also was incredible. So this interesting over here, the Russian of Nikia Hadas. So Nikia Hadas doesn't mean those of pure intent. So those of pure intent Yerushalayim Osin, well, Hayu Chosmer Alashtar, Ela Inkin Yodin, Ni Chosin Imai. So they would never sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else was signing on the document with them. They would not be part of a Beis Din unless, of course, they knew who else was part of the Beis Din with them. They would not participate in a meal unless, of course, they knew who else was participating. As I was saying, this is actually something quite beautiful over here. So what made them Nikia Hadas, they understood that who you company with has a fundamental impact on the person you become. So therefore, they wouldn't even say, like working backwards. They're not going to sit at a seudah unless, of course, they know everyone else who's coming. I'm not coming unless I know the rest of the invite list. Why? Because who you break bread with has an impact on who you are. Furthermore, they wouldn't sit on a Beis Din unless, of course, they knew who else. They wouldn't sign on a document unless, of course, they knew who else. Because who you keep company on any level has a fundamental impact on the person you are. Incredible. So you must say, Zep also Diana shows that. So let's remember again. So another Machol is in the Mishnah. So right, Rabbi Meir said each party can invalidate the judge of the other side. And the Chum said no. The only time you can invalidate the judge's way is possible judges if you have grounds. He's conflict of interest, he's a relative. So the Gemara says, Kol Kamini the Apostle Dain. So could Rabbi Meir really saying that each side has the ability to invalidate judges on the other side? Rabbi Yochanan, Barakosh Shabasuri Shanu, about Mumkin Lo. So again, so now interesting, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, what are we talking about? Apparently, again, unfortunately, the Syrian courts had a very bad reputation, and apparently they weren't necessarily well versed. So in the Syrian court, you can invalidate the judges, but if it was a group of experts, again, you can only invalidate based on actual grounds. Gemara says about Mumkin Lo. Hamid the 27, Hamid Chum say, I went is that this man should maybe Rhino. Shin Krogan up Sula. Come say, when can you invalidate judges? Only if you can bring a proof that halacha l'maisa, their relatives, or they have a conflict of interest, or some other pursuit. About how you share them over from the post. But if they were not to be experts, you can't invalidate them. Now, what do you see from them? Well, Rabbi Meir Mumkinani Kalam. So that sounds like Rabbi Meir says that you even invalidate judges who are experts. To which the Gemara says, no. How you come out? How you share it? Nasu Kimum Timipides. The judges were ksher. So we'll say ksher means what? They're not related, and there is no known psul. Even if they're not recognized experts, they're accepted as experts, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Well, I'm going to admit, the Sarah's fellows, low color shapals of dying shemum kalarabi. So again, Bryce says there that one party can't invalidate a judge who is known to be a mumcha, known to be an expert. So the Gemara says, "Ema lo kol emenu shepos al dayin shemchu rak malehem." So we'll say this is fascinating. One of the things you think is as follows: what does it mean to be an expert? It means to be an expert is someone who is accepted by the general populace. So we'll say, understand, it's accepted the idea that sometimes button are not going to have the greatest experts in the world. But as long as those dayanim are trusted by the general public, they are vested with expert-like status. So as long as you have judges who are generally accepted by everyone, you recognize they're not the greatest somebody come in the world, but they're accepted by everyone. Halacha l'maisa, they have the status of experts. It can only be invalidated if you show that either they're related or there's an active conflict of interest. I have a that supports this. The Olam Post of a Holik, actually Kabbalah Love, chased him, Shemum Chalad Jivrei Rabin. You can invalidate judges, but once the judges have been accepted by the general populace, they know what they're talking about, right? And they are proper individuals, they have the status of experts, and can only be invalidated based on specific grounds. I have a heart eating to Mumkum Dami. One second, witnesses are also considered to be like Mumkum, Bamra and Meir, Zeph also Ego shows that. You know, in general, witnesses are also considered to have credibility and accepted. Yet, Rabbi Meir says that each side can invalidate the other witnesses. Can it be that a holy mouth would say such a thing like this? A do. What can you invalidate? You can invalidate a single witness. A do lamai. What is a single witness for? If you want to say that it's for monetary purposes, one witness in 8 echad doesn't do anything by doing mamas. Either shavua, and if it's for an oath, in a Hinami, and Eid Echad is believed to generate no obligation to pay like two witnesses. Yolam Mamam, for monetary purposes. What good does an Eid Echad do for monetary purposes? It's the second class line with H. What's we call the Kavle Aleke Betre. Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Come on, Reuben and Shimon are having a monetary dispute, and there's an Eid Echad, and they both agree to accept the testimony of an Eid Echad and vest him with the same credibility as if two witnesses would have had. So the Gemara said, my conscience, what are being taught over here? To must see Hadabay. That after hearing his testimony, they could choose to renege and not trust him like two witnesses. The Gemara said, when we learn that Tanina, and listen to this. It's fascinating. Neman alai Abba, Neman alai Avicha, Neman alai Gimoroi Bakar. So let's say Reuben is another court case. And let's say again, Reuben's father, they want to appoint Reuben's father as a judge. As long as both parties agree that they agree to accept Reuben's father as a judge, even though obviously he's related to one of the parties, he's allowed to serve as a judge. Similarly, if they decide to appoint a Beis Din, right, and it's a Beis Din of 3 shepherds, shepherds weren't generally known to be incumbent, but if they agree to accept 3 shepherds, then it's agreed. Rameir says, Yachalak Serbo. Rameir says, but ever again, if they change their mind afterwards, they realize Reuben's father is or the 3 shepherds really are just shepherds. Don't know what you're talking about. So they could change their mind. Come say no, come say no. Once you commit to a class, you are committed to a class if you're not reading it. It's on the base. You need Ray Nachman, Ray Yosef, you're going to Kabli Ali Bakad. What the case ultimately again is elements again. This is the case of yours. The father was accepted as a single witness. And what do we see? We see allowed 3 days. So again, so why are you teaching me saying Allah twice? In other words, so you're teaching me again that you could accept an Eid Echad and you could vest him with 2 witness power. So that you could accept Reuben's father as a dayan. Okay, so what you're saying is, in any legal proceedings, parties could agree to accept something as legally binding, even though normally it would not be legally binding, right? So you could accept a relative as a judge, even though a relative is only disqualified as a judge. So too, you could accept the testimony of 1 witness, vest him with 2 witness credibility. Rabbi Meir says if you subsequently change your mind, you should renege. And the Chum said you can't. So why do you keep saying halacha twice? So if we were to just talk the case of the father, telling the father is the judge, I would have said that the case of the Rabbanan said you can't be that. Why? Because when Reuben and Shimon say accept Reuben's father as a judge, perhaps the reason why the Rabbanan said you can't be that is because Reuben's father is fit for a judge. He could be a dayan. Now, generally, not in this case. Why? Not in this case. Why? Because he's related to one of the parties, right? But in the general case, he would be believed. They trade the la'amalo but in the case of accepting the testimony of one witness, so again, general will say one witness is never credible, right? One witness is never believed, and therefore making halakha l'maaseh he should not be vested with credibility at all. And therefore, the reason I want to mayor that you can do that. The actual Bahas come over there about the or if we just accept this case that mayor says his position to be like about the high Emma motivated up, but perhaps in the other case we would reach that he can't be like. Therefore, therefore they're both people. Therefore, we'll say, so bottom line, the take over here is as follows. What's being introduced to us is the following idea. So that halach l'maaseh, and they seem to be fascinated, that in the abstract, there are certain things that work in legal proceedings, right? So a judge has to look a certain way. A testimonial unit has to be comprised of two witnesses. If the parties agree to accept a different standard of adjudication, right? So the parties agree. We agree to allow Reuben's father to serve as one of our dayanim. It works. We agree to accept the testimony of one witness. It works. It works. Why? Because both parties are committing to it. Now, the shaila is after you agree to that process, can you back out? Can you say, no, I no longer accept Reuben's father as a judge. I no longer accept testimony of one witness. So that's when the Chodis Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Rabbi Meir says yes, because since you agreed to a compromised judicial process, therefore what? Therefore you have the right to go ahead and renege on it. The Chum say no. Once you commit to the process, you can't get out. We'll say, by the way, it's such a fundamental life this as well. How do you view life commitments? Do you view your life commitments as non-negotiable? Or are they negotiable? Right? Meir says, even though you committed to this process, there's an exit ramp. You can get off. You can renege. Once you commit to a process, see it through to the end. Fundamental life focus as well. All right, so that's not our focus over here. Let's go like this. Let's finish up. Dainu, the Seifa Idav, Amma Dafka Kafir. So what's this? And here's what's interesting. You know the Kafir, so regulations talking about a case of a judge, and the Seifa is talking about a case of witnesses. So apparently the cases are what we'll call case specific. However, Lazar, the Baal who the Afro post for. What are we talking about? So like case ultimately, again, one of the litigants and another individual comes to invalidate. The Gemara says, "Kol kamine, how they'll get they do something." How could one of the litigants ultimately come along and invalidate one of the witnesses? Well, say again, that should be a conflict of interest. Right? So in other words, if Reuben is one of the parties in the thing, and that Shimon's being witnesses, and now Reuben and another witness come to invalidate Shimon's witnesses, how would that work? How could Reuben be believed to discredit some of Shimon's witnesses? Reuben is considered to have a conflict of interest because he's one of the litigants to the case. Which means to go Shakara ala Pure. So the cases where the witness in question already had, there was some cloud of there was some objection, some other objection raised to his fitness as a witness. So either denied. What kind of show we have over here? You may make it because the Musa, if it was that the witness that came across was accused of being accused, then Kol Kamine Negeve Edusahu Ella Iror Tetagam Mishpacha. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the witness that Shimon brought had a secondary issue, namely the Gam Mishpacha. There was some issue in his lineage. So the Meir says, Hani Am Mishpacha Kamisai, Di Renela Kapasa. So again, the Meir holds, therefore, moving one of the lineages comes along and testifies about Shimon's theological issue. He's not really testifying about his case. He's testifying about a separate theological issue, and therefore, I think he was one of the lineages, one of the parties to the case should be believed. Rabbanan Sabi, so Nogeh Rabbanan on the other hand say, while it's true that Reuben, one of the litigants, is testifying to a genealogical issue that Shimon has. That technically speaking, a genealogical issue is not really part of the current case to which Reuben is a litigant, but nevertheless the impact of his testimony is that it has an impact on the case in which Reuben is a litigant, and therefore that's called Nogeh B'Davar. Okay, so my sister Kios Rabini, or my whole is taken. And my whole is ultimately again when you have two as witnesses. Rameir says, sorry for that. Rameir says also look at Rashi for just a moment. Take a look at Rashi. So before just before we go on, just to understand, I apologize going quickly, but just to understand what's happening. First of all, we've clarified the Mishnah. I gotta clarify. Now, what does it mean when it says what is that talking about? That's talking about a case Reuben and Shimon are not confused. Reuben and Shimon cannot agree on a base. So what's the process? It says Reuben chooses a judge, Shimon chooses a judge, and then what? Those two choose a third. Choose a third. And again, the Gemara says we like that because everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels hurt. Everyone feels kind of they have someone on their team. And that's a good way to make sure that the judgment, proper judgment comes out. That's the first halacha. Now we're mired into the following discussion. We're mired in the following is that these fundamentals, Chachamim and Rabbi Meir, about what power do the parties have over each other's witnesses or each other's judges. So we've clarified the second part also. When can you invalidate a judge? When can you invalidate a judge? Only if you could prove that either he's really puzzled, or what does really puzzle mean? He's a relative, he's a gambler, whatever, some real invalidation, or he's related, or he's raised one of the parties. Right? That's real bad. But if you have a judge that has been accepted by the general population as a judge, even though he's not the greatest Tamkach, that endows him with mumcha status, with expert status, and therefore cannot be invalidated. Now we're trying to figure out under what circumstances can you invalidate the witnesses of the other side. So that's what we're trying to figure out over here. So how can Reuben invalidate Shimon's witnesses, and how can Shimon invalidate Reuben's witnesses? That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, so now back to this. Machon is the shaky behavior. Focus on your two sets of witnesses. What's Machon? Take a look at Rashi. Machon is shaky behavior. Yes, the shaky behavior. So let's say this is fascinating. The case over here is where, watch this. Reuben comes along and Reuben says, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. You know what's happening? Now one, two sets of witnesses. And Reuben's coming to raise the question, I have two sets of witnesses to support my cause. Now watch this. Rashi tries to double them. Say, so, Shamar about the Befanu, Yeshi Sheki Be'idin, but double that. Hevi Kadishona. Ba'amat Aloba, Ba'akar Ba'amar Psulini, Tahash the last kilo get the Edosu, Sharis Amar Malva Shishlo Kat Acheres, then Bikish Velo Matza Yafsis. Now what ends up happening? Reuben brings his first set, and Shimon says, oh no, that first set, they're invalid. So let's say, so now what ends up happening?
I think so because
now what ends up happening is Shimon is unable to go ahead and bring his second set. So now look at the Gemara for actually, you know what? Stop us. Okay, we'll pick up. We rushed it up. Then we'll pick the next Hashem with this case right about the case. They'll say, but just on the same, we're picking up with tomorrow to figure out under what circumstances could one party invalidate the witnesses of the other party. After all, that validation always seems to be that the validating, right, the limit that's being invalidated is going to be no gap interest. He has conflict of interest. Because obviously, Reuben is going to try to invalidate Shimon's witnesses. Why? Because he doesn't want Shimon to have witness. So doesn't that create a conflict of interest? So we're trying to figure out a case where halakha myself, one litigant can invalidate the witnesses of the other litigant without being a conflict of interest. And there's we continue tomorrow.
Did Logan do a recent apology? Oh no, but remember the Suicide Squad apology video where he was like, I made a great mistake. I don't know this one. Okay, it's where we watch it later. Okay, yeah, good job. It was an apology video. We're not talking about it. Okay, well, I hope you're listening, Mr. Joseph Rogan.
Alright, so we'll see.
Let's see here. Correct. Okay, but seriously, what happened to her face? I remember this one from before, I feel like. Or is it you? Oh, so her face is different now. This is her as a younger. skip it. Okay, this is. Okay. I don't like hearing about this.
All right, General Site, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our responses for this ministry. Hey, our annual time to response for the month of Tafshin Pei 5785. The Tafshin Shbach HaBaruch Yisrael for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this year as his host from Source Todos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis, the Kalim Mishpacha, and then we are Amit Ben David and Lidi Shechon Bracha. Our weekly reading sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel, the Indian Mishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Reform Officer for the Bracha. His website is on Zion Davis, your American Art Amadora, all of the Neshama Saudi Arabia, the families in the Chama, all Rosh and Yud, for Shabbos, and Kol Chove Yisrael. Unfortunately, we should bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the cargo to allow our home soldiers to be successful. The whole mass once with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Continuation of incredible duel. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Yetz Hashem. We're picking up today's topic, Chaf 42. We're picking up in Yetz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the base 21b. At the last two dots on the page, because of the Kosei Sefer Torah Lishma. One of the first things that king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually it's not a Shalach also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king or his father was a king. But he has the Sefer Torah from his father. Now he says, I had that Kedusha. That should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. Alright, so Avapi Shenikha Rabbo Sheva Adam Sefer Torah Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now Rabbi expands this a little bit and says, this is not just true of a king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Right? The Atu Kisvu Lachamas Hashira Hazos. Write for yourself this Shira, this Torah. So even though a person has a Torah from his father or from his family, there's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about like this in terms of how one fulfills the obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation. To have to write your own Sefer Torah, right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that? So that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond us what for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batu Kids good. So Batu Kids look up as a shir. So Abaye says, because of both Sefer Torah, Shlo Yitzhak Shalachim, Melachim. Head goes well. But here's the problem. The problem is, when Gemara says it's servant that it's in dafka again by the king and not by others. Right? The Torah says the custom of Sefer Torah Lishmo. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drasha is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is dafka by the king and not the other people. What's going on over here? People in state Torahs. No, the king has halacha. The king has not said to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is a thing signed up. The Kosovo is Mishnah. Kosei B'Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torahs. So one that goes and comes with him. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. The Achaz Shemunachas Lomabes and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. I want to say almost like the beautiful metaphoric symbolism. You know, the treasury is the place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than obviously other riches also, but a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achaz Shimon says, also Shimon said in the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Also Kimin Kamiya, the Torah is low. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that little nigga you can wear it, Shnei Amar, Shibisi Hashem Legi Tomid, Kimini Bal Emo. Was it so beautiful? The king keeps the Sefer Torah that takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. You can wear it. So accompanying wherever he goes. The fulfillment of the pasuk, I keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. such a beautiful and incredible idea. It'll make us ball, all the bits and records, all the bits like he said. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the bathhouse, into the bathroom, Shemar, Bahaisa, Imo, the Torah, Makom Haroy, the Krosabo. So again, Pasuk says it will be with him and he will read in it, which indicates to us he only wears it into places that he can read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. So obviously the bathroom, where you can't read it, at the bathhouse, he won't take it with him. Incredible. So this is very interesting, you know. So Rav Zutra said as follows, or something o'clock. In the beginning, Torah was given the Klal Yisrael Ksav Ivri, Lashon HaKodesh. So Ksav Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script that we use today. The script that we say is called Ashuris. So again, everything Torah was given in Ksav Ivri, and Lashon HaKodesh, what we call Lashon HaKodesh. So Chazal and Nicola and Ezra, the Ksav Ashur, Lashon HaRabbi. So apparently in his Ezra, remember that Ezra was exiled back to so to rebuild the second Mitzvah Mikdash. And there was also a tremendous renaissance for Klal Yisrael as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, weakened. There was a reacceptance, but this time again, the script that was used was Ashur's script, and Lashon Arami, and Aramaic. So where it says, so the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh, V'nichu Legyodos, Ksav Ivris, V'Lashon Arami. And ultimately again we left for the Hedyotos, we'll see what the Hedyotos were just the people, Ksav Ivris, and Lashon Arami. Man Hedyotos, Rebbe Hedyotos, and Christoph Kusai. The Kusim, so notice my Ksav Ivris, what is Ksav Ivris? Or Christoph, Ksav Ivris. It is what's also known as Ksav Libono. Okay, now the Ksav Ivris, Rashi says, last Rashi of the Libono, also Kidolos, King, also Shekosim, Kinos, and Zudos. This is a script, or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Daniel, Yossi says as follows: Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Moshe, had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe, what Moshe says, Moshe Allah El Elohim. But it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, to Ezra Allah Yisrael. So he uses this notion of Aliyah, of ascensions, not Aliyah Ha'amar Khan Torah, Aliyah Ha'amar Lahalon Torah. So just like the Aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu is bringing down the Torah, so to the Aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "Va'uset tzid Hashem va'isayhi, v'lamed eshem chukim u'mishpatim." But the Moshe Rabbeinu says that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes for Ezra Omer. Ki Ezra, Eichel Yevava Midrash Es Torah Hashem Elokav, V'lasos u'lamid b'Yisrael chok u'mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really had it. It was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe, Ezra who brought down the Torah. Ya'av Mishon the Torah al Yodo, Yishtana al Yodo. Yishaya got 7. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, but Ezra merited to affect certain changes in Torah, specifically again the writing. Right beforehand, again it was Ivris. And Ezra changes it to Ashur Shaneh. What's that top of page 22a? The Ksav HaYishtabim, Ksav HaAramis, U'Mitrodam Aramis. Ksiv, the Pasuk says, Lo Kavim Kas V'Nikra, U'Pshara Lahodam L'Mafu. Ksiv, because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos, Ksav HaLoi L'Ishtaros. Okay, so it says, so some dramatic change occurred under Ezra, and again we switch from Ksav Ivris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Sha'ala Imahem Me'ashur, because it came back with the people from Assyria, from Babylon, from Ashur. Tanya Rabbi Yomer says, Even the Tzadzen Notori Yisrael is actually present suggests the following. Originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kivan Shechatu, Nepak Lahem Meloach. Once Klal Yisrael sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, if you look at Rashi says over here, so the Ksav Zeh is the last of the wide lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikna Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, the Lamed Lo Kahalim Kisvel, the Mikra, the Hebrew Shechatim Bayis Rishon, the Baz Vasatorah, Nepach Lehem Nerot. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first case of the as a result of our sin. And then what happened? You know, so Hebrew Shechatim Bayis Ezra, and Klal Yisrael did Tshuva, Ayim Ezra. So then the script returns to Neymar, Shuvah Levitzar Haser HaTikva, Kamayom Magid Mishnah Asherbacha. Lamanik Rishma Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shem Isharis Miksav. A very beautiful type of script. Rishon Elazar, what's the first white line? Rishon Elazar, Rishon Elazar, Ben Paratop. Mishum, Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Zeh, Monishtana Koiker. Not true, right? The script that we have has not changed. Rosh Hashanah. Bave Ha'amudi. What's interesting enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Just like the clothes of the Mishkan never changed. Above him, Mishkan is a little bit of a play on words. So above him means the hooks that the curtains attached to. So here it's using bottom to mean the letters. The letters that just as the colors didn't change, so the buttons didn't change as well. Va'omer, Vela Yehudim Kichsavan is no shonam. Malashonam, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Av Kisvam lo nishtana. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella, Ma'an Mekayim, as Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. Alright, so what do I do with that Lashon Mishnah HaTorah? Mishneh Toros. This, once again, once I circle back, Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shiur, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torahs of the king. That Joel said the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes and comes with him, and a second Torah which remains inside of his treasure house. It's over his Lord Shneimar, Shivisi Hashem and the Navy Summit, and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's where he was on. But the one that goes and comes with him, gets written in amulet form. In amulet form, that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the Pasuk says, I face Hashem before me at all times. So beautiful. But the other thing is actually Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. Hi Shivisi my Darish. They have this Yarish in the Pasuk Shivisi Hashem and the Summit. However, he got kind of about this. Another Karabizam Shimon Chasida, Hagispado, Sarah Shira, Anselm Kilushina Kinendo. First, when a person davens, he is supposed to view as if the Shekhinah, the divine presence, is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit. So very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. He makes the Torah like an amulet, that this way the people from Shwarah were opposite at all times. The second thing is no. Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit is not unique by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite me. It's interesting. The application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king or it's talking to the individual, the idea is there is this concept, is what the Balatanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness. God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you create proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah Torah has it also, right? That's like Gerish Korach opens up. You should be Hashem and Negli Summit. Mishnah Torah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following. A person has God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Rav Shimon Damak Sad זה לא משתנה. מים לא קרים כספו נקרא. So according to Restream says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and remained in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? And paper Daniel. Lo kalan kasabana mikras. So this is very interesting. Amarav bigimatri ektalos. So this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. We saw this Gemara Mesechus in Megillah. Right? Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that there was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years, and after that they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a big party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agatha Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Bistash, and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological contest over the God of the Sabbath party. And there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall, the expression writing on the wall that comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. So the Gemara says that it refers to that story. There's a match here of Lahon Yatis Ida Pus Chabatz. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar's intended doom was not really explicitly, rather it's what it calls in gematria. But gematria doesn't have to necessarily numerical value. Gematria also means like shorthand, not powerfully. So what does it mean? Mana, Tashma Ufarsi. Mana Avakach Moku. Mana means Hashem, this was the message to Belshazzar. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Tafil, Takilta, Benazne, Bishkaka Fasra. God has weighed you in the scale. You have turned out to be deficient. Hardy says, Mahusa, Vihava, Lamada, Paras. Your kingdom has come to an end and is going to be given over to Persia and to Media. Shmuel says, Matos Minafi Allah. This message is reading. Anam Lakas Yisrafu, Rashem Nama Kato Parson. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one served as a mnemonic for some type of message of his intending doom. Now let's say, so just so you know, Halacha L'Maisa, Rabban Paskins that indeed a king writes two Torahs. But it's not only for two Torahs. One Torah that is small enough to go to wherever he goes. And in fact, the Rambam means that it was written and with its form. So literally, he can wear it. He did its cabinet at all times. And the other is the Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivisa Hashem and Summit, that at the end of the day, at the day of Mishpah, moving at all times, and one sefer remains in his treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the year, and even of the king, who has many different possessions, is his Torah. This is ruchnius, so beautiful. So I said that idea of Torah being your most important possession is we know this. Everything else you acquire in this world you could enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquired, the listeners that you acquired, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. We've got about Mishnah in Rofun Suso, the Yoshua Kiso. The Mishnah was some other halach that's pertinent to a king. You cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne. And you cannot utilize his scepter. And let's say that this is all referring to common people. Right? This doesn't refer to other kings. So it seems a little bit like that. You have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter. And Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas with counters vis-a-vis the king. I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's seat. I can't use things. I can't use his scepter. They know those like you shouldn't stop it. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. When he's unclothed. Go to the shits with the king. So that was like, this is all interesting. All parts of the motif has that reverence for the king. So part of that, that's part of is in three categories. Like activities things you have to do for things that you are not allowed to utilize because they're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence. So you can't go to the mikvah and the king's version. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be when the king's getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see it. Okay, says the Imam Avishag. We'll tell us a little bit of context. This is actually the end of the Malach, actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chaisar. He says that they hired for him. They hired. Avishag Hashrimanis. So the Gemara says Vasula Arya. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been married to marry Adoniah ben Chagis. Now, Adoniah ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis was shown just a few days ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Chagis, the husband is necessarily more. He says, I'm the reign. So what ends up happening over here, so therefore, obviously again that story, so David says exclusively Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishag, but Adoniah would not. Why? Because the character Shlomo is Abishag Vidosh Malach. Because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishag to the scepter of the king. Right, the scepter, something that was utilized by the king. So Abishag was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was sort of utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her how he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the Hagel too. So the Gemara says, but she would have been permitted to Adoniah because Adoniah ben Chagis has the status of a commoner. Even though he was the son of the king, he has the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag Maihi, what exactly was Abishag's role in David HaMelech's life? It said, Ba'melech Zokim Ba'vayomin. So again, it says, Ba'ibakshu Na'ara Yafa, it said, Ba'ana'ara Yifa Yafa Adma'od, Ba'tihilo L'melech Socheres, Ba'tishar Seri. So Adoniah, so Abishag she was an attendant. Now, what's interesting is, even though she was an attendant, right, the Navi goes, I never say to highlight that she was very beautiful. So why they need to highlight her beauty if she's just an attendant? Is actually very interesting. Amar means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar I see actually. So I'm sorry I can't. And I'll say again, all these things come together. Why not? The Rav says, I have reached the limit of 18 wives. I can't marry that pregnant. So it's actually fascinating. Anyway, so Avishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, Chasila Leganva Nakshi Shalma. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, suddenly he's a tzaddik, he's not. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate a marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm a little Kili Bathsheba. So this is an interesting Gemara. She says, oh yeah? It says, call him Bathsheba. Bathsheba was his wife. It Shatava Bathsheba Alakafat. I'm not even got Murad. But also, Kimika Bathsheba Bishosha Shay Mapos. Apparently, again, we engage in multiple acts of relations with Bathsheba to show Adoniah Ben Sotrim, to show Abishag and Shulamis that this was not an issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. He was fine. This was an issue that, again, we have 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So what's this interesting? So this is the answer. What the answer? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashinamis. Again, on both sides. So just to be clear, it's not the pshat that David HaMelech necessarily was close with all of these 18 women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashinamis. And what do you see from here? Now, I didn't get into what do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech התירו יחי ולא התירו לגרש. Stephen and I, they committed yichud. Right? Remember the answer we just saw in yesterday's class after the episode of Kamal. So they went into the yichud. So they, right, so the governor Melech, yichud was committed because he was alone. After all, there was Abishak Shunam, she was not his wife. Even though again she was a single woman, and when Mexican we said that was part of the yichud. So nevertheless, again, they committed yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Remember the Lord said, so very sometimes in the Lord says as follows: "Kol megarish Sister Shona, afilu mizbeach morid alav b'mos." Very, very funny Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even the mizbeach cries tears for the Shona Amar. V'zos shenis tasu ksus dimot. As Mizbach Hashem bechiv ba'anachah, me'in od holos al ha'mincha, v'rakachas v'tzon b'yadchem. V'tzit, v'amartem amma, al ki Hashem hei b'necho v'en eshes ni'ulecha, asher ata bagarta bo, v'hi chavirascha, ve'eshes brisecha. So what's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is the Mizbeach crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So let's talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. I'm not saying, no, it's important. Let's do this. No, I'm saying, obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. What they might just point out over here is almost like a fundamental rupture in the fabric. Almost like of the natural order when a divorce occurs. It may be that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, but there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. So Okay, so you might just say divorce for just a second. We'll come back to it. Then it goes back to the question. So you says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And then you'll say, now what does one thing have to do with the other? So the Maharsha points out that there's a little bit like a midah kineged midah. So if moving and moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore the Rebbe Shalom takes something from him as well. It's in Shneimar. Then Ein Locha V'Shalem Lam Yikach Mishkav Chamitachtach. Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Kol Adam Shemeser Ishto Rishona. If a man loses his wife, his first wife, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, the Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Ben Adam Hinei Lokech Mincha Esmach Man Einecha B'Magid V'Lo Tifkin V'Lo Tifker V'Lo Tava D'Masach Uksid V'Adaber Ala Am B'Boker V'Tamas B'Shti Ba'erev Uksid Hini Mechalolis Mikdashi Ga'on Uschem Machmad Einecha. So what is just notes the juxtaposition over here. In keeping this off from Yechezkel, and Yechezkel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of a Beis Hamikdash. That the loss of one's first wife. And you know, it's like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. But what you see over here is over and over the Gemara pointing out about the profundity of a first marriage. A man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. That is fundamentally different and just pivotal in a person's life. I'm going to exaggerate. First of all, why this under about him? If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shneimar, or Choshech Bi'alo, Shenira Olav Yida'acha. I would say, his steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his spouse. Shene'emar, Yitzhak Tzadeh Ono, Rabbi Yavar Omer Asasa Nofaris. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. A person's wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Shene'emar, Batashtichu Asaso Omer Lava, Barachon Yokron. Kosh Lazavi Pirsam. So I spoke a little bit about marriage. After this is the things beginning the second sofa, more difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to make one shidduch, like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Rizbono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature, just like if you think about it, finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now, the time of the Gemara itself, that Rashi and Tosashan spoken on the Zevia, they say, a man is an individual and a woman is an individual. I'm not saying he said this probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shene'emar, Elokim Moshe Yechidin Bisa, Motzi Ashirin Motzi Asirin Bikosharos. Atipi Motzi Asirin, Elokim Motzi Asirin, Atipi Bikosharos, Elokim Bechi Bishiros. So that's the idea over here. Is that literally again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirin Bikosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim, and by extension to Yosem. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding a shidduch is like a supernatural event? One second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained. 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero, a heavenly voice comes down and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like she did come up preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a bus code, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? To which the Gemara says, Lakashya, Hafiz of Rishon, Hafiz of Sheni. So we'll say this is fascinating. The bus code, the heavenly voice that says so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so, that's your first marriage. That's your first marriage. And what they now begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with the first marriage. And the first marriage, the idea that a person divorces his first wife, the Mizbeach goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. Now let's say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Again, because the Chazal plan, it's not working for people to be together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. The shidduch in general, sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. I don't know, we saw that this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this was always like intrigues me. You have this sort of endangered species. People have them, they get all worked up because everyone humpback whale is gonna be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? For example, right? The first one created the Lev Yassan during the Shulchan Gracious. And the Lev Yassan was created, and then it was shepherded. Often thought that was an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something is supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to you get into the mindset that things are supposed to sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't really take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. That is very profound. So the Gemara says, So the Gemara says, so the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kavsha Mazabim Kefiyas Yama. So that's what's much more difficult than the splitting of the sea. Now, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this. Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. Like a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuben is married to one person, Rachel is married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuben's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that. And there's a whole trust a life support. So that becomes much more quote-unquote complicated, and that becomes a little bit like, oh my Yam Suf Koryagi for the Ribono Shalom. It's incredible. I don't know why nothing. The Kodesh Tomorrow plus Yeshua. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your youth. Shema Anar. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. A person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So what's this? This is actually a very interesting one. So just saying over there. But Yehuda is saying it's over to Yitzchak, his son. And it says to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with his first wife. There's so much to say all of these Gemaras, and a lot of good Shana brachas telling, so listen, but the idea is when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there, and therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of these other pieces associated with it. So the kol hatzilua, the inner tranquility, the inner peace, is usually not there. It's not there. It doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. It is. But for myself, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility, right? It's almost like, let's say that you ever see it, if you're like, if you're under a football, the class, you can think about your own football, and then you're twisting under like a lot of footballs. You see it's like that, like innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity. Right? But again, but it is like goofy, like innocence and happiness that's just there. It's like you see these couple and they're looking at each other and it's like there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. Like the world could stop and these two people would not notice a thing. You wouldn't notice a thing. You can't recapture that later on in life. You can't. You could find happiness and you could find love and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost like emotional love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, what about the person who's beginning your life journey with not that's all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what the Buddha calls that kol hatzilua is when you're young, and ultimately, again, Ishto Mishona, first marriage. So this is otherwise, so let's say, 22b. So now remember, this is what Yitzchak, this is what Yehuda saying these two sayings, this is beautiful. Amalei, Kidon 9. So now, when Yitzchak, the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Like, do you know a couple like that? Right? When they were young and they had like just this tranquility and this beautiful love. Amrlo, you know what in how beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to a son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother, like your husband. Such a beautiful Gemara, and such a profound exercise, like in Shalom Bayis, and what it means to give into our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility. In his first wife, the said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So let's do this. Now, really? So, so how you feel that you do this, yet, but you do accept to some of your stuff. Code person. Motsi ani mani navas. Esa isha. Asher yimits yekaronim. So Shama says, I found something more bitter than death. A woman. Now listen, now understand by the way, just to appreciate this. Okay, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the sugis of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo got himself into tremendous. That's just saying that women are more brave than death. So that would be a terrible, terrible symbol of the process. What Shlomo was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Like this was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, reference to Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke to melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. All of that a result of. So as a result of poor marriage choices. So Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. Again, that's like Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Yehuda saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo HaMelech was referring to? Mama, like you're going to wow. He said, yeah, like your mother. Right? So, again, so which one is it that you need though? Which one is it? Like, is your wife's marriage like the most incredible woman in the world? Or is she more bitter than death? To which the mother says, the truth is, both. If we read Ma'abra, so we must, I'm gonna let you go in call. Miskip the Kifa, if we read Ma'abra, what's the hero's difference? So apparently, his wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She was easily angered, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she had that even when she didn't, she was able to come down, she was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So also, so by the way, there's also just a profound soul in this emotions that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi's mind, it's the same woman. But granted, it's curious to see if you ask Mrs. Rabbi's right? Who the problem was in marriage? I don't know that she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But it might say, okay, but there's a profundity. What's the profundity? It looks like that same marriage could be ein adam moshe tvaras ruach alav though. The same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and closeness, and could also be marvelous. Also, it's not contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's also nothing in life is so ethical about it. That feeling is always good. Right? But aside from that, nothing else in life is always good. Just to tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. I know I had a couple of years ago. I had a young woman, and the little child was calling me up, sobbing. Because one of those phone calls, I was like, so they can't hear the word. What happened? So we had a fight. Good job up there. And we had a fight. Yeah, and what? We had a fight. And she could not get over this idea that they had a fight. And sometimes when I tell you a problem, you can't laugh because it's but like I'm so cute, and like so naive. I don't know what your background is or what kind of home you grew up in. We have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, and the person always tripping whatever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and you agree on everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you'll have that, but if you're married to a human being, there's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, And you can even have moments that are more bitter than that. Now, that might be a bit hyperbolic, but you understand the point. Like, you could have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you could also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible, and it's not a contradiction. Jesus says the same wife, who again I feel so privileged with, is the same wife who again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. So, Smurf says another beautiful Gemara. English is Erishto. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife, or really not just only by his wife. Only by his wife. But when a wife dies, her loss is felt ultimately again. Sorry, I'm going to check it out. Isha Golami, Ve'ina Karsa, this Elisha Saki. So the Gemara says, interesting like you over here. Listen. So this is literally, so Shmuel Bar says in the Rav that a woman is literally Kli Golami is an unformed utensil. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband, with whom she experiences the first act of intimacy. And I keep falling, outside Hashem Tzvachot Shema. What's looking at you over here? That there's a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience a first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss can really only be felt by the husband. I will say he's actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that there are other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. Move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even like more on this line, when parents lose a child, they have each other for which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life. And when you lose your partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. What it says is one of that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. This is Karsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately against blood from Naomi. That is Elimelech, the husband of Naomi. Well, Elimelech was also the father of Machloeh but you see the rate as well, so it was most acutely felt by Naomi. And again, Yaakov, this is really significant. Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to Ba'ani, Devarim Padam Mesa Arai Rachel. Could have just said Mesa Rachel. What do you mean, Sarai Rachel died on me? That the loss of Rachel was most acutely felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Aaron also, which is not actually Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said she can't see the king when he's getting a haircut. Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. King has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is to get a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol chops. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol up on the social media. Regular Kohen gets a haircut once every 30 days. So now we start with Kohen, so the king gets a haircut. So the king always has to do this. The king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Erev Shabbos. I'm going to show my mouth, but I'm going to Yochanan. Kohen Ushmat and Schachos. So the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, right? Since the Kohanic shifts change over once a week. So it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet it. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once every 30 days. To say, Velashem lo yibalechu, upera lo yishalechu. Kisuni kasmas v'shem. So also said, we have one closer to Pasuk from your Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So you must know that para means also. They have zero shell para first by line. Tzivaka para ben show. Tzivaka Gadol para sa'are show. Said right, it says by the Nazir. Same by Nazir Para. It says over Para also. Now not on Yom, Afkan 30 Yom. Just like by the Nazir, Stam Nazir is 30 days. Certainly again, the regular Kohen cannot allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. Right? Once we'll stop over here. So I want just actually finish up. Stam Nazir is 30 Yom. So I was Stam Nazir is going for 30 days. So I want to stop over here, pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen Head Yom. Grooming obligation in just a little bit. Shkoyach.
You're gonna fucking awesome, man. God damn.
All right, you have a wonderful day.
Yeah, it's like at some point you just have to do your own thing. Yeah. Don't tie yourself to a sinking ship. We have so many mics here, dude. Yeah, come on. Gene, you're welcome. Beanie guy, as long as it keeps on the hat, can come by. All right, so you're out. Definitely Nick's out. Or Hot Chip, he's no question. You're never invited on the show. No chance. Not a chance.
I think we guys should keep doing shows. They go, why do you guys something show lost? I don't know. I said I'm trying not to. I mean, tell me. You know.
I just had it river and lips. Shots in control of your life. It's all me.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let's begin by taking all of our responses for this morning's thing. Our annual Talmud Torah response for the month of Tavshin 5785. The Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year as his host from Source Tolos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah response for the month of Hades, the Talmud Mishpach, in memory of Amit Ben David of Hades, the Chol Libracha. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Shosh Daniel, Lili Mishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rachel, Noach, the Chol Libracha. His yard site is on Zion Street. So for an American about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the family in the Chama, all those who endure foreshadowing to the cultural in Israel. The Rosh Hashanah should bring our hostages home with the Shalom and the carnage to allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Dana. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do about Hashem. So we ensure that incredible tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Meretz Hashem. We are picking up today's page 22. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the page 21b at the last two dots on the page. Because of the Kosei Sacred Torah Shema. One of the first things that a king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Although actually, it's not a Shalab also. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king, but he has a Sefer Torah from his father. He says, I have that Yerusha. That should be enough. So the Gemara says, no, the halacha is he must write his own Sefer Torah. All right, so Sheni Chavah also the Sefer Torah. Mitzvah Lichtov Mishalom. Now, Rava expands this a little bit and says, this is not just true of the king. This is true in general of any person. Every single individual has an obligation to write a Torah. Right? The Atu Kisra Hamas Hashira Hazos. Write for yourself this Shira, this Torah. So the real person has a Torah from his father or from his family. It's an obligation for every individual to write his own Torah. I will say, there's much to talk about this in terms of how one fulfills that obligation. That's a pretty steep obligation to have to write your own Sefer Torah. Right? So what exactly that means and how exactly that manifests itself and how one can fulfill that, so that's an entire discussion. Again, beyond our scope for this morning. But the idea is that every person has an obligation to write their own Sefer Torah. Shnei Amar, Batuk is good. So Batuk is Lav Hamas Hashira says, Isay Abaye. So Abaye says, because of those Sefer Torah, so it's not B'Shalach Hirim. Melachim. Head your blow. But here's the problem. The problem is, the Gemara says it sounds like it's not a thing by the king and not by others. Like the Torah says, the possible Sefer Torah Shmo. The king should write his own Sefer Torah. And again, the drush is he should not content himself with someone else's Torah. He's got to write his own. So it sounds like the obligation to write one's own Sefer Torah is not done by the king and not done by other people. So what's going on here? Well, it's people the state Torah. No, the king has a different halacha. The king has an obligation to write two Torahs. Two Torahs, this is what we're signed up. The Kasich was Mishneh. Kosei Shmo Shtei Torahs. The king has an obligation to write two Sefer Torah. Achos Shigoitza Mitzvah Imo. So one that goes and comes with it. Right? So in general, a Sefer Torah that he just keeps with him wherever he goes. Hashem will not transform a base in and one that he places in his treasury. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. So the king places one Torah that goes with him and one Torah that remains in his treasury. It's almost like a beautiful, beautiful metaphoric symbolism. The treasury is a place where you keep that which is most valuable to you. So what does the king keep in his treasury? Nothing other than his Akshavah, which is also a Sefer Torah. So one Sefer Torah for the treasury, one Sefer Torah to take with him. Achash Psima says, also she makes it in the precious the one that the king takes with him everywhere he goes. Also, we call it as well. He makes it like an amulet. In other words, he makes it very, very small. So that literally, again, you can wear it, Shana and Ar. Shibisi Hashem, the Neki, Tommy, Kimini, Bar, Ember. This is so beautiful. The king keeps the safe authority that he takes with him in and out. He makes it small like an amulet. You can wear it, combination wherever he goes. Fulfillment of the pasuk, keep Hashem before me at all times. If Hashem is on my right, I shall not falter. Beautiful, incredible idea. Enonichnas boss, roller base and metaphor base, like he said. Obviously, you can't wear the Torah amulet into the back house, into the bathroom, Shnei Mar. So again, because it says that be with him and he will read it, which indicates to us he only wears it in places that he can read it. Places where he can't read it, he doesn't wear it. Obviously, the back room where you can't read it, and the back house, you won't see it with him. Incredible. All of our visuals, you can have Marvel Club. Shiva, Nico, the Zobic Sat, the Vigalash, shows that this is very interesting. So my vision says as follows. It says that in the beginning, always been required to be Sat Ivri, Lashna Kodesh. So the Sat Ivri is a particular type of script, not the script we use today. The script that we use is called Ashuris. So again, originally it was given in Sat Ivri and Lashna Kodesh, what we call Lashna Kodesh. Chazra and Nicola Hamine Ezra, Sat Ashuris for Lashna Kodesh. So apparently in the days of Ezra, remember again, Ezra leads the wave of exiles back to Eretz Yisrael to rebuild the second English. And it was also a tremendous renaissance for Cloud Israel as well. So in the days of Ezra, Torah was, so to speak, reached in the acceptance. But this is again a script that was used as a Jewish script, and Lashon Arami, and Aramaic. So the verse says, Israel settled on Ksavashuris, the secondary script, which was the script used by Ezra, and ultimately again Lashon HaKodesh. Kodesh, V'nichu Yotos, V'nichu Yotos, Idris, the Lashon Ami, and ultimately again the Yotos, see the Yotos were just the people, Idris, and Lashon Arami. Mana Yotos, what they Yotos, and Krista Kusai, Kusin, so what is Samuel Christa? Sav no. It is what's also known as Sav Libona. The name for Sav is Rashi says, last Rashi on the daf, Libona, also Skidolos Kin, also Shekosim, Kunios, and this is a script or a handwriting made up of very large letters that you'll often find in amulets. Okay? Kind of. Yosef says, Ezra. Ezra was so great that technically speaking, Torah could have been given through him. Moshe had it not been that Moshe Rabbeinu had lived before Ezra. So Moshe says, Moshe Allah Elohim. Plus it says that Moshe ascended to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ezra Omer, who Ezra Allah Mitzvah. So it uses this emotion of aliyah, of ascension, by both of these men. Not aliyah amar Torah, aliyah amar Haman Torah. So just like the aliyah said by Moshe Rabbeinu represents Moshe Rabbeinu's bringing down of the Torah, so to the aliyah mentioned by Ezra is also Torah. The Moshe Omer by Moshe Rabbeinu says, "But also see Hashem by Yisachi, Rami Es and Chukim in Mishpat." Like the Moshe Rabbeinu says that Hashem commanded me at this time to teach you laws and statutes to Ezra Omer. Ezra, Echin Yevavam Litrosh Es Torah Hashem Elokav, Alasos Ulanami Yisrael Chol Mishpat. So again, you see this very similar wording by Ezra and by Moshe to highlight this idea that Ezra really was on the same level as Moshe Rabbeinu. Had Ezra lived before Moshe. It would have been Ezra who brought down the Torah. Yafat is on the Torah al Yado, Lishtana al Yado, Lishtana al Yado. Even though Ezra didn't merit to bring down the Torah, yet Ezra merited to affect certain changes in the Torah, specifically again the writing, right? Beforehand again it was Ibris, and Ezra changed it to Ashur Shenem. Was on top of Chafidis 22a, with Ksav Hanishtavan Ksav Ha'aramis and Metorgam Aramis. Siv, because it says Lo Kalim Kas V'Lemikra U'Pshara Mahodalama. Siv, because of this Mishnah Torah Hazos Ksav Haroi Lish. Okay, so we'll say so some dramatic change occurs wrong, and again we switch from Ksav Ibris to Ksav Ashuris. Lamanikra Ashuris. By the way, why is it called Ksav Ashuris? Sha'Allah Imahem Me'asher, because it came back to the people from Assyria, from Baba, from Asher. Tanya Rabbi Yomer says, "Tchila b'Ksav Zen Nikra Torah Yisrael." This is actually interesting. One verse of the President suggests the following: originally, Torah was in fact given in Ksav Ashuris, the present script that we have today. What happened? Kevan Shechatu Nefach Lahen Eloat. Once Klal Yisrael sinned, so literally again, Ksav Ashuris became splintered. If you take a look, see what Rashi says over here. So the Ksav Zeh is the last of the white lines in Rashi. The Ksav Zeh, Mikra Torah Yisrael, B'nei Moshe, the Lama Lo Kahalim Kisvel L'Mikra, the Kedin Shechatu Bayis Rishon, who Baz Vasatorah, Nepach Lehem L'Roah. So apparently, this script was lost during the days of the first place on the Kush, as a result of our sin. And then what happened? Gemara said, "Kevish Shechazubahim Ezra." And it's always said, "Shuvah." I read Ezra. So then the script returned. Shneimar Shuvah L'Bitzar Aser Hatikva Kalayom Magid Mishnah Asherach. Lamanik Rashma Ashuris. So why is it called Ashuris? Shemu Sheres Yitzad. It's a very beautiful type of script. Rishon Elazar, what's the first white line? Rishon Elazar, Rishon Elazar, Ben Parto. Rishon Sha'amar Rishon Rabbi Elazar Hamodi. Ksav Lo Nishtana Kolefer. Not true, right? The print, the script that we have has not changed. Has not changed. Rosh Hashanah. Vave Ha'amudim. Wasn't interestingly enough, this is talking about the hooks of the curtains for the Mishkan. Ma'amudim Lo Nishtanu, just like the pillars of the Mishkan never changed. Vavim means kind of some of us play on words. So Vavim means the hooks that the curtain is attached to. So here he's using Vavim to mean the letters. The letters that just as the pillars didn't change, so the Vavim didn't change as well. Omer, Velayehudin Kitsavam, Bichlil Shonam, Malashonam, just like the language of the Jews didn't change. Af Kisvam Lo Nishtana. So too their writing did not change as well. Ella Ma'ani Makayim as Mishnah HaTorah Hazos. So what do I do with that Lashon Mishnah HaTorah? The Shtei Toros. This once again, I circle back. Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to a shinui, to a change in Torah, i.e. a change in script, but rather it refers to the two Torah of the king. Achas of the Knesset Simo, Ba'achas Shemunachas Lo B'Beis Knesset. That also the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that comes with him, and the second Torah which continues inside of his treasure house. Also, Shnei Knesset Imo, also Kumiyot, the Torah is Rosh Ner, Shivisi Hashem Lenei Yisrael, and the one that remains in his treasure house, that's regular Torah. But the one that goes and comes with him, that's written in annual form. So that literally you can take it with him wherever he goes. As the pasuk says, I have placed Hashem before me at all times. So beautiful. But the other opinion is actually Mishnah Torah for this whole thing about the changing of the script. Hi Shivisi, my Darish. And how does he dash in the pasuk Shivisi Hashem and Yisrael? Kumukale Chidra Kanabadisna. Kanabadisna Mishon Chasida Hamispadal Tzarach Shira Asmo to the Shkina Kinegdo. Because when a person davens, he's supposed to view as if the Shekhinah of the divine presence is literally right opposite him. So again, two different ideas. Shneimar Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit. So I say so very beautiful. So one of the things the Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit is a reference to the king's personal Torah. It makes the Torah contaminated. that this would be the opposite of it all time. Second thing is no, Shivisa Hashem Le'edisam is not used by a king, it's for everyone. What does it mean? That when I daven, I should view as if the Shekhinah is directly opposite. It's interesting, the application is different, but the concept is the same. Like whether it's talking to the king, whether it's talking to the individual, the idea is there's this concept, this is what the Balatanya brings down. Like in the beginning of Tanya, first, like God awareness. God awareness, that everything is about God awareness. If you proper God awareness in your life, then by definition it changes everything. Mishnah as well, right? That's why the Torah opens up. Shivisi Hashem Lemedi Samid. Mishnah says you can't compare a person who realizes that he's living under the watchful eye of the king to a person who thinks that he's following the person has God awareness. God awareness fundamentally changes and shifts the way we behave day in and day out. Shimon Damak said, Zeh lo nishtana. My lo kalim chasson mikra. Yes, as a country says that the script never changed. Torah was given in Ksav Ashuris and remained in Ksav Ashuris. What does he do with the phrase? The Sefer Daniel. Lo kalan chasava mikra. So you must see very interesting. Amrad, you can actually so this is referring to the episode of Belshazzar. This is we saw this Gemara Masechus in Megillah. Like Belshazzar was one of the Persian kings. He thought that you were right. There was a prophecy that the Jews would be in exile for 70 years, and after that they'd be redeemed. He miscalculated the years. He thought the 70 years had elapsed, and he made a party. The Jews were not going to be redeemed. And in that party, what did he do? Beautiful Agadah Megillah. What did he do? He brought out all of the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash, and he used them in his own personal party, celebrating almost like a theological contest over the God of the Jewish people. At his party, then there was this dramatic episode of like literally writing on the wall. You know the expression "writing on the wall"? That comes from the story of Belshazzar. There was some miraculous writing on the wall that indicated that Belshazzar was going to experience a significant downfall. The Gemara says that refers to that story. Amrav, the Gematria Echtav Lahon Yatis Ida plus Chamat. So the Gemara says, so in the story of Belshazzar, so the message of Belshazzar is intending to do what not written explicitly, rather it was written in Gematria. So Gematria doesn't have to necessarily mean numerical value. Gematria also means like my part of shluchim. So what they mean? Mana taka ufarsi. Mana alakamashi sabash. Mana means Hashem. Hashem has calculated your reign, and it has come to an end. Kalkil, that killed us and Nazay, Dishtakach Basar. God has weighed you in the scale, and you have turned out to be deficient. Harisas Mahusa, the Ahava Lamada Yiparas. Your kingdom has come to an end. And given over to Persia and India. Shmuel says, Mimatos Minakti Alor. This is how the message is written. Amar Anam Lakas Misrafu. So again, these are all different ways in which the message to Belshazzar was literally written on the wall, and each one serves as an admonish for some type of message God is intending to. And let's say, so just so you should know, halacha myself, what I've been passing is that indeed a king writes 2 Torahs. Right now, one or 2 Torahs, one Torah that is small enough to go through as he goes. The fact is, I'm amazed that it is written and in its form, so that literally he could wear it. He could just have it with him at all times. And the other is a sacred Torah that is kept in his treasury. So again, symbolizing this idea, Shivisi Hashem Lemedi Samid, that at the end of the day, with me at all times, and one sefer remains in the treasury, highlighting the idea that the most important possession of the years, and even of the king, there's many different possessions. This is Torah. This is so beautiful. I'll say that idea of Torah being your most important possession is we know this. Everything else acquired in this world you can enjoy for however many years you have in this world. But once you leave this world, those possessions no longer come with you. Conversely, the Torah that you acquired, the witness that you acquired, that is yours for all eternity. That's yours. You never have to part with that possession. Incredible Mishnah. In Rokuna Suso, in Yoshua Chiso, in Shavita, was a some other halachas pertinent to a king. The cannot ride on the king's horse. You cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot utilize his scepter. It was saying that this is all referring to common people, right? This doesn't refer to other kings. As we're going to see a little bit, like you have David who's the king, and then David dies, his son Shlomo becomes king. Shlomo could use the scepter, right? Shlomo could sit on the throne. The idea is these are halachas regarding commoners vis-a-vis the king. So commoner, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't use his scepter. Then Roman was like Yishumi Stata. It's interesting. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Or when he's unclothed. You can't go to the shnitz with the king, that house. And Shineman Som Tasim Allah Hamelach, Shekahei a Masor Allah. And I will say this is all interesting, all part of the motif of one has to have reverence for the king. So part of that is weight. It's almost like you can split up into three categories. Like activities, active things you have to do for the king, things that you are not allowed to utilize because you're associated with the king, and not seeing the king in any way that could potentially diminish your honor and reverence for the king. So you can't go into the mikvah and the king's going to the mikvah. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't be the king getting a haircut. No one's allowed to see you. Okay, so I'm Rav Yaakov, I'm Rav Yochanan. Avishag Motaris L'Shomor. This was also a little bit of context over here. This is actually this is Sefer Malachim, the end of Malachim. It's actually the Haftarah of Parshas Chaitza. David Melech is dying. He's old. So the Navi that they hired for him, they selected from a young woman who was to be his attendant. So the Gemara says her name was Avishag Hashmanis. So the Gemara says Yaakov said Avishag Mutaris B'Shlomo La'Sula Adonia. So Avishag technically would have been permitted to marry Shlomo, David's son, but she would not have been permitted to marry Adoniah ben Chagis. Now Adoniah ben Chagis was also David's son. Right? Adoniah ben Chagis' son 2 years ago. He was the individual who claimed the throne for himself. David is dying. David did not explicitly appoint a successor. At the end of the story, he does. He did not explicitly appoint a successor. So because of that, Adoniah ben Chagis, the husband is necessarily more unusual. He says, I'm the reign. I'm the reign. That's what is happening over here. So therefore, obviously at the end of that story, so David says explicitly no Shlomo is going to reign. So technically speaking, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry Abishai, but Adoniah would not. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, it's interesting that the Gemara compares Abishai to the scepter of the king, right? The scepter, so that was utilized by the king. So Abishai was an attendant. She was a servant of the king. So she was utilized by the king. Therefore, again, Shlomo would have been permitted to marry her had he wanted to. So the Gemara says, so Adoniah the head of the. So the Gemara says, but she would have been permitted to Abishai because Adoniah ben Chagis had the status of a commoner. He was the son of the king, had the status of a commoner. So the Gemara says, Abishag Maisi, what exactly was Abishag in David HaMelech's life? It said, Va'amelech Lakim, Va'yomer lo Afal, Va'yibakshu. So again, it said, Va'yibakshu na'ara Yafa, Va'hana'ara Yafa Adi Ma'od, Va'tihilo V'melech Sochayas, V'tishar Seim. So Adoniah, so Abishag was, she was an attendant. Now, what's the thing is, even though she was an attendant, right, she never goes out of the street to have it, because she was very beautiful. So why do we need to have it to really just an attendant? This is actually very interesting. Amar means Saban. So Abishag wanted to marry David. She wanted to be one of his wives. Amar Allah, Asirasli. So I'm sorry I can't. And obviously this come together. Why not? The Bible says, I have reached the limit of 3 wives. I can't marry that regretted it. So it's actually fascinating. So Avishag wasn't buying it. She thought it was just an excuse. So she says to him, Kasira Leganva Nafshi L'Shalmo. When the thief has nothing to steal, he portrays himself as a pious man. Like, so when the thief's not stealing, if there's nothing left to steal, suddenly he's a tzaddik, he's not stealing. So what she was saying is, you're just too old to consummate marriage. That's why I don't just say it for what it is. You would marry me, but you're too old. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Amar Levu, Kili the Basheva. So this is an interesting Gemara. He says, oh yeah? He says, call him Batsheva. Batsheva was his wife. Ksiv, Vatava Batsheva ala Rakachad. Amar Yehuda Morav, Ba'osa Shah, Kincha Batsheva B'shloshes Rei Machos. Apparently, again, he engaged in multiple acts of relations with Batsheva to show Adoniah Ben I'm sorry, to show Abishag Hashunamis that this was not the issue of his virility. Right? He was fine. He was fine. This was an issue. This was an issue that again he had 18 wives. He could not marry anyone else. So what's that? So was interesting. So obviously there's an Asa. What's the Asa? Divorce one of the other wives and marry Abishag Hashunam. Again, both sides. Just to be clear, it's not that the David HaMelech was close with all of these women, right? So again, just go ahead and divorce one of them and marry Abishag Hashunam. Listen, what do you see from here? I didn't think that it's up. What do you see from here? You see from here how difficult divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ho urei kama kasha gerushin. Shahari David HaMelech, Yitirul Yahid, Yitirul Garish. David HaMelech is permitted yichud. Right? Remember, you know, so we just saw it in yesterday's daf after the episode with Tamar. So they went into the yichud. So they, right? So for David HaMelech, yichud was permitted since he was alone. After all, again, was Abishag Hashunam. She was not his wife. No, again, she's a single woman. And the nice thing we said that was part of rabbinic yichud. But nevertheless, again, they permitted yichud rather than having to divorce his wife. What do you see from here? You see from here how serious divorce is in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So a very profound thing. Rabbi Elazar says as follows: "From the Garish Sishta Rishona, Afilu Mizbeach Moriv Alav Demos." Very overwhelming Gemara. When a man divorces his first wife, even in Mizbeach cries tears from Shneimar. V'zos shenis tasu sus dima as Mizbach Hashem b'chiv v'anachas me'in od panos al amucha v'lakachas v'zon b'yadchem. But ksiv v'amartem alma apti Hashem hei b'necho ben eshes mi'ulecha asher ata b'garat ba v'hi chavirascha ve'eshes b'secha. So let's say, so it's interesting to hear the juxtaposition of the psukim indicates that why is in his be'ach crying? Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. So what's it? We're going to talk about this idea about the unique relationship between a man and his first wife. His first wife, and the idea of something tragic occurring when that relationship is undone. I was saying, no, let's finish. No, I'm saying, obviously, there are times when divorce is warranted, and there are times when divorce is necessary. But the Gemara just pointing out something is almost like this fundamental rupture in the fabric. In the fabric, almost like of the natural order, when a divorce occurs, it's maybe that it has to occur, that it's supposed to occur, that it's necessary to occur, because there's a traumatic upheaval that's associated with it. Some of you remember what I said. In Ishtosh Adam Mesa, and the introduction and the Mamon Daniel. So I thought you might refer to divorce in just a second. I'll go back to it. Then it goes back to it. Because the Gemara says a man's wife only dies if he stole money and needed to repay it, but didn't have the money to repay it. And I was going to say, what does one thing have to do with the other? So I tried to there's no doubt like the meat that you know the meat up. So if you're going to moving something that did not belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the Rebbe takes something from him as well. That it's in Shneimar. Then in the Chavashalim, Lama Yikach Mishkav Chamitach. From the Yochanan says as follows. Very profound Gemara. For Adam Shamesa Ishta Rishona, if a man loses his wife, his first wife, he will follow Beis Hamikdash b'yamav. It's a very profound Gemara. It's as if the Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed in his days. The loss of a wife, Gemara says, is like the loss of the Beis Hamikdash. Shneimar Ben Adam Hineni Loket Mincha. Esmachma inecha b'magif v'lo tisti v'lo v'lo chava d'masecho. Ksiv v'adaber ala ambaboker v'tamas ishti ba'arev. Ksiv hineni mechalalis mikdashi ga'on uska machmad inecha. So once this Gemara just notes the juxtaposition over here in these people. There's often Yecheskel, and Yecheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife to the loss of the base of Mikdash, the loss of one's first wife. And it was like the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse is traumatic. What you see over here is over and over the Gemara bringing out about the profundity of a first marriage. A first marriage. And that's right. A man divorces his first wife. There's a profound impact of that. A man loses his first wife. There's a profound impact. There's something about that first relationship. Something about that first relationship that is fundamentally different and just pivotal within a person's life. I'm a real Alexandri. Kol Adam will say first of the widest range of Adam. Kol Adam Shemesi Ishta B'Yamav Olam Chashach B'Adam. If a person loses his wife, his world becomes dark. Shnei Amar or Choshech B'Alon V'Nira Olav Yida'ach. I will say Hanina Amar P'Siosa Mischasros. The steps become diminished. A person almost like loses a spring in his step when he loses his step. Shnei Amar Yitzhak Sade Ono Atsasa Nochalas. His wisdom diminishes. Literally means his counsel falls. Or his wisdom diminishes. Without a wife, he doesn't have the same level of wisdom. Shnei Amar Batashbichiu Atsaso Omer Lavo Barakhan Yokron Kash Lazav Pirsanto. Spoke a little bit about marriage. Actually, this is the things where the beginning of this episode. It is more difficult, so to speak, for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to make one shidduch like it is to split the sea. Obviously, nothing is difficult for the Ribono Shalom. But the idea is that finding a shidduch is like the splitting of the sea. Meaning what? Just like the splitting of the sea went against the laws of nature. And so to be without finding a shidduch goes a little bit against the laws of nature also. Now the commentaries of the Gemara and Sota, Rashi and Tosafshan spoken on the idea, they say Adam Yachid v'Isha Yichida b'lo mezavkan. A man is an individual and a woman is an individual. We'll say the statistical probability of two people finding each other, right, and being comparable enough to build a life together in a world full of people is nearly like a statistical impossibility. It is almost as supernatural as an actual splitting of the sea. Incredible. Shnei Amar Elokim Moshe B'Chivim Beisa Motzi Ashirim because Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. Atikri Motzi Asirim Elokim Motzi Asirim Atikri B'Kosharos Ela Bechi B'Shiros. So that's the idea over here. Is that literally again, Hashem takes individuals and allows them to live in the same house. That's a reference to marriage. And the Gemara compares that to Motzi Asirim B'Kosharos. He brings out captives at an appropriate time, a reference to Yetzias Mitzrayim and the extension of the Yasam. Is that so? Is that so that it's so difficult that finding the shidduch is like a supernatural event? Arboim Yom called Mitzvah Shavlad, Bas Kol Yotzeis Va'omeres Bas Ploni L'Ploni. One second, I will say. Sounds like this process is preordained 40 days before the embryo, before the child is even formed in utero. A heavenly voice comes out and says, so-and-so is going to marry so-and-so. So it sounds like shidduchim are preordained. If they're preordained, if there's a baskol, then what exactly is, why so difficult? Why so difficult? Which the Gemara says, Lokash. Habizuk Rishon, Habizuk Sheni. She will say this is fascinating. The heavenly voice that says so and so is going to marry so and so. That's first marriage. That's your first. And I will say now you begin to understand why Chazal associates such profundity with the first marriage. Or the first marriage, the idea that the person divorces his first wife, and his beach goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Why? Because that marriage is ordained. I won't say that again. I can't say that. It doesn't mean that sometimes even those first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of Chashbon time, it's not the right thing to put together. But just understand, sometimes, a couple might get divorced and they might say, I clearly wasn't meant to be. No, sometimes the shidduch is, in general, sometimes when things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Anyway, we told them this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this is always like confusing. You have this so endangered species. People they get all worked up because they're going to humpback whales, they're going to be extinct. So it presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. And who knows? In other words, when the first one, for example, right, the first one created the Lev Yassan during the Sheish Snei Bereshis, the Lev Yassan. And the Lev Yassan was created, and then it was Shach. I often thought that is an incredible metaphor for the idea that in life, something that is supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem creates is supposed to last forever. It's very important to be so. We get into the mindset that things are supposed to, sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of times, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't in any way take away from the fact that the event was purposeful, meaningful, and impactful for the duration that it lasted. Very profound. So the Gemara says, Zug Rishon, the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Kasha Lezavim Kekriyasam. That's much more difficult than the splitting of the sea. Now, again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this? Because for a second marriage, Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. For a second marriage, often, Reuven was married to one person. Rachel was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, Reuven's wife dies, and Rachel gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more complicated, and that becomes a little bit almost like Yam Suf choreography for the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of your youth. Again, this idea that the person you start out life with, the person you begin your life with, that is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. The person may find contentment and love and happiness in a second marriage, but of course, it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Gemara says, a person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. So as I say, this is actually a very interesting Gemara. Just to understand over here, Rabbi Yehuda is saying this over to Yitzchak, his son, and he says to Yitzchak, his son, a man only finds true tranquility with, it's interesting, with his first wife. I always say, there's so much to say in all of these Gemaras, and a lot of good Shana brachos here also. But the idea is, when a person marries his first wife, if he's young, often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of lose themselves in the happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of its other pieces associated with it. So the korach ruach, the inner tranquility and the inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, doesn't mean it's not beautiful and it's not wonderful and it's not incredible and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But Lamaisa, it has all of its other complications, which are just part of life. They're almost like tranquility. It's almost like, if you ever see it, if you're under a football class, if you think about your own football, it's under a lot of footballs. You see it's like that innocence. Some would call it naivete. Others would call it stupidity. Right? But again, but there is that goofy, innocence and happiness that's just there. That's you see these couple and they're looking at each other, and it's there's nothing else in the world. There's nothing else in the world. The world could stop, and these two people would not notice a thing. They wouldn't notice a thing. You can't capture that later on. You can't. You could find happiness, and you could find love, and you could find all beautiful things. But that type of almost emotional, love-filled aloofness, it only happens in the beginning of your life journey when you find someone. Now again, whether that's the person you're beginning your life journey with not, that's all other complicated things. But the only time you find that, right? The only time you find what he calls, Rabbi Yehuda calls that koras ruach, is when you're young, and ultimately again Ishto Rishona, first marriage. So listen to this. Amalek, so also 22b. So now remember, this is Rabbi Yitzchak. This is Rabbi Yehuda saying this to his son. This is beautiful. Amalek, Kidon Man. So now Rabbi Yitzchak, his son, says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of that? Can you know a couple like that? Right? Where they were young and they had like just this tranquility, this beautiful love. Amrlo, Kidon Inchot. How beautiful is that? How absolutely beautiful is that? So Rabbi Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like your mother. Like your mother. It's such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. And such a also like a profound exercise like in Shalom Bayis, and what it means to convey to our children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So can you raise? So the son says to his father, can you give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his first wife, which Rabbi Yehuda said, yes, like your mother, me and your mother. So once I said, this is not really? So you know, says, really Rabbi Yehuda, yet Rabbi Yehuda said to his son Rabbi Yitzchak, hold the pasuk. Motzi ani mar minas es ha'isha asher hi mitzugim v'charonim. Someone else says in Koheles, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I want to say, now understand by the way, just so you appreciate this. I want to say, now this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the Siddur of Shlomo HaMelech, right? And we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself into tremendous, Shlomo, so that women, that's just saying that women are more bitter than death. So that would be a terrible, terrible simple understanding of the passage. So Shlomo HaMelech was highlighting is the idea. Remember, he saw the negativity that could come out from marriage that was not properly planned. Right? This was Shlomo's entire downfall. Remember again, we referenced on Ashmedai. Shlomo was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke to melech. He ruled over everything that he ended up only ruling over his cloak or over his staff. What was all of that a result of? That was a result of poor marriage choices. When Shlomo says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman, again, that's not Shlomo railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying marriage could be the undoing of man as well. And what happens? So now Rabbi Yehuda is saying this to his son, but I'm going to keep going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, can you give me an example of like a woman like this that Shlomo HaMelech was referring to? But I'm going to keep going in thought. Wow. So yeah, like your mother. Right? So again, so which one is it, Rabbi Yehuda? Which one is it? Right? Is your wife Mamresh like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more bitter than death? To which the Gemara says the truth is both. Iburi ma'avra. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going in call. Miskif takifa. Iburi ma'avra benivas. So let's say here was the difference. So apparently, Rabbi Yehuda's wife had a really significant temper, a really bad temper. She was easily angered, but she was also easily appeased. So when she was angry, it was brutal. But Baruch Hashem, she thought that even when she got angry, she was able to calm down. She was able to be appeased, relatively quickly. So what's that? So by the way, there's also, I think, just a profound soul in this Gemara, which is that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Rabbi Yehuda's mind, it's the same woman. Now, granted, it'd be curious to see if you asked Mrs. Rabbi Yehuda, right, who the problem was in marriage. I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But the nice will say, but there's a profundity in this. What's the profundity? I will say that the same marriage could be ein of the most the same marriage could be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and aloofness, and could also be margimaras. Also, but I will say it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. Nothing in life is always together. Dafyomi is always good, right? But aside from Dafyomi, nothing else in life is always good. I tell you, I see this all the time with young couples who get married, and they have a fight. I remember I had a couple of years ago, I had a young woman in the middle of she called me up sobbing. It's one of those phone calls you can't hear the word. So what happened? So they had a fight. Very shut up. And we had a fight. Yeah. And what? We had a fight. She could not get over this idea that they had a fight. Like somebody tells you a problem, you have to, you can't laugh. Right then it's very, it's just so cute, and like so naive. I don't know what the background is, or what kind of money you have. And a lot of times, we have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love, right? The birds are always chirping whenever you leave this bounce, right? And everything is great, and you feel like everything, and you're always like your heart, your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if you're married to, if you're looking in the mirror, maybe you have that, but if you're not dating a being, but there's plenty of times of this kind of this, and this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you could have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving and fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than death. Now, that might be a hyperbolic, but to understand the point. Like, you can have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. And it's not contradictory. You can say the same wife, who again I feel so bitter with, is the same wife who had moments, again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of loving and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So, good. English says another beautiful Gemara. English is Elishno. When a man dies, his loss is felt most acutely by his wife. Or really, Gemara says only by his wife. Only by his wife. And when a wife dies, her loss is felt ultimately again. Sorry, I'm not sure what on the side. Isha Golami, the inner parts of this Elisha Sarki. So the Gemara is interesting idea over here. We'll say. So this is literally, so Rav Shmuel Bar Bunya says in the Rav that a woman literally Kukola means a woman is an unformed utensil. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband with whom she experiences the first act. What's the idea here? That there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between that couple. Kana English makes Elishto. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. Then Isha makes El. And ultimately, when a wife dies, so her loss is the only truthfully felt by her husband. I will say this actually profound Gemara as well. Now, what about the fact that they're in this other relatives? So in general, again, the way it works is like this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world, move on, because that's the natural order of the world. Even when parents lose a child, that's the son of the world. They have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without your other half. Gemara says that one of them, that loss is most acutely by the surviving spouse. This is Karsha. That's incredible. So remember again, so by a husband, so the Gemara brings the raya ultimately again from the Ani. That is Melech, the husband of the Ani. Melech was also the father of Machmor and Gilyo. But you see from here that his loss is most acutely felt by the Ani. And again, Yaakov, this is an expression of Yaakov was asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to the Ani, so Elohim Padan Alai Rachel. So he just said, Mesa, what do you mean, Mesa Alai Rachel died on me? That loss of Rachel Imenu is most acute felt by her husband, by Yaakov. Incredible. Ain't Rono, so let's go back to the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah said, you can't see the king when he's giving it. Ain't Rono. So, turn around, we started with Hayom. The king has to get a haircut every day. So meaning a king has to be perfectly groomed. So the idea is he gets a haircut every day. Kohen Gadol Me'erev Shabbos, a haircut once a week. Kohen Hedor Echel Shloshim Yom gets a haircut once every 30 days. So Melech starts with Kol Yom, so the king gets a haircut every single day. Melech the king always has to look beautiful. The king has to be groomed every day. Kohen Gadol Me'erev Shabbos, Rabbi Yochanan, Choil Mishmar Mitzchak. The idea over here is since Kohanic shifts, since Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to meet them. So Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once a week. Kohen Edom, Kohen Edom gets a haircut once every 30 days. The Russian Lo Yigalechu, Uhera Lo Yishalechu. The Sunni Kasmas Roshe. What's this over here? The Gemara from the Cheskel. So literally it says they should not shape their head, but they should also not allow their hair to grow too long. So they must be para means nasir. And you have zero shal para from nasir. First line. Sivhaka para lo yishal. Sivhasam gadol para sa'ar lo shal. Says right. It says by the nasir. It says by Nazir para. It says the word para also. Ma'ala lo shloshim yom. After shloshim yom. Just like by the Nazir, stam Nazir is 30 days. So too again, the regular Kohen did not allow his hair to grow longer than 30 days. That was stop over there. I will just actually finish up. We stam Nazir is shloshim yom. So the stam Nazir is close to 30 days. So I was going to stop over and pick up the Meretz Hashem with the Kohen head yokes, grooming obligations just a little bit. Shkoyach.
It's not a good look, but I don't know why it surprises you. He has a lot of status.
All right, everyone, you have a wonderful day, everyone.
It's not a good look, right? This is a theme for her. So bad posts, taste kind of tasteless, weird, and then
The most good morning is a tremendous force to continue in a beautiful journey in seconds ahead together. Apologize that I had you the first of all, together. We're together. So today, perhaps somehow 21 continue in the incredible work. Yes, we are on.
barely speaks English.
20 of Shoma Hamala, combination of which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 months after about combination of construction, Mala Shoma Hamala, beginning Shoma Hamala, his meaning is not the rate is so fast that he will over the Shamayim, the Aryonim, which means turn them out at this moment. The idea that Shoma Hamala had is shaking. He had nothing to do with the Chronicles of it. Ayasha Shoma Kisi Hashem. Then Shoma suffered a setback. Remember again, this came out very much tied into very incredible moments that was given with passion and that. Shoma Hamala again translates the double battle with Ashur as a king of dreams dispossessed from this throne. Now, whether that's really literal or like the Maharal tries to explain it's metaphorical, the idea that Shoma suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled over the Alone. Then, at a certain point, he diminished and he ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. Shneimar, he ruled there the whole Ibachanan, Mitzvah Ba'ad Hashem. He ruled again from Tifsach until Hashem. Rab, Shmuel, Hakam, Tifsach, Sofa, Olam, Arkus, Olam. So one of them says Tifsach is on one side of the world, and Hazel is on the other side of the world. So he rules from Tifsach to Hazel. Tifsach Ba'aza Ba'ad Yadad Yos. Other things say, no, Tifsach and Hazel will be right next to each other. Which means Shalom Tifsach Ba'aza, Kach Molach Ha'Torah Olam. It seems that you will know Tifsach and Hazel right next to each other. Total Shlomo rules over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same. Shlomo rules over the entire world. So, Ramah on yourself, when he suffers down, and so only the ruler overcome his throne. Shneimar, Ani Kohelet, Ani Sinelech, An Yisrael. So, Ramah, Allah Yisrael, only being over Shneimar, different Kohelet than David, Melech Yisrael. So, Ramah, Am Tasel, after again, further communication, and the only rules over is that Shneimar, Kinei Tasel Shlomo. Myself in the land, Lomala Allah Amako, the only rule over his own staff. Shneimar, Zeh, Hayat Kalki, Mikol Amon. This is what I have left after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Adam Amako, one of the things that refers to staff, the Adam of Rukmo, and Rundo, I'm going to say the first one. So the idea there is very dramatic. The Shlomo began his reign. This vast empire influence. I mean, it's the end of his life. Really the only thing that's ruling over. Or I should say, she gets to the end of his life. When he gets to a certain low point, he's ruling over his life. So, then he's like very discussion. Shoma Hamala leaking this full of glorious standing order. Rabbi Shmuel says, my home Shmuel. Echad Amar Chada. One of the things is yes, you gain this full understanding. Echad Amar Lo Chada. One of the things is no, you cannot gain this full understanding. Nine Amar Lo Chada. Melech Behedyo. The opinion that says that you cannot redeem his full understanding. Shlomo started as a Melech, he started as a great man, and he ended up as a Hedyo. Now, Hedyo probably means a simple person. Of course, it doesn't really mean a simple person. What it means is he never really became that full scope of the monarchy of standing. The mantra Amar Chada Melech Behedyo.
He's, not thinking I've been there. You're in a rush. The commoner boys get hit. You don't really think about it. Your boy makes up all this stuff.
Now he
threw all these grenades.
so like I said, this really relates to the Gemara about Shlomo Melech's struggles with Ashma, that degree of shaping, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. The nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo Melech, who began again moving over everything in this terrestrial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes when we have these expectations, they're always going to be riding high. They're always going to be successful. No one, even from us, doesn't have that. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece called transparency. There's a beautiful idea I'm sure you can be excited about the other time. And the kind said, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I said, what, I'm just going to change my country. Got a little bit older, I started trying to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'm trying to change my family. And I said, because I'm an old man and I realize the only thing I can change in this world is myself. Really overwhelming idea. It's almost every day. It's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, people are going to have to be willing to see that. If they're not willing, you can give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that stands it up as saying, I was a young man, and I think every person is a young person. I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you really have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor this is when Shlomo begins life, focusing on moving over and impacting change on the celestial sphere. And when he gets older, he's like, what? I'm going to affect change on my globe. No, I'm like static. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing we really control in this world is who and what we do. Everything else is beyond our control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my community, their own decisions. I can do the best for my company, again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different circles of influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what that's being yourself. That is control. You decide what you decide like you want to do. You decide your own style. Everything else is necessarily control for you. Incredible. If you reminiscing also yesterday's guy, the first thing that problems you have when you came down to Israel was establish a king. Mela. So Mela. Make yourself a king. Alright, let's go back there. Or you feel so bad. Remember, the Mishnah said the king has a right, and by coming into the king has a right to go ahead and he is right to go and seize land and create the pathway to his property, his house. However, so this king of let's go off on the Mela. Who shared these Shebos, the next seller. So next time you have some trouble when the king goes out to battle, so any royal treasures that are seized from the subdued nation, they go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the conquerors. I'm going to buy that. So it makes sense that when a king conquers another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasures of the conquered nation. Elishak is a Shabbat and Netzanah and Netzal La'an. But they're having to know the rest of the spoils. Like the rest of the spoils, they have to go to the king and have to go to and after this evolution, where do you get that? So what's a tough out without pointing of egg? Because the Pasuk says, "Vayishku Hashem l'nagid u'letzad." Again, Pasuk is from Shlomo. So Shlomo was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. What is the Pasuk? Makish Nugget half so Makish Nugget with Sodom. So the Nugget is comparing the Nugget king to the Kohen Gadol. Max Sodom, Max Sodom, Max Sodom, half goes to him, half goes to the other behind him, half Nugget, Max Sodom, Max Sodom. So the king half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other thing, but how do you know? The half goes to the Kohen Gadol. Where do you get that from? The sign that the Omer, Vice of the Alo, but of Max of the Alo, Max of the husband speaking about again, the Quranic here says it will be Aaron and his son. So it's actually half goes to Aaron and half goes to his son. Incredible. Five goes to Mishnah.
Well, I hope you can't hear either because that Kiltony shit
Gemara says as
is.
follows. Sorry. Gemara says as follows. Well, yeah, Mishnah says as follows. Well, you have a low notion.
Let's get some
Elish
people that.
So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember, the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. He says, Marbelow, well, actually, he must use this one. He says, he can have as many, sounds like what he's saying is, he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as he do not serve his partner from a wives. Shimon says, if you can have a wife is his partner away from her for 12 years, even one wife is not allowed to have it. But in came around the Yamar, so why does the Pasuk have to say he should not have too many wives? That he was having Abigail. He lived like Abigail. Abigail was one of the wives of David who was tremendous in second case. Even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, he still kept
These guys are like
the opposite. Says the Gemara, the name of that he does Tayyidika. So from this Mishnah, from the Mishnah, saying that Yehuda darshans the reasoning behind the secret, like what that means in Mishnah. The Mishnah says a king should have more than 18 wives, and that Yehuda says he could have many wives, as long as they don't turn his heart against the Kodesh Baruch. So it sounds like he is darshaning the reason why does the Torah say that a king should not have too many wives, and the Pasuk itself says they should not turn his heart against the Kodesh Baruch. I would have Shlomo Darash Hamikra, and so the Shimon, right, the Shimon Mishnah doesn't darshan the reason he comes. So what's going on here? The Restream says, well, this cross here, again, we find the opposite. The Samuel, we learned in one of the Yeshira in Mashkinos, and I don't know whether she is poor, whether she is rich, she's not collateral from it. Well, Sach told Beget from one of the red. Right, the Torah says, you see the garment of a widow as collateral. The says, mix of things if she's wealthy, or Torah says you can't see the garment of a widow as collateral. But the Shimon says, Ashira Mashkinos, so I mean, in Mashkinos, so the Shimon says, not sure. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can. It can go out and be a rich widow. It doesn't matter if she's her property, she's probably gets. It's just other stuff. A poor widow is where it's really problematic. The Atta, because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if he sees her property, and he sees her garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Everything's going to come to her, so you're going to take it, and you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen back? The Messiah should know this is going to sell. What's going to happen is it's going to start rumors, because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue, because they're just going to see that something illicit is going on over here. But I mean, in my cover, Hockey comer, you talk that the Mashkino, I can have the hospital. But the Messiah should know this is going to sell, because he's going to take collateral from her, and you have to return the collateral. That's how else, right? If you take something that's collateral, the person needs collateral, you obligate to return it. If you take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return it to every single one. It's going to cause rumors. So he's going to come on, that you don't know that kind of job, and she does kind of job. It's kind of beautiful before. Right? Rabbi Shimon is one of the directions. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the directions that he's been behind the scenes, and that does not. It's a Mishnah, in which the Gemara says, you're right, how would I do all those kinds of stuff? In reality, in general, but he does not address the reasoning behind it. And he doesn't do that. The shiny alpha, so why does he do it over there like a king? The shiny alpha, the Mepharsh kind of does it all, because here, what does he mean when he said he doesn't die for the reasoning behind it? It's like, he doesn't look for reasons behind it. Well, if it says something you do here, by the wives and the king is different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have two wives? Well, not all Russian wives, because she'll Yosef above you, because they need to turn his heart. It's not that she becomes the job. The Pasuk itself says it. Why? the king have too many wives. The Torah says, below Yasor, below Babo, so that his heart should not be turned away from our Kodesh Baruch Hu. And the Shimon of Shimon says, the Shimon of Shimon, in general, we darshan using the Batsukim into the Mikro on Yablo Nashim Lishno. So just like the Torah says, let the Torah say, that's it. And I would have understood, why can't we have too many wives? We're concerned that the boy is partly from the service of the powerful. I would have understood it intuitively why he can't marry too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. You remember, he would also be marrying for the purpose of political strategic reasons, which could ultimately, again, lead him to link up, with queens or with women or with countries that are not good, right? Don't have a proper social influence. So the Shimon says like this. Let the Torah just say the king can't marry too many women. And I would have understood why, because we're concerned that the Torah is part of it with the Torah. So I could have been to that. So since I could have been doing it, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Why do you have to say it? Because it's coming to teach us that even one wife, if the wife is going to turn the king away from our Kodesh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So in other words, even if he's with him, we'll call it committed a wife. But if that wife is going to have a negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. I said, why does the Pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still you should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the Mishnah, the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry, and the Gemara says, I just want to say no. So where do you get that? How do you know 19? The Gemara says, it's safe. It's very interesting. By Yogu with David, fun in the Hebron. David had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side, the Navi goes to the sons. First of the widest wife. Amnon the first one was Amnon, so his wife Achilon was Mishneo, Kila for Abigail. Second son was Kila, born to Abigail. Ishas Achare, Ishas Avshalom ben Maachor. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maachor. Halevias Adoniah ben Chodis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chodis. Hachamishi Shefatia ben Abigail. The fifth son was Shaphat the son of Yisrael Egla Ishes David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella Yodu L'Dam B'Chevron. So the word says this. Ella Yodu L'Dam B'Chevron. So now these are the sons, born to six wives. David and Chevron. The commonly Navi and the Navi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa L'Cha Kayin B'Chahina. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if you married to 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. The first unit was 6. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 3. So the rest is Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Kamisari. Fine 18. Samaski, the Radula, Ima Kahinakar, Isari, the Kahina S in the Arbov. Some of them maybe like this. Maybe Kahina means 12. And therefore it turns out that he could really marry a total of 24 wives. So add the units together. Which must be right. I don't know. The Bible supports that. Well, you have a notion. Yosef and the Arba. So the Gemara says, okay, so there is a Bible that to support that reading that says you cannot go ahead and marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, I remind you guys involved. So according to if you also dash it says, in the Advo Sifa Kahina, there's above in there. If you guys see the above, then Arba Mishmur, the 2 is 24. You might say, I know that supports that as well. Well, yeah, but I'm not going to say Arba Mishmur. So just to point out, there are other prices. And other prices ultimately go to the opinion that say that the king can even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my kindness. So what do we do of our kind of we can't say everything. I'm not kind of Makish Kahina Basro with Kahina Kabo. You create the second kahina, last kahina with the first kahina. Ma kahina kama shis, just like the first unit of kahina 6. Af kahina basra shis. So to the second unit, the last unit of kahina is also 6. So Allah again, the Gemara says this is the Gemara Mishnah. The king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Ha'avi Mikha, the Navi reports 6 wives. If it wasn't so, what about Michal? Right? Yes, Michal. What about Michal? Incredible. Amarav, Egla, Zulu. So the wife named Egla, that was actually Michal. I'm going to push my Egla. So I was called Egla. Shechaviva Avov Egla. Because she was beloved as to her husband as a cat. So again, this must have been a good sounds strange to us, but it must have been. I did not try this at home. But it must have been a biblical term that he did. To call someone, an Egla. My little Egla, my beloved Egla. So again, like I said, this will go very bad. But for myself, this was a term that he did. The faith. Who Omer? Lule Charash and Eglasis. He wants to deny that Shimshon also referred to his wife as an Egla as well. Okay. And you have it in Michal, but it wasn't it. But the Michal had children. God said, when you come back to Allah, how you love life, and Yom Mosel. Yet the concept says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of David, did not have a child until the day of her death. So the Gemara says, get our children. Or the Kishat, Yom Mosel, Lohayala, Yom Mosel. What it means is, to do our children for most of her life. She's actually in the life I her death, but she had a child right before she passed away. So Nifli, funny with her was that here's the problem with that. Nifli, funny with her, Hashem ruled the Hebron, be the nicer to Michal Yushalayim. One second. He's not really here taking like a census, so to speak, of David's family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see, that Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the Ark. When they brought the Ark to one of its resting places in Yerushalayim, is right before this mitzvah goes down to the sea. So David was able to all of his heart and all of his soul about the Ark. Michal thought that he was acting in the immature way, which he established. And as a result for that act of disparagement, dying childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. Now, remember, during the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where they were disputing his order. This was that, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, came to the throne during the year. I don't know if it's not going to go to war with Mephibosheth. He had a smaller brother who set up his Hebron. So the listening of the family was just about his Hebron. Yet Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. בסדר, מיכה באשר נשכבה בעד החול, ותראה שנה עכשיו, לפזיס ומשקר לסלאשם. ותבוס, אבל יהודה וזמרה, לנוצית שקלס המיכה, למצפיסי, למצרפסה. מיכה גרה punishment, על האמא עד ואוסו מייסה חיילה. Right, when it means like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. After she described Dana for dancing with the Aron dancing, but the Aron. So after that, then she was not given any more children. I hope if I can't David old election Russian Yerushalayim. One second, the Pasuk says that David took additional wives and additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeluye Shmona Pasar. No. That means to round up the number 18. David did not marry more than 18 women. By the way, my notion like that. What's this two wives and election and concubines or Yehuda? Notion that Suba, the Kedushin, collection, below Suba, wives have Suba and Kedushin, form of Kedushin. Collection do not Suba and do not require form of Kedushin. Amar Aknorav, Arba Meros wasn't able with David, the Kulan B'nai Yifas David had 400 children, and he fathered with Yifas war brides. That's a genetic way. I will say now, whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides. And again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil desired below this. Like they let the back of their hair roll on. They cut the rest like the back of their head roll on. And that was like a singing of like old devil desire. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kulan yoked into Persia and they all went around in chariots of gold. And the Halkam Russia they led the platoons of the army. The aim of Baba and Gilfin children was and these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech's court. So let's say, so what's really incredible about this? So David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they were Jewish, Because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first acts of relations with the Pastor before the conversion process. So that's the the child's not Jewish. So the governor forget that there was biological sons. He utilized them in his army and they the fierce of his warrior. Incredible. Remember, Tamar, Basti Fast Tamar, who was the daughter of David, who was the daughter of the Fast Torah. Remember Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, she was one family. Basti Fast Torah, he says, Odin Shimisgairo, Believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yoldo Lola David Tamar, Achos the head of the Basti Fast Torah. So interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a warlord. Apparently, Ma'acha gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was a relatively fast person. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. David had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry you, he'll let you marry you. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, because she was a daughter of the Pastor, technically speaking, she would have been committed to Amnon. Okay. So the verse of Amnon, Reo Shmoyano, Yonadav, Ben Shema, Aki David, Ishkach. So that was exactly Amnon's story. So Amnon had a friend, and the thing was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. You know what I mean, very wise? I'm going to use that Rashi Ishkach, he was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, you have to make terrible things happen. So this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's madly involved with this Tamar, and he's madly involved. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him that you should tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. Because this is the crazy advice that is telling your mother food. So, but remember, Yonadav shut up a Mishkah class. So what happened? So again, so he actually pretend like you said. So again, you're not going to come and pretend like you said. Tell the king that you need come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she got requested flight. She actually brings out something very interesting that, you know, again, this doesn't make any sense. If I'm not sick and needs food, so like the food he prepared, you know, in the regulations, and that we brought this. He wants to fly food. Once the fried food is only good if it's immediate action. He wanted the fried food made right there in his room. That's how he was able to learn Tamar to him by his so Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, Rabbi says he despised her. Amnon sooner he told him all. After he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her, a great hatred. So my family, what he did, Gemara Yisrael, Nema Yisrael, like Asaf B'Shachar. Which is apparently, as a result of the acceleration of the violation, so Amnon was caught by one of her pupils, and as a result, he was wounded in a cliff shafar. The first recognition where a man killed the jacket with a straight stream of acid. I don't know the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, whatever it's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. When it happens, generally, it assumes that a man can't follow. That is a serious issue, and we are going to teach you that that person is married. So I don't think he was rendered a crush of us as a result of his activations with Tamar. He made sure that he might have done. So one second, why did he get angry at Tamar? She was doing protestation. Why did he get it because of that? Rather, the Gemara says, no, because she did it intentionally to him, to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So is that so easy? But the reminder is what does it mean when it says that people from me came about the Klal Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that the Jew was known, She'im and Bnei Yisrael will say it as Shaki, or will say it as that the Jewish women, again, these very characteristics of the special brachos, they do not have hair, right here by the pubic area or by the armpit area. Special bracha. Now again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In miracle, they didn't have their hair at all, and once again, Shtei Saras, two hairs, and the people who was necessary to establish establishment, they remove it. So how did Tamar have hair? They don't share pubic hair. It says, Shiny Tamar, the Basi Pastor. Remember again, before she was brought up Ma'acha, she was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such, she did not have this particular So now, just so I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar there was it's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is rejected. He's disgusted with himself. He can't disgusted with himself for what he did. And so often, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we are doing. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust on him. It wasn't disgusting himself. He wasn't strong enough. He wasn't united enough. He wasn't brave enough. What he just did, projected those feelings of disgust on himself. So yeah, but so Tamar, ואז פסולת החוז משלה, קרה, so Tamar poured ash on the head, she tore her clothing. So you might say Tamar, who in a very incredible act of rape, did not find what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know what happened to her. One of the names of Yeshua ben Karcha. Yeder Gadra Tamar Ba'osa Shah. Tamar was incredibly brave and she did something incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Amro, because they said, the Nos Malachim Kach, the Nos Azogos Ahas coming in the Tzimos Kach, the Kuzos Ahas because it was a shocking wake up call. And this could happen to a daughter of David, it could happen to anyone. It could happen to a young woman who is so modest. Certainly happen to those who are. So it was like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her. That woman should be different. Incredible. And was like, you know, but also shocked. As a result of that episode, God knew there was a couple of them where because we're on so Sarah is really playing the action believe this is. Sarah will go there, so she can't have equal with anyone, not a married woman, and not even a single woman. So the Gemara says, what's it? Yichud Da'isa. Yichud is not like anything. Yichud is Da'isa. So I'm not going to put Mishra outside. From where do you know a scriptural allusion to Yichud? Shene'emar ki yisischa achicha ben imecha. As it says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to come and avodah zarah. The Gemara says, that means the son of your mother will incite you to do avodah zarah. The son of your father doesn't. And lo melacha, that is completely demonstrated in English. So the son ben imecha, this is someone who you would be alone with. Would be alone with you and just your mother. The son would be reacting with son to with his mother. The ain acha misyakim b'kara. And no one else is submitted to Yichud. Remember, the halacha of Yichud is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in Eretz, someone who is prohibited to him. And what Imam does you on Yichud D'Pniyah. And what it means is, up until that point in time, there was an issue of Yichud, and when we was looking at the second instance, a single man and a single woman, or a man and a single woman, that's not in Eretz. So after the episode with Tamar, they said the laws of Yichud apply even to a single man. It's incredible. So now, again, David was fighting many challenges in his family. Remember, David lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adoniel ben Chagis, decided to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis is necessarily more Anuk and David is dying, and so Adoniel takes advantage of David not doing well, and declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. He tried to put on the crown of Tzaddik, and now why not? Rashi, Shavike, Shlahoma, Blahoma. So, Shachashav, Shakeshe, Barosho, Kesamokis. So Adonio tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? Because Shahaya Shadu Shalza, Bishop, Kalala, Midofim, the Imam is Yashem, Barosho, Alumi, Shish, Hardit, Barosho, the Abus, the Bates, Double. Shakarai, the Malchus, and Muscle, so this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic had a bar that went across the top. Apparently, the male members of David Melech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. This is when they found the crown sat on their head. Adonio ben Chagis did not have the indentation. Because he did not have the indentation, therefore he was unable to put on the crown. So Adonio did to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? Chariots and riders and different men running in front of him, miracle. So what did he do? All of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So currently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Now she said, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything in that position. I will say, also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction. And I think that it's a profound lesson. The Rebbe tells us everything. And I think it's a profound lesson on multiple levels. And one, it tells us that a person can be the greatest society in the world because he needs children. So that just as like every parent should do really everything right. That at the end of the day, children have free will. Sometimes children do the right thing, sometimes they don't. It also tells me that no one escapes from no nature. Even the father of the Messiah, even the father of the Messiah. Everybody has stuff in the family. Everybody thinks they know that family has a fault and there are no problems. And you think they do, but they don't. Every family has a challenge. And by the way, this letter sort of goes to such that all of the stories all the family dynamics, just family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing anything wrong as a parent. Sometimes it could be that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. Or sometimes I could be doing everything right as a parent and still there are family dynamics. Such is the nature of incredible Mishnah. Well, Yadon was an elegant after, so the king should not have too many horses, rather just what he needs for his chariots, for what he needs for his needs. Because now again, if you look at needs like this, what he needs for his needs is for his personal needs, not his but of course for the military. Because of his Yavalo, he shouldn't have he shouldn't have too much focus, or rather just when he needs he should have enough for his army. Obviously, he has enough money needs for his own needs. He can also take the army. The coasting goes circuit for the Shema, his own sacred Torah. He goes out to war, speaks the Torah with him. He comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshe Betem Kudimo. Right? He's sitting and adjudicating a case, the Torah is with him. He's just sitting and reclining the Torah is there with him. He invites to see the Torah, but he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Rebbe said first, I think immediately wide lines. Now second. King should not have too many horses. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. No, in other words, the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything he needs, tell me of course he needs. What can't he have? You can't get Susim Bakwanim. What are Susim Bakwanim? Susim Bakwanim are idle horses. Idle horses are things horses just don't use. Don't keep on idle horses. It's kind of like when you see videos such as the Thomas or Haskell, how much Chazal were against Atlamis, were against being idle. Idleness is the stain of self-actualization. Idleness is the thing. Idleness is we've got it undoing of our own personalistic growth. To the point we can't even have idle horses. And if we can't have idle horses, Susan Baklan, Alakas Kama Bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good, Minayin Shafilu Shusaka Rubato, Shurubalo Yabad, you can't even have one idle horse. Amalomar, Laman Harbos, Laman Harbos, Laman Harbos, Sus. Again, you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it in a super level? Violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse that you bring. That's incredible. The kind of because of that one alone. The reason why it's possible. Allah fucking how many I think you can just talk about shop. You must not know. The Gemara says, I would have thought Allah for myself. Had it not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his army. The only time that there's a provision of excess is when it's for the king's onus. But for the army to not have excess. In other words, if he needs a certain amount of serfs for his horses or his troops, that's totally fine. We should actually rack up a question to some lyrical a little bit simpler. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally he has excess. He can't set himself like Yabalo. The king can have excess gold and silver. We also have to look at the that's fine. American Navy shouldn't have too much gold and silver. So even the Navy Army. Of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So then because of that more low, the reason he says because towards his the king himself can't have access. That's good. Allah, but had he not said this, I'm going to find that not me low. I'm going to can't have access even for the army. وتصفيق لها الضفة عاشت أمد الدراشة ويعبر ناشم ما يدرش okay? Let me tell you, now that we have also the books, what we got is can't get excess forces for himself. The army is hard. Can't get excess forces for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. You might say, by the way, now Lo Yaba Lo Noshim my dad, you look at also the teacher us, it's interesting. The prohibition having more than 18 wives only applies to the doesn't actually apply to regular people, which is fascinating. So for a regular guy, for some reason, he needs more than wives. Allah says permitted, only the king has the limitation. And this actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to engage in strategic knowledge and consciousness, therefore there's a real concern about married people who are going to bring the wrong influences into his home. Incredible. But Yehuda Rami said, so Yehuda, when I had a contest at 2-1 and it says, I need Shlomo Avon, Elef, Arabos, Susan and Rakapta. It said that Shlomo has 3,000 stables, the horses or riding. It said, I need Shlomo Arbos, Alofin, Arabos, Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in our boy, it's Stavros, how you call after that, how you go to Allah, Arabos, then Dollar Alofin, it's Stavros, how you call after that, how you go our boy, Arabos, I don't want to show up for that. In other words, the measure saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, when depending on that, will determine the number of rows of Shlomo. But either way, giving us an insight into the dramatic law of Shlomo. These are starting to say, we'll say first of the widest one. These are characterizing to the super. Aim Kesef Nechsham Yeshalom. Money, there is so much wealth in days of Shlomo. That money, literally again, it counted for nothing. Money was almost like that. It was valueless. See, you can show us a case and you try to cap on it. Another part that Shlomo spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that passage says money flowed like stones, but stones still have a value. So it's super a bit contradictory. First passage says that money flows like we have no value. Then the second passage had a value like stones. Which one is it? Lokasha. Can't hold them Shnasa Shlomo's Bastaro. Kama Afra Shinosh Shlomo's Bas Parol. This introduces us to another subject here. We must read it like this. What Shlomo is the amongst those women who are women is that was a strategic knowledge to align with the Bas Parol introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo, and Shlomo Melech did not stop it. And it was really the marriage to Bas Shlomo that really became the Bas Parol that became the unreal Shlomo. That began the downward spiral. And remember again, we have all the stories linked together. He marries Bas Parol, the idolatry now living in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. This is sort of ostracized. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chavam. Remember, it's during the Chavam phase that the monarchy is split. The Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Judah. And all of this places itself back to this deleterious marriage with Bas Parol, the idolatry that came with her. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Bas Parol, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Bas Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. The Bible says incredible. Already stuff. The Shah knows the Shlomo Bas Parol. When Shlomo married Bas Parol, Yorak Gabriel did not Kalabian. The Malach Gabriel came and he literally put a reed in the sea. The Helot Sirton, and what happened? The reed began to collect sediment. The Alav Yizmashpah Rodol Shibarol. Now it's ultimately became roll. Ultimately became roll. So what's the what does it say? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Bas Parol created a negative trajectory for promise. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Christ. This is such an overwhelming thing. Shlomo HaMelech thought he was just forging a strategic alliance. It's something that people could be smart for their own good. Trump did something, and ripple effect that actually ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, you have to the actor is silent or just self-thinking way. And so think about the effect that our actions can have on others, presently or again, prospectively as well. You know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And by the way, this is good and bad. There is, you never know the ripple effects that those can have. But on this side, on the positive side, you mix those. So you say, okay, this is very nice. You never know the effect on mix stuff. I'm going to mix stuff. Why is this for in general not revealed reasons for yourselves? Sorry, famous roles is the time when you shall and you shall go home. Torah revealed two mitzvahs. Torah revealed reasons for more than two mitzvahs. The greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he said, "Sin, lo yar b'lo noshin." So the pasuk says, "King shouldn't have too many wives." And Torah says, "Why? So they should not turn his heart to idolatry." I need arba below aser. Torah says, "Don't about me. I got this. I can manage my women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen." Sure enough, it's Siv. Shlomo Nasha Hitu Es Levavo. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check. So he influences him home, and his wife. So we're bringing up open sort of not mission to the palace. He's the Davidic palace. Siv. So Yarbalos says, the Pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? Again, here the Torah says, you don't want to go back to Israel. Egypt is like the place to be, the place to go to for horses. So it's saying the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So it says, don't worry about me. I have plenty of horses, and don't worry, I'm not keeping anybody back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. Sif, it's in our covenant time. And sure enough, what happens? Shlomo's horses came from Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of commerce. So you see this thing really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rosh knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, he finds it a little bit frustrating. The Torah doesn't get easy. Why not understand everything? And this part I want to say, and again, we're supposed to understand things, but it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. The Bible knows human nature. Human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Show them up. So the Torah says, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you on. It's not me. I'm Shlomo HaMelech. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. don't have too many voices in the down to it. I won't go down to it. Sure enough, down here. Well, who understand it, it's so incredibly important. But it almost all of knows us better than we know ourselves. But sometimes the avoda of the years is to trust the system. Sometimes we had a little bit of that involved because well, goodness has truly crushed for irrational beings. And we think to ourselves, if I don't understand this thing, it doesn't make sense. Everything I could try to says last thing commands us to make sense. Sometimes we don't want us to understand it. Because he understands that many movies and gifts of intellect manipulate circumstances in a way that flesh doesn't want to happen. Sometimes we don't says, I love you, I got you. Just trust the system. But sometimes when we understand too much, it's when we tend to get ourselves into a lot. I will say, speaking with all of you today, looking forward to seeing everyone in person on Wednesday, Mirza Hashem. Have a wonderful day.
Like if I send you an email, Jim, there's not going to be spell check on it. Even if there's spelling errors, even if there's grammar issues. If I'm writing myself, it's on my screen. I'm supposed to be able to spell check here. But if I send the email
together, apologize that I either in person about Hashem, at least we're able to learn, work together. So today, that's how we continue in these incredible commercials. We call it on the days. 20 besides the studio of Shlomo Hamel, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14 months up to about we love Malach Shlomo is his monocular rate was so fast that he will convert the Shamayim, right to the Elyonim, which means even the Malach, level of communion, even upon each other. Then Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, Shema is very much tied into what is the incredible Gemara Masechtas Gittin of Ashmedai, where Shlomo HaMelech again has the incredible battle with Ashmedai, the king of the demons, and he dispossessed from his throne. Now, whether that story is literal, or like the Maharal tries to understand it, it's metaphorical. The idea is that Shlomo suffered a setback at a certain point during his reign. In the beginning, he ruled even over the Elyonim. Then, at a certain point, he diminished and he only ruled over the Tachtonim, which is again the lower world. Shneimar, he ruled there, but called Ibachanar, and Yitzhak Ba'ad Asa. He ruled again from Yitzhak until Asa. So Rav Shmuel, Adam and Yitzhak, Shofa Olam, Asa Shofa Olam. So one of the things says Yitzhak is on one side of the world, and Asa is on the other side of the world. So he ruled from Yitzhak to Asa. Other things say, no, Yitzhak and Asa are literally right next to each other. Same way they ruled on Yitzhak and Asa, they're right next to each other. So too Shlomo ruled over the entire world. Again, the idea is really the same. Shlomo ruled over the entire world. So, from Yitzhak, then he suffered a downgrade, and he was only the ruler over cloud Yisrael. שנאמר, אני כהלת מהייסי מלך על ישראל. ובסוף המלך עלה ירושלים, ונעבוד, ונעבוד פה בירושלים, שנאמר, דברי כהלת דוד מלך ירושלים. ובסוף המלך על מתחת, שעקו again, further stimulation, and he only ruled over his bed, שנאמר, Name Tasso Shalomo. ובסוף in the end, לא מלך אלא על מחלו. He only ruled over his own staff. שנאמר, זה תלכי מכל עמלו. This is my effort after all of my efforts. Rabbi Shmuel Chadam HaMachlo, one of the things that refers to the staff, the Chadam HaGundo, obviously refers to a scroll. So the idea there is very dramatic in Quran. The Shlomo began his reign with like this vast empire influence that anything in his life, really the only thing he's ruling over, or I should get to the next slide. When he gets to a certain low point, he's ruling over like well, just the staff. So then he tries to another discussion. Hadar aloha, the Shlomo HaMelech leading. It's full of glorious standing on our Shmuel. It's my book, Rav Shmuel. Chad Amar Hadas. One of the things is, yes, he was doing his strong standing. The Chad Amar Lo Hadas. The other thing is not keeping that with his strong standing. And Amar Lo Hadas. Melech the head yoke. So the opinion that says that he's not keeping his strong standing, Shlomo started as a Melech, started as a slave man, and he ended up as a head yoke. Now, I don't mean the simple person. Of course, it doesn't literally mean simple person. What it means is he never really retained that full scope of the monarchical standing. ومن عمر قدر ملك كهجل in the sense that he did regain his standing. He was king, and he became so to speak a commoner, and then he regained his monarchical footing again. Those are really profound remarks. So again, like I said, this really links in with the Gemara in the second game about Shlomo Melech's struggles in Kashmir that had the king of shaping, but it's also just a tremendous metaphor for life. You know, the nature of life is no one ever always remains on top. Life is a series of peaks and valleys. That's lesson number one. Even Shlomo HaMelech, who began again ruling over everything in the celestial sphere, has his ups and has his downs. Such is the nature of life. Sometimes we have these expectations that are always going to be riding high, always going to be successful. This is not true. No one, even Shlomo doesn't have it. Everyone, great people, regular people, everyone has the ups and downs. There's another piece also that's fascinating, there's that beautiful idea of fitting into the sons of regular times. The times is, when I was young, I dreamt that I thought I would change the world. As I got a little older, I figured, you know what, I'm just going to change my country. I got a little bit older, I said I'll try to change my city. Got a little bit older, so I'll try to change my family. And I said, if I'm an old man or a leader, the only thing I can really change in this world is myself. A really overwhelming idea that almost at the end of the day, it's true, we have so many different spheres of influence, but sometimes you can impact, sometimes you can't. Sometimes, again, in order to have an impact, so that the people or the entity on the other side have to be willing to receive that impact. If they're not willing, you could give off as much as you want, but it's not going to work. So that signs it up with saying, I was young man, and I think every person thinks this young person, I'm going to change the world. And then as you get older, you realize that the truth is the only thing you have control over is yourself. And I think that's also the metaphor. This is when the Shlomo begins life, focusing on ruling over and impacting, affecting change in the celestial sphere. And then when he gets older, he's like, you know what? I'm going to affect change on my clothes, on my staff. And that's not a failure. That's not a failure. It's a recognition that at the end of the day, the only thing you really control in this world is who and what you become. Everything else is beyond my control. I can do the best for my kids, but they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my Friva, they're going to make their own decisions. I can do the best for my company. Again, there's other circumstances. So we all have our different influence. But at the end of the day, you can't really control the outcome. The only thing you really control is what Shlomo teaches us is your staff, you yourself. That you control. You decide what kind of person you want to be. You decide what kind of life you want to live. You decide your own path. Everything else isn't necessarily controlled. But you have some control. Incredible. This is reminiscent of the Gemara. Also yesterday's daf, that the first thing that happened when the guys saw was establish a king. Melech. Som tasim melech melech. Make yourself a king on our let's go back there. Only Francis will get us. Remember, the Mishnah said that the king has a right, like eminent domain, the king has a right to go ahead and seize land in order to create the pathway to his property, to his palace. So each king you are also Malacham Lamela. You shall be such a cause in next Salamela. The next Salam, so in general, when the king goes out to battle, his heart is another nation. So any one of the treasuries that are seized from the subdued nation to go to the king. And then the rest of the spoils is split equally between the king and the populace. So it makes sense that when a king comes to another nation, the king gets to keep the royal treasuries of the conquered nation. How do you know the rest of the spoils? Like the rest of the spoils, that half goes to the king and half goes to the nation. Where do you get that concept? So it was like Chaf Aleph Amud 21a, because the pasuk says Vayim Shchula Hashem V'Nagid U'Litzavah. Because again, it's Pasuk where it said Shlomo Melech. So Shlomo Melech was anointed as king, so Tzadok was anointed as Kohen Gadol. So what do you see in this pasuk? Makish Nogid so Makish Nogid the Tzara. So the Nogid is comparing the Nogid the king to the Kohen Gadol. Masa of Metzala Metzala. So just like Kohen Gadol has goes for the and half goes to the other Kohanim. Af Nogid Metzala Metzala. So it's about the king half goes to him and half goes to the rest of the nation. It's other thing. Well, how do you know that half goes to Kohen Gadol? Where did you get that from? The sign that Rabbi Omer. Speaking about again the Quranic gift says Aaron and his sons. From there goes Aaron and that goes incredible. I was the Mishnah.
Rough times for us by chin pulling flips.
Somebody says this how. Somebody says how. Well, yeah, Mishnah says this how. Well, you have a lot of notion. Elish Morris. So the Mishnah says it's follows. The halacha l'maisa. So whenever the king is king to marry, but he can't marry more than 18 wives. The Buddha says, "Marbelohu, marbelohu lo." Actually, you must use this. The Buddha says he can have as many. Sounds like what he's saying is he can have as many wives as he wants, as long as they do not turn his heart away from her. Shimon says that people are constantly people are able to say, "You can have a wife that turns his heart away from her." Well, even one wife is not allowed. So the Gemara says, so why does the pasuk have to say you should not have too many wives? That's the pasuk guy. Even if like Akshab was one of the wives that thought about it wasn't true. Even if the king's wives are incredibly righteous, he's still capped at 18. Still capped at 18. Okay. Says the Gemara the name of the judge Kavi the Krab. So it's from the Mishnah. From the Mishnah, Darshan is the reason to write the book that he said. The Mishnah says a king should be more than 18 wives, and the Buddha says he could have many wives as long as they don't turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes the Buddha's Darshan is the reason, or why does the Torah say he should not have too many wives? The Apostle himself says, so they should not turn his heart against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I but I'm still not going to come to God. And so it's right to the Mishnah doesn't Darshan the reason for it. So what's going on here? To which the Gemara says, "Well, get harsh on your but yet we find that the opposite is true." The Samuel learned in one of the Ashira in Mashkinos, and whether she is poor or whether she is rich, do not seize collateral from her. Shneimar, Losachol Beged Amor B'Giradim. Right, the Torah says you are not allowed to seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Buddha says he makes no difference if she's wealthy, if she's poor. The Torah says you can't seize the garment of a widow as collateral. The Shimon says, "Ashira Mashkirosa, Aniya Imashkirosa." Shimon says, "Not true. A poor widow you can, but a rich widow you can." And again, the logic would be that a rich widow doesn't matter if she's a poverty. It's not you can't. It's just like stuff. A poor widow is where it's going to be problem. The Anta kind of a half widow because why? What's the issue? The poor widow, if you see some property, and you see some garment, you're going to have to give it back to her. So what's going to happen? Every day you're going to come to us, you're going to come back and give it to her. And what's going to happen? So what's going to happen is she's going to start rumors. Because if people see that there's a man coming to the widow's house every single day, people don't know that there's a collateral issue. Because they're just going to assume that something illicit is going on over here. But I mean, my call, they come, they talk shot to because he's going to collateral from her, and you have to take collateral, that's the halal, right? If you take somebody's collateral, the person is not only obligated to take it from a poor widow, you have to go and return to every single thing. It's going to cause rumors. So he's going to come on, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshans. Sorry, Rabbi Shimon is one of the Darshans that is behind the Sukkim, and Rabbi Yehuda does not. It's contradicts our Mishnah, to which the Gemara says, "You're right. How would Rabbi Yehuda Darshan trust?" In reality, in general, Rabbi Yehuda does not address the reasoning behind it. He really doesn't do that. The shiny alpha. So why does he do it over here like the shiny alpha in the first time we draw? No, because here, we'll say, what does he mean when he says he doesn't charge for the reasoning behind it? So that he doesn't look for reasons behind it. But he says something to do it. Here, by the wives and the king, it's different. The Torah says explicitly that why shouldn't the king have to know Well, not only Moshe, why? Because Shem does from above the day because they turn his heart. It's not that she was trying to crowd. The pasuk itself says it. Why can't, the king have too many wives. The Torah says, "V'lo yasor l'chavo." So that his heart should not be turned away from my Kodesh Baruch. And Shimon says, the Amr Darshan and Tanikra, in general, we Darshan usually by Psukim, in King Yitzchak, Kava, Yablo, Noshim, Vishno. So just let the Torah say, just like the Torah says, too many wives, and that's it. And I would have understood. Why can't you have too many wives? We're concerned that they're going to turn his heart into the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Ana Amina, not Kamlo Yad, and Mishum Kolo Yasser. I would have understood intuitively why King can't have too many wives. It makes a lot of sense. King, remember, he would also be married. Purpose of political allegiances, which could ultimately again lead you to end up, with beings or women or with countries that are not good, don't have a proper president. So the Shimon says like this: let the Torah say the king can't marry too many women, and I would have understood why, because we're concerned that they're going to turn his heart into his father. So intuitive. So since that they're intuitive, why does the Torah feel the need to say it? Well, Yasser, why do you have to say it? Then she said, "Well, that's not right. I feel must see that people are raised to learn this because it's going to teach us that even one wife, if going to turn the king away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the king is not allowed to marry. So even if he's the same quality, he is a lot to wives. But if that wife is going to have negative spiritual influence, then the king is not permitted to marry her. Allah ma'ani v'kain lo yabah lo yabah. I so why does the Pasuk say don't have too many wives? Because even if the king is married to a righteous woman, right, still he should not have too many wives. Okay. So the Gemara says, so now the mission of the number of wives that a king is permitted to marry at 18. The Gemara says, Heinz Gemara said no. So where do you get that? How do you know that it's true? The Gemara says, it's very interesting. By you'll do a job with the fun in the capital. Darnell had sons in Hebron, and the Torah goes to the side, and Nabi goes to the sons. First was widest line. Amnon Achinami Israelis. The first one was Amnon, so his wife Achinami was Mishneo, Kila Abigail. Second son was Kila, born Abigail. Ishis Lamos, Ishis Avshalom ben Maachal. Third son was Avshalom, the son of Maachal. Harabias Adoniah ben Chadis. Fourth son was Adoniah ben Chadis. Hachamishi Shefatia ben Abital. The fifth son was Shefatia, the son of Abital. Hashishi Yisrael Egla Ishas David. Okay, sixth son Yisrael. Ella, y'all do without the Hebron, so you want to listen to this. Ela, y'all do without the Hebron, because so now these are sons, six sons, born to six wives, David in Hebron. The commonly Nabi, and the Nabi says to David, in Ma'at Ba'osifa Lachos, Kahin B'Chahin. If these are too few for you, you can add on like these and like these. So remember again, so in Ma'at, if these, you can write 6 women, if you need more wives, you can add on like these and like these. First unit was 6. You can add on 2 more units of 6 for a total of 18. So the rest is Kahinashis, the Havaluhu, Hamnisari. Find 18. Shemaski, but I do not Kahinata, Hamnisari, the Eshin, the Arbos, Salatin, maybe Kahina means 12, and therefore it turns out that it's really a total of 24 wives. In other words, add the units together. Right? I don't know if the right says the point. You also make an arbor. So there is a price that seems to support that says you cannot go ahead and marry more than 24 wives. So the Gemara says, I remind the Dar Shabbat. So according to also, but if you also Darshan, it says, in the Akol Sifa Kahina, there's a button there. If you Darshan the Bach, then Arba Mishnah, between the 24. So the Gemara says, I don't know if the rest that supports that as well. Or Yabalo Noshim Yosem, they are going Mishnah. Obviously, just to point out, there are other prices. These other prices are closely opinions that say that Havokalam himself, the king could even marry up to 48 wives. So it cannot be done my time. So what's the reason of our time that we can't say that is the Roshana, Makish Kahina Basra, the Kahina Kano. You equate the second Kahina, last Kahina, the first Kahina. Mark Kahina Kamo is because the first unit of Kahina is 6. Kahina Basra is. So to the second unit, the last unit of Kahina is also 6. So Allah again, the Gemara says is that the king is permitted to marry a total of 18 wives. The Havi Michal, once again, the Nabi reports 6 wives. There wasn't 7. What about Michal? What about Michal? incredible. Amarav, Eglaw, so the wife named Eglaw in the particular quote that was actually Michal. Ramana Krishna Eglaw, so why was she called Eglaw? Shechadiva Avav Ki Eglaw, because she was beloved as her husband had a cat. So again, this must have been good. It sounds strange to us, but it must have been, I'm not trying to hold, but it must have been a biblical term that we call someone, an Eglaw. My little Eglaw, my beloved Eglaw. So again, like I said, this will go very badly for you. But for my son, this was the term of the thing. Who Omer, Ruli Karash and Eglash. She must use an eye with Shimshon, also referred to as an Eglash. Okay. Michal had children, but she told her, Michal Mashallah, Hayallah Vlad, Yom Musa. Yet the prophet says that Michal, the daughter of Shaul, who was wife of Governor Melech, did not have a child until the day of her death. She never had children. Or the Kutat, Yom Musa, Hayallah, Yom Musa. What it means is, she didn't have children for most of her life. She got to the end of life, I heard that, so she wanted a child right before she passed away. So Nifty, one in the one second, here's the public Nifty, one in the Hashem, the Kavro, even my city, you have you shine, 4 seconds. Nothing here is taking a census, so to speak, of Governor's family when they're in Hebron. Now, as we're going to see for this moment, Michal was punished to not have children as a result of the time that when they brought the Ark, so one of his refugees in Yerushalayim is the place before those witnesses go down to the street. So government was all of his heart, all of his soul had to be Michal thought that he was acting in the disparity. And as a result for that act of disparity, she was punished by HaKadosh who died childless. So that happened in Yerushalayim. And you also remember, it's not about the first 5 years of his reign were in Hebron. This is where there was this big result. It's just exact, right? When Shaul died, so Mephibosheth, Shaul's son, in the throne for his own reign, was not protected going to war with Mephibosheth. He had a smaller brother. He set up in Hebron. The listing of the families of the whole in Hebron. Michal was punished in Yerushalayim. Let's say that Michal Bashal, Mishkava Ba'adachon, the Keras Arab David, the Fancies from the Karkel of Nation. But that also already, you got it. When I say Shaklas and Michal, the Mishnah, if you say the Mishnah Fasa, Michal got a punishment, Allah Ima Adza also Maisa Hayala. Right? What it means is like this. Up until this event, she had children. Or Michal had children already. The Ilah Lo Hayala. After she started telling off for dancing with the Aron, dancing in front of the Aron. So after that, when she was not given any more children, I obviously by Yitzhak David owed to my children in Yerushalayim. But 1 second, the Pasuk says that Governor took additional wives, additional concubines in Yerushalayim. Lemeruye Shmona Chasa. No. That means to round up to number 18. In order to tell them you're not married more than 18 years. By the way, my Noshim Ekirakin, what's this between wives and selection and concubines? When you got what up, Noshim Etsuba, distribution, selection, below distribution. Wives have a Tsuba and Kedushin, formal Kedushin. Pilachim do not have Tsuba and do not require formal Kedushin. Okay. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Arba males who are the Haylo of David, the Kulan B'nei Yifas Kala, Governor Melech had 400 children that he fathered with Yifas Kala, war brides. That's a dramatic way. I will say now, whether or not that number is probably hyperbolic, but representing the idea that he had a number of children with war brides, similar to the and again, so remember there was a hairstyle that the old devil designed for lawyers, like they would let the back of their hair roll long. So that's like the back of their head roll long. And that was like a singing of like old devil designed. Now remember, so there's a whole discussion exactly were these children Jewish, not Jewish. The Kula Yoshim B'Karshal and they all went around in chariots or carriages of things. And Mahalchim Rashi Zayasas, they led the troops of the army. Behem Hayu Bale and Yotzar. And these were the strongest soldiers of David HaMelech. So it says, so what's really incredible about this, so David HaMelech, so apparently he allowed, so it sounds like they were Jewish, because remember again, the soldier has the right to engage in the first act of allegiance with the Chaskelar before the conversion process. So that's the Jewish person himself, not Jewish. So the David HaMelech, again, but there was biological sons, he utilized them in his army, and they were the fiercest of his warriors. Incredible. Remember, Yehuda Tamar, Basti Fast Tamar. Tamar, she was the daughter of David HaMelech, she was the daughter of Eliphaz Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Tamar, Achos of Shalom, she was the sister of Shalom, so we find the name. Basti Fast Torah, so according to this Yaira, believe Shalom, Ma'acha Imo Yodolo the David Torah, but it's the explanatory Fast Torah. Interestingly enough, so Tamar was the daughter of Maachal. Maachal was a warlord. Apparently, Maachal gave birth to Tamar before she converted. Okay? So Tamar was another very fast person. So this is one of the darkest stories in the household of David. Had a son, Amnon, and Amnon desperately desired his biological half-sister, Tamar, and he violated her. Now, as he was getting ready to violate her, she pleaded with him not to violate her. And he said, if you just ask the king to marry me, he'll let you marry me. So the Gemara says, how could Amnon, the son of David, marry Tamar, the daughter of David? He said, I could basti soon have him, Sini have a shaya, Restream basti pastor. It must have been that was the daughter of the Pastor, and technically speaking, she would have been permitted to Amnon. Okay, so the verse is Amnon Reo Shmoyera, Yonadav ben Shema ben Shema, Achi David, Ish Chacham. So now the Gemara was back to the Amnon story. So Amnon had a friend, and his name was Yonadav, and Yonadav was very wise. Now, what does it mean very wise? He was wise in evil ways. In other words, unfortunately, again, knew how to make terrible things happen. So remember again, this friend, so Amnon tells this friend that he's madly in love with this Tamar, and he's madly in love. And this guy, Yonadav, his friend, tells him what you should do. Tend your sin. Tell your father that you want Tamar to come and give you food. And when you're secluded with her, do what you want. So this is the crazy advice that is friend Yonadav giving. So by your way, you're at the Kachadal Beranah. Remember, Yonadav shut up and Mishtafa Baskel. And the Ostale Inea Sabria, Tikak and Mishari Sakitak, Sop Lefono. So what happened? So again, so he asked this whole plan. Pretend like you're sick. So again, Yonadav tells Amnon, pretend like you're sick. Tell the king that you need Tamar to come and go ahead and give you food. So what's going to happen? So she requested flight food. Now she points out something very interesting that, again, it doesn't make any sense. If Amnon is sick and he needs food, so let the food be prepared, in the regular whatever kitchen, so that we brought him. He said he wants fried food. Apparently fried food is only good if it's immediately fresh. So he wants the fried food made right there in his room for him. That's how he was able to lure Tamar to him. So Amnon violates Tamar. He violates her. Afterwards, the Navi says he despised her. After he violated her, so Amnon despised her. Despised her, great hatred. So my time, what's the reason? She was apparently, as a result of the act of relations, a violation. So Amnon was caught by one of her tributaries, and as a result, he was wounded. He became a Kushah. The first definition where a man can project into the straight stream of the biological, whatever it is that's damaged, something is damaged that prevents the proper ejaculation. Now, when that happens, then we go assume that a man can't father children. That is a serious issue, and they're going to teach you that person to be married. So apparently he was rendered a crush shafta as a result of the declarations with Tamar. If you make sure about you, my friend, and let him a crush on him of us that can shafta. So he must say, 1 second, why are we getting that? Tamar should be a crush. They say, well, why would you get a crush there? Rather, the Gemara says, No, it could be that I love myself. She did it intentionally to wound him as a result of what it is that he did to her. So that's so easy. Brother, Shava minded, so Vayatsallah, she had by the Yapne. What does he mean? It says that a beautiful name came about for Klal Yisrael, the women of Klal Yisrael, that their beauty was known. She'ena Lebnos Yisrael lo ser beis hashechi, lo ser erva. That the Jewish women, again, in certain times, they something to a special bracha, that they did not have hair, right, either by the pubic area or by the armpit area. So a special bracha. Now, again, it's interesting to see what exactly this means. In the miracle, they didn't have the hair there at all, and yet again, shtei sa'aras, 2 hairs, in the pubic region is necessary to establish Shabbos, but they remove it. Not sure. So the Gemara says, so how did Tamar have hair? And then she had pubic hair. The Gemara says, shiny Tamar, the bas tar. Remember again, we said before, she was brought up Ma'acha, she was not born to a Jewish mother, and as such, she did not have this particular bracha. Incredible. So now, I just want to point out also something amazing. This idea that Amnon violates Tamar and he despises her. It's so profound because what is Amnon doing? Amnon is projecting. He's disgusted with himself. Deep down, he's disgusted with himself for what he did. But so often in life, right, we cannot grapple with the mistakes that we have made. So what do? We often project. So for Amnon, he projected his disgust. It wasn't disgusted with him, it was disgusted with himself. But he wasn't strong enough, he wasn't man enough, he wasn't brave enough to deal with things. What he just did, projected those feelings of disgust onto her. So therefore, so Tamar, because of his Latika, 2 rounds up in bottom. Latika, Nora, Ika, Al Roshah, Ve'es, Sonat, Hapazim, Shallah, Kara. So Tamar put ash on her head, she tore her clothing. So the Gemara says, so Tamar, in a very incredible act of bravery, did not hide what happened to her. She made a public spectacle of what happened to her. She let it know. She let it know what happened to her. Tamar was incredibly brave, but she was incredible by publicizing what happened to her. Why? Because they said, no Malachim Kash, the most Hajjot has come to the Kabbalah. In the Tzlos Kash, the proof is has come to the Kabbalah. Because it was a shocking wake up call. And it was typical for a daughter of David and Mara to happen to anyone. And if it happened to a young woman who was so modest, it's really happened to those who are good. So it's almost like Tamar was drawing attention to what happened to her, so that women should be vigilant. Incredible. And it's already going on, but also shocked, as a result of that episode. Just so it's a couple of this 21 just what Allah so the way to actually do this is Azar was over and she can't have any married woman, not be Arab, single woman. The Gemara says, what else? You could be you could be so I'm not going to say you should be on top of them. You know, it's illusion. It says, if your brother, the son of your mother, will incite you to stand on the Zara. So the Gemara says, the son of your mother will incite you to do a Zara, the son of your mother doesn't. Rather, teach you the son, this is someone who you would be alone with, you and just your mother. The son be with something that you with his mother. And no one else is committed to you, but remember, is one is not allowed to be alone with someone who is in error, who is limited to them. Thus you are Yichud Yichud. Now what it means is, up until that point in time, there was an issue of Yichud on a woman's income. But technically speaking, a single man and a single woman, the order of married man and a single woman, that's not an error. So after the so with Tamar, they said the world that you could apply to is incredible. God, so says now again, not that I'll have many challenges in this story. So remember, it's not enough why lay on his death, was on his deathbed, dying. So his son, Adoniel ben Chagis, decides to proclaim himself as ruler. Adoniel ben Chagis means Naseh more Ani. David is dying, and his son Adoniel takes advantage of David Melech's not being well, and declares himself the king. So this is incredible. He tried to put on the crown, but he was unable to. Has to put on the kind of clothing that we know why not to do that. This is double Rashi. Rashi Shabiki Shahoma Balahoma. So Shekei Shed below Shal Kesamalpus. So Adonio tried to put on the crown, but it didn't work. Why? לפי שהישרתית שלחה בסוף חלום המדופן ודופן, ואינם מסיישבת בראש על מי שיש לו חרץ בראשו, כי עדוס לבית דוד, שקרראי למלכוס, או מוסו משאילו. So this is wild. Apparently, the Davidic crown had a bar that went across the top. And apparently, the male members of David HaMelech's household, at least those who were fit for monarchy, had an indentation in their skull. So this is when they put on the crown sat on their head. Adoniel ben Haggis did not have the indentation. Because he did not have the indentation, therefore he was unable to put on the crown. So Adoniel in a bid to show that he was the next king. So what does he do? He puts chariots and riders and 50 men running in front of him. So what does he do? Kulan and Tulay Tol, all of these men, runners, had their spleens removed. So apparently, spleen removal is good for endurance. Rashi says, so apparently the spleen slows you down. So they had their spleens removed in order to make them faster runners, and they also took out some of the nerves from the soles of their feet. This way they were able to run over anything and everything. Incredible. All right, let's say. I also point out something amazing. One of the most overwhelming things is the tragedy, the overwhelming levels of dysfunction that exist in the Talmud. And I think that it's a lesson. The Navi tells us everything. And I think it's profound lesson on multiple levels. The one it tells us that the person being good inside of the doesn't mean it's children. So right, and just like a parent could do really anything right, at the end of the children have free will, and sometimes children do right things, sometimes they don't. It also tells you that no one escapes familial trauma. Even the father of the Mashiach, even the father of the Mashiach, everybody has suffering and everybody has challenges and everybody has difficulties. Sometimes, like, everybody thinks they know that family who has a fault together, no problems. You think they do, but they don't. Every family has their challenges. And by the way, this is why the Torah goes in such a depth with all of the stories in the Chumash. All the family dynamics that teach us. Family dynamics are part of life. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm doing everything right as a parent. Sometimes it could mean that I'm doing something wrong as a parent. But sometimes I can even do everything right as a parent and still not family dynamics. Such is the nature of life. Incredible Mishnah. Lo Yadam Lasusim Elagadim Rakam. So the king's not have too many horses. God is just what he needs for his chariots. For Matat needs for his needs. The cast now again, usually what that means is like this. What it means for his needs was first personal needs, not means for that. And of course it's the military. Whereas the cast of Lo Yadam, he shouldn't have knowledge, he shouldn't have too much gold or silver, rather just what he needs. I look at the weekly Spaniel. He should have enough to pay his party. Obviously, he has enough money needs for his own needs. He also, you know what I mean? The Kosi goes stuff to Torah Shmuel, he's beautiful to see. He writes his own Sefer Torah. Yotzir Mokama was saying, he goes out to war, he takes the Torah with him. Nichnasu Machmisen, he comes back in from war, he brings the Torah with him. Yoshin Petain Kudimo, right? He's sitting adjudicating the case, the Torah is with him. Nesif Kikineko, he's just sitting and reclining, the Torah is there with him. Shneimar, Ba'isa Imo B'Tarabas, so beautiful. He writes the Sefer Torah, and he's obligated to take it with him wherever he goes. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, the intermediate and wide lines. Now second. Lo Yavalo Susi. Maybe he should not have too many horses. Yochalafi with the Makafto, Parashat. Maybe he should even limit, what he needs for the army for his own needs. Amromar Lo. Lo Inomar, about Mabu Hukadeh for Parashat. No, in other words, the king should not be excessive in terms of his own needs. But anything for using militarily, of course, is really good. Man, you kind of Susim Habat Loyal. Rather, what can't he have? He can't have Susim Habat. What is Susim Habat Loyal? Susim Habat Loyal are idle horses. Idle horses aren't things horses you just don't keep on idle horses. Most of tell right when you see from here such a performance of us how much Chazal were against Batlois, were against being idle. Idleness is the bane of self-actualization. Idleness is the bane Idleness is the very undoing of our own personalistic growth, to the point you can't even have idle horses. And if you can't have idle horses, Susan Batlani, Alachas Kama Bakamo, you can't be an idle person. Incredible. Mara says as follows. Says, good. Minayin Shafilu Suska Kabuba. You can't even have one idle horse. Lamar Harbos, Sus. The after you can't even have one idle horse. Why does it phrase it as normally? In violation of a prohibition for every single idle horse. Incredible. The time is a Rahman low. So the reason why you know this starts low for the king. How long how many of Ellis I feel like you get ball for ourselves. The Gemara says, I would have thought that Allah for myself. Had he not said that, I would have thought that maybe the king can't even have too many horses for his party. The only time that there's a prohibition on excess is when it's for the king's own excess. But for the army, he's allowed to have excess. In other words, he needs a certain amount of reserves for his horses, for his jet. That's totally fine. You should actually recommend parashas using miracle barabacha the low Simpson. So in other words, for his own use, he has to be exact. He can't have excess. For the army, totally could have access. The can't have himself like Yabalo, unless you need to not say. So not on. The can't have himself like Yabalo. The king can't have access gold and silver. You also have to look at the region of Spain. America, maybe you shouldn't have too much gold and silver even to pay the army. But no matter low in the matter, I'm not looking at the region of Spain. No, for himself, he can't have access. But of course, he needs to have whatever he needs to have in order to pay for the army. So time because of that one alone, the reason you say of course is for him. The king himself can't have access. That's going to be a problem. Allah, but having not said this, how do you look at the can I find out? Now you know, I'm going to can't have access even for the army. وَتْفِيقَ لَهَا الضَّغْطَ عاشر عمس الدراشة ويعبر راشة ما يدراشة then you look at it as well as the other day also the quotes look from guidance in both of these ideas. He can't have excess forces for himself. For the army, fine. He can't have excess forces for himself. But reserves for national needs like the army and other things, that's fine. You might say, by the way, now lo yabra lo noshim my dashes, baby, you look at Yotos. Also teach us. This is interesting. The prohibition having more than his wife only applies to the king. It doesn't actually apply to other people. That's a regular guy, for some reason, needs more than 18 wives. Allah subhanahu is permitted, only the king has the limitation. And the truth is, actually makes a lot of sense because since the king is going to be engaged in this, therefore there's a real concern about married people that are going to bring the wrong influences into his soul. Incredible. But you do that running safe. Rabbi Yehuda went ahead and contrasted the two. One hand says that you show my Arbon Arabos, Susan Mercado, is said that Shlomo had 40,000 stables, and the horses 4 lying. You see, by Yidishoma Arbos Alofim Arbos Susan. And then it said he had, right? Then it said he had 400,000 horses. Okay, so in Arboin Elas Stablo, are you call Ephraim, are you going then Allah travels how you call Ephraim, how you go Arboin Elas Arbos Susan. I don't know if that's the thing. In other words, the merge is saying it's not clear. Are we talking about stables or rows of stables? So obviously, depending on that, will determine the number of horses that shall not have. But either way, giving us an insight into the dramatic loss shall not. But you stop them to say, or say, first of the white side, you stop contrasting to the secret. In cash of next shall be in Shalom. Money, there was so much wealth in days of Shalom. That money, literally, again, it counted for nothing. Money was always like that, like valueless. Since Haiti and Shomas, I can't say we find abundance. Another part is that Shomas spends money drawing like stones. Now, even though that part says money flows like stones, but stones still have a value. So the secret market is contradictory. First part says that money flows like real value. And it says it had a value like stones. Which one is this? So Kasha, can hold them Shinosa Shomas Basaro, can the Acha Shinosa Shomas Basaro. This is up to another subject here. So you must read like this. What Shlomo Melech made a mistake in that he married 2 women. And amongst those women who were 2 women in his Baspara brother, that was a strategic marriage to align with the king. Baspara introduced idolatry into the home of Shlomo. Shlomo Melech did not stop it. It was really the marriage to Bathsheba Shlomo that really became the Basparo, that became the unreal Shlomo. That's again a downward spiral. And remember again, we have all the stories linked together. He marries Basparo, now literally in the home of Shlomo HaMelech. This is very Ashkenaz. Shlomo loses his footing. Even though Shlomo passes the crown down to his son, the Chav. I remember it's during the Chavam's days that the monarchy is split. All of this traces itself back to this precarious marriage with Basparo, the idolatry that came with it. So the Gemara says, before Shlomo married Shlomo, there was such tremendous prosperity that money was like valueless. That's how much money there was. After he married Shlomo, there was still prosperity, but money was like stones. Things changed. The most things incredible, they were like already stuck. The Shah, she knows the Shlomo Basparo. When Shlomo married Basparo, Yored Gavil the Noatz Kalabiyah. The Malach Gavil came and he literally put a weed in the sea. The Ella Sirton, and what happened? The weed began to collect sediment. Ba'alav Yivna Kach Gadol Sheberon. And that landmass ultimately became Rome. So what's isn't that incredible? What is this saying? Shlomo HaMelech's marriage to Basparo is even negative trajectory. And that negative trajectory ultimately created Rome, the arch enemy of Providence. This is such an overwhelming emotional. I'm not funny, it's just forging a strategic alliance. For some of these people to be too smart for their own good. Shlomo did something, little respect, and actually ultimately created Rome. So many times in life, we act and we think that we act in a silent way. We act, just like in a self-thinking way. And we don't think about the effects that our actions can have on others, either presently or, again, prospectively as well. It is important to know that every action we engage in has a ripple effect. And how this is good and bad. That's how we can look at this. We never know the ripple effects of it. On the flip side, on the side, because, okay, this is very nice. You never know the ripple effect of it. I'm not used nickname bonus value coming Why do the Torah in general not reveal these mitzvos? Shari grows in this Torah time when because the Torah revealed two mitzvos. Sorry, Torah revealed reasons for two mitzvos. Now, more than two mitzvos. And the greatest amongst men, Shlomo HaMelech, thought he was smart enough to circumvent the reasons, and he failed. Siv, lo yarda lo nashim. So the pasuk says, "King, you shouldn't have too many wives." And the Torah says, "Why?" So they should not turn his heart to idolatry. Amar Shlomo, ani arba v'lo aser. So says, "Don't about me. I got this. I can marry the women as I want. Nothing bad is going to happen." And sure enough, Siv. Sure enough, again, Shlomo gets old and he's unable to check the influences in his home and his wives are worshiping Avodah not mission to the palace. It's the palace. The pasuk says the king shouldn't have too many horses. Why? And again, here the Torah says because we don't want to give you, we don't want you to go back to your son. Egypt is like the place to eat, the place to go to. For horses. So if the king has too many horses, you're going to end up going back to Egypt. So says, don't worry about me. I'll have 20 horses, and don't worry, I'm not taking anyone back to Egypt ever. Don't worry about it. It's a couple of times. Sure enough, what happened? Shlomo's horses came to Egypt, right? And they ended up again going back to Egypt for the sake of promise. Still, there's something really amazing, which is, let's say, the Rosh knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes, we find it a little bit frustrating. It's hard to be easy. I want to understand everything. And that's what I understand. And again, we're supposed to try to understand. But it's also important to understand that sometimes the reasons are not given by design. As well as we know human nature is that when you think you understand something, you think that you can also manipulate the reasoning, that the reasoning doesn't apply to you. Shlomo, so the Torah says, king, don't marry too many women. They're going to turn you out. This is not me. I'm Shlomo. I'm impervious to idolatry. Sure enough, idolatry. Don't have too many horses and go down to Egypt. I'm going to go down to Egypt. Sure enough, down to Egypt. Shlomo will understand what's so incredibly important. But it's almost like all of them knows us better than we know ourselves. And sometimes the avoda of the yid is to trust the system. Sometimes a little bit of that involved. Control is thinking brought forth to national views. And we think to ourselves, I don't understand it in a sense. Everything I can try to understand.
I don't think I put my name.
Sometimes Devotion doesn't want us to understand it because he understands that when we use the gift of intellect to manipulate circumstances in a way that Trump doesn't want to. Sometimes Devotion says, I love you, I got you. Just trust the system. Because sometimes when we understand too much, it's when we tend to get ourselves too close. Have a say social with all of you today. If you're going to one in person on Wednesday in your session, have a wonderful day.
All-in-one helmet, you can go back like that. You can piss me off so much you can be the hiccups, dude. Sorry about that, but all-in-one helmet is pretty funny.
I would say good morning. It is a tremendous supposed video. Those two are going to I'm sorry that I can't be with there with you for the box. I had to cancel a Zoom call for good reasons, and now he's doing remote session Monday morning and Tuesday morning. So I'm going to look forward. I'll be back live in person on Wednesday, but Washington is too good. Couldn't not do it with the pepper. So today's topic is cough. 20, which I have absolutely no idea what today's topic is based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on the base, then TV, in the intermediate wide lines and line counts. Remember, again, we were speaking about this idea that Yuma points out that David Amount was married to two women, Merab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. We were talking about the idea that how could David Amount be married to two sisters? How could that possibly be? Gemara essentially answered that one of them was Kedusha Talis. Gemara said, Yossi, so Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi is Rabbi Yossi Hayodorish Miklos Mu'uratim. Rabbi Yossi understood that the Sukkim are really interposed. Sik. He's not Hamelech Hashem in the Shifa. Bas Ayasha Yodorishol as Harmoni. That's Moshes. That's Hameshes B'nei Michal. Asher Yolda La'adriel HaMechulos. Versus the he. Now, it's no less than one second. Since Michal was the wife of Adriel, but Michal wasn't given by Shaul to Adriel. Rather, there's a role of Papi ben Laish. Michal was given as a wife to Papi ben Laish, to which he says, Hello, Makish Kedushin Irav LaAdriel, the Kedushin Michal Papi. Rather, the Gemara equates the Navi Kedushin of Merab to Adriel to the Kedushin of Michal Papi, if we cite the 2 yards of Shaul. Not Kedushin Michal Papi Ba'adira, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Papi ben Laish from Ba'adira. After Kedushin Merab LaAdriel Ba'adira. So to again, the Kedushin of Merab to Adriel was also Ba'adira. So we shouldn't talk said. We shouldn't talk, sorry, Nani Haksid explanation to the Michal, Bas Shaul. So again, what do you expect? Once we said the 5 sons of Michal, the brothers of Shaul, I'm not sure if he Michal Yalda, Michal gave birth to those 5 sons? No. Palo Merab, no. The sister Merab did. Merab Yalda, and Michal did not. Merab birthed them, but ultimately, again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not the biological mother. I just want to point out, by the way, it's called the Michal. Not to be doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, then the woman married David, was going to marry David, and giving to another man. All of this is part of the overarching story of these incredible difficulties that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king over Israel. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath, and David announced became like a dog, a sweetheart of the masses. And Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his life. Even though David had no monarchical aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished back in childhood for not wiping out the mother. The punishment the Shmuel Navi told him was going to happen was that the mouth was automatically going to be removed from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And the better man, of course, was David Amelech. So this idea of giving a wife to David, putting her back from David, giving her to another man, is all part of this story of Hamas between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. The Gemara back to this. So the Gemara says Merab had these 5 sons, but Merab passed away and Michal raised them. So when you see and raising orphan in your home, if you have perfect, it's beautiful idea. Biology is only part of it, but raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the again, the biological mother. It was Michal who had a really great relationship with children. She's called the mother as well. a very profound and important thing. So, in the Parsha of Nafsh, how much we recognize how we're going to have to things in the life of that child. The biology might not be. The biology is the only thing that's not there. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful ingredients of parenthood are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Shakalam Gadol Yasam B'Sof Beis. Whoever raises an orphan, and orphan is relative term. Person could have living parents. But if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstance, not to fulfill the obligation towards that child, or someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, Kili Yavado, this is birth that child. Incredible. All right, where does that happen? Adifino says this concept about raising the child. You raise the child. It's a birthday. And it says it comes from here, like Tifar Lalash, Yulad Ben Lenaham. It's incredible. Yos. Remember at the end of the story, so Ruth and Boaz have a son. So after they had a son, people would say, oh, Nahami had a son. Nahami had a son, Latina Hami Yalda. Nahami was older, so he had a child. Hello, Ruth Yalda, Ruth birthed the child. Ruth Yalda, Nahami did well. Ruth birthed the child, Nahami did. Now again, even though Ruth was alive and well, but Nahami took such a trauma in this child that she raised him almost as her own. Therefore, the Navi calls this child, Oved. This child as the son of Nahami. Gemara says, the different source of this is incredible. The Ishtar Hayu, this Yoga as Yared Avidar, Ela Bene Bisya Bas Karo. So they're just to give you the context. The part that the Gemara is talking about over here is from Divrei Hayam. It's like Yod Beskeret, that's good, Beskeret, and so forth, Beskeret, and Zanot. Even if this Yod, Baskar, Shalakach, so what's the part is talking about here? This Yod is the daughter of Paro. The story of Paro's daughter, who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal called her, the Navi calls her Prisya. Now, whether her name was Prisya or that's just a descriptive name, Prisya is Bas Kar, the daughter of Ishmael. So listen to this, get ready for this. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Now, it was important to point out that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Navi says, Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I exactly do more about the What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, merit. Let's see what merit. So it's down tells us it's really incredible. The daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Mered. Who was Mered? So the Gemara says Mered Zeh Kalev. Wow. Mered was Kalev Bayuna. I've eliminated Ishmael. So why was he called Mered? Shemar Na'asas Muradi. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the all the spies to line down Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua Benor. Kalev and Yifun Yeshua Benor were the only two spies who were to Moshe. So therefore he was given the inheritance to adopt. First of all, we understand. Kalev ben Yeshua marries Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that?
Hey, how are you?
All right, incredible. 1 second. If you yelled up, 1 second, but it's she first Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu had a mother. Hello, this year, you had a birthday, but this year, daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in friendship from the Nile, and she lived from some second at the time. Incredible. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu. The birth of Moshe. The out of Israel, I'm following Yaakov, Yosef's son. 1 second now. The possible surface of the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So the rest of Yosef, no, Yosef birthed the tribes was the first, the widest, end of the first, the widest lines. Hello, Yaakov Yala. Yaakov birthed the tribes. Wasn't ready for this for a while. Hello, Yaakov Yala is who Yaakov birthed the tribes. Yosef killed. But Yosef
about you
This
just
is last paragraph. I always say Patrick reveals his identity in his gospel. I always say for you for the remainder of region. This is paragraph. Hashvei das parshas Vayikra parshas Miketz these parshios. So Yaakov first titles of Yosef sustained them during famine. Yosef is considered to be one of the birth of them.
I mean, when you like,
I'll say second wide line on the bottom.
steroid or
Put it on your. If you teach your friends some
like drink.
it's as if you birth that child. Elders are an emotion. Because it said future generations of Aaron. It says Sif, the Ilish Mosbeni Adam. So again, it's interesting. It says that the Lashon of the Pasuk is Ilish Mogos Moshe Al Yom Yira Asher, and the Ilish Mosbeni Aaron have a fun under David. So these are the generations of Moshe Aaron, but then it only goes on to his Aaron. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, Lomar L'cha Aaron Yavod, Moshe Mibet. Aaron birthed them, but Moshe really taught them Torah. Therefore, people need to therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. So as you see these different ideas in this. You see, on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, so then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, it's considered as if you birthed them. You taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. I think the beautiful idea is just kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if we have a lot of different parental figures in our lives. Incredible parents who brought us into this world. Some of the parents who bring me into this world are also the ones who financially support me. Right? Certainly all parents that were young and they give me that money. They might also be the ones who go ahead and spiritually support me. And they also, I think the ones that are what our biological parents will be one stop shopping. But sometimes life works in different ways, and going biological parents do their life function, which I'm happy to watch out for shows. But then the idea of my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachem from Hashem. El Beis Yaakov Hashem. Padas Avram. If you hear from Atzilus Yaakov Shepadol Yaakov, where do we find that Yaakov in the passage? Yaakov redeemed Avram. Where do we see that? From the Yudah Shepadol inside Yudah. Incredible. Sometimes you actually can count. Avram was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously, with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu experienced. And Yaakov Avinu, again, so to speak, redeemed Avram from the difficulties of having 12 sons. We start giving money. And in the shir, Lo Ata Yevosh Yaakov, Lo Ata Yevosh Yaakov, the other, Lo Ata Yevosh Yaakov, the other Sid, Tzvai. But Yaakov Avinu, again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of these things. Sid Palti, it's Sid Palti, was his known again, so before that. Shaul and married or brought us to a man by the name of Michal as a wife to Palti bearing lineage. So now the Gemara points out that we are one place that calls him Palti, another place that calls him Paltiel. So I'm going to be incredible Gemara. I'm going to be open. I'll see Shmuel. His name was Palti. I Balama Mikra Shmuel Paltiel. So why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti Min Ha'adera. Because ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. Allah, he's like, he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Healthy the Ryan understood that something was up with how marriage does. Like Charles said it wasn't. So whatever is happening, healthy the Ryan realized it's the case. It doesn't really have a choice but to try. But he also wasn't sure if this woman Michal was now quote unquote his wife, if this woman a married woman is married to David, she's not married to David. So Palti the Raish is in overwhelmingly difficult circumstances. He's married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not he's actually committed. So what's it he so therefore his name was Palti. But descriptively, the only called him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shep Palti coming out there because it's Hashem's assistance to be able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti the Raish do to save himself from sin? Get ready for this. Not Sarah de Nolavera. He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal. And he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, people intimate with each other, whoever engages in intimacy will be stabbed with the sword. Now, what does that mean? he was showing was that as much as he desired this woman was not going to be. At least he wasn't sure whether or not she was going. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her, putting this one in the middle of the bedroom as a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. Sid, Vayelech Ito Isha Shinas, Vayelech Ito Isha, I have a blessing. He calls him her husband. Shinas Elok Isha, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of a wife. First, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear what the repercussions of that would be. Sid, Halach Ubaho. But the Nabi said that when she left, right, when she was given the portion of the pasuk is Vayelech Ita Isha Halach Ubaha Ad Bachurim. Vayom La Abni Alei Shuva Yosef. So ultimately, again, when she is taken from Halti Delayan, he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says Halach Ubaha Ala Mitzvah Da Azaliyah. While they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she was no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, "I'm not here." What does it mean? He delivered her. Avnei Ben was one of the generals of Davinella. Delivered her until Bachurim. But they need themselves like young people who never tasted it since we see them. In other words, that they were saying themselves. So it's just what does it mean? Self-control, self-esteem, especially one of the hardest things, especially again, when you justify doing what you want to do to satisfy your desires. Yet, the life is a God. Imagine all of those years next to a woman who is also known as a very beautiful woman, who is technically your wife, but you're not sure if she's committed to you, not committed to you. Everybody exercises this regulations. This hopefully well-meaning this very beautiful incredible. So already open. How Yosef and the Sanusa Shalboaz. As great, so literally again, the strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Dover Gadol Shal Yosef, Dover Kavah Shal Boaz. The greatness, essentially means like this, the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, Pakol Shal Boaz, and the Sanusa Shalboaz, the greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Halti Delay, the house of Pakol Shal Yosef, and the Sanusa Shalboaz. Remember, it's not like Yosef is interested in the life of his heart, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day, and Yosef resists temptation. Now, the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz is. What happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was another as it's kind of the same that's on the glass loss. The risk when Boaz is sleeping in the room, Puss comes in there at the advice of Naomi. She lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes. And Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. Boaz was a single man. Russ was a single woman. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Ruth gets done whatever they do. The ability to have such self-restraint, not to sin, not to engage in almost superhuman. Now again, why did the Gemara catch to Yosef? So Yosef, it was possible also these baby stories like who among us will have this level of self-restraint and self-control. So Yosef, interesting people was a married woman. Married woman, like they weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, to this age, people are kids around when there was no one else at home. But here, so Yosef has certain things that can be utilized to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single. And yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and do this. What does the Gemara says? It was in the middle of the night. He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by face? So the sun was rushing in this place. So literally again, his skin, his flesh became like a turnip. So that just points out over here that it's a reference taken when he came around. Again, lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by Rus. That would be he was. Like Nasa the stars are actually Hyksos, he's literally a special king, like the Turkish meaning actually his passion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz did. Chava 28. Takol Shabbat and the Sanuso shall not be the ranch to the And again, this is Boaz was. Boaz's act of self-restraint, in comparison to how he did life. Just give Ammon, just before. Because up the lions, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, out of the life of that sword in the middle, had to resist the temptation to the infinite with incredible. I will say, I wonder if that's the right just for the shop. I'm not open. Night is Sid. Labos Manos Asopel. It's just kind of like what does it mean when it says Labos Manos Asopel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but I'm Labos Manos Asopel. What does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Say Yosef or Boaz. It's actually interesting that it's not the same as over here, that it's referring to Bonos or referring to Yosef and Boaz. At least Bono, you surpass them all. Zeb helps. I'm not sure what Yosef. My tip, Sheker Achim the Hevel HaYofi. What does it mean when the Pasuk says, you often H-Skar, remember H-Skar in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says Sheker Achim the Hevel HaYofi is literally false? Right? Sheker or pain, favor is false. Hevel HaYofi, beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim Zeh Yosef. Yosef was able to see through the facade of the beauty of Israel's porcupine to recognize that she was just a beauty lesson. The Hevel HaYofi Zeh Boaz. Boaz was able to resist the temptation as beautiful as this was. Yiras Hashem Mitis Halal Zeh Halpi Ben Laish. Davar Acher, so before you get to Davar Acher, I'm going to point out something amazing. You know, in general, it's always interesting when Chazal challenge to each other. Almost like when the suffering. Oh, your suffering is not so bad. Look at that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is also. It's just important to understand Iran is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really, what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, the original Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with his Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Yos, and Potiphar the Lion had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every devotion gives us, it sounds like a little bit almost like Christ. He gives us the struggles that we can handle. And he only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. See, each of these men faced overwhelming challenges. But the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were. Healthy and liars needed that challenge, and Boaz needed his challenge, and no one was given the challenge other. Trouble gives us the tools that we need to get the challenges in it's incredible. We must fight them. We must check her out. We check her out. We say go to Moshe. Finish the Moshe later. We have no feet. Zed go to Yoshua. Yiras Hashem Mitis Halal. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed go to Shafiskia. So again, it's quite beautiful. The Gemara sees over here. Interesting if you take a look at Rashi. Rashi points out, Dor Shamosha the Yeshua, Askuba Torah Harbi, Dor Shafiski Yoshanihan. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achein Zet, Dor Shamosha means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy, they saw past superficial material things. They were speaking spirituality. The Hevel HaYofi, again, Yofi just the physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty, was nothing? That was the generation of Yeshua, which was also speaking holiness. But again, it's great the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yeshua was. But nevertheless, Yiras Hashem says, hello, fear or reverence by the 12. In other words, what's the highest level? That was the generation of this year. Now, we're going to talk more about this. Rashi points out that here something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Hiskia, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. I wasn't not appreciated. What happens when you get to a city of Tumah and Tara? It's nice. All of us look how far is this going. Right? What is this going to be? I have a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself. I'm not running away. But none of us have gone to Tumah and Tara. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tumah and Tara we've learned, whatever reason we yep. Your children, men, women, children, everyone was first. We are locals of Tumah and Tara. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Davar Achim, the possibilities. Shekar Achim, the Doshim Yoshua. So Shekar Achim refers to the greatness, the spiritual beauty of the Jewish emotion Yoshua. The Hevel Yofi, Zeh Doshim Chizkiah, Yiras Hashem Hitis Halo, Zeh Doshim Hitis. Greatest generation, the greatest generation was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda. What happened in that generation? Amru Allah Rabbi Yehuda. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim Bekalas Achos. In the generation of Yehuda, you had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning. Look at what the Rashi says over here. This guy's going to tell us second short lines. I mean, they were so poor. And yet they were so deeply devoted to Torah. There was just some crazy. To be honest, like if a person has all the material needs, the spirituality, those are paid us money in the bank, motivation, things are good. It's obvious that I have to work on my own. Right? It's obvious. I'm not being clear on the directions. In the generation of Negro life, they're poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial stress knows that sucks for life. Because you can't be you can't keep your head financially above water. It saps all of your energy. And that generation of Negro life is so poor. Despite all of that, they still require a level of proficiency, diseases, competence, 6 people sharing one clothes, but yet still so ugly, so connected to the development. That said, the Gemara was the greatest generation. The truth is, if you think about it, that sometimes the greatest metric of our spiritual success is really what happens to our spirituality. Like you said, anyone can be spiritual has to be encountered. I got this one, those who don't think are going to be spiritual. But what happens when things are difficult? They still maintain that. They still maintain that. That's the truth about spiritual success. Incredible. I don't say Mishnah. Your Gemara is not over. We got plenty today. Mishnah. Mace Lomes. So let's say now the Mishnah is talking about the halachos of the king. Mace Lomes. If the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yotze Pesach culture, he does not feed the palace. It's interesting enough to know by the Kohen Gadol, there was a Makol test. That the Kohen Gadol not brought to that the king, the Mishnah says, does not feed the palace. That's the kind of comment. And Ruder says, no, it's a lot of second. The Yotze, Ruder says, no, not true. Not sure if the king wants to leave the palace to go to the Messiah, he can do so. Shekim Matzina B'David Shiyotze Achami Paso Shal Afne. David Amela followed the funeral here. He went to the Messiah of Avner. Avner ben Ner was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul's son, Mephibosheth, for him. Later on, he wants to come to David Amelech's side. One of David Amelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he feels that he could not be trusted. So we're going to see that this is a dramatic fight because people thought that David Avner was very David Amelech was triple by. We're going to see a greater trade. He had nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shneimar, Amelech David Omed Achan Hanito. David Amelech was walking behind the funeral here. Looking at Mars goes on. He says, Amalei, go, I had David Elefayis and don't bring rise to David Elefayis. I don't know if we went to the funeral of Avner in order to calm the people. The populace, people were upset, they were angry at him. Also, and when they give the king the Sudas Haba, remember the Sudas Haba is the meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the Sunday. That meal is provided for by the community, which is very good. And the king eats the Sudas Haba, everyone sits on the ground, and the king sits on a darvish. And what the darvish is, we'll have to see Yetz Hashem in just a little bit. Good, it's fine. Welcome, Shnagu Noshim Lasei Sakramit Yosos. So now, when women participate in Malabaya, if the custom, the place is that the women walk in front of the funeral bier, they walk in front. If they walk behind, whatever the minhag is. The Mina Ruda says the Olam Nashim women always go in front of the funeral bier. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the assumption is men and women are separate. We are separate, even though we're not separate. Therefore, David left behind the funeral here and must limit the women in what we front. In the spicer, that's not true. Lord, we can't say we are right there because there, David points to the life of the there for some people. Like we said before, he went to the line for us to come, everyone. So what happened? He said, David Yotzim ben Hanoshim, Nichnas ben Hanoshim, Yazim ben Hanoshim, Nichnas ben Hanoshim. God not went from the men to the women, to the women to the men, because he's trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he has nothing to do with the death of Abraham. Shneimar, I will say first of the wide line. Shneimar, Ayidu Kala Amachol Yisrael, Kilo Haisam Mehamelech Lahamich. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not Donald was not involved in the death of Abraham. God Shalom, I Sid, Avot Kala Amra Havros, David. Siv Lahachros, the Karina Lahavros. It's interesting. The way the party is the entire nation came, it's written, Lahachros means to cut off. But we read it as Lahavros, which means to sow. So the Gemara says, so what happens? If you kill Lahachros, in the beginning they wanted to kill David because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Abner Ben Ner. Less self-revelation, but in the end, they came to join him for the meal of I'm not thinking about it. If they man and by the way, why was Abner punished? Like, why? Abner was killed by Allah, but why did he deserve to die? If there's higher lonely post to show this is really incredible. Abner Ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As we mentioned before, Shaul really unfortunately tried to prevent all they actually failed to kill him, although Shmuel told you to lose him. Then when he sees so simultaneously, David HaMelech is having a meteoric rise on the Irish. He kills Goliath, and rises to heaven. So Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting or recognizing the case, I mean, that's interesting. It's going to be given to David. He instead totally just like rejects David HaMelech. Makes David into the enemy of the state. So Abner Ben Ner had a fun seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do it. But it's a different discussion. But he had the opportunity to object, and he didn't do so. Because of that failure to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Abner Ben Ner is held responsible for his guilt. He's killed That's not true. Yitzchak says he did object. Abner Ben Ner, he objected to Shaul's behavior, but nevertheless, he wasn't with Shaul didn't listen to him. Which did make Aphrodite, both of these different guys in the same person. Raikkonen HaMelech al Abner, Vayomer HaKamos Novo Nomos Abner, Yadech al Asuros, Raglecha Lo Yechishkayin Tigash. So it's literally the possibility. David HaMelech mourned, right? He mourned over Abner. He said, Hakamos Novo Nomos Abner dying like a guilty person, like a regular person. Abner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. So the one who says that Abner never lied to completely against Shaul's behavior, Abner, your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't bound, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment that as much as David is mourning over the loss of Abner, he also says, Abner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Shaul from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the one who says, no, that Abner did object. Shaul didn't see. You need to become it. Plus, it is more like question. Most of our youngest. Why should Abner die? Just like why should Abner die? Like a regular person, like a guilty person. ידך לא עשו לו, so ידך לא נפשטיים, נכתב אפילו מוכס. Like your arms and your legs were not bound, and that's why you objected. But even though you objected, Shaul didn't listen. Right? So why did you suffer such a terrible fate? Because indeed you objected to Shaul's. All right, from under me, right? I understand. Funny thing that says that Avner did object to Shaul's behavior, then why did he die? I was killed. Why was he killed? I'm not going to mitzvah. The Shah Malchus is Stein. So this is remember as we mentioned before, after Shaul supported Shaul, some Mephibosheth. As a result of that, the lazy establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 2.5 years. Because of the lazy establishment, the Davidic monarchy was exactly the same. It's really incredible. Both sides. So many like incredible, profound lessons of this culpability. You know, I'm my own business. I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening, don't stop it. At least try to stop it. There's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability for procrastination. Avner Ben Ner is held accountable. Why? Says he was for what opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy by 2.5 years. Who cares? Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an avera. When Paul explains this throughout the Shari. The Shari has measles. He says, why does the person need to be zealous? He says, because the greatest tool, right? Alacrity. To do things with the zeal, to do things immediately. Because the greatest tool of the Yizar is procrastination. Look at that stuff shown. That when you do not do something immediately and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. Okay? The greatest tool of the Yizar is procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment to do it is in and of itself sin. Procrastination is an habit. Incredible. Let's go back there. So remember again, Mishnah said that when it comes to have the meal of conversation with the king, everybody says on the front, the king sits on a darvish. He goes, my darvish, what's a darvish? I'm going to understand the darvish. So literally translated, a good luck bed. What's a good luck bed? Rashi says, darvish, understand the darvish. It's like across from the third to last short one in the Buddha. Not give any lot of things that are still from by to a holy statue, right? And we'll not by to nothing we shouldn't. So what's interesting? So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table, and it was supposed to be like a simon, like a sign for growth. I guess the logic is like this. If you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things were like they were symbolic. So people would have them in there. People would have them in their house. So the Gemara says, so what's a guy? Ula says it's his good luck bed. The king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? So up until now, before the king lost his relative, no one ever sat on a dargish, and then that's the big shit like this. Dargish, how does that make any sense? Gemara says, not necessarily, not kushya. Still, maybe the habi asinu shia. Dada ibno lo achol no. So again, so probably it's the same kasha. Otherwise, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food or you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now stop the drink. You can eat that food, or drink the food, doesn't make any sense. Ella, ikasha, ikasha. Dargish, it's our result, and result for Dargish, I say this, and a little bit about this. You learn this in sense of my cut. You want to see one of the practices that these staff for our business was to see us they would overturn the beds in the house. Overturn the beds of the morning. Overturn the beds. Now, again, the logic behind that is, remember, your beds often have like a straw mattress. Straw takes on human form. You get that from the death is considered to be a ratio of the human form. It's such a ratio of the beds. So the Gemara says, a dargish, you don't have to overturn it. Rather, what do? You soak for it. Just stand it up. Stand it up, then it's not going to be used. These are like the gadol, and if you think it's a good luck bed, and I, it's sort of close up. Why don't you have to turn it over? But I mean, there's a professional so like when the other has to do, I must say, by the way, we don't do this anymore. You know, besides my cousins, we try to stop The Jews were accused of teaching people thought that he was like a sorcerer. Practice stop. So the Gemara says, that's the halacha. And let's go with Mikasa. When an other overturns his bed in the house, no Mikasa, the body he doesn't only overturn his own bed, and a negotiation of Shaka Bites. So based on overturn all the beds in the house, so right, so my question, so it sounds like even a dog should be overturned. Whereas my question, maybe a darkness is just considered to be a bed that is normally used like to place utensils on. It's funny. And place them in your presence to kill, and here's another concept. If you have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, you use it to put stuff on it, that type of bed does not have to be overturned. Kasha. Shmuel says, Dargish, not there, not your practices, is not the name. How do you do Dargish? You're not. Untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls out. Remember again, the assumption over here is the frame. This ladder was tied to frame. So if you want to render it unusable, just untie the knots of the leather mat, and then you just fall down, you no longer have the bed. Lord of the Release, I said the Gadol, and if it's on, so the Gadol, immediately, it's like nuts, nuts. What he also, so the distinction is, it wouldn't be, you're going to see the bed today, it would not have this type of nodding sense. He also added under the Avino, the Tachlipa Shnei, the Mashiach Mashiach the Luzai, or the Tachlipa, what apparently spent a lot of time in the leather workers, so only my dargish, what the dargish, our Salah. As he says, the Salah Mita Shalar, the Tolan Mitzvot or Sabbath, because she also owned in our source, our so what is the dargish? The dargish is half of the Salah, it's a bed, and the leather mat is wrapped over the sides of it. Okay. Dargish was a cup on the base, 20B. Dargish, Silugo Mitoko, Mito, Silugo Me'agava. So a dargish apparently, you tie the leather mat in, where it's suggesting over here into the sides of the bed, versus a Mito, you take the mat and you pull it over, extend it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, like the kasha, creates in something having tomorrow. When it doesn't earth, when does it, when does it create? What do you think? When is it the Kabbalah? When is it the Kabbalah? Amita Balisa Misha Yashufam Bahar Hadan. So if you have a mita, you have a bed where you coat it with fish oil. You coat the frame with fish oil. That's 1 second. Beaming from this legacy, but if a bed and you let it extend it over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil so that the end of the base is going to be covered anyway? So the Gemara says, already means literally when you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the Gemara says, so if anywhere you're going to have the leather mat extended over the sides, why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, rather, we'll say, the mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, well, what's the difference? Dargish Auli Bafuki Bav Kasa. So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, a mita is tied into the actual sides of the frame, versus a dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. How much can sing a meal? How much calls the sing a meal? Amar Yaakov Bar Aminita Shnechita Yotzi Zokun B'Sachar. So let's say the first one the Gemara says that the halacha follows of sing a meal. Okay, so again we saw fine. That the halacha follows of sing a meal. Going to the first one the Gemara also says that's what Yaakov Bar Ami says. Mita Shnechita Yotzi Zokun B'Sachar. That's the first one I was like, it sounds like the final distinction between the dargish and between the meat. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat itself is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into the loops that are on the frame? So that seems to be the machlokas over here. No machlokas, 2 different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah said on the Aleph, he said, Dargish, Masir Kadush. The only thing for Dargish is untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. the metal, the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for everyone. That's enough for everyone. Now, again, just a full circle, the king, when people come, when the king is in the morning, the king sits on the dargish, everyone else sits on the floor. A regular person pulls out the loops of the dargish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unusable. Mind this is one last halacha, that if you have like a canopy bag, fed with holes, then halacha l'maisa is joking the guy. All you need to do is kind of like put it up on its side, and that's it. Now, you don't have to start turning it because like the hole, just put it up on its side, and then incredible. All right, most of it, here we go. Couple of big 20 minutes. Emotion will come as harishos. Emotion will come as harishos. Application shall show that. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army to a Muhammad's, remember the son of this idea, to get the Dead Wars. Muhammad's mitzvah, which is either the conquering or taking the events itself. And Muhammad's trust territorial expansion resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for a Muhammad's show, it's an optional one. You do so, but you need the permission of the Sanhedrin. Glorious Bassos will get us. This is incredible. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. That's it. He needs to access. So to go ahead and make it happen for himself. The even after the other, no issue object. That's almost here. Pretty much when the king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own for his own needs, there's no limitation. And to make that road, to make that pathway as wide or as large as he needs it. The color on both is in the nose too low. And Nami goes out to goes back to spoils. Nami goes back to spoils. Who knows what hell is the king has the right to take first crack at the spoils. But he gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and take. So the rest is fine. First one was king could only take the army out from the summits for trust or actual war, it's a permission from the Sanhedrin. So we learned this already. We learned this before. Emotion will come over to we already learned this. Previous mission, we learned this already. Shalach myself, king can only take out the army for Muhammad's trust with David's permission. Which must be right. I did the kind of community the Melech. And now you will see Muhammad's trust. Right? But once we're on the topic of a king already, we're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And therefore, local nation included the I'm going to do that. I'll say trust white line. I'm a shmuel. Kol Omer Parshas Melech Mutable. So I'll say this is crazy. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, specifically, Rashi just said, Rashi the Parshas Melech. Rashi says, the Sefer Shmuel, Nechem Uno Sefer Yukach. Now, again. Remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they want a king. Shmuel says, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of constrict your sons and daughters. A king attacks you. So now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shenanimar. So I'm sorry. That's Shmuel. Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi, the Navi said that a king could do, tax you and constrict the kids, he has that power. No. Not true. Shmuel was trying to scare them. Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for a king. Felt it was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But the Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, multiplying the portion. Place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. The king, a monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So the Gemara says as follows. And Yossi says, so Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever is said in the section in the Navi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. You don't really say, no, remember Parshas Melech, not true. Shmuel just said a lot of stuff and wanted to go ahead and make the people scared. You have to really think a little bit more about whether or not they actually want the king. Shnei so Tasim Alech Melech, Sheketeh and Masu Alech. Please keep behind you. Little bit again, what is this mean? Fear and reverence of the king should be a how you are on the religious aspects. It's incredible. People have been so studying each other for themselves. Also, at least we do this. A lot of these, was commanded to perform 3 mitzvahs when they entered into Eretz Yisrael. Number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, the Hasbis Zarash, to wipe out Amalek. And number 3, the Lignos Lahan Beis Hamikdash, to build the Beis Hamikdash. Establish a king, wipe out Amalek, build the Beis Hamikdash. Rabbi Norai says, Lo ne'emar parsha zula kineged harumaslim. Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Kabisra was the king. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. Shne'emar, the Amarta asima alay melech. So he's actually quoting from the pasuk in Dvarim, where the Torah says you will come to the land. And Kabisra will say, place upon us a king, Chol HaGoyim, like all of the nations. Kind of Rabbazah says, Omer is the king of Shebadar Kehogen. I'm sorry, Rabbazah Omer, the king of Shebadar Kehogen Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in the appropriate way. No, Manu Melech was Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached to ask for a king, they asked the appropriate thing. They said, give us king to judge us about Amir Arshavai Kilkonu. But again, the Amorites and the ignorant ones, they ruined it. What did they say? They said, we wanted to be like the elders, when they asked, they said, we need a king. We need someone to support us. We need someone to inspire us. The whole thing, Amir Arshavai, the people, they just wanted just all the other nations. Rabbi Yossi says, it's one thing people we mentioned before. Rabbi Yossi says as follows: Shalosh mitzvos nestabi shalosh mitzvos. So Rabbi Yossi was given 3 mitzvos. What were they? The Hamil Amalek to establish a king. The Hachris Arashal Amalek to wipe out Amalek. The Lignos from base of the and to build the base of the and I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Tishu Omer Yad Al Keiska Milchama Lashem Ba'amalek Habe Omer Lahamid Lahem Melech. So again, based on this concept, we'll explain the Russian just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. We need Kisei, because Kisei is Melech. From the first king, Kiyad Al Keiska. So again, it's a little bit of a play where it's Case Kisei. Milchama Hashem. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it talks about the war against Amalek, it's Kiyad Al Keiska. So which means first is the Kisei. First is the monarchy, and then the war with Amalek afterwards. Elamel Shinem Arba Yasher Shema Kisei Shalosh Manoah. V'adayin in Yodea. In Livnos Land based on the fear of law, or the Hachris Arash Amalek. Here's what we know, right? So first order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis Hamikdash. Yeshu Omer Be'eliach V'Nikoi Be'echem V'ayam Makom Asher Yudkar Avi Omer L'Hachris Arash Amalek Kila. So we see over here, if you look at the order of the Sukkim, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then it comes up with the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, the order of the king, wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis Hamikdash. The Omer, L'Hachris Arash Amalek Kila. The Chim David Omer V'Yik Yasher Amalek Kila. They said Hashem Yechol Yisrael. Did again? David sat on his throne. He sat on his throne in his home, and then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, ultimately, again, the David says nothing. It's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace. You see, David king, right? David king, vanquished his enemies, Amalek, and then basically, first, you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then basically, and also it's found in the because it's not just about the evolution of the power, it's also the evolution of the right. What is the topic? First thing, so Pasima left. You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to the people. And we blame the people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, so Tasim Alecha Melech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal responsibility over your life, then address your Amalek. Then address your Amalek. Identify what are my shortcomings, what are my problems, what are my difficulties, what are my challenges, what are my handicaps, what's my Amalek. And now that I am the king over my life, I feel like I'm my Amalek. After you exercise personalistic autonomy, you identify your Amalek, and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then and only then build other Mishnah. Then you can build your personalistic business that you can growth and the company. What's the top over for today? Shlayach everyone. Look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
And bigger, better. 2025. Kids did the same. Keep it moving. Thank you guys for riding along with me. A lot of ups and downs throughout the years. We've been in our hot second.
I'll say good morning. It is a tremendous supposed to be able to. Thanks again. Sorry that I can't be there with you in person. Actually, I had for a Zoom call with the regimes, and I'll be doing remote session Monday morning and Tuesday morning. But I mentioned before it to be back live in person on Wednesday. But Washington was like too good, couldn't not do it with the cover. So today's daf is cost 20. I have absolutely no idea that today's daf is spelled based on where we are starting today. We are starting the test on the base 19b in the intermediate wide lines 10 lines down. So remember again, we were speaking about this idea that the Gemara points out that David Amalek was married to two women, Meirav and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. So the Gemara is talking about the idea that how could David Amalek be married to his two sisters? How could that possibly be? So the Gemara essentially answered that one of them was to be Sheikhaus. The Gemara said, Yossi, Haikara, as Ishti, as Michal, my daughter. So Rabbi Yossi, what does he do with the phrase that says, my wife Michal? So Rabbi Yossi said, Yossi, Hayadorish, Mikros, Mikros. But Yossi understood that the Sukkim are really interposed. Sif, Eita Kamelach Hashtei B'nei Mitzufa, Das Hayasha Yosal Shol as Hadmoni, Das Miboshes, Das Hamishes B'nei Yosal, Asher Yolda La'adriel HaMikulos. Now, let's not one second. It says that Michal was the wife of Adriel. Michal wasn't given by God to Adriel. Rather, he had the Palpit and Laish. Michal was given life to Palpit and Laish. Jewish people said, hello, not Jewish Kedushin Irav Adriel, the Kedushin Michal of Palpit. Rather, the Gemara equates the Rabbi equates the Kedushin of Irav to Adriel to the Kedushin of Michal to Palpit, two different like the two daughters of Shaul. Not Kedushin Michal of Palpit to Adriel, just like the Kedushin of Michal to Palpit and Laish was the Adriel. It's the Kedushin of David Amalek. After Kedushin Irav Adriel Ba'adira. So to again, the Kedushin of Irav Adriel was also Ba'adira. Rabbi Shimon Kach says, Rabbi Shimon Kach says, now you have to say that's Kaneshit in the Michal, Bas Shaul. So again, what do you do with the fact that it says the 5 sons of Michal, the brother of Shaul? What about Yeshua? Did Michal give birth to those 5 sons? No. Palo Mirad, no. Her sister Mirad did. So the Mirad Yalda, who Michal did love. Mirad birthed them, but ultimately, again, Michal raised them. Therefore, again, they're called as the children of Michal, even though Michal was not biological mother, Michal and Mirad. Okay, I just want to point out, by the way, this whole story of Mirad and Michal, not really doing the story justice, but this story of Shaul promising a wife to David, and will be married to David, is going to marry David, and giving to another man. All this is part of the overarching story of the incredible difficulty that existed between Shaul and David. Remember, Shaul was the first king of the province. David quickly rose to prominence after he killed Goliath. And David Amalek became like a dog, a sweetheart of the nation. Shaul saw him as a dramatic threat to his life. Even though David had no monocular aspirations at all, but Shaul saw him as a threat, coupled with the fact that Shaul was punished by the Spartans for not wiping out the mother. The punishment that Shmuel never told him was exactly was that the Malchus was going to be released from him and given to a quote-unquote better man. And better man, of course, is David Amalek. So this idea of giving a wife to David, putting her back to David, giving her to another man, is a part of this story of animosity between Shaul and David. Overwhelming, a tragic story. So you must go back to this. Mirav had these 5 sons, but Mirav passed away and Michal raised them. So what do you see here? Ramdechal, come the Taz, we know some of the stuff. So Ma'ala Rava Kasa Shaliya. This is an amazing thing. And if you raise an orphan in your home, it is as if you have birth this child. And this is such a beautiful idea. So in Yiddishkeit, biology is only part of parenthood. But raising a child, nurturing a child, spiritually nourishing a child, that's just almost just as important as the person who births. Even though, again, we're not with the biological mother, it was Yitro who went ahead and raised these children, and therefore she called the mother as well. Which, of course, is a very profound point. So, when you answer that, how much even in halacha we recognize just how we're getting active in the life of that child. So the biology might not be there. The biology is the only thing that's not there. And all the other incredible and important and meaningful and beautiful ingredients of parenting are all there. So there's a lot of interesting halakhic response just about the nature of the halakhic relationship between an adopted child and an adopted parent. And much of it references this Gemara. Shakalam and Gadol Yasam Besot base, whoever raises an orphan. You know, orphan is a relative term. A person could have living parents, but if the living parents are unable or unwilling, whatever the circumstance, to fulfill the obligation towards that child, that someone else takes that child and loves them and nourishes them and nurtures them. The Gemara says, Kiliyavano, this is birth of that child. Incredible. All right, what is the answer different times? The Hanina says this concept about raising the child. You raise the child as if you birth them. The Hanina says it comes from here by Tifrel Yulad Benah Benah. Remember at the end of the story, so Rus married Boaz, and Rus and Boaz had a son. After they had a son, people would say, oh, Naomi had a son. Naomi had a son, but Naomi was an older Rus, she had a child. So hello, Rus Yalda, Rus birthed the child. Rus Yalda, Naomi grew. Rus birthed the child, Naomi raised him. Now again, this was even though Rus was alive and well, but Naomi took such a fulfillment in this child that she raised him almost as her own. But therefore, the Nabi calls this child, right? This child, Ovid. This child as the son of Naomi. It says, the different version of this is actually incredible. The Ishta Hayu, this, the Ishta Hayu, this, Yoga as Yared Akidar, Elua this Yah Bas Halo. So they're just specifically the context. The part that we're talking about over here is from Divrei Hayam. Ishayu Ziyah, Yol Geret, and good, best ever, and so over Ziyah, and Ziyah. Eliminate this Ziyah, Bas Pashalot Asmer. Let me say what I'm talking about. This Ziyah is the daughter of Paro, the story in Chumash of Paro's daughter who saves Moshe Rabbeinu. Chazal called her, the Nabi called her this Ziyah. Now, what does it mean by this Ziyah, or that's just the this was Bas Kol, the daughter of Ashbaru. So listen to this, Gary Vince. So Bisya birthed all of these children. Like people in the question point out, that these names here are all descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. All descriptive names of Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Nabi says that Bisya, the daughter of Paro, birthed Moshe. So I affect the Iman of Allah of Heaven. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, merit. Let's see what. Merit. So the Nabi tells us this is really incredible that this the daughter of Paro, right, was married to a man by the name of Mered. Who was Mered? So the Gemara says Mered Zeh Kalev. Wow. Mered was Kalev and Yifuna. I belong in the Krishma Mered. So why was he called Mered? Shemar Ba'atzas Merak. Because he rebelled against the council of the spies. All of the spies wanted to rebel against the Prophet. All the spies maligned Israel. But Kalev, right? Two of the spies, Kalev and Yoshua ben Nun. Kalev and Yifuna Yoshua were the only two spies who received their allegiance to the Prophet, to Moshe Rabbeinu, to the Prophet Israel. So therefore, we received a marriage to rebel. First of all, we understand. Kalev and Yifuna married Paro's daughter, which also tells us that the Pashtos, Paro's daughter left Mitzrayim together with the Jewish people. How crazy is that? How absolutely crazy is that? All right, incredible. So much. 1 second. If you yell that one thing, but it's she birthed Moshe Rabbeinu about what you'll have a yell. Hello, you'll have a yell. This year, you have a person, but again, this daughter of Paro raised Moshe. She raised Moshe. She took him in French, she saved him from the Nile, and she raised him for at least some segment of time. Therefore, again, this is called the mother of Moshe Rabbeinu because she birthed Moshe. Incredible. The says here that Alta was I'm called the Yaakov Yosef Sela. So he says 1 second. Now, the passage stresses the fact that Yosef birthed the tribes. So the Gemara says, Yosef birthed the tribes. Yosef first the widest, into the first the widest lines. Hello, Yaakov Jabba. Yaakov birthed the tribes. What's this? Wild. Hello, Yaakov Yalad is the Yaakov first tribe. Yosef killed Yalad. But Yosef supported him. This is Parsha. This is Parsha. This is last week Parsha. Like Yosef, after he reveals his identity to his brothers, come down to Egypt. I will support you for the remainder of regional time. That's this week's Parsha. Parsha Zayidash, Parsha Zayiti, Parsha Zayiti, these Parshios. So Yaakov birthed the tribes, but because Yosef sustained them during famine, Yosef is considered to be one who birthed them as well. Incredible. I'm going to show it. We'll say second wide line on the bottom. I'm going to show it. I'm going to teach your friends some Torah. It's as if you birthed them. The Elah told us Aaron and Moshe. As the Pasuk says, these are the generations of Aaron and Moshe. It says, the Elah supposed to be Aaron. So again, it's interesting. It says, so the Lashon of the Pasuk is, the Elah told us Moshe, Yom Yiveh Hashem, and the Elah supposed to be Aaron, Habachana Devavi. So it says, these are the generations of Moshe and Aaron, but then it only goes on towards Aaron's kids. So what's going on over here? So which the Gemara says, Romer Lecha Aaron Yavad, and Moshe Levi. Aaron's birthed them, but Moshe was taught them Torah. Therefore, therefore, again, they are called by the name of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's incredible. Because you see different ideas of this. You see, on one hand, if you raise someone, literally just raise them, so then again, you are considered as if you birthed them. You support someone materially, it's considered as if you birthed them. You've taught them Torah, supported them spiritually, as if you birthed them. And I think that the beautiful idea is, it's kind of like when you look at life, it's almost as if you have a lot of different parental figures. Sometimes, again, the parents who bring into this world are also the ones who financially support you. It's really all parents that when we're young and be that financial. They might also be the one who go ahead and spiritually support you. And they also might be the ones that are our biological parents can be one-stop shopping. But sometimes life works in different ways, and one's biological parents gave them life which I just have to tell my cards are told. But there be other people in my life who infused those other pieces of parental identity throughout my life as well. Really beautiful. Lachin Kam Hashem, Kel Beis Yaakov Asher Podes Avram. If you hate them, Atzilus Yaakov Shepado Yaakov. Where do you find that Yaakov Yaakov redeemed Avram? Where do we see that? Rudolph Shepado inside Gilbert. It's incredible. We actually can count. Avram was supposed to have 12 sons. He had 12 sons. And obviously, with 12 sons comes a lot of sons. Yaakov Avinu, I guess, would have redeemed Avram from the difficulties of having 12 sons. Inside Gilbert. And it says, Lo Ata Yibosh Yaakov, Lo Ata Yibosh Yaakov, the other, Lo Ata Hanet, the other said, right. But Yaakov Avinu again, so to speak, saved Avram Avinu from the difficulty of all of this. Incredible. Sid Palti, Sid Paltiel. So what's this murder again? We saw before that Shaul and married off one of his brothers to a man by the name of, he gave Michal as a wife to Palti ben Uriah. And the Gemara points out that we are, one place it calls him Palti, another place it calls him Paltiel. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan, this is incredible Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Palti Shmo, his name was Palti. Alright, but I'm going to Shmo Paltiel. So why was he also called Paltiel? Shepalti min ha'avera. Because ultimately, again, he saved himself from sin. All I feel like he extricated himself from sin. Now, what happened? Nothing. Because he has to understand something. Palti ben Uriah understood that something was up with Michal's marriage to Shaul. Right? Shaul said it wasn't. So whatever is happening, Palti ben Uriah realized it's the king. It doesn't really have a choice but to comply. But he also wasn't sure if this woman Michal was now quote unquote his wife. Is this woman a married woman? She's married to God, she's not married to God. So Palti ben Uriah is an overwhelmingly difficult circumstance. Being married to someone, but yet not fully knowing whether or not he's actually committed. So what did he do? This is incredible. So therefore, his name was Palti, but descriptively, the really calls him Paltiel. Ultimately, again, why? Shepalti come in Avera, because with Hashem's assistance, he was able to save himself from sin. What did Paltiel do? What did Palti ben Uriah do to save himself from sin? He put a sword in the bed between himself and Michal, and he said, Amar, whoever engages in this matter, in other words, if a were intimate with each other. Whoever engages in intimacy would be stamped with the sword. What is that? He was showing what this idea that as much as he desired this woman was not committed to him, or at least he wasn't sure whether or not she was committed. And therefore, again, he would not allow himself to be intimate with her. Putting this one in the middle of the bed was a reminder that I will not allow myself to indulge in this pleasure because I don't know what the consequences will be. והכסיב, וילך איתו איש השנס, וילך אישה, but the person calls him her husband, Shenas Elok Isha, because he took care of her as a husband takes care of a wife. In other words, he looked after her, he nurtured her, but there was no intimacy and a fear what the repercussions of that would be. But the Nabi says that when she left, I was given that now the portion of the pasuk is Vayelech ita isha halachu bachar ad bachurim. Vayomer la Abner lech shuva yashem. So ultimately, again, when she is taken from Palti B'Rayim, he's crying. So why was he crying? The Gemara says, halachu bacha ala mitzvah da azulino. While they were married, he had this incredible mitzvah of self-restraint. Now that he was no longer going to be married to her, she was no longer living with him, he no longer had this mitzvah. So the Gemara says, ad bachurim, what does it mean? He delivered her to Abner, and there was one of the generals of David. Deliver her until bachurim. Shana says to him, keep a kumshot. And they need themselves like young people who never choose to in peace. In other words, that they restrain themselves. Also, just understand what I just don't understand. Self-esteem is one of the hardest things, especially in matters of morality. Especially again when you could justify doing what you want to do to find desires, and yet talk to the liars like God. Imagine all of those years next to a woman who is also a really beautiful woman, who is completely your wife, but you're not sure that she committed to you, not committed to you, and because you exercise this self-restraint day in and day out. Just an overwhelming display of consciousness. Now, you might use this as a segue. Incredible. So I'm going to be open. Talk to Yosef and the solution of Boaz. So literally again, the strength of Yosef, the humility of Boaz. Now, what is that? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, the greatness, essentially, is like the greatness of Yosef pales in comparison to the greatness of Boaz. Similarly, the Gemara says, the greatness of Boaz pales in comparison to the greatness of Palti Ben Raish. How so? So he's says, Tokvo Shal Yosef, under the Shalosh Shabbat. We know this phrase Yosef. As Yosef is anxious to keep the wife of Potiphar, tries to seduce Yosef each and every day. And Yosef resists the temptation. Now the Gemara says, as great as Yosef was, it pales in comparison to what Boaz did. Because what happened by Boaz? So the Gemara says, so literally again, the process was another. It's still an incredible strange from the Rus. Where Boaz is speaking in Hebrew, Rus comes in here, at the advice of Naomi, she lays down at his feet. She takes off his shoes, and Naomi says, okay, Boaz will tell you what to do. So I don't understand. Boaz was a single man. Rus was a single man. It was the middle of the night. There was no one around. No one around. Boaz and Rus could have done whatever they wanted. The ability to have such self-restraint and not to sin, and not to engage in it's almost superhuman. Now again, why does the Gemara has this to Yosef? See, Yosef, it's possible also, I don't know, you hear these stories, like, who amongst us would have this level of self-restraint and self-control? See, Yosef, anxious people was a married woman. Married woman, right? They weren't alone together at night. Right? It wasn't that there was no one else around. Now, the truth is, anxious people takes an opportunity, and there was no one else at home. But here, see, so Yosef had certain things that he could utilize to resist. Married woman. What are we going to do with a married woman? On the other hand, Boaz was single. He was single, and yet Boaz found the ability to go ahead and resist. What if the Gemara says it was in the middle of the night? He was frightened. Boaz did not know what was going on at first. What does it mean by Yilofis? So the seller to Russian So literally, the skin, the flesh became like a turtle. So it actually points out over here that it's a reference to Isaiah who became aroused. Compares that lest you think that Boaz wasn't tempted by looks, that would be false. He was. Like Nana said, the start of Rashi Litzos, he literally his flesh became like the kind of skin. Rashi this passion became aroused. And even though he became aroused, nevertheless, he did not sin. He did not sin. The overwhelming level of self-restraint that Boaz exhibited. It's not wonderful. Chavam 28. Takol Shabbat, and the Sanuso shall haunt the life to the Am. And again, as great as Boaz was, Boaz's act of self-restraint pales in comparison to Palti Ben Life. Just the Am, this is just before. Because Palti Ben Life, again, they were married. Right? Technically, they were married. They were sleeping in the same bed. And day after day, night after night, Palti Ben Life with that sword in the middle had to resist the temptation to be intimate with him. Incredible. I will say, now, I want to just point out something very interesting. If every just in the shop, I'm Yochanan, Ma'id Sid, Rabos Vanos Asachayel, Ishmael. Like, what does it mean when it says Rabos Vanos Asachayel? Many women, right, have done glorious things, but at least you have eclipsed them all. Rabos Vanos Asachayel, what does it mean? Many girls, many women have done incredible things. Zay Yosef of Boaz. It's actually interesting. As you understand over here, that it's referring to Vanos are referring to Yosef and Boaz. Ba'at Alis Al Kulana. You should ask them all. Zeb Halki Ben Layish. I'm not sure I'm not Yosef. My say Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi. So what does it mean when the pasuk says you often Israel? Remember, each Israel in general is a metaphor. What does it mean when it says Sheker Achim the Hevel Ayofi? Literally false. Right? Sheker or fame. Favor is false. Hevel Ayofi. Beauty is nothingness. Sheker Achim Zeb Yosef. Yosef is able to see through the facade of the beauty of Ish's Potiphar. The Hevel Ayofi Zeb Boaz. Boaz is who the first was. Yes, that's hello, Zeb helping. Double Aka. So before you get to double Aka, I feel like it's amazing. In general, it's always interesting when Chazal suffering. Oh, your suffering is not so bad. Let's take that person. So remember, suffering is very relative. So just because someone may be suffering more doesn't mean that my suffering is less. And in this realm of temptations also, it's just important to understand the Gemara is not minimizing Yosef's struggle, nor is it minimizing Boaz's struggle. Really what it's telling us is we have different people who are capable of withstanding different levels of struggles. So in other words, the Ribono Shel Olam did not give Yosef a Michal-like struggle, and he didn't give Boaz a Michal-like struggle. Like Yosef had his struggle with Potiphar, and Boaz had his quote-unquote struggle with Rus, and Palti Ben Layish had his quote-unquote struggle with Michal. Every Ribono Shel Olam gives us, it sounds like a little bit like trite, but he gives us the struggles that we can handle. And he only puts us in the circumstances that we have the tools to overcome. So each of these men faced overwhelming challenges, but the challenge was tailored to who they were and where they were holding. Palti Ben Layish needed that challenge. Boaz needed his challenge. And Yosef needed his challenge. And no one was given the challenge of the other. Struggle gives us the tools that we need to meet the challenges in which we come across. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Dabra Achim Sheker Achim. What is Sheker Achim? He said, Dorosh Shel Moshe. This is the first journey Shel Moshe already. The Hevel Ayofi. Zed Dorosh Shel Yoshua. Yiras Hashem Kitis Halo. What does it mean again? Yes, Zed Dorosh Shel Chizkiah. So again, it's quite beautiful. The Gemara sees over here. It's interesting enough, if you take a look at Rashi points out, Dorosh Shel Moshe Yoshua Asu Batorah Harvei Dorosh Shel Chizkiah Yosef Lehem. So it's interesting. So now, according to this approach, Sheker Achim Zed Dorosh Shel Moshe means that in the generation of Moshe, people were so holy. They saw past superficial material things. They were speaking spirituality. The Hevel Ayofi, and again, Yofi just refers also to physical beauty. When did they see that physical beauty was just empty, was nothing? That was the generation of Yoshua, which was also speaking holiness. But again, as great as the generation of Moshe was, as great as the generation of Yoshua was, but nevertheless, Yiras Hashem Yitis Halo, fear or reverence of Hashem. What's the highest level? That was the generation of Chizkiah. Now, talk more about this. Rashi points out something so beautiful. Rashi points out that in the days of Chizkiah, there was such a high level of scholarship that everyone knew the halachos of Tumen Torah. I will say, now appreciate it. What happens when you get to a city of Tumen Torah? To be honest, all of us look how far is it going. Like, what is this going to be? Today, I have to go a couple of lines. I'm going to brace myself. I'm not running away, but none of us look forward to Tumen Torah. And the truth is, most of us, no matter how much Tumen Torah we've learned, whatever reason we can't have these skills, even children, men, women, children, everyone was versed in the halachos of Tumen Torah. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the possibilities. Sheker Achein is the Dor Shel Moshe, Yehoshua. Sheker Achein refers to the dignity, the spiritual beauty of the Dor Shel Moshe and Yehoshua. Hevel Yofi, Zed Dor Shel Chizkiah. Yiras Hashem Yitis Havel, Zed Dor Shel Yehuda Berevi Yivai. Greatest generation, the greatest generation, was the generation of Rabbi Yehuda Berevi Yivai. What happened in that generation? Amru Allah Rabbi Yehuda Berevi Yivai. Shahayu Shisha Tamidem Miskasim B'Kalas Achos Ba'oskim B'Torah. In the generation of Rabbi Yivai, we had 600 Chachamim sharing one cloak, and still learning Torah. So let's say what the Rashi says over here. Miskasim B'Kalas Achos, second short line. I mean, they were so poor. And yet they were still so intensely devoted to Torah. There was so it's like if a person has all the material needs, the spirituality is not really challenging. Those are paid, there's money in the bank, education, things are good. It's obvious that I have to work on my life, right? That's obvious. I'm not being told by directions. In the generation of Midori, right, they're poor. So again, anyone who's ever experienced financial distress knows that sucks for life. And if you can't pay your bills, if you can't keep your head financially above water, it saps all of your life energy. In that generation, they were so poor. Despite all of that poverty, they still acquired a level of proficiency in Jesus. 6 people sharing one cloak, but yet still so ugly, so connected, so committed to the knowledge of that Gemara was the generation. The truth is, if you think about it, it's not much longer. Sometimes the greatest metric of spiritual success is really what happens to spirituality in times of change. Like we said, anyone can be spiritual. Those are what happens when you let's go maintain that's the secret of spiritual success. Incredible. I was like, destruction. Your Gemara is not over, got plenty today. Mishnah. Mace Lomes. So much as now, the Mishnah is talking about halachas of the king. Mace Lomes, if the king loses one of his close relatives, in the Yosef culture, he does not lose the house. It's interesting to know by the Kohen Gadol, there was a protest. Because the Kohen Gadol was asking by not talking by the king. By the king, the Mishnah says, he does not lose the house. That's the kind of comment. And the Rebbe says, no, it's a lot of second. You don't say, the Rebbe says, no, not true. Not true. If the king wants to leave his house to go to the Levaino, he can do so. Because, David HaMelech followed the funeral of yours. He went to the Levaino of Avner. Avner then there was one of the generals of Shaul. After Shaul died, he supported Shaul. He supported Shaul's son, who devoted to him. Later on, he comes to he wants to come to David HaMelech's side. So one of David HaMelech's generals, Yoav, executes him because he was not be trusted. So we're going to see that this was a dramatic fight because people thought that David executed Avner, and Avner was very confident. David HaMelech goes to Goliath. We're going to see a way of showing you had nothing to do with the death of Avner. Shneimar, HaMelech David Homet Achar Hamita. David HaMelech was walking behind the funeral here. The Gemara goes up and says, Amalei, go higher David El Lafayis Hassan. That's not true. Don't bring right from David HaMelech. David HaMelech only went to the funeral of Avner in order to calm the people. People were upset, they were angry. Shneimar also, to keep the king, the Sudas have remember the Sudas have a meal of consolation. That's the meal that the mourner eats when he or she comes back from the cemetery. That meal is provided for by the community to this very day. When the king eats the Sudas Havra, Everyone sits on the ground, and the king sits on a darvish. What the darvish is, we'll have to see in just a little bit. Good, just a little bit. Fine. So it says in Makarabon, welcome to Struggle, Notion, Yosos, So now, when the women participate in all that, if the customer really walks in front of the funeral here, they walk in front, they walk behind, whatever the Minagamakam is. If you know, really says the old Russian, women always go in front of the funeral here. So she might feel that that's Akara Nishla Adler. She never had another Akara Nishla. Because how do we know that we walk in front? Because David went behind the funeral here. The assumption is men and women are separate. Women are separate. Even out of Levi, are separate. So therefore, if David behind the funeral here, it must mean that the women go in front. I'm going to low high. In the spice soup, that's not true. Well, again, that's like being a riot there because we have David went to Levi Avia and there wanted to come like people and they thought he went to Levi in order to come everyone. So what happened? David got to the Hanoshin, the Nickmas of the Hanoshin, got to the Hanoshin, the Nickmas of the Hanoshin. David not went from the men to the women to the women to the men because he was trying to calm everyone down and convince them and assure them that he had nothing to do with the death of Avner Ben Ner. Shannon, I was at first of the wide line. Shannon, I need to call on the Holy Stone. I send the another for Hamis. Again, as a result, everyone knew that it was not Governor Donald was not involved in the death of Avner Ben Ner. Dar Shalom, I said, Siv. I will call on the Havros as David. Siv Lahavros, the Karina Lahavros. It's interesting. The way the passage is the entire nation came, it's written Lahachros. Now Lahachros means to cut off. So we read it as Lahavros, which means the soul. So the Gemara says, so what happened? The Lahachros, in the beginning, they wanted to kill David Amelech because they thought that he was responsible for the death of Avner Ben Ner. Let's self-Lahachros. So in the end, they think he's running to the meal of consolation. I'm not doing that. If the man there, by the way, why was Avner killed? Why? Avner was killed by Yoav, but why did he deserve to die? If they Shaya Lomin close to Shaul this really Avner Ben Ner had the ability to go ahead and object to Shaul. As you mentioned before, Shaul really, unfortunately, tragically went off the rails. Right after he failed to kill Amalek, so Shmuel told him he'll lose the Amalek. Then when he sees, so simultaneously, David Amalek is having this so Shaul sees David as a threat. So instead of Shaul introspecting and recognizing the threat, he was a mistake. Instead of given to David, he instead totally just like deflects and projects on David Amalek and makes David into the enemy of the state. So Avner Ben Ner had a front seat for all of this behavior, and he had the opportunity to stop, or at least to say, Shaul, stop, don't do it. But it's a different discussion. He had the opportunity to object, and he's getting himself. Because of that need to object to Shaul's irresponsible behavior, Avner Ben Ner is responsible, and therefore he died. He was killed. That's not true. The book says he did object. Avner Ben Ner, he objected to some behavior, but nevertheless, he wasn't. Right? He wasn't against the shoulder. He wasn't. Which name is Achadash? Also, he was actually the same person. By Conan Hamelech al Avos, by Yomer Hakamos, Novel, Nomos Ner, Radech Allah, Kulos, Radlech Allah, Yudishkain Kubash. So, literally, the positive of this. David Hamelech mourned, right? He mourned over Avner. He said, by Hakamos, Novel, almost should Avner die like a guilty person, like a regular person? Avner, your hands were not bound, and your feet were not bound. The one who says that Avner never lied to compete against Shaul's behavior, how can you put that around to say? Avner, your hands weren't bound, your feet weren't bound, why didn't you object? So it's an indictment. It's an indictment that as much as David is mourning over the loss of Avner, he says, Avner, you had a chance to step in, you had a chance to stop Shaul from running off the rails, and you failed to do so. Nothing was stopping you. It was only you who stopped you. Incredible. So the Gemara says, one who says, no, that Avner did object, but Shaul didn't listen. So the Gemara says, the pasuk is more or less ready for the question. The most novel yamos. Why should Novel die? Just like sorry, why should Avner die? A regular person, like a guilty person. Right, your arms and your legs were not bound. That's why you objected. But even though you objected, Shaul didn't listen. Right? Why did you suffer such a terrible fate? Indeed, you objected to Shaul's thing. All right, Commander Army thought, I can't understand one thing that says that Avner did object to Shaul's thing. Why is he killed? Why was he killed? My time is I'm not going to read these thoughts. Shisham Malchus Keishtar Shai Shai Shai. Remember, as I mentioned before, after Shaul died, Avner supported Shaul's son Mephibosheth. As a result of that, he believed the establishment of the Davidic ranks because he believed the establishment of the monarchy to that. Really incredible. It's somebody like incredible profound lessons. There's culpability, there's values and stuff. Like sometimes you know I'm my own business, I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not culpability. It's not true. If you see something terrible happening and you don't stop it, and you try to stop it, there's absolutely culpability. There's also culpability and procrastination. Avner Ben Ner is held accountable. Why says the Gemara? What opinion? Because he delayed the establishment of the Davidic monarchy against the Muslims. Who cares? It happened at the end of the day. Procrastination is an idea. How that starts throughout the Shara's results. He says, why does a person need to be zealous? He says, because the greatest tool, right? Alacrity. To do things with a zeal, to do things immediately. But the greatest tool of the Yitzhar is procrastination. Look at that stuff showing. That when you do not do something immediately, and you procrastinate, chances are not going to happen. That is the greatest tool of the Yitzhar, procrastination. And therefore, again, failing to do something in the first moment you can do it is in and of itself simple. Procrastination is an avera. Incredible. Let's go right there. So remember again, Mishnah said that when they come to have the meal of translation with the king, everybody sits on the front, the king sits on a darvish. He goes, my darvish, what's a darvish? So literally translated, a good luck bed. What's a good luck bed? Rashi says, darvish, it's like across from the third to last shrub in not get how you land off the week of a short and bites, well, how you stand from bites, well, the Muslim bites, we're not going to show. It's actually interesting. So apparently, people used to have like an extra bed and an extra table, and it was supposed to be like a Simmons, like a science of rock. Yes, so I think like this. And if you have an extra bed, that means you're anticipating more people. An extra table, you're anticipating more food. So these things would have, like, they were symbolic. People would have them in there. People would have them in their ears. So the Gemara says, so what's a dagish? Ula says, it's good luck bed. The king would sit on the good luck bed. Does that make any sense? I don't say. So up until now, before the king lost his relative, no one ever sat on a dargish, and now back to the shiva, you can sit on the dargish. How does that make any sense? Gemara says, not necessarily. My question, so again, so raise this in kasha. In other words, that at the end of the day, it's almost like saying, now there's a certain food or you never ate, or a certain drink you never drank. So now that's the drink. Should you can eat that food and drink the food? Doesn't make any sense. So you say, Ella, ikashya, ikashya. That gives a result folks. That covers everything. A little bit of background. We know this is something like one of the practices that for I think this was overturn the bed. Overturn the beds of the morning. Overturn the beds. Now again, the logic behind that is, remember, their beds often have like a straw mattress. Straw takes on food from the death is considered to be the issue of so if America says dargish, you don't have to overturn it. Right away, you do. Soap foam, just stand it up. stands out that it's not going to be used. These are like the Arsapigado, and if you think it's a good luck bed, I might do it sorry for closer. Why don't you have to turn it over? But I mean, the first week or so, right? When the couple has to think about it, by the way, we don't do this anymore. If you have done, remember that's my friend. It's not. Because Jews will achieve the fish of people thought that he was like a sorcerer. Practice the Gemara says, just now you must focus me also. When an other overturns his bed in the house, Lobi Tasso go by the fault, he does only overturn his own bed, and the negotiation was up nice. So okay, so overturn all the beds in the house, so I'll be right about that. So my question, so it sounds like even the Darvish would be overturned was my question. Maybe a Darvish has just been to be a bed that only use like the place utensils are. Honey, in high school you had this material in your other clothes. You have a bed that's not used for sitting or sleeping, but you use it to put stuff on it. That type of bed does not have to be overturned. Shmuel says, Dargish, Matir, Tarkishu, Unopomedu. How do you wait with Dargish when you're not English? Untie the knots, and like the platform of the bed just falls in. Remember, the instructions over here is we have a frame, so it's like a piece of leather. This leather was tied to the frame, so if you want to render the bed unusable, just untie the knot and it would just fall and no longer have a bed. We would have played the Isa like Arsa Vigado, and if it's Arsa Vigado, Hadith immediately, they have these knots, Eloki Osa, so on do something is, it wouldn't see different types of beds, it would not have this type of knotting process. Eloki also added Amar Liao on a sleeper shade, the Shia for Shuka the results, or the Taklifa, who apparently spent a lot of time in the leather workers' shorts. Leather workers' markets. So only my Dargish, what's a Dargish? Arsa Bitsala. Rashi says over here, Arsa Bitsala, Musa Shalar, the Total Mitzuos Istasa or Sabit, the Shrosin Dosa, Oven Arsos Arukas Mita. So what is a Dargish? Dargish is Arsa Bitsala. And the leather mat is wrapped over the sides. Dargish was a top on the base, Dargish, Silugo Mitoko, Mito, Silugo Me'agaba. So a Dargish apparently, you tie the leather mat in, versus just rubbing it into the sides of the bed, versus a Mito, you take the mat and you pull it over, you set it over the sides and tie it like that. Basically, there's the hash of the 18 problem tomorrow. When does it create one utensil? When is it Makabal tomorrow? When is Makabal tomorrow? Amita Valisa Misha Yashufam Ba'ar Hadan. So if you have a mita, you have a bed, when you coat it with fish oil, you coat the frame with fish oil. Rest 1 second. But if a bed has the leather mat extended over the side, then why do you have to coat the frame with fish oil if at the end of the day it's going to be covered anyway? So the Gemara says, really means literally when you rub it with the skin of the fish. Okay? So the Gemara says, so anyway, you're going to have the leather mat extended over the sides. And why do you have to smear the frame with anything? To which the Gemara says, Allah hava hamitoko. Rather, we'll say both the Dargish and the dust, the mat is actually tied into the sides of the frame. So the Gemara says, but what's the difference? Allah hava hamitoko, mita ha'ulei ba'afuki b'vizune, Dargish ha'ulei ba'afuki ba'afasas. So the Gemara says, what's the difference? The difference is that a mita, apparently, is tied into the actual sides of the frame, versus a Dargish is tied into loops that are attached to the frame. Amar Yaakov Shimon Levi, Halachim Shimon Gamliel. The halachas of Shimon Gamliel. Amar Yaakov Bar Amimita Shemita Yotzin Zotzin. So we'll say, so first of all, the Gemara says that the halacha follows of Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so again, we saw. Fine. That the halacha follows of Shimon Ben Gamliel. Good. And furthermore, the Gemara also says that what Yaakov Bar Ami says, Mita Shemita Yotzin Zotzin Gedai. So first of all, say it sounds like there's a final distinction between the Dargish and between the Mita. Interestingly enough, is actually how the mat is attached to the bed. So is the mat tied into the actual frame, or is the mat tied into loops? That seems to be the focus. Two different types of beds that we have. Good. And again, the Gemara says that Allah said Matir Kabiti. All you need to find is untie the loops, or untie the ropes that are tied to the loops. The the leather mat falls down, and that's enough for us. That's enough for us. Now, again, just to go full circle, the king, when the king is in mourning, the king sits on the dargish, everyone else sits on the floor. But the regular person pulls out the loops of the dargish, the leather mat falls to the ground, rendering it unused. Just one last halacha, there is a canopy bed. Then halacha lemay says all you need to do is kind of put it up on its side. That's enough. In other words, you don't have to start turning it because you're at the pole. Just put it up on its side, and that bend is useless. Incredible. All right, Moshe, Mishnah. Here we go. Kafar base 20 the Mishnah. Umotzi the milchames harishus. Umotzi the milchames harishus. Api bezin shel sheva. The king has the ability to go ahead and take out the population, take out the army to a Muhammad's. Remember, so this idea of different types of wars. Muhammad's mitzvah, which is either conquering or safety and security of Israel, and Muhammad's shows territorial expansion resources. So if the king wants to take out the army for a Muhammad's shows an optional war, he can do so, but he needs the permission of the Sanhedrin. Furthermore, this is like eminent domain. The king has the ability to go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make it happen for himself. Let's say he needs to access his fields, he needs to access some property. He could go through other people's property in order to go ahead and make a passage for himself. The Imam after the other, no one can object. So we'll see the parameters of it. So the Gemara says, furthermore, again, when the king takes someone else's property to use it to make a path to his own for his own needs, there's no limitation. He can make that road, he can make that pathway as wide or as large as he needs it. The challah imposes in the nose low, and Yami goes out to work, goes back with spoils. Yami goes back with spoils. Who knows what the king has the right to take back his spoils, right? He gets first choice about what he wants to go ahead and. So the Gemara says, first of all, let's go to the first halacha. First halacha was king can only take the army out from the Chametz Rishos for an optional war with the permission of the Sanhedrin. It says, well, we learned this already. We learned this before. We already learned this. Previous mission, we learned this already. And Allah can only take out the army from the Chametz Rishos with David's permission. The Gemara says, you're right. I did the kind of community melech, and then you will see on the Chametz Rishos. Right, but once we're on the topic of the king already, we're just talking about all of the halachos of the king. And therefore, halachos nice we include in the I'm going to do that. We'll say first white line. I'm a shkol. Kala Omer Parshas Melech Mukit. So we'll say this is funny. Anything that is written in the section regarding the king is allowed to do. Now, take a look at Rashi's Parshas Melech. Rashi says, the Sefer Shmuel, Benechem Uvenosechem Yukach. Now, again, remember, Shmuel Hanavi, when the people come to Shmuel, they say we want a king. So Shmuel says, okay, just be careful what you wish for, because the king has a lot of power. A king can strip your sons and daughters. A king can tax you. Now the Gemara says, everything that Shmuel said about a king, actually a king has a right to do. Shneimar. So I'm sorry, that's Shmuel. So Shmuel says, whatever Shmuel Hanavi said that a king could do, tax you, he could strip your kids, he has that power. Rav Amar, no. Lo never perishes with El Ayim Alim. Naturally, Shmuel was just trying to scare them. Shmuel was unhappy that they asked for a king. He felt it was inappropriate. And therefore, Allah again, he said a lot of stuff in order to scare them. But a Jewish king cannot actually do all the things that Shmuel said he could do. Again, we'll define this one. Shneimar, Shom Tasim Alech Amelech, Shesahei, Masu Alech. Place the king upon you, namely, that you have to fear the king. You have to fear the king. The king, a monarchy only operates if there's a sense of fear and reverence. So the Gemara says this follows. Yossi says, Yossi, like Shmuel says, that whatever is said in the section in Navi Shmuel about the king is allowed to do. He said, no, not true. Shmuel just said allowed them to go ahead and make it clear. Get them to really think a little more about whether or not they actually want the king. Shneimar, Som Tasim Alech Melech, Shedehei Masu Alech. Place the king upon you. Literally, again, what does this mean? Like fear and reverence of the king should be upon you. The king Hayar Yehuda will read this as follows. It's incredible. Give him supposed to establish something successful. So at least begin this now. Lav Yisrael was commanded to perform 3 mitzvahs when he entered into Eretz Yisrael. Lahamid Lamelech, number 1 is to establish a king. Number 2, Lahachris Zara Shalom, like to wipe out Amalek. Number 3, the Livnos Laham Beis Adachos, build a base. Establish a king, wipe out Amalek, build a base. Rabbi Norai says, Lo ne'emra parsha zu ela kineged tarumas. Rabbi Norai says, the truth is the whole section of Shmuel was only there because Klal Yisrael was complaining. They asked for a king in an inappropriate way. Shneimar, Va'amarta asima alai melech. So he's actually quoting from the pasuk in Dvarim, where it says, "You will come to him." And Klal Yisrael was saying, "Place upon us a king, Kol Hagoyim, like all of the nations." Tanya, Rabbi says, Omer is the king of Shebadar Kehogen. I'm sorry, Rabbi Omer, the king of Shebadar Kehogen Shalom. The truth is, the elders of the generation asked for a king in an appropriate way. No, Lanu Melech L'Shaftim. Going back to the Shmuel story. When the elders approached Shmuel and asked for a king, they asked in an appropriate way. They said, give us a king to judge us about Amir Arch Shabbat Shmuel. Again, the Amorites and the ignorant ones, they ruined it. What did they say? They said we wanted to be like all the elders, when they asked, they said, we can. We need someone to order. We need someone to inspire us. The Republicans, the Amir people, they just wanted just to be like all the other nations who ever came. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi says this also. This is what we mentioned before. Rabbi Yossi says as follows: Shalosh mitzvos nestabi Shabbos Yisrael. So Klal Yisrael was given 3 mitzvos when they entered into Eretz Yisrael. What were they? Lahamil Amalek, to establish the king. Lahachriz Zara Shalom, to wipe out Amalek. From Livnos Lam Beis Adachos, and to build the base Mikdash. And I don't know which one comes first. What's the proper order? Kishu Omer Kiyad Al Keiska Milchama Lashem Ba'amalek Habe Omer. So again, based on this passage, we'll explain the Russia just a little bit. It appears that the first order of business is to establish a king. You need Kisei, because Kisei is Melech. It refers to the king. Kiyad al Keis Ka. So again, it's a little bit of a clear word. Keis Kisei. Milchama Hashem. So again, it sounds like first. Remember, this is talking about the war against Amalek. But before it talks about the war against Amalek, it's Kiyad al Keis Ka. So which means first is the Kisei. First is the monarchy, then the war with Amalek afterwards. Elamel, Shinem, Arpa, Yasha, Shema, Kisei, Hashem, Lamela. Vadayin in Yodea. In Livnos, when based on the Filah, Tzila, or the Hafez, Hashem, here's what we know, right? First order of business is establish a king. What comes after that? Amalek or Beis Hamikdash? Yishu Omer Be'yech Lem Mikol Adechem, Va'ayam Makam Asher Yivchar, Avi Omer L'Hafez, Hashem, Amalek, Filah. So we see over here, if you look at the order of the Psukim, it says Hashem will give you respite, or will give you success over all of your enemies, and then come back to Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, we have the king, wipe out Amalek, and then ultimately again build the Beis Hamikdash. The Omer, Lahachris, Zara Shalom Amalek, Became the David Omer, Vayik Yashar Amalek, David Beisav, Hashem Yechlam Musaviv. David Amalek again. David Amalek sat on his throne. He sat on his throne in his home, and then Hashem allowed him to be successful over all his enemies. And then it says, ultimately, again, the God says, it's not like I'm sitting in a beautiful palace and he doesn't have a home. So you see, God king, right? God king, vanquished his enemies, Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. And also, the Gemara seems to indicate that indeed is the proper order. First, you establish a king, then you wipe out Amalek, and then Beis Hamikdash. And also, there's a profound and trouble with this. Because it's not just about the evolution of the cow, it's about the evolution as well. Right, one first thing, Som Tasima Lecha. So what does it mean, Som Tasima Lecha? You are the king over your life. You are in charge of you. The buck of life stops with you. So often we outsource our success to people, and we blame other people for our failures. Things didn't go well. At the end of the day, Som Tasim Alecha Melech. Anoint you over you. Make yourself a king over you. You are the king over your castle. You are the king over your domain. You are the king over your life. After that, after you take personal responsibility over your life, then address your Amalek. Then address your Amalek. Identify what are my shortcomings, what are my problems, what are my difficulties, what are my challenges, what are my handicaps, what's my Amalek. And now that I am the king over my life, I can let out my Amalek. After you exercise personalistic autonomy, you identify your Amalek and you try to the best of your ability to eradicate it, then, and only then, build other Mishkan. Then you can build your personalistic business, which is beautiful growth. Most of the stuff over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. On the Terrible Gemara. Look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
Everyone's been so helpful. You know I'm an idiot.
They found a clip where it existed.
All right, so we'll say good morning,
What if you start to get really into fish and it helps you along? You meet Jeff Bezos.
A tremendous chutzpah Hashem to you to begin another week of Sun Hedging together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. We toast the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem Midrash shows this year as a chutz for the Son for Am Yisrael. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Abba Alim and the Torah is coming in memory of Amit David Levy. Brother Ita Levy, who is still fighting for the Am Yisrael. His first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Greece Within, in memory of Avital Kala, Askava Bakra. From Poland, Catholic memory of Paul Center, Esther, Zakaria, of the Brach, we wish in America, that Talmud Torah, Hudvin Shamis, having Aliyah, the families in Nirkama. Our Baruch Shem Hashem, bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Kara, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yedehem. Well, so with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Eretz Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. So Eretz Hashem, but we will we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week. In Eretz Hashem, we'll pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is in test 19. We are picking up on New Testament days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. The Cholitz for Choltzin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do Chalitza. Kohen Gadol, again, Cholitz v'Choltzin Ishto, Umiyad Mines Ishto, about who and Umiyad Mines Ishto, Asher Ba'amar. Remember again. So Chalitza are two, and Yibum can be done to the life of the Kohen Gadol. But Allah said he can't do evil. Now the Zerah say always, why can't the Kohen Gadol do evil? Because Allah said Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry anyone other than a Basula. And of course, if he's doing evil, that means Gomer is an Almana. He can't go ahead and marry an Almana. Good. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Kapasik the So the Gemara says, the Mishnah doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from Eresin or from Nisuin. There was an obviously halachically, now just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over here. Number one, there is an asay of whom Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry B'Sula. And then, of course, there's a lav that he's not allowed to marry an Almana. So now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Mishnah makes no distinction between whether or not this woman was widowed from Eresin or Nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, Ishtalim in Nisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, the top of your test. The Ein Asay Doka Lo Sasay V'Asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an Asay. The Asay is he has to marry the Surah. The Lo Sasay is that he can't marry an Almana. So there's an Asay and a Lo Sasay that would go ahead and prevent her from doing evil. On the other hand, there's an Asay that says, do evil. So an Asay, the positive commandment of evil, cannot set aside the Asay and Lo Sasay preventing him from marrying this woman. That makes a lot of sense. That if she was widowed from Nisuin. Because if she's widowed from Nisuin, two things. Number one, she's not in the Sula. And number two, she's an Almana. However, top of the test 19, Ella, Mina Erisin Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Erisin, so what's the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Erisin. As such, she's still Sula. So therefore, the only issue with marrying her is that the only issue with marrying her is that she's an Almana. So there's a lot that there's an Almana, but there's also an Asay of evil. And that's because Yavo Asay, the Yikalos Asay. So let the Asay of evil come and set aside the Los Asay of Almana and let him do evil. We have this concept all the time of Asay Docha Los Asay, positive commandment, set aside a prohibition. Which the Gemara says, as you know, that the phrase Asay Docha Los Asay is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We have these feelings. We want to kids want to do something. And then what happened? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons no sase. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's like you're trying to be busy or overextended, you don't have to be successful. I said, I want to say, but the voice is in my head telling me no sase. So what do you do when you have a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is Chazal already told us what to do. Say, loka, no sase. So you have the energy and you have the desire to do something. Shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the say is built for the low sase. It's called everybody to moving. It's like go for it. Right? There's like a little magnet on that. Say loka lo sase. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible. So if she was widowed from innocent, so why not go ahead and keep it in that context? So the Gemara says, "Atu b'yerishona." So this is very interesting. The Aseido Hanosase, of course, only works retroactively. Which the Gemara says, you're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument. And a Kohen can be even with a woman who is widowed from innocent, because then there's an Aseido people, a Losase, not marrying an Amaro, and let's say a Losase, but that only permits the first Bia. After that, right after the first Bia, then what? There's no longer an assay. So after the first BR, the issue is you have no assay, and guess what? She's still around Mono. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the BR Yeshona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Hang on, what the best that's support, please. In Kilo Babo BR Yeshona, lost the current Yeshnia. My answer is that is correct. The Gemara says, you're right. Allah said that works. That works. If a Kohen does technically evil with his woman, who grew up from innocent, so he can affect evil with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first Bia could occur because there's an assay of him that is doka the low say that she's allowed off. After the first Bia, there's no longer an assay. There's no longer an assay because technically they're married already, not technically they're married already, but she's still a mother. No, let's say, I would never use this for a mother stats even once she remarries. She's still a mother, she still has the status of a mother. So as such, a subsequent Bia would just be the Bia of a Kohen Gadol with an Amara, which would be a lot. Incredible. Okay, so we're going to say, take away Kohen Gadol doesn't do people. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the was if his sister was can't be good next. Remember again, now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of his most relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakh said, so Mishnah is in Yotzi Achar, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, the Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind me out of sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. That Yehuda says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. She says, so the Pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, but remember again, this is. So the Gemara says, it means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he can follow after the procession. And again, this is not close to mission. This is every minute. Right? They go in and he comes out. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he can follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine, so Shadrik and Rabbi Yehuda. So it says, remember this, Rabbi Yehuda says in the Mishnah, this is what we're talking about. The Kohen Gadol was never part of the funeral procession. Why? Because the Pasuk says, he doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash. So he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to find Meir, and there's the one, Rabbi Yehuda. If you take that literally, that the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should never be Beis Hamikdash. But he never goes home. So you should never leave. It's been taking it so little to say, that the Mikdash lo Yitzay means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And the Hafikah really means to say, Mikdash lo Yitzay, Mikdash lo Yitzay. What it means, so Rabbi Huda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. The Mikdash Hamikdash means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kedusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kedusha. But again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and is not part of the funeral procession. The Islay had Keva, lo Asiba Mikdash. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go and he comes out, right? They turn the corner and he comes out and goes to the street. So since there's a distance, because we're both like, what are we concerned about if he follows the funeral procession? What are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a different funeral procession, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda, Agav Meirei, Dilma Mikdash Asiv Nagab. Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace and his part of the house. So it's a fundamental machlokas with Rabbi Meir and Yehuda about how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? What you should know that I'm not asking like that Yehuda, that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. That's what does not go to the part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his post in the base of the Mikdash. Which I will say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming soul. The Kohen Gadol is a person whose responsibility to the cloud is eclipse any other person with any other personal responsibility he has. And his responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily the model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But myself, Klal needs people like that. Klal needs people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That is the Kohen Gadol. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily. It's not a model to be replicated by every person. It actually be detrimental. But the Klal needs people who live and breathe the Klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, it's like this. He does not go to Levaya. He's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own consort. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem Terabanan. Kishu only Kishu Menachem Esachevim. And the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourners. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. You see, you get a lot of this in mourning katan, but again, you must like this. When the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. One opposite incredible. Sgan, in a Shuach Sha'avar Mimidah. The Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. In a Shuach Sha'avar. Remember again, what's the Shuach Sha'avar? So let's take a Kohen Gadol. So call him Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his post, so what happens to the filling Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. He can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, not even about you can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? The same thing as every other emeritus position. Right? You're like the Queen of England, right? You're just like, whatever, you go ahead. Again, you're there. You definitely, again, visiting, it's for people to see. But that's what he's coming to. So the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people. So he's there. And again, the Sgan Mashuach Sha'aban, as I said, the Rosh Beis Av, and was the Rosh Beis Av, remember again, the Kohanim was divided up into 24 Mishmoros, right? Each one served the week in the Beis HaMikdash. Each Mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day saw a different family, a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. I'm sorry. The Rosh Beis Av, and the Rosh Beis Av Yeah, they're in the orders. And the rest of Prague or whoever else was there was on his left. So Rebbe said, this was the choreography. Okay, should only be Shura. Rebbe said, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So Rebbe said, so remember, Kali Gadol has to remain tahar. Tumah can be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kali Gadol. There has to be choreography. Also, by the way, because we're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that its Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. When you show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? On time. If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. You can roll in, right? Address a lot of these things in message on your right? But you could a lot of interesting behaviors that have developed over the years. Quite fascinating. Like walking into shul at Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But people saunter into shul, like it's like yeah, grab a cup of coffee, come into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to converse that. When you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and you see chevra, it's really quite shocking. They're davening. And there are some audible slurs. I'm just going to point that out, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, when you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug. John, take a sip of coffee. I'll drink it. And then she afterwards, which is like, also, like a bra, I didn't even offer that. I gotta get in on that a little bit. So it's really, I was telling you, like it's something that managed, like, it's an outlaw. It really is like it talks the sanctity of what shul is and fundamentally knows what tefillah is supposed to create a casualness that is just supposed to be part. Because again, you see, the further remove you out of shul, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the more choreographed things become, right? That's why you go onto the Harabayas, so remember again, you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into this mikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires Seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. And that's just what it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on the utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahar. He has to remain tahar. But it's also dimming Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chak, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Then the nice thing is accomplish great things, but that's not what Kedusha is. Incredible. Some other guy took the shul, made the shul up, it's not from that area. Now it's the Kohen Gadol is mourning. The Kohen Gadol is mourning, right? And again, he is being consoled by others. So then the halach is skana imino, rosh beis habechala amismalo. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skana imino, rosh beis hab, right? So again, he's rosh beis hab, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval mashuach she'aval lo asi gabe. So that's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we know that both the skan and Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy of the Kohen who served as a Kohen Gadol while the current Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again he becomes an Aries afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says what's incredible. My timer, Kol Shadaite Sava Kachadivi. Because what says much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and become dominant, going to provide and participate in the funeral for his loved ones. But again, there are certain parts of the Avodah that he's not permitted to do. We'll discuss this. He feels that the Mashuach Sha'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the acting Kohen Gadol. Listen, this is quite fascinating. You must highlight what this here is. There is some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do your job, it's threatening. It's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. When the Kohen Gadol is mourning, you tell the Mashuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the family. Isn't it you think to yourself, if there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's who? It's the Kohen Gadol. Gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. I'm not a doctor. Right? But okay, but you know what I'm saying? But you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol. Like, it's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion against Kippur. It doesn't get higher. Even the Kohen Gadol has insecurities. Such a validating insecurity. We all walk out with insecurities, and we think that our insecurities are represented in the fact that we're so sufficient. Right? That was so accurate. If only was a healthier person that wouldn't have insecurities. It's true, we all have to work on our insecurities. But of course, what the Chazal is telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human. And even the Kohen Gadol has them. Incredible. Papa, Shema Mina Nahamas Nisa. Plus, there are three things you should learn from here. Number one, Shema Mina, Hainu Sgan and Mamuna, that the Sgan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina, Avelim Omni B'Chala Am Oved. That would say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people would file past them to provide Nechama. Shema Mina, Avelim is small Hamanachim Oved. We'll also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to console. Now listen to this. Let's talk about the Lamed of this practice. This is incredible. Talk about the Rishona, who Avelim and B'Chala Am Oved. Once in the beginning, it was just, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So this is Mishpachas Yushalayim, Yiskaras Zubazu. Get ready for this. The two families in Yushalayim fought with each other. What was the fight? Zozameres, Anir Veres Tchila. Zeres, Anir Veres Tchila. What did they fight about? They were came to the comfort line, or the comforting line. Right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going. Every single time someone died and they had to go to Menachem Abba, these two families would always go at it. So what happens? So the rabbi changed the practice. They changed the practice. And what did they do? They changed the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place, and the mourners go by, which I must say, interestingly enough, is the practice that we have to this very day, after the Levaya, after the Kura, right? We point to Shulas, we point to we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place and the comforters walk by, which if you think about it, by interesting enough, so much more interior. They changed because two families in Yerushalayim constantly added. So what do you see from there? So you don't think what's happening over here? Halacha changed because two families in Yerushalayim were fighting. So what do you see from here? How important shalom is. How important? I don't know. I would have thought so. What do you do with your two families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down, what's the matter with people? I don't know if to say like that, but something like that. What do you, obviously, I'm sure someone tried that. Whatever was going on was much worse. You see, the halachic changed in to maintain shalom within the Klal Yisrael. Global Hashem. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the key that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change morning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the proliferation of shalom within the Klal Yisrael. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, text Rabbi Yossi Sadar Yoshna B'Tzipori. She Avilim Omdim B'Kol Ha'am Over. Listen to this. So you must have Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avilim standing in place and everyone else filing past. So again, that was just because understand, Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. So Yossi felt that there's no reason why, and supposedly we don't have this problem. I could do the halacha as, I could keep the practice as it originally was. Mourner stationary, and everyone else filing past them. So listen to this. Yossi organized or he enacted the final halacha. Number one, that a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He wants it because of Ma'aseh Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out to me that there was a woman who was walking, a child was behind her. She turned around and the child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So man came over to her and said, I'll help you find your child. Took her to a home and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap to violate her. So after that particular event, he said in Sipori, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. Also dramatic about this. You say to yourself, really, you're a practice because of something that happened to one person? And the answer is yes. It's all the same things. Double Hashalom. Halacha looks out for the collective, and Halacha also looks out for the individuals and the safety, security, and shalom of the individual and the community is paramount. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi was concluding in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. They should talk in the, they should converse in the bathroom. You understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you. None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking about it, right? Because again, that's normally a dinner steers. It's a dinner not a sleep. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. Interestingly, what I love here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? We shouldn't use it. This helps us understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it Unit 64 in gender? No. Non-denominational. Non-denominational. Right? I got it the wrong word. Right? Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. What can happen if women were using the bathroom and a man walked in? He didn't know. So this. Again, if a man is approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential leak situation. So the Gemara said, Amar Menashe by Abba. Shilda is when Moshe Labo, the base army the hotel. What's the first part of the Amali? So when Menashe Elvis asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hotzah, it's in the following Amali. Ein Shura Psuha Chusa Me'asar B'Ne'adim. For a Shura, for the line of comfort is for Avilim, there is no din of Shura if you have less than 10 people. But in Avilim and the mourners are not part of the million. So Ben Sha'avilim Omdim V'Chala Am Ovrim, Ben Sha'avilim Ovrim V'Chala Am Omdim. And this is, it doesn't matter whichever practice you follow, whether you follow that the Avilim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Avilim walk past them. There is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Kishum nisnachim." So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him. So remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha, we will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. We'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. So the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so he wants to hate the Amaru. What does he say with him? He said to them, you should be consoled. So you want to take the other. Well, what's the case here? So if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so someone coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled. Now, you should come to. It's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So can you imagine like someone comes into the Adar, they say together, and the Sof Shabbos here. And the Rosh says back to them, you know what, thank you. The Sof Shabbos in Yerushalayim. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. No, none of us are anything like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? It's not humble. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, I think it's interesting, and again, the Bikim and Bikra, the fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easy way to written this word would be what? Tinachamu, or Tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's Tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the Hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el, okay, attention, like 2 days in the week, and like 2 days, it's Hitpa'el, right? So it's the Hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So Titnechamu, like Tinachamu would be to be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like Lehitpalel, Palal, shows up a Hitpalel to David, like Lehitpalel. Like the shows up a Hitpalel, it's Lamed, that means to judge. Lehitpalel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So Tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Clever, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from within. Because Nechama comes from a decision to look at life in a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in a state of sorrow. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my life. This is all God. This is the hand that He does. And He's the responsible gave me. Then these are the circumstances I'm going to act on. And by the way, you know, because what the charge in the coming, we translate the Nechama as consolation. The Nechama doesn't mean consolation. The salvation points us out at the end of Parashat Bereshis. But the Pasuk says, "Vayinochim Hashem, Adam Hashem had Nechama that He created man." What does it mean? And now she says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan my life is going to go, and now again I've been busy by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality, and I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay it. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I've got and not lament what I have lost. So it's like the Kohen Gadol will say one word. You think yourself, Kohen Gadol, just come off with something out of the mouth. That's it. It's Nechama. A little fire, a little something. I say, Peace Nechama. We'll say that's it. Tisnachama is the Hitpa'el form of Nechama. Kohen Gadol says to the morning, Find
I'm
the
also another
car
doctor. We
within
can't lose this. This
yourself
is all we
to
have.
find a change of perspective.
Let's see.
Find the car inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from within. The only kind that comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook. When you choose to change your perspective. Not Tinahumu, but Tisnafam. It's incredible. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says Mela, well done. So let's say now we transition to king. So the king doesn't judge and is not judged by this. So let's already look at Moshe Al-Malchi Yisrael. Who's only Malchi Yisrael? Al-Malchi is David, right? Regular Jewish kings. But Davidic kings done in Osir. Judge and are judged by a court. It says, base David Kama Hashem, you know the back end, Mishpat. You know Dainina Lay, in Ruheti Dain. So say, so many again, so the Pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, base David Kama Hashem, Dino Mevaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right there, din is to uphold the justice. You know Dainina Lay, and if you can't judge, then the Pasuk says that base David has to be judges. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says after a kosher, it's kosher, the kosher, which again was more of this part of the pasuk from Stefania. It's kosher, the kosher, which literally means arrange. It's kosher, the kosher. Literally again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Kishat asimcha, the akaka, kishat acheres. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help. Or say such a profound yourself. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. That's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-respect, right? Self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, then be by example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you have a difficult time having an impact beyond. There's so many, right? In other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on a short first, that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is that you're really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. The mother was like, you might say, I don't know who you saw my time alone. Okay, so why is it that Malchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Malchi Yisrael be judged by a court? Listen to this. Ushamaisa Shahaya. That episode they say, what happened? That is, the update Yanai Malka, Kato Nasho, incredible. One time, a servant of King Yanai. Now listen, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonite kings. Incredible, right? One of the Hashmonite kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. I mean, Shimon Shafak was coming. You ain't from over there, no. So Shimon Shafak, he was the head of the Senate. He said, okay, we got to summon this other to a court case. They said, we have to judge him. So what happens? They sent the message to Yanai. Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone, sent him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. Shokulei, Ta'at they said, no, Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. What's the law of one's ox kills someone? The owner of the ox has to show up in this way. Yanai, you got to show up in this thing. Yanai said, no problem. Also, yes. So Yanai came. And he sat down, right? He took his seat in court. Amalei, Shemeshekach, Yana Hanara, Amod Aulad Rafa, the Abidibaka. Right? Yanai, oh no. Oh no, don't sit down. Stand up. Stand up. You don't sit heavy now. Right? Stand up. Do not sit down. Right there. You give up. And let them testify against you. Now remember, just to be clear. It's Yanai's property. There's no one's accusing Yanai of anything. But at the end of the day, Yanai is part of this trial because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shemasheta says to him, below the Fanino Atomis, you're not standing before us. Elo, the thing Shamar Bahaya Olam Atomi. Sitting before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shnei Amar, Va'omdu Shnei Anosh B'Shallah Ha'Marib L'Fei Elokim. Amar Lo, okay, so they're going to tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar Lo, so Yanai expects the Shemasheta. No, Kishatam Atom, Elik Masha Amru Kabeyacha. So Yanai says, hold up, Shemasheta. I don't have to stand unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so those closest points out over here that the halakha is like this. There is no halakha that says that we litigants have to sit or stand. What it says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he's being a little bit mistreated over here. He's like, well, I don't know why can't he stand? Why can't he just stand? Again, if I understand, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So then I said to Shimon Shetach, if all of the Rabbanim here, like if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say what happened. On the base. So we played to his right, called Shimon in the Karka. So the Rabbanim, the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yana. Like, sometimes where you just pretend you're busy. See, thank God for phones, right? Cross Hashem for phones. Because you always look busy. Even if you're not, I don't know what they did on this. I don't know if they had like a safe or something. I don't know, whatever. Hey, so whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they did not know what was going on. Which they the smell of the kasha pnei the kaka. He turned left, and he looked up on him avoid eye contact. You guys think I don't know what you're doing? So seriously, probably what shows means you have your plans, but you don't know what you're doing. You have a Baal Makshavas view from the head. Let the Baal Makshavas will come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Vaga, Viyah, the Chatzah, and the Kasma image. That's an intense story. Now, Gabriel came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Like, killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, I mean, this little punishment, 20 years, there was retribution. Now, I can't understand. Why would the Rabbanim not get involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yana. They were scared of Yana. In other words, the king was putting you on the spot like this. Essentially, between the king and the Abdin, that is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'amu, Melech, London, Velodani, also Romain, Romain, also. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not hard to the places. And which I won't say, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult ultimately against the Melech to become now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss this. So just so I want to point out over here, so there's this fascinating distinction between Malchus Yisrael and Malchus Yisrael. Right? So Davidic kings are subject to the legal system, so it's only apparently kings Malchus Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to the judicial system and for some what makes your whole thing? So we're going to say that law is that we don't do chalitza. So like there's no chalitza, the king doesn't do chalitza, and we don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows, meaning that Sabam Rashi, Akhimandam, and Nasi Shinabah, even if you say, right, who's no honor, he forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. Not like Shemachal Achbar, that we call him a king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Shemay Amar Shom Tasim Allah Hanara, Shetei Machal Alacha. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, a mitzvah is different. Even normally again, between halacha and Isa, is covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is something different. The aim of no sin, you cannot charge the Lashon of the Mishnah over here was, aim of no sin. You cannot go ahead and marry the Amar of the King's wife. So I just clarified that this is what you're trying to do. That you said if the king wants to become himself or wants to be evil, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, well, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That the widow for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next, you cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, I'm going to go to So it says that you guys talking about women who are married to him from the base of who is that? Meirab and Michal. So it's who married Meirab and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. Shaul is another thing. Hey, so that's how is David able to marry two sisters right, while they were both alive? That's also on the other hand, Michal Abad Nisas Meirab. No, David married Michal after Meirab died. So he married two sisters, but never at the same time. And you should have got all that Kiddushay Taos Hayla Meirab. In fact, David was really never married to Meirab. It was called Kiddushay Taos, mistaken the Kiddushay. What happened? What was a fascinating story? First, on the intermediate twilight. Today is Ishtek Nivasha. Last thing we were there, almost Ishtek. So David Melech says to Shaul, so I'm giving my wife Meirab, who I am betrothed to because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. That I ran. So that's my Kamuda. What's the story with Michal that I'm talking about here? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishti from Meirab Ishti. So you say, the Papa said, that David Melech was saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirab is not my wife. And what's the shot? My Kiddush is house. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirab was Kiddushay Taos, right? So you married Meirab and it wasn't really a real marriage. So the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the shot? So this is about Goliath by Goliath. So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward him with great riches. Right? And also my daughter. Right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage. Meirab's hand in marriage. Also Kaklai. So looking again, David kills Goliath, and therefore they don't know. Nobody is thinking about some of this is fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirab, and Shaul owes him money. So David forgives the loan. Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan. And says again, that should count as the Kiddushin. And what's the halacha? So Mekadosh Benova Eina Mikudeshes. Ultimately, again, if you're Mekadosh with a loan, it doesn't. Loan forgiveness does not work for Kiddushin. For Kiddushin, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of Kiddushin. Also, Yahweh Rajiya. So Shaul gives Meirab to another man's right to the sick. I leave the eighth case as Meirab. I'll show you David. Otherwise, he's boys the essay from Michal. So then Shaul said to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I'll give her to you in marriage. Zeal isolated there, always pushed in. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine horsemen. Usually a red flag that you're talking about dynamics, right? But I was like, so go ahead and give me 100 or kill a bunch of Muslims. And then so what happens? So Shaul said like this. Now there's two things, right? There's the Nova, there's the loan, that's the David from the killing of Goliath, and let's call that the Armos are with the Kuta. So now there's a loan and there's a Kuta. So the Shaul summer, Nova Kuta Gaita Nova. So Shaul assumed that David Melech's intention was to perfect Kiddushin with the Nova, with the loan. That's still doesn't work. So David Sava, Nova Kuta Gaita Kuta. So David says, no, my das is on the Kuta. And that's why when Shaul thought also the Kiddushin with Michal wasn't good, but doesn't have the Kiddushin with Michal was good. He's like, so we put it on the Nova Kuta Gaita Kuta. Or maybe not. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a Kuta, the dance is on the Kuta. So Shaul suffered no possible movement. But Shaul thought that the foreskins, the Arlos, there was nothing. David suffered because of the Kalbi Bishuri. Ultimately, again, but David said, they are worth something because they're going to be given to animals. They're going to be given to animals, and if I'm not for Raisa, it's worth at least a truth. I will say, oh, it does. You have to stop a few minutes. So we're going to stop over here for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. We're finding the answer, Hashem. Then we're going to start coming inside. Tremendous beginning of the week. All right, have another great day, everyone.
Okay, but Shab isn't doing that, right? This random guy, he's doing like a character about, I guess him in high school or something. He's dressed terribly, and it looks like someone.
All right, well, say good morning or good tova. a tremendous chus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785. The Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as his chus for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Aleinu L'Tova, the common family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron V'Racha, the brother of Ita Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on behalf of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Bruce Levin, in the merit and memory of Avital Kala Bas Tova Batya, and Paul and Kathy Kalik, memory of Paul's aunt Esther Bas Zecharia, Zichrona Lebracha. We have the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas who have an Aliyah, the families in the Chama. Our Hakadosh Baruch Hu should Emir Hashem bring our hostages home to Shalom, and B'Karav and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Well, so with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little early today, but Emir Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. But we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week. Emir Hashem will pull it off again this week. So let's begin. So today's daf is your test 19. We are picking up on your test in the days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Full beats the full sin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do chalitza. Kohen Gadol, right? Again, cholates the chol l'ishto. Cholates the chol l'ishto, and yad menes l'ishto. About who I know yad menes l'ishto after ba'amos. Remember again. So chalitza can be done too, right? Yibum can be done to the wife of the Kohen Gadol, but Allah L'Maaseh he can't do yibum. That is a very simple reason. Why can't the Kohen Gadol do yibum? Because Allah L'Maaseh Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry anyone other than a Basula. And of course, if he's doing yibum, that means the woman is an Amano. He can't go ahead and marry an Amano. So he says, interestingly enough, Kapasik to tell you, so the Gemara says there's no distinction between, she doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from Irisin or from Nisa. But listen, obviously, now just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's two halachas at play over here. Number one is an assay of who Isha B'Sula Yikach, that he has to marry a B'Sula, and then of course there's a law that he's allowed to marry an Almana. So now the Gemara is interestingly enough, so distinction between whether or not he was widowed from Elis or Nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, Bishmael Min HaNisuin, Havi Asay V'Lo Sasay, the top of your test, the Ein Asay Doka Lo Sasay Ba'asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from Nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an assay. The assay is he has to marry the Sula. The low assay is that he can't marry an Almana. So there's an assay and a low assay that would go ahead and prevent it from doing yibum. On the other hand, there's an assay that says do yibum. So an assay, the positive commandment of yibum, cannot set aside the assay and low assay to prevent people from marrying this. That makes a lot of sense. That's if she was widowed from Nisuin. Because if she's widowed from Nisuin, two things. Number one, she's not a B'Sula. And number two, she's an Almana. However, top of your test 19a Ella, then Irisin Amai. But again, if she was widowed from Irisin, the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during Irisin. As such, she's still B'Sula. So therefore, the only issue with him marrying her is that the only issue with marrying her is that she's an Almana. So there's a lot that there's an Almana, but there's also an assay of evil. If that's the case, Yavo Asay, Yitchalos Asay. So let the assay of evil come and set aside the low Asay of Almana and let him do evil. We have this concept all the time of Asay Docha Lo Asay. A positive commandment sets aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, the phrase Asay Docha Lo Asay is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We have to feel it. We want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons. No, say, no, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not the time. You're busy. You're extending. You're be successful. And so I want to. I say, but the voices in my head tell me low say. So what are you doing here? So the beautiful thing is, Hazal already told us what to do. Say, docha, low say. When you have the energy and you have the desire to do something, shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the say is docha, low lo sase. Imagine this one is bumper sticker as well. Be one of those card magnets, right? Everybody, it's amazing. That's what cars can become like billboards, right? But you can nice like a little magnet on there. Aseh lo sase. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible, tremendous stuff. So if she was widowed from Erison, so why not go ahead and do it in that context? So the Gemara says, "Atu bia rishona, zera bia rishona atu bia shliya." So this is very interesting. The Aseito Halosase, of course, only works the actual act of evil. Which the Gemara says, you're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument that a Kohen can do evil with a woman who is widowed from Erison, because then there's an assay of evil, a losase of not marrying an almana, and an assay don't losase, but that only permits the first bia. After that, right after the first bia, then what? There's no longer an assay. So after the first bia, the issue is you have no assay, and guess what? She's still an almana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the bia rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. Time out. I'll that's the fourth case. In Silo Bago bia rishona kanu, vaso kanu biyashkia. So in fact, the Gemara answers that is correct. The Gemara says you're right. Halacha l'maisa that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did evil with a woman who was widowed from Erison, so he can affect evil with her, but he cannot remain married to her. Because the first bia could occur because there's an assay of evil that is built with the low say that she's an almana. After the first bia, there's no longer an assay. There's no longer an assay because technically you're married already. But she's still an almana. Remember, I will say, a woman never loses her almana status even once she remarries. She's still an almana. She doesn't status of almana. So as such, any subsequent bia would just be the bia of a kohen gadol with an almana, which would be a lot. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say, so takeaway, kohen gadol doesn't do evil. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman was, if the sister-in-law was with can't do evil. Next, mace, low mace. So let's say, remember again, now we had an interesting discussion in Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of the close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakama said, so Meis in Yotze Achad, this is Rabbi Meir. Right? Rabbi Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind him and out of sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. He says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the base of the church. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, so the Pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, let's remember again, this is so the Gemara says, it means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. But he could follow after the procession. And again, this now quotes initially, right? They go in and he comes out. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he always could follow as part of the procession, behind the procession. Fine. So Shad. So what's this? Remember again, Rabbi Yehuda said in Mishnah, we're talking about the Kohen Gadol was never part of the funeral procession. Why? Because the pasuk says, "U'min hamikdash lo yitzei." He doesn't go after the base hamikdash, so he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, "I'm going to call you Mayor." Mayor says, "One second, if you take that literally, then the base of Namilo, maybe the Kohen Gadol should never be based on English. He never goes home. So you should never leave. In other words, if you're taking it so literally to say, I mean, a mikdash lo yitzei means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the base of Mikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And how he comes, that's what it means to say, mikdash lo yitzei, mikdash lo yitzei. What it means, so Rabbi Yehuda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. And the mikdash lo yitzei means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of kedusha, meaning he should not do anything that in any way compromises that kedusha. Again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? as long as he changes it up a little bit and it's not part of the whole procession. Even the Isbay Hakira lo asiva mitzvah. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very it's choreographed. They go in, he comes out. They turn the corner, he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, where it looks like we're really concerned about. If he follows, we're concerned about that he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes Tameh, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the perception, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda, Agav Merire, Dilma Mikri Asi Rabbi Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and this could cause a house. So fundamental machlokas, in Rabbi Meir and Yehuda, that halacha means how does the Kohen Gadol, or doesn't follow the position? What you know, the Rambam passes like that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to Levaya, he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his place in the base of the which I must say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming result. Such an overwhelming result that the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the clown eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. His responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily the model for us, for regular people, to emulate. But Lamaisa, probably some news people like that. Probably some news people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen. That was the Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily, Dennis. It's not a model to be replicated by every person because it could actually be detrimental. But the Klal needs people who live and breathe the Klal. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, again, a space like this does not go to Levaya. He's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own control. It's incredible. Kishu Menachem, Tarabanas. Kishu Omer Bishura Menachem Esacherim. And the Kohen Gadol stands in a line. It's so mourning. So we're going to see again how mourning practice. We did a lot of this in Mourning Kata. But again, you must like this. When the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan, Umashuach Sha'avar B'milos. The Sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Umashuach Sha'avar. Remember again, what's Umashuach Sha'avar? So let's say the Kohen Gadol, we'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm. Right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avodah. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his post, so what happens to the fill-in Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this. He can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Ma'alin Bakol Shrei Moridi. You can't do that. Once you serve in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Issue is, you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? It's the same thing as every other emeritus position. Right? You're like the cleaner ladies, right? You just like whatever. You go ahead. Hey, again, you're there. You definitely again chizik. It's good for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol, when the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people, so he's there. And again, the Sgan Umashuach Sha'avar, as I said, the Rosh Beis Av. That was the Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 mishmaros, right? Each one served the weekend of the Beis Hamikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. And again, each day started different family or a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. The Rosh Beis Av. And the Rosh Beis Av, the mourners, and the rest of Klal Yisrael, whoever else was there, was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. And we'll say, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So we'll say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tough. to be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be correct. Also, by the way, you're going to see Kedusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that it's Kedusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. You show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? Right? If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. You can roll in, right? But you get a lot of interesting things that have developed over the years. It's quite fascinating. Like walking into shul on Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. Like people into shul, it's like yeah, I grab my cup of coffee and put it into shul. No. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Drink your coffee. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to reverse that. When you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see chaver, it's really quite shocking. During gathering. And there are some audible slurpers. I'm just going to point out, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazar Sashat, where you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel bus. Take a sip of coffee. Drink it. And then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't know we offered that. I got to get in on that a little bit. It's like so it's really, I'm just telling you, it's something that Mamish, it's an awful. It really is like it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is, and fundamentally erodes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates casualness that is just not supposed to be part, because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh, the more choreographed things become, right? So like you go onto the Haradayas, so remember that you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the base of Mikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires seder. Kedusha requires a structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. That's just the way that it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on the utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tar. He has to remain tar. But it's also in Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chap, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Right? Then the nice thing you can accomplish great things, but that's not what it is. Incredible. So Margaret's like, Yeshua made Yeshua understand for Nechev. Now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right, and again, he is being consoled by others, so then the halach is skan mimino, rosh beis adam hala amismala. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skan mimino, rosh beis av, right? So again, he's rosh beis av, and the rest of the nation is on his left. So it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we know that both the skan and the Mashuach Sha'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach Sha'avar is the guy who served as a Kohen Gadol while the Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes an Eretz afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the Mashuach Sha'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the Mashuach Sha'avar is not present. Why? Says it's incredible. My Kaima, Chol Shadai Savar Kafadidi. And the Lord says, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and contaminate or provide or participate in the funeral for his loved ones. But again, there are certain parts of the Avot he's not permitted to discuss this. He feels that the Mashiach Sha'avar may reject the fact that now he's not the active Kohen Gadol. This is quite fascinating. You must highlight over here is there's some amount of inherent between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do the job, it's threatening. It's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So the Kohen Gadol this morning, you tell the Mashiach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be Menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Bible. Say, isn't it up to yourself? If there's one point rule, you shouldn't feel insecure. So, it's the Kohen Gadol. Should the Kohen Gadol be right? But again, you know, like the Kohen Gadol, you say, it's like you become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion and connection with God on your people. It doesn't get higher. You're going to come down with this case. Such a validating when they walk out with insecurities, and you think that our insecurities are represented as fact that is sufficient. And that was lacking. If only was a healthier person would have insecurities. It's true, we don't have to work on our insecurities. But it goes to the Chazal telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human. Incredible. I'm going to talk about Shmami Nam Hamas. Last, there are three things you should learn to say. Number one, Hainu Skan, Hainu Mamuna. That the Skan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shmami Nam Avelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim. I will say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people, would file past them to provide nechama. Shmami Nam. Avelim is small coming out from over. You also see from there that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to the soul. Turn around on it. Those that are listening to some of the other practices. This is very well. Turn around on the Rishona to Avelim and to Mechala Am Over. Was in the beginning, as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So this is Mispahi Beis Mishpachas B'Yushalayim Miskaros Subazu. There are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zosomeres and Neoveres Tila. Zosomeres and Neoveres Tila. What did they fight about? That when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line, right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Every single time someone died, and they had to go to the Menachem, although two families would always go at it. So what happened? So rabbis changed the practice. And what they do, change the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place, and the mourners go by. It's supposed to, interestingly enough, it's the practice that we have this very day after the Levaya, after the Tzura, right? We form two shilos, we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place, and the comforters go out. Think about it, right? Steaming up sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because 2 times we were trying to constantly higher. We'll say, what do you see from here? You don't see what just happened over here? Halacha change because two families in Yerushalayim were fighting. So what do you see from here? How important shalom is. This is how important. I don't know, I would have thought, so what should we do with 2 families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down, sitting down. I didn't know to say like that, but something like that. In other words, what are you doing? Obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, but whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halakhic practice changed in order to maintain shalom in the way to God says. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the glue that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the conversation of Shalom and ranks of Israel. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Abba. Next Rabbi Yossi is Hadavar Yoshnav Tzipori. Shiu Avelim Omdim B'Chol Ha'am Omdim. So listen to this. So Rabbi Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avelim standing in place and everyone else filing past. Amar Rabbi Abba. His Rabbi Yossi story. So I'll say. So again, that was just because understand. Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why in Sipori, where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, or keep the practice as it originally was. Mourners stationary, and everyone else filing past them. Listen to this. I'm going to do about his Rabbi Yossi Sipori. Rabbi Yossi organized, or he enacted the final halacha Sipori. Number one, Shlote Isha Ma'alechas B'Shot U'Bno Acharav. That a woman should not walk in the marketplace with her child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the shot? He learns it because of Maisa Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out that there was a woman who her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So a man came over to her and said, "Oh, I'll help you find your child." Took her to a home and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap for violence. So after that particular event, Rabbi Yossi said in Sipori, when a woman is walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. What's also dramatic about this? He says it's like really enact practice because of something that happened to one person, and the answer is yes. All the same thing. God Hashem. Allah looks out for the collective. Allah also looks out for the individual and safety, security, and showing of the individual and the community is paramount. So I'm going to write about his family's story. Shunashim Misapos, the Beis Hashisa. It's interesting. It's fascinating. And we see this included in Tzipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Okay? She talks about the 15th verse in the bathroom. I must say, now understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom. Right? Because again, that's the only thing in speech. It's a thing in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of things, and then get out. That's it. Interesting enough, the halacha here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. This says wants us to understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it unisex means for gender? No. Non-denominational. Non-denominational, right? That's the word. Right? Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms were communal. They were communal. They were communal. So what can happen? If women were using the bathroom and a man walked in, he didn't know. So this way, again, if a man is approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amarav. So the Gemara says, Amarav Nashia Bar Abbas. She'ote answer Yoshia Rabba the base element of the Hotzal. We'll say first one, Amarav. So Rabbi Nashia Bar Abbas asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hotzal. And he said the following, Ein Shura Psucha Chusa Mehasara B'nei Adam. For a Shura, for the line of comforters for Abilim, there's no din of Shura if you have less than 10 people. And the mourners are not part of the minyan. So Ben Sha'abelim Omdim B'Chala Am Ovrim, Ben Sha'abelim Ovrim B'Chala Am Omdim. And this doesn't matter whichever practice you follow. Whether you follow if the Abelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Abelim walk past them, there is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So we'll say when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him. So remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha. Anu kaparascha. We will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. We'll take your suffering. Whatever's supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. And the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say? Tashma, he says to them, you should be consoled. So the Gemara says, well, what's the case here? So say, if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, so if someone's coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled, it's almost like an iron heart. Right? So can you imagine, like someone comes into the Adal, they say, you have a hamaka minachin, and the social is here. And he almost says back to them, you know what, thank you. Hamaka minachin eschem, the social is in Yerushalayim. Right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Ella, watch this. In other words, what it means is like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? Tisnachamu. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, I think it's interesting, and again, the routine of Zikra could fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Tinachamu, or tinuchamu. Tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el. Right? So it's the hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So titnechamu, like tenachamu would be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehit palel, palel, the shorish of lehit palel to daven, right? Right? The shorish of lehit palel, that means the judge. Lehit palel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from Nechama comes from indecision. To look at life in a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I am choosing not to lose myself in fear, but instead I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my lot. This is what I got. This is the hand I dealt. And this is what the Spark gave me. And these are the circumstances I'm going to maximize. And by the way, you know, what's the charge from the Chama? We translate the Chama as consolation. The Chama doesn't mean consolation of a salvation point of time. At the end of Pasha's gracious. But the passage says, Vayinachim Hashem, Hashem had Nechama that he created man. Nechama? What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan for how life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality. And I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have. I'm going to maximize what I got and not lament what I have lost. So what is the Kohen Gadol? We'll say one word. You keep yourself Kohen Gadol. Come on, it's any better than that. That's it. Tisnachamu. It's all a little better. It's something. I'll say Tisnachamu. We'll say that's it. Tisnachamu is the Hitpa'el form of Nechama. Kohen Gadol says to the mourner, find the Korah within yourself to find a change of perspective. Find the Korah inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from the faith. And the only kind that comes from it is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not to that incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Melech, well done. So what's the now transition to king? So the king, right? The king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. What's already knows this? Rosh Hashanah, so there's only Malchus. Malchus is David, right? Regular Jewish king. But Davidic kings done is also judged and are judged by a court. It said, based David Karma Hashem Gnolobak and Mishpat, below Dainino Lay, Inhu Hechi Dain. So let's say, so remember again, so the Pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, based David Karma Hashem, Gnolobak Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right, their din is to uphold justice. Below Dainino Lay, and if you can't judge them, the Pasuk says that place David has to be judges, right? It's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says the Hak The Gemara says after all, because we say the Hak is kosher shoe, the kosher, which again was the Gemara is quoting the Pasuk from Sifanya. His kosher shoe is the kosher, which literally means arrange. It's kosher, kosher. Literally, again, arrange yourself and then you can arrange others. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then help others. Those say such a profound yisod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. Those say it's the hardest thing in the world, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says, if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I must say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, lead by example, every person wants, but whatever it is in life, you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you're going to have people come having an impact beyond. I will say, there's so many friends. In other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. If your personalistic house is in order, the truth is you're not really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, "Elo Melchi Yisrael my time alone." So I said, why is it that Melchi Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Melchi Yisrael? Why can't Melchi Yisrael be judged by a court? Listen to this. Rishamaisa Shahada. That's the subject. What happened? The Gemara says, "The Avdei Yanai Malcha Katal Nafsha." Incredible. And a servant of King Yanai. Now listen, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonai kings. Incredible. Right? One of the Hashmonai kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay. So Shimon ben Shetach was the head of the Sanhedrin. We got to summon this Eved to a court case in the Sanhedrin. We have to judge him. So what happens? They sent a message to Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone, sent him to the Sanhedrin. Okay. They sent them a message, Yanai. You also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox. Once the one ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to show up in Beis as well. So Yanai, you got to show up in Beis. Yanai said, no problem. Asab Yosef. So Yanai came and he sat down. Right? He took his seat in court. Amalei, Sheba Shetach, Yanai Hamelech, Amod al Raglecha, V'ya'idu B'cha. Right? Yanai, oh no. Don't sit down. Stand up. stand up. Right? Stand up. Do not sit down. Right? And let them testify against you. In other words, now, remember, just to be clear, it's not it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything. But at the end of the day, Yanai is part of his tribe because it's his property that killed someone. And the Shema Sheva says to him, you're not standing before us. Elo, standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shneimar, va'amdu shnei anashim b'shem v'hem hariv l'fnei Elokim. Amar lo, so okay, so therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar lo, so Yanai says back to Shimon L'Shata, Lo, tishitamar ato, elet mash amdu chaveiracha. Yanai says, hold up, Shimon L'Shata. I don't have to stand, unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, Shavuot says, so Tosfos points out over here that the halacha is like this. There is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halacha says is, one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he was being a little bit restricted up here. He's like, honestly, why tell me to stand? Why tell me to stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai says, if all of the Rabbanim, right, if all of the Rabbanim say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say, what happened? On the base. So he turned to his right, shooting in the karka. So the Rabbanim, God knows the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yanai. You know, like, sometimes, right? He just pretends you're busy to think now for souls. Like Baruch Hashem for souls. You can always look busy, even if you're not. I don't know what they did on the Sanhedrin. I don't know, safe or something. I don't know, whatever. Right? So, whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they did not know what was going on. If the smell of the country playing the car, you turn left, and the Rabbanim avoid eye contact. You guys think I don't do it? So share this with the shows means you have your plans, what you do. I know what you're doing. Let the Baal Machshavas come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Boga, Biel, the Chaftan, Makarcha, Ulis. These are 10 stories. Malach Gabriel came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Right? Killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, why did that little punishment point over here is there was retribution. Now, you have to understand, why would the Rabbanim not getting involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yana. They were scared of Yana. In other words, the king is putting him on the spot. It's essentially between the king and the Abdazim. That is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. But also, Sha'amu, Melech, London, and also Romain, So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not part of the country. So also, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult ultimately against the Melech to be tried now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss it. So just I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchi Yisrael and Malchi Yisrael. Right? So Davidic kings are subject to the system, so it's only apparently kings Malchi Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to a judicial system? Yes, so we're going to say the halacha is that they don't do chalitza, right? There's no chalitza. The king doesn't do chalitza, and he don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows: even if you say that a nasi, right, who is mochel on his trouble, he forgives his honor, so it's forgiven. A king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Right? But ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. Must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, okay, and this is different. So even though you're right, even normally again, the king halacha l'maisa, cannot be mochel on his covet, but for the performance of a mitzvah is ein nosin. You cannot. So again, lashon of the Mishnah over here was ein nosin. You cannot go ahead and marry them. One of the things was to say such to clarify that previous one point of view that he said if the king wants to do something himself or wants to do evil, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how can you do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? That he goes for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next, widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so he said that you talking about women who are loyal to the who is that? Meirav who married Michal, the daughters of Shaul. Hey, it's also how was David able to marry two sisters, right, while they were both alive? That's also. And on the other hand, Michal after Nisas Meirav. No. David married Michal after Meirav died. So in other words, he was married to two sisters, but never at the same time. And we showed a couple, and you should pause in fact, David was really never married to Meirav. This is called Kedusha's called, he's taking Kedusha. What happened? Most things are fascinating. First, the intermediate one, so David Melech says to Shaul, shall give me my wife Meirav, who I am betrothed to because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. Right, that right, man, my Talmud. What's this story? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishti from Meirav Ishti. So you say, like I said, but David Melech is saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirav is not my wife. My Kedusha is so what is the meaning? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirav was Kedusha Tos, like to marry Meirav and it wasn't really a real marriage, but the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the thing? So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward them with great riches, right? And also my daughter, right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage. Meirav hand in marriage. Also Katla. So looking again, David kills Goliath, and therefore again, nobody is David. So what happened was he's fascinating. So now watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan. Right? Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan. It says again that should count as the Kedusha. Ultimately, again, if you're Mekadosh with the loan, because of loan forgiveness does not work for Kedusha. For Kedusha, you have to actually give us an item of value. Loan forgiveness is not an effective form of Kedusha. Also, so Shaul gives Meirav to another man as right towards you. Sid, Riba is first as Meirav, Shaul, David, Amalei, boys entering the Michal. Then Shaul says to David, I have another daughter, Michal. I give her to you in marriage. Zil, I say, they are almost pushed in. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine foreskins. You red flag. Like your father was on it. Right? And I was like, so go ahead and bring me 100 or kill a bunch of Philistines. And bring it. I see. So David Melech twice. I'm going to let you know what happens. So Shaul said like this. Now there's two things. Right? There's the Nova, there's the loan that I still owe David from the killing of Goliath. It's called that the armless are worth a Pita. So there's a loan and there's a Pita. So the Shaul, Nova, Pita, and Nova. So Shaul was seeing the David Melech's intention was protect the Nova, the loan. It's called the dollar. Nova, Pita, Pita. So David figured, no, my gas is on the Futa, and that's why I can show, but also the Kedusha of Michal wasn't good. The Michal was good. Maybe everyone agrees that when there's a loan and there's a Futa, the gas is on the Futa, so Shaul suffer low chazal or low flat of the first game to almost worth nothing. David suffer chazal and chazal. Ultimately, again, if David, they are worth something, because again, it could be given to animals. It could be given to animals, and then try to walk away, so it's worth at least. So I just have always like, so today, we're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. I mean, it's like, yes, Hashem, so you guys like tremendous community. All right, Chavraz, another great one.
Falls right off my shoulder, dude. That count. That's what I say. Seven clips of him saying he's gonna murder people. First of all, like, pussy shot, like that's not enough. You need
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Talent sponsor, Telson Mishpacha Israel. Thanking all which earning precious this year. I think it was for the same Stavoska and Israel. Our Talent sponsors for the ones of Hades. Our ordinary part of the Talmud family, in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed on Kiddush Hashem in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Located in our Talmud his precious Hashem Heaven Aliyah, and the family in the Talmud. Our week of living sponsors, Bruce Levin, in America, in memory of Avital Kala Bas Toba Batia, Paul and Jackie Kala. In memory of Paul and Esther Bas Karia, and the community sponsors for Great Bennett Goldberg, creation of the outside of his father Leonard Avraham Leib Ben Asher Pinchas. His yard site 21 years ago today, exactly same date on the Hebrew calendar, same date on the English calendar. Incredible. And our documentary sponsors for today, David and Roberta Schwartz, and memory of David's father, Ephraim Shimon Ben Abraham. David, a beautiful man. Thank you for a blessing, and you Neshama have an aliyah. We hope that in the merit of our Tam Torah, all of the Neshama have an aliyah, the families in the Kama, all those who need to have one today with Kol Chol Yisrael. This month, Shemir Hashem, and bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the Kala, and their holy soldiers be successful with whole and mass. Let us today's daf, of course, it's important for neglected to say anything about the terror attack in Europe, and Muslims as Jews, like they're so overwhelmed by what's happening with us. But it is so important to remember that we are citizens of this great nation, of this great country, that affords us and gives us so much, and that when we see our fellow Americans suffer and our fellow Americans lose their lives in senseless acts of terrorism and random violence. So we have to be powerful. We have to show by the way for those from us to give out all of those who were injured in this attack, and to give our law enforcement officials the opportunity to set the Shema, the Chokmah, to be in the Das, to be able to root out evil wherever it's working. And so that let us begin. So today's daf is designed. We have a lot to say about Hashem. So we are picking up on Hashem day 16b. 2 lines up from before it gets wide. So the word says, "The ain't also Sanhedros." So remember again, we don't make smaller local Sanhedros or small Sanhedros of 23 without the permission, without the involvement of the large Sanhedros. So what do you know this one? He's actually from the Moshe, the Uki Sanhedros, and Moshe Rabbeinu set up lower court systems, and as we've established over and over, we have this Moshe Rabbeinu himself had the status of a Sanhedrin. That was his status. So you see that the large Sanhedrin set up a court. Let's say first white line. You can show up to me. So how do you know this is judges? Interesting that is. I know it's just out of judges in general. Talmud shocking detail, so in his own way. How do you know the church to set up judges, which also set up enforcement officials? Talmud shocking detail, shocking enforcement to shade this night. How do you know that you set up judicial systems for judges, courts, for every shade? Talmud shocking the Shvatapa, shocking enforcement to shade. How do you know that you set up enforcement officials for every tribe? Talmud shocking the Shvatapa. Shoftim how you set up judges for every city. Shoftim set up judges in your gates in your cities. Shoftim how do you know that you set up shoftim enforcers for every city? And Yehuda says, and Yehuda says that when you set up these lower court systems, there has to be one court that is in charge of all of the lower courts. So again, remember, that's going to be our Sanhedrin in Yerushalayim that is in charge of all the lower courts. So Shneimar, teaching in the Chok. Shneimar says, Mishvatecha, Mishaftu, Yitzhak, Shevet, Lagdan, Shetot. Shneimar says, each tribe has an obligation to judge its own tribe. But also it's interesting that Shneimar is adding in over here that in previous model you had local Batei-Din, local courts, and those are responsible for judging the city. Shneimar says every Shevet has an obligation to set up a tribal court as well. Okay, we also hear in Dach, we also can't go ahead. And we hear in Dach, as we saw referenced in yesterday's Dach, is a city that worship idolatry. So the Mishnah said, The Mishnah said that you cannot go ahead and set up a Aaron Dachas except for the basin of 71. So you need to say Hedge as well. So we are not even where you know this. I'm going to hear what I'm going to hear. I'm going to talk. Okay, so it's a Isha or say Isha. As Isha, I thought Isha Rafa, the Atamati color including Isha Rafa. You see from here, only individuals can be judged by local courts. But ultimately, again, a city, if you're going to condemn a city with Aaron Dachas, has to be judged by a larger court, i.e. Sanhedrin. And you don't see Aaron Dachas yourself. Right now, but the Mishnah also said that you can't go ahead and make an Aaron Dachas on a border. Right? You know, it's my time off for reason. So we can't become one of the women at Safar. The Torah says, we can't do the Torah frees the Russian of Aaron Dachas is that it's one of the cities from within your midst. Within your midst means what? Inside of the country, not on the borders. But no shalosh Aaron Dachas. You also can't combine 3 cities to have a status that say as the Pasuk says one. That's also the Pasuk about which is really can remember 1 or 2 cities. Never you get that. Arecha is also remember the Lashon of the Pasuk is. The Lashon of the Pasuk is Achos Nikola Kisishma Ba'achos Arecha. So the line also here, Achos means only one, right? But Arecha means a minimum of 2. So how do you reconcile that? So the answer is 1 or 2, but what? Not 3. Not 3. So the Gemara says as follows. Turn about it. Achos lo shalosh. So Achos tells you only the Aaron Dachas, you can't make 3. Now, let's say obviously he's talking about at one time, simultaneously, right? You can have 1 Aaron Dachas, but you can't have 3. I told you Achos lo shalosh, Achos lo shtayim. Maybe you can't even have 2. So she omer arecha harishtayim omer. But Arecha is plural, your city, which means you can have up to 2. You already in Dachas. Chama and Yekayim Achos lo shalosh. By Union Amarat, so it's dialogue. So we have up to 2 simultaneous cities that have Aaron Dachas status, but never 3. Amarat, the basin after the Osin, have a term social about the Din Osin. Furthermore, God qualifies. He says, one Sanhedrin can't declare more than 1 Aaron Dachas. But once this turnover in the Sanhedrin, or not really full of turnover, but any other turnover, the newly constituted Sanhedrin can declare a new Aaron Dachas. So the Gemara says as follows. And Rav sometimes said, another time Rav said, even in the basin has turnover, you still can't declare more than one or up to 2 Aaron Dachas. So my time, what's Rav's logic? You should karcha. So say Rav's logic is like this. Karcha really means it's a bald spot. What it means is you can't declare more than 1 or up to Aaron Dachas, because what it does is it creates, so to speak, like a bald spot within Klal Yisrael. It goes in, creates an emptiness in the land. That's only true, by the way, if the Aaron Dachas are consecrated in one area. But remember again, the only time that more than 1 Aaron Dachas creates a bald spot, so to speak, for all, is when it's concentrated. But if it's not concentrated, but it's dispersed, then it's going to be fine. So the Yochanan says, "Ein osin shum karcha." So the Yochanan says once again, you can't create more than 1 Aaron Dachas. So he said this is like a geographic issue, because what you don't want large swaths of Eretz Yisrael to be desolate. Tanya Kavan says, Yochanan, Ein osin shalosh ayoros minudachos be'Eretz Yisrael. You cannot go ahead and make 3 ayoros minudachos in Eretz Yisrael. Aber osin osam shtayim to go achos b'gidol to achos b'gidol, which can make up to 2. But even those 2 have to be in different geographic areas. Like 1 in Yehuda and 1 in Gavil. Aber shtayim b'Yehuda, shtayim b'Gavil, ein osin. But you can't go ahead and make 2 Yehuda and Gavil. So in other words, even if you make up to 2 ayoros hanidachos, they must be in separate geographic areas. The Gemara says, if you call the Safar, I think the achos ein osin. But you can never, as the Mishnah said, you can never declare a border city as the Aaron Dachas. My time was using maybe our Gentile neighbors will hear about this. As Eretz Yisrael, and will come to go ahead and destroy Eretz Yisrael. Looks like the overwhelming reality of this Gemara is we have seen what happens when border cities are overrun. Like this was the story of October 7th. We have seen what occurs. This is what the Gemara is talking about right now. Again, we went through the processes that we create ourselves. But the Mesa, again, the Gemara says you can never make a border city and go to Damas. The moment you create, so to speak, that geographic bald spot on the border, that will be exploded. The Gemara should say it way. Didn't care if I don't know that stuff. Alright, just that's the Pasuk. The Pasuk says, Irni Dakas is made to Kivaka, in your midst. In your midst means inside of the land, not on the border. To which the Gemara said, Shimon, the Darsh tells it well. Rabbi Shimon also Shimon talks about Shas. Rabbi Shimon's the opinion that holds that you're allowed to go ahead and darshan the reasoning behind this. So Rabbi Shimon says it like this: yes, the pasuk says Mikevachah. Every Dakas has to be more in the center of the land, or I should say, not on the border. But you can't go and declare every Dakas on the border. Why not? Because if you make a border city every Dakas, you open up the rest of Eretz Yisrael to exploitation by our enemies. Overwhelming. So remember what's like that. So how did you go to Haisat? My time is Rabbanon. So it says, remember again, the Mishnah says, this was an interesting focus. So the Mishnah said that the Sanhedrin got to the High Court. The High Court was 71. And Rabbi Huda said it was 70. 71 versus 70. So let's analyze this. So what's my time Rabbanon? So what's the Rabbanon logic for saying that it was 71? The Amri Moshe al Gabein, because they said, remember again, if it's probably such Moshe Rabbeinu, Omakra, Yatz L'Imach, Yatz L'Shan Imach, so it's Yatz L'Shan Imach, let them gather along with you. Top of Design 17a, Imach Ba'at Ba'adai, and you are also included with them. So remember, Hashem tells Moshe, just to give you context, this is by the episode of the Slav, right? Remember again, the Tribe Yisrael was meat. And Moshe essentially loses it a little bit, and he says, I can't do this myself. I cannot do this anymore on my own. Right? I'm not like the mother, right? I'm not like the mother with the child. And the Baruch says, don't worry, this will be easier. Go ahead and assemble 70 people. Start with a little bit, get a group of 70. And then the Rabbanan say, okay, so there's 70 plus Moshe. So that gives you 71. That gives you 71. Rabbi Yehuda, so the words of Rabbi Yehuda, top of design. Rabbi Yehuda, Imach Mishim Shua. So the Yehuda says, Imach ultimately again refers to Rashi. Imach, down being first Ohel, Mishim Shua. So the Yehuda says, no, Imach, they're going to stand with you as a Mishkan. In other words, but Moshe Rabbeinu is not included in the tally. So that I want to understand, Imach through Moshe go with the tally. So there's 70 plus Moshe. Imach is the point of view, there's more a statement of where they should meet you. Tell them to meet you, they should stand with you outside of the Mishkan. We talk about Rabbanon, Avakra, Benasu, Itra, Masa, so Itra, Ba'adai, so Rabbanon will say, the Pasuk says, Benasu, Itra, something will carry the money with you. The burden of the people. Itra, meaning with you, Ba'adai, and you're included as part of the group, i.e. 71. That you do that. Itra, B'dom, so he just says, Itra means Moshe Rabbeinu, when you find 70 men, it should be people who resemble you. Resemble you. Rashi says, Yuchasin, people who have good useless personality, and are free from blemish. We'll talk about that more in just a little bit. Rabbanon, in the hospital, that's how it is. Rabbanon, in the half of the hospital, they will eat the burden from you, and you will carry the load with you. You also send him to do it. Instead of you cannot, you know, the love us all. You send him to the love. You send him to incredible. Rabbanon, you should share us from Achanas. We'll say, remember again. So now, that's on the focus. Rabbanon 71, the 70, you know, we passed like to Rabbanon. The Sanhedrin level was 71. Okay, so now, you might pick up a little bit on that story. The Moshe Rabbeinu gathered together 70 elders. Not even 70 elders, so what happened? Pasuk says, a spirit of prophecy rested upon them. And then the Pasuk says, showing I'm not sure there were two people left in the camp. Two people left in the camp. We're prophesizing. They were named Eldad and Yodad, and they continued prophesizing even after everyone else stopped prophesying. We call them the Steigers, but they're the animals. So essentially what it means is they were left over in the lotteries. Now what does this mean? This is a fantastic Gemara. Shemot Kashmar Moshe. This really shivinish. Zipnei Yisrael. Kashmar Moshe Rabbeinu. Gathered these 70 men. Moshe Rabbeinu was vested with the responsibility of gathering together 70 leaders. So we do this. Amar Moshe. Kate said, how should I do this? If I gather 6 men from every tribe, then what does that give me? That's going to end up giving me, remember again, it's going to give me 72. It's going to give me 72, right? 12 tribes. So remember, so what am I supposed to do? So if I get 72, that's 2 people extra. If I go ahead and I get I assemble 5 men from every tribe, so ultimately that's going to give me 60 and 10 short. Ever, so from some tribes actually get 5 people. The tribes actually get 6 people. And what's going to happen? That's going to create animosity between the tribes. So what do they do? Ma'asa is incredible. Ma'asa, shisha. So Moshe chose 6 men from every tribe. So there was a pool of 72 people. The heavy shivim, Ushnayim, Piskin, and what happens? He took 70 lots. He took 72 lots. On 70 of them, Shivim Kasam sucking. On 70 of them, he wrote sucking, which means you're chosen to be part of this Sanhedrin. Restream 2 of them, he left blank. Babylon, the rest of the top, he said, put him in a hat. I'm going to have a box. I'm going to have gold in the struggle. Right? He said, I'm going to have gold and not put the same. So what's incredible? So he says, okay, everyone comes up, everyone come and draw a lot. And what's incredible? Come and show me the other stuff. So if whoever drew a lot that said sucking, so it's going to fish kaya. I think it's what's chosen you. Shows you what's the last one. Which all of the other product whoever drew a blank piece of paper. Hamakom lo puppet. God doesn't want. I need my answer. What do you want from me? Well, say, very interesting logic. It's good to say, thanks for coming, whatever, here's a safer, complimentary safer for you, I don't know, what the chuck, there's a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, all of us are put into this world to perform a mission, and sometimes what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants you to do. And this isn't, we've mentioned so many times, Carl says in his introduction, the first has to ask himself a question. What is my job in this world? Not what do I want to do with my life? What is my job? What is my avoda? And very often in life, what you want to do is not what HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs you to do. And the entire avoda in life is bending your knee before HaKadosh Baruch Hu and accepting the mission that the devotion has for you, even if it's not the mission that you want for yourself. So Moshe Rabbeinu said to the guys who did the blank piece of paper, Hashem doesn't want you for this. Now again, parentheses, he needs you for something else. He needs you for something else. So sometimes in life we become so frustrated by the things we want to do and they don't materialize. We feel like failures. And it is possible. Sometimes it is because I'm failing and I'm not trying hard enough to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. But sometimes what failure in a particular area really means is Hashem is telling me, I don't need you here, I need you here. And the ability to internalize that lesson, the rejection hurts a little bit. But Moshe Rabbeinu is saying is, just Hashem doesn't want you here. Hashem doesn't want you here. Why? Because he desperately needs you. God doesn't really. He desperately wants you somewhere else. So find the car to find the car to go in a different direction, and find the car to really. So this is why in leader general, one of the most beautiful things is men is the same, right? Men have one set of responsibilities. Women have a different set of responsibilities. Kohanim have one set of responsibilities. Levitim, Yisraelim, there's this why because Shalom doesn't need us and it's not productive for all of us to do the same things. It means us focusing on different missions, different roles, and different responsibilities. I spend so much time trying to be like everyone else and do like every other instead of focusing on what our unique singular mission is. Hamako lo chafetz b'cha. Hashem doesn't want you for this, but He desperately wants you for something else. So now go figure out what it is that you're supposed to do to contribute to your people. Incredible. Can't read about Atomer. לקחת 5 שקלים, so we will go. First, we find the steam dynamic by the Bechor. Remember that originally, service in the Mishkan was supposed to be done by the Bechor, by the firstborns. They lost that right after the Shin of the Golden Calf. The same thing, the firstborn sanctity was transferred onto the Levian. So remember again, the way it worked was every Bechor was exchanged for a Levi. The issue was there were 273 extra Bechorim over the number of Leviim. So what did those guys have to do? What did those first ones have to do? They had to give 5 shkalim to the Mishkan to redeem themselves. Now, what was the Shiloh? Who gets redeemed on a lady versus who has to pay 5 shkalim? So the word says as follows: Someone Moshe takes it as so what should I do for these extra 273? In overall training, it's say, if I say to a Bechor, hey Bechor, give me 5 shekel and you're redeemed. You'll not be He'll say, I'm one of the guys who's redeemed on the Levian. No, so watch my children, listen to this. Maybe Esther B'Shnayim Alafim Piskin. He bought 22,000 pieces of paper, right? Blocks. Because of our Ben Levi, and your father Ben Levi, bought Shlosha B'Shivim Umasayim, and 273 because of our Chamisha Shkalim. You know that meant 5 shkalim. But what happened? He mixed up all blocks, put it in a box. I will then read the statement. And he said, don't draw out. Who shall be other than lady? I'm going to rapidly become a lady. So ever drew up that lady lot, okay. That means that you were exchanged, so to speak, for a lady. You shall be other Chamisha Shkalim. I'm alone, came to your neck, let's say. Most of them say, pay your 5 shkalim and be redeemed. Incredible. First I said, I'm sure says, not going to start. It's supposed to smell go back to the Eldad and Nidad. Here again, which we gathers this group of 70 people, and the spirit of prophecy rests upon them. They all stop prophesying, but 2 guys, 2 men, keep prophesying. So the Gemara says, the Machlin and Steiner, Eldad and Nidad remained in the camp prophesying. So when what says was when they gathered to me, 70 people, Eldad and Nidad, 8 unruly as beautiful. Eldad and Nidad said to Moshe, we are not fit. We are not fit for this honor. And we are finished boldly. How will Moses do the Abu last time? Because you diminished yourself, therefore again I will make you even greater. As the Lord said, see a slave like that has that message. The prerequisite to personalist holiness is humility. The more you think you deserve honor, the more elusive it is going to be. But the more you believe that ultimately again you're a Pashat Yid, the more covered will run after you. It's incredible. So the answer what happens? Because all the other prophets, all these 70 men became Nevi'im, episodic Nevi'im, but their prophecy stopped. Eldad and Nidad, they kept prophesying. The mind of one is out. So what was the Nebuah? What was this Nebuah? Because remember, as Ramos said, so the Torah doesn't record what the Nebuah was. So what was their prophecy? So this was say, Moshe makes Yeshua Machlis as Elisala. What was their prophecy? Their prophecy was Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be the one who leads the people of Israel. And again, this was before the sin of Morocco. So this was the prophecy. Moshe is going to die, and Yeshua is going to be this entire Israel. Incredible. Al-Khadr al-Mishra, the Raja al-Iske Slav in the Snabin, Ali Slav. The prophesied about the Slav. The son of it was the quail. This was meat that the Cubbies told these guys. So they prophesied that there was supposed to be these donkeys of Slav. But Nachman says, "Our escape go to Muslim place." No, they prophesied about the war of Gog and Magog. The war of Gog and Magog is the ultimate war of good versus evil that is a precursor to the Messianic era. שנאמר, כל אמר השם אלוקים, העטו אשר דיברתי להם מחלמונים, יד עבדי נביא ישראל נביאים, ואל להם שניים והביא עוזך עליהם, אל תקריא שונים אלא שניים. הוא בתקופה של גוג ומגוג, ואלו העצם הוא שבאיזו, אין שניים ויש Two of the two prophesied at the same time about the same thing. Eldad, Eldad. Amar, Kodim, Kodim, it's only a couple possible days. I will be a possible. So all the other members of the prophet, all those 7 men prophesied, not prophesizing. Eldad, we know that prophesied and then continue to prophesy after. So you know, says, you know the possible. How do you know that all the other prophets prophesied and stopped? He didn't really sit up nice, you know, but maybe the prophet says because they prophesied, and listen, that interestingly enough, you might attention over here, the entire passage is, I said his name is good. The rest of the passage is, Bayou Hashem Ba'ana, Baygaber Hashem, Baygaber Hashem, Baygaber Alei Maria, Vaisnavu, Lo Yasufu. So it means that we're translating it as they prophesied and they did not continue. So much like that's not what it means. Elahafa, the word Elahafa, Vaisnavu, Hasim, Misnavim, Va'adayim, so I skipped over. Elinata, Kogodo below Yosef. Like the Pasuk says, a great call, which represents Baruch, Lo Yosef. Now, Yosef means it didn't cease. So you see that from the so you see from here that Lo Yosef doesn't mean it didn't continue, but it could also mean it didn't cease. Hakanah means Lo Yosef, so it's Lo Pasuk. Rather than most means that Odin made them prophesying, and they did not stop prophesying. Elohaka says, Dice Nabu, Hasam said, Misnabin, Hadai, Misnabin, the whole. Okay, so which one am I going to motion means, or they said, I don't motion play. Let's remember again, now let's next the story. So again, just the timeline. Moshe says he can't do it alone. His Rashi says, no problem, you gather 70 men. Now we just saw the process through which he gathered the 70 men before the lots. So now what happens? The spirit of prophecy rests upon the 70 men. The spirit of prophecy departs from 68 of them. 2 of them, Eldad and God continued precisely. What was their prophecy? So first opinion, the prophecy was Moshe is going to die. Yoshua is going to lead the people into Eretz Yisrael. If you go with that approach, then again, then that makes sense. Inshallah, Moshe makes no mistake. Adon Moshe Klai. So let's just remember again. After Eldad and Eldad continue prophesying, Yeshua approaches Moshe, and Yeshua says to Moshe, make them stop. Make them stop. So you have to understand that they were prophesying, saying Moshe is going to die, Yeshua is going to leave. It makes sense why Yeshua was very distressed about this and tells Moshe, make them stop. But according ultimately again to the other 2 interpretations, that either they're prophesying about the flood or about the word of Gog and Magog. Why is Yeshua all distressed? Right? Why does Yeshua have to tell them to go ahead? Why does Yeshua have to tell Moshe to tell them to stop? So that's why because Yeshua felt it was inappropriate for other people to prophesy in the presence of Moshe. Right? The presence of Moshe is one Rabbi. Is one Rabbi. For other people to prophesy in his presence is almost like a lack of coverage for the Rabbi. So it's a Mishnah. What's the first one? Krishna, I know her character is the same thing. Moshe makes Mena Tava Imaginary. We lost and what kind of something says. So according to the opinion, this is now Moshe in response to Yeshua, what do you want? So Koshbar wants to make the whole nation Yiddish. Let me make the whole nation Yiddish. See if you can't get it for prophesying like Slav or Gog and Magog. So they check that's almost like Moshe was saying, after the love in the game. If you say that they're prophesying, Moshe is going to die, Yeshua is going to go ahead and lead them in. So why Moshe have like this jovial type of response? So let's say more from the Kamei. Ultimately, again, it could be Moshe didn't hear what they're prophesying about. So because he didn't hear what they're prophesying about, he didn't really feel the same way about it as Yeshua did. So my client, so Yeshua tells Moshe, make them stop. Now let's say, how exactly do you make someone stop prophesying? How does that work? So Yeshua says to Moshe, Hatai Alei Sarkis Sibor, so give them communal responsibilities and then empowering the ill, and that'll shut down prophecy. But as we'll say, so we've seen this motif many times before, that a person in a leadership position in Israel, one of the things, one of the sacrifices that come to leadership is the ability to work on one's own weakness. One has to be willing to sacrifice for the cloud. One has to sacrifice their own well-being, their own time, their own personal development in order to go ahead and build up the cloud. So the rule is beautiful, but the rule requires a very heightened spiritual state. So the Yeshua said to Moshe, you can do the responsibilities. And once I do the responsibilities, again, that is going to occupy all of their bandwidth. You will see we will have very little time for spiritual, their own personal spiritual development, which will then by definition take away their ability for the vote. So I said, by the way, shows you the profundity in the Moshe Rabbeinu personality. Moshe Rabbeinu is the exception to this rule. Because Moshe Rabbeinu was the one individual who, on one hand, shouldered the entire two tribes on his shoulders. Yet again, from a personal level, his personal growth never stopped. He was the buck. There's a big buck. What's the buck in this? What's the buck? The buck in this whole thing is Moshe Rabbeinu sacrificed his family. And so it's true. He was saddled with responsibility for the cloud. Yet again, was the father of all prophets, but also didn't have a marriage. And also didn't raise his children, and also lived apart from his family. So essentially, also what it comes down to, one of the, when we're young, we think we could have it all. Because someone once said to me, the golden light, people like to say, to have your cake and eat it too. Someone once said to me, no, the golden light is to have your cake, right, eat it, and then still have some more flavor. Right? I said, wow, that sounds incredible, but it sounds a little cousin-ish. But you can't have everything in life. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't, something has to give. That's the way it works. So listen, so if you want to say it like this, in general, if you're going to take on responsibility for the collective, and take responsibility for the cloud, or whatever segment of the cloud, understand that comes at a personal cost. And the personal cost often is the time that one is putting into others comes from time that you can put into yourself. And if you're not going to do that, and you're just going to be totally focused on the growth of God, growth of yourself, it might come at the expense of your family. But something's got to give. You can't be the one who holds up others, holds up yourself, and holds up your family. You can't do all of those things in an excellent fashion. Something is going to give. And so a person has to be meditated on what is going to give, and what is going to be sacrificed in that calculation. Incredible. I love that like that. You know how the old show. So you must remember again. The Mishnah said that when you condemn someone to the death penalty, it always has to be done to a majority of two. Majority of two. So when it says the math doesn't work, I'll tell you why. So the law of say why. Because remember again, now all you do for capital cases is a division of 23. Right? You do not need, you don't need 71. So you must, but you're not going to easily see you're not going to have a majority of 2. Why? Listen to this. So from which God says, so I say it's like the entry day you have 11 say that is innocent, and 12 say you only have majority of 1. He has son of his actual 10 is innocent. Third that say that he's guilty. Plus so majority of 3. So we have what's the other one? When you have a majority of 2 is when you end up adding on judges. Now, when does one add on judges? We've actually saw this reference in the see that he said, you go well. I'll leave you that you how much shit. So it's the only that has they're not ultimately again the secret. Now, remember, if one of the judges says, however, opinion, what do? You take them off. You take them 2 in his stead. So according to the hold us 107 week, one said you done, I don't know, and I don't think you have majority. I don't know, the most so but interestingly enough, I will say, if you'll see him, I don't know. And that making it in the when a judge says I don't know, maybe we treat him like present, which is still present. Really, I don't know, and therefore he advances some logic. I'm not sure what says incredible. The Haida, Chiman of the Lidam. Let's say it's not true. If someone says I don't know, it's as if they're not on the basis, as if they don't exist. The Amar Kaima, Mo Shamin, and even if he advances sometimes reasoning, we talk to them. Okay, this is fascinating. So if you have, I don't know, what do? We remove him. What do we remove him? You are, we don't listen. His opinion is not listen. And therefore we add on 2 in that judge's test. You can end up having a majority of 2 in that type of situation. But it's also profoundly incredible. In life, you have to have opinions about things. You have to have shittos on things. If you don't listen, some people just like to be powerful. They like just that, I want to be friends with everyone, I want to be good with everyone, I don't want to rock the boat, so I'm not going to have an opinion. If you don't have an opinion, you don't exist. If you don't have shiddos, you don't exist. If you don't stand for something, you don't exist. Now, doesn't mean you have to be caustic about your opinions, right? Or it doesn't mean you have to go ahead and be turbulent about that, but you don't have to do, right? But you have to be able to stand for something. And if you don't, it's as if you're just taking up space, you mean nothing. Which again, you don't take a strong word, but you understand. You have